Chen Changsheng proclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, do take action. Otherwise, this humble practitioner shall find no justification for your demise." The eldest disciple, Lu Changzhi, possesses the Primordial Sword Body, Awakening One, unmatched in the path of the sword, with unparalleled offensive prowess. The second disciple, Chen Anzhi, is a reincarnated master of the Forbidden Zone, possessing the godly body of the Abyss, an extraordinary physique, impervious to all forms of attack, and invincible in corporeal form. The third disciple, Xiao Ranxian, has traversed through 9 lifetimes, perishing in each until the 10th life, wherein he relinquished the pursuit of immortality, ultimately treading the path of cultivation once more. In times of uncertainty, one may seek the counsel of the spring breeze. Should the spring breeze remain silent, then inquire within one's own heart. Chapter 1. The Upper Clear Continent. The Upper Clear Continent, within the ancestral realm of martial arts, Beihuang Domain, is dominated by the towering Wuliang mountain range. The mountains rise magnificently, piercing the heavens, with most of their colossal forms concealed within layers of swirling mist. The mist drifts like gossamer, creating a dreamlike and ethereal ambience of exquisite beauty. Atop the cloud-piercing summit stands the Ta Ching heavenly sect, resembling an immortal palace, unwavering in its majesty. The entire architectural complex exudes grandeur, with pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disarray, their flying eaves and intricate brackets radiating an ancient and mysterious charm. The walls of the edifices are adorned with a myriad of enigmatic runes and patterns, shimmering with otherworldly light under the sun's embrace. At this moment, the entrance of Ta Ching heavenly sect is teeming with individuals, a dense throng akin to an ocean of humanity. Most of those gathered are young prodigies from Beihuang Domain and its surrounding regions, each exuding a distinct aura, their youthful faces marked by determination and aspiration. Some carry long swords of ancient design, their hilts embedded with gems that glisten with a cold sheen in the sunlight. Others wield peculiar magical artifacts, glowing with mysterious luminescence, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Radiating confidence, their faces are illuminated by the light of hope for the future and a fervent desire to become formidable. Today marks the disciple recruitment event of Ta Ching heavenly sect, and their collective purpose here is to join this esteemed sect. Joining a powerful sect in the realm of cultivation not only grants access to profound resources for training, but also offers the invaluable guidance of seasoned elders. However, gaining entry into a formidable sect like Ta Ching heavenly sect is no simple feat. It requires enduring a series of rigorous selections and trials, where only those who demonstrate extraordinary talent and formidable strength stand a chance to seize this unparalleled opportunity. In the realm of cultivation, possessing immense power and a profound background are the ultimate measures of worth. The strong wield earth-shattering power, capable of annihilating the cosmos with ease. In contrast, the weak must acquiesce to the dominance of the strong, a harsh reality of the cultivation world. Thus, every individual yearns to join a powerful sect, for it is the only path to rise against the tide in this grand world and truly take control of one's destiny. Ta Ching heavenly sect, as the mightiest sect within the Beihuang domain of the ancestral martial realm, undoubtedly occupies the most coveted position in the hearts of many young aspirants. The Beihuang domain is home to 7 sects, with Ta Ching heavenly sect reigning as the foremost. The other 6 include the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Qingyan sect, Papal Hall, Kunlun Void, Tianjin sect, and finally, the Bronze Hall, alongside countless smaller factions, dynasties, and families of cultivators. Qingqing Peak is one of many summits belonging to Ta Ching heavenly sect. Here, the peaks rise high into the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist, enhancing their aura of mystery and ethereality. Upon the summit, ancient trees tower majestically, lush and verdant. These trees take on various forms, some standing tall and straight, while others twist and turn, bearing witness to the passage of time. The mountains are often graced by the presence of mystical birds and beasts, their calls resonating through the valleys, adding a vibrant beauty to this realm of nature. As one traverses the rugged mountain paths, rare flowers and exotic herbs adorn the rocky landscape, exuding their unique fragrances. Upon certain cliff faces, Waterfalls cascade like silver ribbons, splashing crystalline droplets that shimmer with a spectrum of colors under the sun's embrace. The peaks, either steep and perilous or uniquely rugged, harbor boundless enigmas and mysteries. Changsheng Peak exudes a rich aura of celestial energy, as if the very atmosphere is suffused with an otherworldly essence, making it an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivators to diligently refine their skills and comprehend the celestial principles. In a tranquil corner of Changsheng Peak, a man clad in a sky-blue robe leisurely reclines beneath a colossal willow tree. His body is gently stretched, his eyes softly closed, and his countenance serene, as though he has melded harmoniously with the surrounding environment. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly pierced the momentary stillness. Ding! The sign-in system has refreshed. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed with the sign-in? The mechanical utterance shattered the brief tranquility. Upon hearing the sound, the man's expression remained placid, merely fluttering his eyelids open slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his gaze. The man's features seemed to blend ethereal grace with an air of mystique, exuding both a transcendent elegance and an ineffable languor. At this juncture, the man narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the Taiwang Dao Sword, which has been securely stored in the system's space. After the system's voice faded, the man on the recliner spoke slowly. The Supreme Emperor's weapon, quite commendable. Please provide further details. Ding! Taiwang Dao Sword, the foremost sword of ancient and modern times, unparalleled in offense, the ultimate weapon of the world. Unparalleled in offense and the ultimate weapon, quite impressive. The man quipped after a brief wait revealed no further response from the system. The man's name is Chen Changsheng, a denizen of the Blue Star, who was originally an unemployed vagrant. One fateful night, while immersed in an all-night internet session with friends, he succumbed to a sudden death and found his soul reborn as the disciple of the former head of the Taiching heavenly sect, King Suzi, on Changsheng Peak. As for the cause of his previous incarnation's demise, he remains oblivious. After his rebirth, Chen Changsheng gleaned from the memories of his former self that he resided in the ancestral martial realm, a domain dedicated to cultivation. The ancestral martial realm comprises 5 major regions: the Central State Heavenly Domain, Southern Wilderness, Eastern Mysterious Domain, Western Imperial Domain, and Northern Wastes. Each of these 5 regions possesses distinctive characteristics. Among them, the Central State Heavenly Domain is hailed as the sacred ground of martial arts, home to countless formidable warriors and precious cultivation resources. The Southern Wilderness is renowned for its enigmatic Southern Wilderness Forest, a haven for beastly creatures. The Eastern Mysterious Domain boasts vast terrains and majestic landscapes, serving as the abode for numerous sects and families. The Northern Wastes is the most powerful region aside from the Central State Heavenly Domain, abundant in cultivation sects and regarded as a sanctum for countless practitioners. Conversely, the Western Imperial Domain is a desolate expanse with a harsh environment, yet it has given rise to some unique martial arts and life forms. With the assistance of the Golden Finger sign-in system, the reborn Chen Changsheng swiftly ascended to become the foremost figure of the Taiching heavenly sect. Following his invincibility, Chen Changsheng found life tedious and chose to remain at Changsheng Peak, forsaking the outside world. Consequently, as time flowed, he gradually faded from the memories of others. Over the ensuing centuries, his days were consumed solely by the act of sign-in. Eventually, as King Suzi transcended to immortality, Chen Changsheng stood as the sole inhabitant of Changsheng Peak, thereby naturally ascending to the position of its head. The Taiching heavenly sect encompasses 5 peaks: Tiandao Peak, Changsheng Peak, Qingquan Peak, Taiching Peak, and Taishuan Peak. Chapter 2. Taiching Heavenly Sect. The entire Taiching Heavenly Sect is predominantly dedicated to the art of swordsmanship. Among the 5 peaks, Taiching Peak and Qingcheng Peak stand out in particular. Taiching Peak exclusively enrolls female disciples, making it a coveted destination for all male aspirants. Conversely, the uniqueness of Qingcheng Peak lies in its singular master, with no other disciples to be found. Ding! A notification sounded, detecting a multitude of fated children emerging within this realm. To better assist the host, the system will undergo an upgrade. Ding! The The system upgrade was successful, and the Divine Level Apprentice Collection system has been activated, binding to the host, Chen Changsheng. Host, Chen Changsheng Cultivation Method, Chaos Longevity Record Physique, None Martial Skills, Divine Demonic 3 Bowing Salutations, Peerless Swordplay, Celestial Hand Seal. 1 Chi transforming into 3 Purities Cultivation Realm, Dao Ancestor Realm Disciples Collected, 0 Current State, Sleepy Disciple, Xianyuan Dao seeks an audience with you, Master. At that moment, a resonant and melodious voice echoed through the tranquil air. Suddenly, a man appeared as though he had descended from an ethereal realm, instantly illuminating the surroundings. His visage was extraordinarily handsome, his features sculpted with the precision of an exquisite work of art, every line and contour flawless and perfectly proportioned. He possessed a tall and slender stature, exuding an otherworldly grace, with every movement radiating elegance and composure. Chen Changsheng, reclining in a chair, stirred at the sudden sound, gradually opening his still sleepy eyes and gazing lazily at the newcomer. Xianyuan disciple, what brings you to my presence? Master, my revered teacher mentioned that Qingcheng Peak has not accepted disciples for centuries, and he hopes you will participate in the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony. Noticing Chen Changsheng's lack of response, Xianyuan Dao continued, his tone tinged with urgency and expectation. Very well, I acknowledge your request. You may return now. Chen Changsheng replied with a wave of his hand. Yes, Master, Xianyuan Dao responded, then turned, his sword shimmering beneath his feet as he soared towards the foot of Qingcheng Peak, his figure gradually fading into the mist. As the sleepy Chen Changsheng watched the man depart, he slowly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of clarity in his gaze as he muttered, indestructible body of eternal calamity. Ding! The system once again chimed in, noting the arrival of a red fate child at the Ta Ching Heavenly Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, urging the host to proceed. Just as Chen Changsheng was contemplating, the cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. System, I have already achieved invincibility. What need have I for disciples? Chen Changsheng gradually rose, stretching languidly. Ding! Disciple recruitment successful. Reward for the host. Chaos Divine Demonic Physique. Please proceed to collect disciples. The system's mechanical voice resounded again, imbued with an unyielding determination. The Chaos Divine Demonic Physique sounds rather appealing. Indeed, I should possess a physique. By the way, system, what does it mean to be a red fate child? Chen Changsheng inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Ding! The fates of the myriad realms are categorized into 6 tiers: white, blue, orange, purple, gold, and red. White represents the lowest tier, signifying an ordinary individual, devoid of any connection to the path of cultivation. Red, however, stands at the pinnacle, symbolizing unparalleled fortune, with the possessor poised to embark on the path to immortality. The system continued with patient elucidation. A person with white fate will lead a life of mediocrity, achieving little. Blue indicates a modicum of cultivation talent, but remains unremarkable. Orange possesses certain talents, with the potential to become a martial emperor. Purple suggests further advancement, capable of attaining the martial emperor rank. Gold can ascend to the realms of the celestial, while those graced with red fate bear tremendous fortune, transcending the ordinary and striving toward the pinnacle of the great Tao. Upon receiving this comprehensive explanation from the system, Chen Changsheng gained a clearer and more profound understanding of the fates in this world, as well as a grasp of the intricate and mysterious cultivation system. Cultivators on the Qingshan continent are classified into multiple levels based on their cultivation realms, beginning with martial artists, progressing through martial apprentices, martial masters, martial spirits, martial kings, martial emperors, martial sects, martial venerables, and martial saints, ultimately reaching the coveted martial emperor realm. What few know, however, is that above the emperor lies the celestial realm, the divine realm, and the legendary extreme Dao Ancestor realm. And he, indeed, resides within the Dao Ancestor realm of the extreme Dao Ancestor realm. After centuries of reflection, he comprehended that the so-called Emperor realm and below are merely transcendent stages along the path of cultivation. The essence of transcendence, in truth, is to enable mortals to endure relentless cultivation, honing their bodies and minds to withstand celestial power, ultimately achieving the goal of ascension. System, how can I ascertain who the fate child is? Chen Changsheng pondered thoughtfully. Ding! At the host's request, the system shall grant the host the heavenly eye. A crisp notification chimed. As the mechanical voice faded, an enigmatic and potent force surged into Chen Changsheng's eyes. Upon slowly opening them, he beheld an extraordinary luminescence, as if he could effortlessly pierce through the boundless void and the intricate web of fate's trajectory. System, could this heavenly eye be the fabled Chaos Dao Eye? Chen Changsheng inquired, curiosity piqued. Ding! Affirmative. Please proceed to collect disciples. The system's voice responded decisively. With the system's accurate reply, Chen Changsheng's figure flickered and vanished from his original position, leaving behind a gentle breeze in his wake. Perched atop the limitless peaks, the Ta Ching Heavenly Sect's architectural ensemble stands majestically, akin to a resplendent celestial palace amidst the ethereal mists. The entire complex boasts an awe-inspiring grandeur. With pavilions and towers artfully arranged, their eaves and brackets exquisitely designed, each detail exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The walls of the structures are adorned with various enigmatic symbols and patterns, shimmering with a peculiar brilliance under the sunlight. At the center of the complex stands a grand and solemn hall, its roof meticulously covered with golden glazed tiles, radiating a dazzling and entrancing light. Reminiscent of a resplendent sun, a massive plaque hangs above the hall's entrance, inscribed with the characters Dao Tian Hall, its strokes bold and powerful, exuding an imposing presence. As if each brushstroke encapsulated boundless Dao rhythm and formidable energy. The interior of the hall is spacious and luminous, adorned with opulent decorations. And various precious martial techniques and artifacts are meticulously arranged around the hall, each exemplifying the Ta Ching Heavenly Sect's formidable strength and profound heritage. In addition to the main hall, the Ta Ching Heavenly Sect encompasses numerous other buildings, such as the Scripture Repository, Alchemy Room, and Artifact Refinement Chamber. Along the periphery of the architectural complex meanders a crystal-clear stream, while the expanse before the Ta Ching Heavenly Sect is a vast and awe-inspiring sect square. This square, paved with solid blue stone, bears faint, intricate patterns suggesting some form of ancient array, emanating a unique aura of antiquity and mystery. Spacious and vast, the square can accommodate thousands of individuals without the slightest hint of overcrowding. Surrounding the square stand tall, exquisitely carved stone pillars, each intricately adorned with various patterns and scenes that echo the sect's history and mythic tales, rendered with such vividness that they seem poised to leap from their confines. At the heart of the square lies a massive circular stone dais, shrouded in an ethereal aura. Around the dais, complex and enigmatic runes are etched, occasionally shimmering with an unusual light, hinting at the immense power they harbor. The sect square serves not only as a crucial venue for significant events and rituals, but also as a tangible manifestation of the sect's grandeur and profound heritage, inspiring awe and aspiration in every visitor. At this moment, neatly arranged above the edge of the square are rows of solemn and elegant seats. These seats are artfully distributed, each meticulously crafted from precious woods, engraved with delicate patterns and the sect's unique insignia, exuding an air of antiquity and sophistication. Their distinctive shapes and flowing lines suggest a bespoke design for their esteemed occupants, imparting an unparalleled sense of nobility. Each seat corresponds to various peaks, seemingly proclaiming the importance and supreme honor of each within the sect. Master, I have informed Elder Chun, Xianyuan Dao announced as he approached the seat of the sect leader. Addressing Zhao Wuxiang. Seated regally upon the leader's throne, Zhao Wuxiang donned a simple yet dignified white robe, its sleeves fluttering gently in the breeze. His visage was lean, with sharply defined features, slightly arched sword-like brows and deep, luminous eyes that seemed to contain boundless wisdom and rich experience. His hair, neatly groomed, bore the marks of time in its intermingling of black and white strands, with a few wisps dancing in the gentle wind. He sat with an upright and imposing demeanor, emanating a formidable presence that commanded respect. With a gentle stroke of his long and neatly kept beard, he seemed to embody an air of ethereality. At this moment, he regarded Xianyuan Dao and said, "Well done." Disciple takes his leave. Xianyuan Dao replied with a respectful gesture before departing the square. Before the gates of the Ta Ching sect, two towering stone pillars rose straight into the heavens, resembling divine supports that had existed since the primordial age, radiating an imposing and profound aura. These pillars, pristine as snow and smooth in texture, were adorned with exquisite and intricate carvings that twisted and intertwined like living lines, collectively forming an ancient and mysterious design. Prominently displayed between the pillars were the four bold characters of Ta Ching Tianzong. Each character was robust and powerful, the strokes akin to sharp swords, exuding an unparalleled might. At this moment, a throng of people gathered before the sect's gates, gazing up with expressions filled with reverence, wonder, and deep contemplation. Some had glimmers of yearning in their eyes, seemingly desperate to step into this enigmatic sect and explore its mysteries. Others appeared lost in profound thought, as if they had grasped some inscrutable truth from the four characters. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, three resonant and sonorous chimes of a bell echoed, as if a heartfelt call from ancient times, each toll reverberating like a heavy drumbeat, stirring the hearts of those present. The sound encapsulated the weight of history and the passage of time, resonating before the gates, as if traversing a tunnel of time, binding the past and present together. Ha ha! The decade-long recruitment of the Ta Ching sect has finally begun. I, Hu Han-san, have returned, exclaimed a scruffy man with a beard, his laughter echoing before the gates, brimming with excitement and anticipation. What are you barking for? Just look at yourself. Do you think you can enter the Ta Ching sect? Not to mention your ancestors' graves smoking. Even if they were ablaze, it wouldn't be possible. A portly woman retorted harshly, her voice sharp and piercing, laced with clear disdain. Bah, you old hag. You ruin my resolve. You infuriate me. Hu Han-san shot back, his anger palpable, a mix of fury and frustration evident in his tone. Their heated exchange instantly captured the attention of those around, with many young talents casting curious and excited glances their way. In this bustling and noisy throng, one figure stood out distinctly, a ragged, dirt-covered youth. Amidst the sea of thousands, he appeared utterly out of place. His clothing was in tatters. The most basic of hemp garments utterly worn and riddled with gaping holes, barely covering his form. His hair was unkempt like wild grass, and his face was smeared with a thick layer of grime that obscured his true features. His frail frame seemed so delicate that even a gentle breeze could topple him. In his eyes resided a profound sense of helplessness and confusion, starkly contrasting with the confident and vibrant individuals surrounding him. Chapter 4. The Son of Destiny. With each step he took, he was met with disdainful and contemptuous gazes from the crowd. He remained silent, slowly making his way to the outskirts. His footsteps felt unbearably heavy, as though he bore an invisible mountain on his back. People recoiled in disgust, hastily parting to make way for him, as if fearing even the slightest touch. Some even cruelly shouted, "You filthy beggar, get the hell away." The youth appeared oblivious to the biting words. His head bowed as he trudged onward. The sun poured down upon him, yet it seemed incapable of dispelling the heavy gloom that hung over his heart, leaving only a heart-wrenching silence and indifference in its wake. He gazed skyward, recalling that since his earliest memories, he had been dependent on an old beggar, living off the streets through the art of begging. The old beggar, surnamed Lu, had named him Lu Changzhi. After the old beggar vanished without a trace, the youth found himself alone, wandering and begging. In sweltering heat, he slept in desolate fields. In the bitter cold, he curled beneath the eaves of others' homes, often driven away mercilessly. From a young age, he had heard whispers of the immortal cultivation realm, filling his heart with an insatiable longing. As the bell's toll ceased, the barrier of the Ta Ching sect slowly opened, and a figure gracefully emerged from within. This figure, treading upon the void, descended upon the scene as though a celestial being had graced the mortal realm. As the figure drew closer, the crowd finally discerned his features. Before them stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a resplendent white robe, billowing freely in the wind. His countenance radiated warmth and kindness, and his eyes sparkled with boundless wisdom and depth. In his hand, he held a whisk, which, when waved gently, seemed to conjure clouds and mist around him. The appearance of the elder invigorated the atmosphere of the square. With a smile, he scanned the crowd before the gates and spoke. "I am Suemo, the Grand Elder of the outer sect of Ta Ching. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all young friends who have come to our Ta Ching sect. It is indeed an honor for us to host your participation in our recruitment ceremony. Now, I kindly invite you all to proceed into the sect for the assessment. Please, young friends." "Ho ho ho ho, ho ho ho, the elder is magnificent. Elder, you are truly handsome. Inevitably, one must join the Ta Ching sect. Brothers, charge forth and join the Ta Ching sect." After Suemo concluded his proclamation, throngs of individuals surged like a mighty tide between the two towering stone pillars, stepping into the Ta Ching sect. Upon entering the spiritual gateway, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy greeted them with great intensity. As far as the eye could see, magnificent and grand structures loomed, immersing one in an ethereal realm where everything seemed beautifully serene. As numerous young talents entered, Lu Changzhi silently followed the throng into the sect. The Grand Elder Suemo, seeing that all had entered, gently stroked his goatee, returning contentedly to the plaza. "Ahem, everyone, please be quiet," Suemo announced upon his return to the plaza. At the sound of his voice, the previously raucous plaza fell into an immediate hush. Meanwhile, the representatives of various peaks had already taken their positions atop the grand dais. All eyes were drawn to the central seat, that of Daotian Peak, the main lineage of the Ta Ching sect, where the sect leader Zhao Wuxiang sat. Beside him was Dugu Wu, the head of Qingquan Peak. His stature as upright as a vigorous pine, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. His handsome, resolute visage was framed by sword-like brows that arched above brilliant, starry eyes, which radiated unparalleled vigor and majesty. The leader of Taishan Peak, Jun Gujin, appeared youthful despite his silver hair, his spirit undimmed. His hair, as white as frost, and beard like snow, did not detract from his robust physique, which showcased the vitality of age. At the helm of Taiching Peak was Nian Qingwu, possessing a graceful and enchanting figure. Her skin, as fair as snow, was delicate and smooth, akin to fine silk, clad in an elegant and understated garment. Her ethereal charm remained unmasked. Each movement she made was imbued with elegance and poise, effortlessly captivating attention with her unique allure. As for the head of Changsheng Peak, our male protagonist, he was still en route, hastily making his way. Has Brother Chen not yet arrived? Zhao Wuxiang inquired, gazing at the empty seat of Changsheng Peak. Turning to the elders beside him, the elders exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond to the sect leader's query. Sect leader, Brother Chen may be on his way. One elder finally replied. Upon hearing the sect leader's question, the heads of the other 3 peaks remained unfazed. After all, Changsheng Peak had not participated in the recruitment conference for many years. They had grown accustomed to it. Some even believed it was for the best, as the absence of Changsheng Peak would lessen the intensity of competition. Apologies for the wait, esteemed brothers and sisters. Chen Changsheng's figure materialized at the vacant seat of Changsheng Peak. Greetings, Brother Chen. With this exclamation, all the high-ranking members of the Ta-Ching sect rose, bowing deeply to Chen Changsheng. Their faces radiated respect and reverence, as if this young man possessed supreme authority. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, gently gesturing for everyone to take their seats. His gaze swept across the assembly, revealing a depth and enigma in his eyes. Who is this person? A young man in the crowd mused, filled with curiosity. The sect leader and all the peak heads are present. Why has he only just arrived? Hearing his words, a nearby youth shook his head and sighed. Ah, have you concentrated all your talents on single-mindedness? Truly, strong of body yet simple of mind. You don't even recognize the head of Changsheng Peak. Perhaps you should take some time to refine your intellect. What? He is the head of Changsheng Peak? The young man stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, gazing at Chen Changsheng. At the same moment, several female disciples cast adoring glances at him, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow! The head of Changsheng Peak is incredibly handsome, one female disciple whispered in awe. Another chimed in. Indeed, his demeanor is so unique, it's utterly captivating. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Zhao Wuxiang addressed Elder Su in the plaza, saying, Elder Su, please commence. Elder Su respectfully clasped his hands in response. Yes, sect leader. Chapter 5. Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, first and foremost, welcome everyone to the Ta-Ching sect. I hereby declare the Ta-Ching sect's recruitment conference officially commenced. The first challenge is known as the Ascending Heavenly Ladder, which stands a staggering 10,000 tiers high. All participating disciples must ascend 5,000 tiers without utilizing any spiritual power to pass the assessment. Su Mo pointed towards the distant ladder that seemed to pierce the heavens, addressing the crowd with fervor. Upon hearing his words, the assembly turned their gazes toward the towering ladder, their eyes glimmering with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. This ladder loomed high into the sky, as if leading to an infinite expanse, instilling a sense of awe. Remember, if anyone is found using spiritual power during the ascent, the ladder will automatically expel them, signifying their voluntary withdrawal, thereby forfeiting their eligibility to continue with the subsequent challenges, Su Mo explained patiently. At this proclamation, the countenance of all present grew solemn, for they understood that this trial was not merely a measure of their abilities, but a rigorous test of their mindset and perseverance. Should they falter, entry into the inner door would remain elusive, along with the acquisition of resources and guidance. Su Mo then introduced the second challenge. The second challenge is known as the Illusory Corridor, a test of your Tao heart. At the mention of this name, a sense of reverence washed over the crowd. The Tao heart is one of the most crucial foundations for cultivators. Without a stable Tao heart, one cannot traverse the path of cultivation for long. This challenge was designed to ascertain whether their Tao hearts were as steadfast as rock. Finally, Su Mo concluded. The third challenge is a talent assessment, which will determine the path of cultivation each of you will embark upon. Having said this, Su Mo stepped into the center of the plaza and called out, based on your innate talents, you will be assigned to different peaks for training. Young friends, the assessment begins now. As his words resonated, the atmosphere intensified, laden with tension. Everyone understood that this was intrinsically linked to their ability to enter their desired peaks, thereby gaining superior resources and invaluable opportunities for advancement. Brothers and sisters, we shall meet at the third challenge. With that, countless individuals eagerly set foot upon the heavenly ladder. Time passed slowly. The sun ascended, and the temperature rose, causing perspiration to flow freely as their physical and mental states faced tremendous trials. Yet, at that moment, one individual suddenly broke through their limits, successfully passing the first challenge. This success sparked the attention and encouragement of others, who gritted their teeth and pressed onward. As time wore on, more and more individuals triumphed in the first challenge, their faces alight with joy and pride. Conversely, those who failed appeared dejected and disheartened, quietly departing the plaza. Why could I not endure just a little longer? One unsuccessful candidate murmured, regret etched across their features. Alas, such is fate. Let us depart. Another sighed, their expression forlorn as they turned away. I am fated to have no connection with the Taqing sect. I shall take my leave, another whispered, their demeanor melancholic. At this moment, Lu Changzhi, who had successfully passed the assessment, lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. As if all his energy had been drained. He was not alone in this state. Many others were similarly affected. Observing that the participants were nearly recovered, Suemo spoke up, congratulations on passing the first challenge. Take a quarter of an hour to catch your breath and rest well in preparation for the subsequent second challenge. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly settled into a cross-legged position, closing their eyes to meditate. A tranquil silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breathing. While Lu Changzhi remained sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, the esteemed figures on the platform gazed down upon the disciples, their eyes shimmering with nostalgia and sentiment. They seemed to see reflections of their younger selves, their youthful, innocent selves filled with dreams. Nian Qingwu slightly turned her head and softly remarked to the sect leader beside her, Master, this recruitment conference is quite impressive. Several exceptional prospects have already emerged. Zhao Wuxiang stroked his goatee, nodding in agreement as he surveyed the youthful faces below, secretly admiring their potential. Jun Gujin echoed, indeed, it appears we will be acquiring some commendable disciples this time. However, Du Gongwu remained silent, his gaze deeply fixed on the disciples undergoing the tests below. Chen Changsheng languidly reclined in his chair. This was his first time attending the recruitment conference. Had it not been for the substantial rewards from the system, he might not have come at all. At this moment, he idly observed the disciples below. Just then, sect leader Zhao Wuxiang spoke, his gaze landing on Chen Changsheng, his face adorned with a warm smile. Brother Chen, this batch of talents seems promising. You may select freely. The future of Qingqing Peak requires outstanding disciples to carry on its legacy. In response, Chen Changsheng resolutely stated, Thank you, junior brother. But our recruitment at Qingqing Peak primarily relies on fate. It cannot be forced. Seeing Chen Changsheng's unwavering stance, the others ceased their attempts to persuade him. After all, they understood his nature and knew that once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. At that moment, Suemo, who had remained silent, suddenly broke the silence. Everyone, let us commence the second challenge. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the eager disciples were filled with excitement. Having longed to advance to the next round and showcase their abilities and potential, they surged into the illusory corridor, hopeful of successfully navigating the next trial. The illusory corridor was a mysterious and perilous realm, designed to test the disciples' character. In the path of cultivation, if one's intentions were impure and they could not adhere to the righteous path, it would not only impede their progress, but could also lead to dire consequences. Thus, this challenge was crucial for identifying those truly suited for the path of cultivation. Within this enigmatic and hazardous illusion, each individual would encounter unique trials. Some would confront their deepest fears, while others might find themselves ensnared by irresistible temptations. Only those with unwavering resolve and a will of steel could hope to emerge from this realm filled with challenges and crises. However, it was not long before a surprising scene unfolded. A tattered figure, weary and haggard, slowly emerged from the illusion. His appearance was strikingly ordinary, perhaps even somewhat shabby. Yet this seemingly powerless youth captured the attention of all present. Eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers struggled to comprehend the sight before them. Goodness, this fellow possesses no magical prowess whatsoever. How on earth did he pass the assessment? A disciple from the Taqing sect exclaimed, his voice brimming with incredulity. Other disciples echoed his sentiments, sharing the same confusion and bewilderment. It was unfathomable how this unremarkable boy had managed to pass the trial so effortlessly. In this mysterious illusion, immense willpower was required to face various challenges. Yet, Lu Changzhi had exhibited neither extraordinary strength nor remarkable wisdom, leaving everyone perplexed. At that moment, Lu Changzhi himself wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why those around him regarded him with such unusual gazes. Faced with their scrutiny and skepticism, he appeared somewhat flustered. Just then, a crisp mechanical voice resonated in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding. Red genius detected. Please proceed to recruit. Utilizing the Chaos Dao Eye, Chen Changsheng observed the continuous emanation of red fortune from Lu Changzhi. Is this what they refer to as the child of red fortune? Chen Changsheng mused, his heart filled with curiosity and intrigue. System, please display his detailed information. After receiving a positive response, he remained incredulous and hastily instructed the system to further investigate Lu Changzhi's background. Ding. The following is detailed information regarding Lu Changzhi. Name, Lu Changzhi. Talent, child of red fortune. Physique, primordial sword body. Renowned as the foremost sword body throughout history, capable of evolving chaos upon the sword's formation. Identity, born with the supreme sword bone, accompanied by imperial weapons. Currently, the supreme sword bone is missing, while the accompanying imperial weapon is sealed and his dantian shattered. Truly deserving of the title of child of fortune, he possesses an array of extraordinary attributes, Chen Changsheng remarked after reviewing the information. He straightened his posture, his gaze fixated on Lu Changzhi in the square. Noticing Chen Changsheng's reaction, those around him also turned their curious eyes toward Lu Changzhi at the center of the square. They too became increasingly interested in learning more about him, and the atmosphere grew unusually quiet, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze. As time flowed on, more and more individuals successfully navigated the second challenge. Compared to the first challenge, the number of successful candidates dwindled sharply, with nearly half facing elimination. Originally around 10,000 participants, only about 4,000 to 5,000 remained. Although the elimination rate of this challenge was not as shocking as that of the first, it was still considerable, underscoring the rigors of the assessment. When the final individual successfully passed, Elder Su Mo gradually spoke. Congratulations, young friends. You have taken a significant step into our sect. Next, we shall commence the critically important talent assessment. Different talents will determine vastly different treatment. If you wish to obtain more favorable conditions, let your talents shine forth. With that, Elder Xiao Yuntian turned and strode forward with steady, resolute steps. The new disciples eagerly followed, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Each youthful spirit resembled a flickering flame, fervent and eager. Before long, they arrived before a towering clock tower. This clock tower loomed majestically, like a colossal giant, exuding an aura of solemnity and dignity. Its surface displayed an ancient texture, as if weathered by the passage of time, with every inch steeped in profound history. The clock face was intricately engraved with numerous Tao characters of varying sizes, arranged neatly like brilliant stars shining brightly. Surrounding the Tao characters were countless smaller inscriptions, each powerful and robust, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. Even more astonishingly, ethereal wisps of mysterious Tao fluctuations emanated from the clock's surface, resembling animated spirits joyfully dancing through the air, imparting an air of sacred and inviolable majesty. Confronted by the imposing grandeur of the colossal bell, curiosity surged within the hearts of the onlookers, prompting one individual to eagerly inquire, what is the origin of this ancient bell? Why does it emanate such a powerful and awe-inspiring aura? This question, akin to a stone cast into the placid surface of a lake, sent ripples of intrigue through the crowd, drawing their gazes towards Su Mo, their eyes brimming with anticipation and urgency as they awaited his response. Elder, could this possibly be the sect's treasured Daoshu bell? Someone with prior knowledge ventured to ask. Indeed. This is the sect's imperial weapon, the Daoshu bell, Xiao Yuntian replied without hesitation. Very well, dear friends, let us commence the assessment. Kindly place your hands gently upon the Daoshu bell, Xiao Yuntian declared with unwavering directness. This Daoshu bell is not merely a formidable and fearsome weapon. It possesses an extraordinary ability to discern the latent cultivation talent and potential within each of you. Based on the varying number of bell tolls, you will be classified into different tiers. Those who hear 3 tolls or fewer will be deemed outer disciples. Those who hear 4 to 5 tolls will be outer disciples. And those who hear 6 tolls or more will be inner disciples. If fortune smiles upon you, the sect master and elders may choose you as a true disciple. Now, are you all prepared? The future lies in your hands, so grasp it firmly. Su Mo gazed at the crowd, his eyes sparkling with hopeful brilliance. I shall go first. With that, a tall man strode confidently forward, channeling his spiritual energy into his hand before placing it upon the bell. Dong dong. As his energy made contact with the Daoshu bell, 2 deep, resonant tolls echoed forth. The man gazed at his hand in disappointment. Engulfed in self-doubt, I am the undisputed first prodigy of Dongyun City, yet I only garnered 2 tolls. However, he soon resigned himself to reality, sighing inwardly, alas. Perhaps this is fate. At least I have joined the Taiching sect, and if I am to be an outer disciple, then so be it. Li Wu, 2 tolls. Outer disciple, proceed to register your information, came the immediate announcement. One after another, disciples stepped forward for their assessments, each toll resonating in succession. Li Yuer, 3 tolls. Outer disciple. Wang Yu, For tolls, outer disciple. Lin Xiao, 5 tolls, outer disciple. With each toll, a new destiny and starting point unfolded. Some disciples were elated, while others wore expressions of dejection, yet all understood that, regardless of the outcome, this was a significant turning point in their lives. As time ticked by, the tension in the air became palpable. Finally, when the last toll resounded, the entire square erupted in fervor. Some rejoiced with exuberance, while others quietly departed the scene. Yet, regardless of their circumstances, all were filled with anticipation for their futures. Chapter 7, Long Chen. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Dong, 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 dong. The 8 resounding tolls reverberated powerfully, prompting all present to cast curious glances, some filled with envy, others astonished beyond words. An 8-toll prodigy, someone exclaimed. Goodness, I never expected our cohort to produce such a genius, another remarked. The disciples below gasped in admiration. Even those from previous cohorts displayed incredulity. They understood the profound significance of 8 tolls. It signified a star of the sect's future, a beacon of hope for its resurgence. As they looked up, they beheld a figure with lustrous black hair, meticulously arranged, exuding an air of discipline and rigor. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Long Chen appeared as if descended from the heavens, evoking a sense of otherworldly beauty. The sect master, the chief elder, and the elders on the high platform were left speechless, fully aware of the implications of 8 tolls. The individual before them was an unparalleled prodigy, a beacon of hope for the next generation, and a cornerstone of the sect's future. Before Su Mo could utter a word, the high-ranking officials could no longer contain themselves and began to speak in unison. Little one, what is your name? Do you wish to take me as your master? I am Jun Gujin, chief of Taishan Peak, Jun Gujin declared, his impatience evident as he flaunted his esteemed title. Do not heed him, come to Taiching Peak, where all is filled with beautiful maidens for you to choose from. Nian Qingwu countered boldly. Would you consider joining my Qingquan Peak to master the unparalleled sword technique? Even the usually reserved Dugu Wu joined the fray. Brother Chen, will you not make your intentions known? Zhao Wuxiang turned to Chen Changsheng. At this, disappointment and unease washed over the faces of all the masters and elders. If he were to intervene, their chances would vanish. He is fated not to be with Qingqing Peak. Chen Changsheng, having sensed the layers of golden fortune surrounding the young man through the chaotic Tao, spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious crowd sighed in relief. Looking at the high-ranking officials vying to take him as their disciple, Long Chen felt a surge of joy and stated, I am Long Chen, hailing from the Long family of Lanhua County in the central region. Long Chen, a splendid name. Have you decided whom you wish to take as your master? Zhao Wuxiang inquired. Little one, ponder carefully. This is a matter that will shape your entire life, Nian Qingwu urged eagerly. She understood that her peak was filled with female disciples, making it difficult to accept this 8-toll genius, yet she held on to a glimmer of hope as she gazed at Long Chen. Master, I have made my decision. I wish to join Qingquan Peak and take Dugu Peak Master as my mentor. Long Chen stated with calm confidence, addressing the esteemed officials on the platform. Excellent, good disciple. Come forth and stand beside me, Dugu Elder exclaimed, extending his hand to draw Long Chen close, as if fearing someone might snatch him away. Those who were unable to secure a disciple sighed in disappointment, their hopes now resting on future assessments, yearning for another prodigy of such extraordinary talent to emerge. As they beheld Long Chen, envy painted the faces of all, for who does not yearn for such exceptional talent and breathtaking brilliance? In their gazes lingered profound longing and genuine admiration, as if they were beholding an unattainable, resplendent dream. Sumo's countenance was illuminated by surprise and delight. After all, Long Chen had been selected under his guidance, undoubtedly signifying an elevation in his status and prestige within the sect. With this thought, an uncontrollable sense of pride surged within Su Mo. Silence. The remaining individuals shall continue with their assessments. Su Mo turned to address those still awaiting their turn, his voice resonating with authority and eager anticipation, hoping to uncover more prodigious talents akin to Long Chen in the subsequent evaluations. As the assessments progressed, another standout emerged, a 7-toll beauty named Long Wu, whose dazzling presence left all in awe, ultimately leading her to be taken as a disciple by Nian Qingwu. The majority of the remaining participants achieved only 3 or 4 tolls, lacking any particularly outstanding talents, while those who reached 5 or 6 tolls were taken in by the elders of the sect, becoming the future reserves of the sect. As time languidly progressed, the resplendent afterglow of the setting sun painted the horizon a fiery crimson, resembling an immense palette that transformed the sky into a profound and enchanting tapestry. Bathed in the sunset's glow, the venue lay deserted, with only a scant few remaining who had not completed the test. Even the esteemed elders of the sect departed, their satisfaction with their chosen disciples tinged with a hint of reluctance. Lu Changzhi's complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. His lips trembled slightly as he cautiously inquired of Su Mo, "Elder, may I participate in this test despite lacking spiritual power?" Su Mo approached Lu Changzhi, extending a finger to gently touch his brow, a wave of gentle spiritual energy instantly coursing into him. After assessing the situation, Su Mo gazed into Lu Changzhi's eyes, which brimmed with yearning, and ultimately shook his head with a heavy sigh, saying, "Child, your dantian is utterly shattered. It seems you shall never cultivate again in this lifetime." Upon hearing these words, Lu Changzhi felt as if struck by a fierce bolt of lightning, his body staggering as his visage drained of color, despair flooding his eyes. "How could this be? How could this be?" Lu Changzhi murmured, his voice quaking with unmasked tremors and fear. He seemed to have lost his very soul. Reduced to an empty shell, despair surged within him like a tidal wave, drowning him in its depths. His body quivered slightly, each cell echoing the agony and hopelessness within. His face was as pale as snow, his lips bereft of color, rendering him a picture of utter desolation. Chapter 8. The Immortal's 9 Stars. His gaze was hollow and lifeless, devoid of any vitality, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. His hands clenched tightly into fists, nails digging painfully into his palms, blood seeping forth, yet he felt no pain. The onlookers, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, were overcome with a profound sense of compassion, yet they found themselves powerless to alter this cruel reality. Su Mo sighed deeply, placing a comforting hand on Lu Changzhi's shoulder, saying, "Child, do not grieve excessively. There are countless paths in this world to choose from. One need not stubbornly cling to the path of cultivation." Lu Changzhi bit his lip, nodding in a daze. He lifted his gaze to the vast, empty sky, his expression vacant and lost, as if questioning the heavens why they had been so unjust to him. The wind blew mercilessly, tousling his disheveled hair, yet it could not disperse the sorrow that filled his heart. "But what else can I do besides cultivating?" Lu Changzhi's voice was hoarse and low, laden with profound confusion and helplessness. Each word felt like a heavy stone, crashing down upon his heart, rendering him nearly unbearable in his anguish. Su Mo remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "There are myriad paths in this world. One may engage in commerce, agriculture, or master a craft, all of which can lead to achievement. Cultivation is not the sole avenue." Lu Changzhi managed a bitter smile. "How can those mundane paths compare to the realm of cultivation? I have long yearned for the divine arts, only to see my dreams dissolve into mere illusions." His laughter was rife with self-mockery and resignation, as if mocking his former ignorance and naivete. With a heavy heart, he turned to walk slowly towards the mountain gate. "Child, I see your resolve is strong, and you possess potential. Might you consider taking me as your master?" Just as despair enveloped Lu Changzhi, a commanding voice resonated, Chen Changsheng's. He turned abruptly to find a middle-aged man clad in a sky-blue robe standing behind him, smiling gently with kind eyes. This sudden turn of events left all present momentarily stunned, their gazes riveted upon Lu Changzhi. Even the elders still on the platform exhibited expressions of surprise, curiously observing Chen Changsheng and Lu Changzhi. "Elder Chen, his dantian is shattered. He may not be able to cultivate," Su Mo interjected hastily. "That is of no consequence." Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, then turned to Lu Changzhi, asking, "What say you? Are you unwilling?" Lu Changzhi finally regained his senses, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Chen Changsheng. He hurriedly knelt, bowing deeply, exclaiming, "Thump, thump, thump. Disciple Lu Changzhi pays respects to master." His voice was filled with excitement and uncontainable joy. "Very well, rise," Chen Changsheng said with satisfaction. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." With a nod of approval, he took Lu Changzhi's hand, and together they stepped into the void, gracefully soaring away like celestial beings. Their figures gradually faded from the crowd's view, leaving behind a chorus of astonished gasps and envious glances. Watching Chen Changsheng and Lu Changzhi disappear, Su Mo squinted slightly. Pondering to himself, Elder Chen has always held high standards. It is remarkable that he has taken this shattered dantian Lu Changzhi as his disciple. Meanwhile, the disciples who remained whispered among themselves, speculating, "Isn't this boy's dantian shattered? What extraordinary fortune has befallen him to catch Elder Chen's eye?" One murmured, "Indeed, might Elder Chen possess some unique method to restore his ability to cultivate?" Another chimed in. "Master, one of the inner sect's grand elders, Li Yunfeng, spoke up beside Zhao Wuxiang." Zhao Wuxiang gazed quizzically in the direction Chen Changsheng and Lu Changzhi had vanished, then thoughtfully remarked, "This matter requires no further deliberation. Elder Chen has his own plans, beyond our comprehension." With that, Zhao Wuxiang's figure vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, news of the Qingxing Peak having accepted a disciple unable to cultivate spread rapidly throughout the sect. On the other side, Chen Changsheng brought Lu Changzhi back to Qingxing Peak. Lu Changzhi gazed in awe at the breathtaking scenery before him, filled with wonder. The peaks were resplendent, shrouded in ethereal mist, with pavilions and towers artfully scattered, resembling a dreamscape. Observing Lu Changzhi's dazed demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled softly, saying, "From this day forth, you shall practice here under my guidance. Ding, congratulations, host. On successfully taking a disciple, you are rewarded with the Chaos Divine Demon Body, the first body of all heavens. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring the celestial level technique. The Primordial Sword Classic, mastering the sword path allows you to wield chaos. Ding, congratulations, host, on receiving the supreme imperial weapon, the Immortal's 9 stars, capable of slaying immortals, annihilating demons, and beheading gods." Qingxing Peak's Qingcheng Hall stood majestically amidst towering mountains, enveloped by imposing, magnificent peaks. The hall's decor was lavish yet solemn, exuding an atmosphere of gravitas that deeply conveyed the mystery, profundity, and grandeur of the sect. The environment surrounding Qingcheng Hall was tranquil and serene, harmoniously blending with nature. The swirling mists of the mountains created an otherworldly ambience, evoking a sense of transcendence and ethereal beauty. Soon, Chen Changsheng led Lu Changzhi into the grand Qingcheng Hall. "Master, with my dantian shattered, can I still cultivate?" Lu Changzhi inquired anxiously, looking up at his master seated in the main seat, his eyes filled with apprehension and hope. "This sword classic was acquired during my travels. You may try cultivating it and see how it goes," Chen Changsheng replied, not directly addressing Lu Changzhi's question, but casually tossing him the Primordial Sword Classic, recently awarded by the system. "Master, what is this?" Lu Changzhi hastily caught the Primordial Sword Classic, his face a mask of curiosity. "This sword classic can resolve your dantian issues. Give it a try, and if you encounter any problems, come to me tomorrow," Chen Changsheng instructed. Chen Changsheng spoke as he retrieved a garment of true discipleship, presenting it to him. "Yes, master. I shall take my leave now," Lu Changzhi replied, receiving the attire with both hands and bowing respectfully. "Many of the pavilions on Qingxing Peak are unoccupied. Feel free to choose as you please," Chen Changsheng added, observing Lu Changzhi about to turn away. Chapter 9. Awakening of the Chaos Sword Body. "Understood, master," Lu Changzhi responded. After Lu Changzhi departed, Chen Changsheng's figure flickered and he instantly returned to the training chamber, communicating with the system. "My friend, regarding the fusion of the Chaos Divine Demon Dao Body and the concealment of anomalies, I assume my words are unnecessary. Ding. Host has fused with the Chaos Divine Demon Dao Body. The celestial anomalies have been concealed. Please rest assured, host," the system promptly notified. As the Dao body began to integrate, 2 manifestations slowly coalesced behind Chen Changsheng. On the left stood a terrifying black demon wielding a massive black sword, while on the right loomed a formidable divine king bearing a colossal white sword. At the moment of their appearance, the originally blood-red blood within Chen Changsheng began to transform, the vibrant crimson gradually being supplanted by a profound dark red. The following day, Lu Changzhi arrived early at the Great Hall, his complexion pale as jade, with refined features that bore a trace of handsomeness, radiating a unique, ethereal, and striking aura, an image starkly contrasting with his previous disheveled state. Filled with anticipation for his potential success in cultivation, he had risen early to wait. However, by midday, Chen Changsheng had yet to appear. Lu Changzhi thus took out the Taichu Sword Classic bestowed upon him by his master and began to peruse it. As he opened the text, the 4 characters Taichu Sword Classic instantly captured his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, the words seemed to come alive. As waves of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his consciousness, the Taichu Sword Classic allows one to wield chaos through the sword. Those who cultivate this classic must endure the agony of sword energy traversing their meridians, transforming their dantian into a sea of swords and their meridians into sword veins, establishing an unparalleled sword body. Note: only those with extraordinary willpower may practice. Only those with a supreme sword body may cultivate. Thus, Lu Changzhi began his cultivation according to the Taichu Sword Classic. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes in the training chamber, unleashing an overwhelming aura that instantaneously shattered the surrounding walls. With a gentle wave of his hand, that terrifying force was drawn back into his body. Rising slowly, he remarked, "It is nearly time to check on my precious disciple," and with a composed stride, he exited the training chamber. In the great hall, Lu Changzhi, immersed in his practice, found himself surrounded by swirling grayish-white sword energy, which intensified as it coalesced. The sword energy lifted him, allowing him to hover in midair. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, just stepping out of the hall, witnessed this breathtaking spectacle. Truly the child of fortune, Chen Changsheng said with a satisfied expression, admiring Lu Changzhi. Meanwhile, within Lu Changzhi's body, the grayish-white sword energy was gradually wreaking havoc on his meridians, the immense pain causing his entire body to tremble violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking the newly donned sky-blue robe. The excruciating agony threatened to dismantle Lu Changzhi's final defenses. Just as Chen Changsheng prepared to intervene, he noticed faint grayish-white spiritual energy guiding the sword energy, traversing through the meridians toward the shattered dantian, gradually forming a sea of swords. This sword bone shows signs of revival, Chen Changsheng murmured as he observed Lu Changzhi gradually mastering the sword energy. Swoosh my sword. At that moment, numerous swords materialized near Qingqing Peak, soaring skyward from the mountains, drawn towards it. Figures pursued the spiritual swords, which seemed to sense Lu Changzhi's sword energy and were irresistibly attracted. That's my sword. A sword cultivator cried out in alarm as he saw his sword flying towards Qingqing Peak. Step aside. Are you courting death? Just as a man leapt forward to reclaim his spiritual sword, someone yanked him back, saying, Thank you, friend. The man, having narrowly avoided the oncoming swords, expressed his gratitude. Swish, swish, swish. Following a series of piercing sounds, the once tiny black dots rapidly became discernible, expanding at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, countless beams of sword light surged like a locust swarm, overwhelming all in their path with a formidable presence and immense power that left onlookers aghast. Those following the spiritual swords were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, their eyes widening in disbelief. The high-ranking members of the Taiching Heavenly Sect could not remain passive in the face of such an onslaught. Upon sensing the anomaly, they reacted swiftly. Especially when they saw countless sharp swords surging toward Qingqing Peak, Zhao Wuxiang shouted without hesitation, All sect disciples, evacuate the vicinity of Qingqing Peak immediately. There must be no mistakes. His voice rang with authority, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Disciples close to Qingqing Peak, upon hearing their sect leader's command, swiftly vacated the area. The high-ranking members who had prepared themselves for such an occurrence were nonetheless astonished by the sight before them. They beheld Lu Changzhi, slender and handsome, seated in midair, surrounded by a multitude of fierce spiritual swords. These spiritual swords seemed alive, swirling around the youth in a mesmerizing dance, forming an awe-inspiring circle of swords. Lu Changzhi's gaze was focused and resolute, his hands moving rhythmically, guiding the spiritual swords along specific trajectories. Each motion resonated with a unique cadence, as if harmonizing with some inherent force of nature. Under his control, the myriad spiritual swords struck with ferocity akin to a tempest, yet at times flowed with the grace of drifting clouds, their unpredictable assaults proving nearly impossible to defend against. Senior brother, what is happening? Despite his shock, Zhao Wuxiang, as the sect leader, quickly regained his composure and inquired of Chen Changsheng. Just a minor matter. Do not panic. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly as he observed the approaching crowd. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the others were left speechless. A person whose dantian had shattered just the day before was now resonating with a myriad of swords. And he referred to it as a minor matter? Senior brother, is he awakening his constitution? Inquired the sword-savvy Dugu Wu. Chapter 10, Ninefold Thunder Tribulation. Chen Changsheng simply nodded, unperturbed by Dugu Wu's insight. Senior brother, is it the Chaos Sword Body? Dugu Wu asked uncertainly. What? The primordial first sword body, the Chaos Sword Body? Before Chen Changsheng could respond, Zhao Wuxiang interjected, his astonishment palpable. The Chaos Sword Body, something they had only encountered in ancient texts, thought to be mere legend, was now manifesting before their eyes. As the Taiching Heavenly Sect reveled in this moment, far away in the central continent, within a great hall of the Sword Palace, a man meditating suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Young master, are you all right? The guardian rushed in upon hearing the noise, looking at the young master with concern. I am fine. It is merely a backlash from the sword bone, replied the young man, none other than Gong Wushuang, the current young master of the Sword Palace. How could this happen? Young master, has the sword bone not already been refined? Inquired an elder named Gong Lao with concern. It is of no consequence. By the way, Gong Lao, has that person been located? The young master nonchalantly shifted the topic. We have already discovered his whereabouts in the North Wilderness. As the young man posed a question in retort, Elder Gong clasped his hands together and replied, I understand. You may leave now. The youth waved his hand dismissively. As you command, Elder Gong said, before exiting the grand hall. At that moment, deep within the forbidden grounds of the Sword Palace, the previously pitch-black space suddenly emitted a faint glow. A low, mysterious hum resonated, causing the entire area to tremble. Within the light appeared a uniquely shaped, magnificent longsword. This sword measured approximately 3 feet and 6 inches, its blade adorned in an icy blue hue, smooth and delicate. Even more astonishing was the sight of an icy blue dragon seemingly coming to life, coiling and gliding along the blade, its scales glistening with a chilling radiance, and its eyes sparkling with vitality, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Looking at the hilt, intricate runes encircled it tightly, binding it securely. As time passed, Lu Changzhi became increasingly adept at controlling the sword aura, skillfully guiding it to dance and swirl in the air at his command. These sword energies appeared almost sentient, instinctively rushing towards Lu Changzhi's body before ultimately converging within his internal sea of swords. During this process, Lu Changzhi felt a formidable power continuously surging into him, nourishing and fortifying his meridians and bones to an extraordinary degree. Concurrently, his cultivation soared like a rocket, advancing from the initial stage of a martial artist to the third tier of a martial king before finally coming to a halt. In that moment, Lu Changzhi radiated an unparalleled aura, causing the very air around him to feel heavier. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left astounded. Breaking through 7 realms in a single day is as simple as having a meal. The ancients did not deceive me. Someone exclaimed, "Goodness, we have birthed a young sword emperor." With Lu Changzhi's successful ascension to the third tier of martial king, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, scattering countless spiritual swords in the vicinity. "My spiritual sword, come back." A sword cultivator, seeing his spiritual sword about to flee, immediately formed hand seals in an attempt to summon it back. Shortly after, an ancient spiritual sword returned to his grasp. "Pride, my pride, you have finally returned." Light snow. Demon subduing, battle song. The crowd witnessed this success and promptly formed hand seals to summon their own spiritual swords. Indeed, everyone successfully recalled their spiritual blades. Just as the crowd, armed with their swords, prepared to depart, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted, akin to an ancient roar that shook the very soul. The onlookers gazed upward in astonishment, their eyes drawn to the location of the Ta Ching heavenly sect. The entire sect was shrouded in dense dark clouds, resembling a massive black fortress. Within the thunderclouds, dazzling lightning dragons coiled and twisted, their roars echoing like a symphony of wrath that reverberated through the heavens. The thunder dragons were colossal, radiating fierce lightning, as if containing boundless power, ultimately converging at the peak of Qingqing Mountain. The 9 heavens thunder tribulation. Upon witnessing this cataclysmic storm, Zhao Wuxiang hurriedly summoned a talisman, forming hand seals with both hands as he infused it with golden spiritual energy. Soon, a blue barrier slowly rose around the Qingqing sect, enveloping the entire sect. "That lad's breakthrough has attracted the thunder tribulation," remarked Li Yunfeng. In the forbidden grounds of the Ta Ching heavenly sect, figures seated within stone chambers gradually opened their eyes, gazing at the thunder tribulation above. Lu Changzhi, observing the rolling 9 heavens thunder tribulation, mused, "So this is the thunder tribulation?" Just as he fixated on the tempest above, Chen Changsheng tossed the Su Xian Jiuchun from the system space towards Lu Changzhi, saying, "Allow me to present you with a token of our meeting." Lu Changzhi turned and extended his left hand, deftly catching the incoming Su Xian Jiuchun, while his right hand caressed the icy azure sword. A surge of inexplicable confidence swelling within him. As onlookers beheld this scene, their gazes instinctively gravitated toward the icy azure sword in Lu Changzhi's hand, their expressions brimming with curiosity. The gathering at the Wuliang mountain range grew increasingly populous, with even the leaders and elders from the major sects, such as the Papal Hall, Great Thunder Sound Temple, Qingyun sect, Kunlun Void, Tianjin sect, and Bronze Hall, arriving in droves. Alongside these significant powers were the rulers of various dynasties and ancestral figures from the immortal cultivation families within the northern wilderness. As they gazed at the youth in the sky, countless eyes turned toward him, while the leaders of the major sects wore somber expressions, reflecting on the past. When the 7 sects of the northern wilderness stood on equal footing, the emergence of Chen Changsheng had propelled the Ta Ching heavenly sect to unparalleled heights, establishing it as the strongest sect in the region. Now, with the appearance of another such talent, how could they possibly rejoice? In that moment, everyone held their breath, fixated on Lu Changzhi amidst the thunder tribulation. A man in black robes from the crowd looked up at Lu Changzhi, his expression starkly different from the others, filled with worry and anxiety. As the first wave of the thunder tribulation struck Lu Changzhi, he merely waved his sword, effortlessly shattering it. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The first wave of the thunder tribulation had been so easily vanquished. When did the 9 waves of thunder tribulation become so simple? Just as the crowd was enraptured in their astonishment, the thunder tribulation began to undergo a transformation. The previously scattered bolts of lightning gradually converged, intertwining and merging. In the blink of an eye, these arcs of lightning fused into a singular entity. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive golden thunder dragon emerged before the crowd. The thunder dragon towered thousands of feet high, resembling a grand mountain stretching across the sky. Its regal eyes emitted a captivating light, fixated intently on the youth below, unleashing a series of thunderous roars that reverberated in the air. Chapter 11. The Golden Thunder Dragon. The thunder dragon radiated a chilling brilliance with every flicker of its lightning, each flash akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure and an oppressive intent to kill. Surging toward the youth like a torrential tide. Faced with this sudden and terrifying development, Lu Changzhi's heart tightened, pondering his response, his face a mask of shock and gravity. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, silently lamenting his predicament. The thunder dragon approached with the power to annihilate all, and Lu Changzhi could sense the intense heat and pressure emanating from its colossal energy, the shadow of death looming ever closer in his mind. Yet, even as fear consumed him, he stood resolute, spine straight, wielding the Su Xianxiao Chun, displaying no inclination to retreat. Observing the transformation of the thunder tribulation, the crowd was left in awe. The leaders and elders of the 7 sects exchanged glances filled with a flicker of hope amidst their despair. A figure in black robes among the crowd, watching the thunder dragon charge at Lu Changzhi, felt an even greater sense of dread, conjuring a golden talisman radiating intense heat in his hands. As the thunder dragon drew near, Lu Changzhi prepared for a final desperate stand when Chen Changsheng's figure appeared behind him. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng grasped at the void, conjuring a black and white sort of spiritual energy in his hand. He then swung it toward the oncoming thunder dragon, unleashing a terrifying black and white sword aura. With a series of explosive sounds, the sword energy pierced through the thunder dragon, cleaving through the thunderclouds above, splitting the sky asunder with a resounding crack. The golden dragon let out a furious roar, struggling in the sky for a moment before dissipating into the ether. The scene fell eerily silent, so quiet one could hear the sound of swallowed breaths. Regardless of whether they were the leaders of the 6 sects or representatives of other factions, a singular thought echoed in their minds. This individual was not one to be trifled with. How could one be so powerful? Nian Qingwu gazed in astonishment at the scar left in the sky, remarking, "This sword embodies the very essence of the path of the sword." Duguwu stared at the cleaved heavens and replied, "Indeed." Chen Changsheng returned to Qingsheng Peak with Lu Changzhi and addressed the gathered disciples. "Brothers, the performance has concluded. Is it not time for you to depart? Forgive our interruption, senior brother, we shall take our leave at once," Zhao Wuxiang said, leading the others away. On Wuyang Mountain, the notable figures of the various great powers wore expressions of disbelief, gazing at the sky that refused to coalesce, their hearts filled with trepidation. "Esteemed friends who have journeyed from afar, I must apologize for my sect's failure to extend proper hospitality. I hope for your understanding," Zhao Wuxiang announced as he appeared on Wuyang Mountain, addressing the dignitaries of the great factions with a smile. "We have the honor of meeting sect leader Zhao." They all bowed in respect. "Ha ha, you flatter me, sect leader Zhao. We came uninvited, so it is we who must ask for your forgiveness," Qin Yanxiao, the lord of the papal hall, chuckled. Indeed, sect leader Zhao, your words are too kind," the others chimed in with forced smiles. "Sect leader Zhao, there are matters to attend to within the sect. Let us gather another day. I shall take my leave," Jiang Yi, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, said with a cupped fist and a smile. "As will we, sect leader Zhao, we shall not impose further. Farewell." The other 5 sect leaders bowed and departed. "Then I wish all of you safe travels." Zhao Wuxiang cupped his hands in farewell, burdened by the internal and external troubles of the sect. At the Taoist hall of Qingqing Peak, Lu Changzhi remained in a state of shock, incredulously gazing at his master, then shifting his gaze to the scar in the sky. "Master, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Lu Changzhi inquired cautiously. "To me, realms are merely concepts. With your talent, you shall undoubtedly catch up to my strides in the future," Chen Changsheng replied before striding toward the great hall of Qingqing. Quack, quack. Just then, Lu Changzhi's stomach let out a loud growl. Chen Changsheng turned to him and asked, "Are you hungry?" Lu Changzhi replied bashfully, scratching his head. Chen Changsheng shook his head in exasperation, then waved his sleeve, and in the blink of an eye, both figures vanished from their spot. On the outskirts of Wuyang Mountain, a figure clad in black darted swiftly, followed closely by several others in black. "You have made it quite easy for us to find you. Let us see how you escape this time," one figure exclaimed, accelerating to pursue the black-clad individual, continuing the chase as they exited the northern wasteland. At the foot of the towering Qingqing Mountain, Taiching City bustled with activity. teeming with people. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of Juxian residence, two individuals sat amidst a lavish spread of delicacies from land and sea, rivaling even the grandest of feasts. Before an array of mouth-watering dishes, Lu Changzhi devoured his food ravenously, completely devoid of decorum. "Master, this is delicious. You must try it, and this too, it's great," he exclaimed, his mouth full, occasionally serving Chen Changsheng. Observing Lu Changzhi's gluttonous demeanor, Chen Changsheng was rendered speechless, merely sipping from his wine cup. When Lu Changzhi noticed his master watching, he urged, "Master, don't just stare, eat swiftly." Uft. Chen Changsheng, caught off guard by his disciple's words, inadvertently spat out the wine he had just sipped. As the two enjoyed their feast on the 7th floor, news of a young sword emperor from the northern wasteland spread rapidly. In the grand hall of Juxian residence, someone declared proudly, "The world believes the young sword sovereign of the central continent to be unmatched in swordsmanship. Yet who would have thought that our northern wasteland would produce a young sword emperor? Indeed, reaching 7 realms in a single day, who can rival him?" Another echoed, "Come, esteemed friends, let us raise a toast to our northern wasteland's young sword emperor." Someone lifted their cup, addressing the crowd. "Ha ha, today is a joyous occasion. I shall cover all expenses. Everyone, indulge freely, and put it on my tab," a flamboyantly dressed young man proclaimed. "Ha ha, we are grateful to young Master Li." Many in attendance thanked him. "Thank you, young Master Li. May your martial fortunes flourish and may you achieve 7 realms in a day," numerous voices chimed in, eager for the free delicacies and fine wine. Just then, 2 figures vanished from the 7th floor of Juxian residence. Chapter 12, The Sword Palace. In the Western Emperor domain, dust swirled everywhere, with not a single living being in sight for miles. Amidst the desert, several corpses lay strewn about, their blood staining the sand, revealing them to be members of the recently departed black-clad individuals from the northern wasteland. At the forefront of the bodies, a black-robed man paused to catch his breath, coldly stating, "Sword Palace, this is what you owe me. Consider this a portion of the interest." With that, he vanished into thin air. "What kind of mountain delicacies can 2 people consume that cost me 300 premium spirit stones?" The man known as young Master Li in Juxian residence fumed. Spirit stones are the currency of the Zhuwu realm, and 300 premium spirit stones could purchase half of Juxian residence. To have spent such an amount in this manner was enough to cause anyone distress. "Young master." They not only feasted but also took 10 jars of monkey drunkenness. The trembling waiter presented the bill to young Master Li. "What? They even took food to go? Where are they now?" Young Master Li exclaimed as he glanced at the bill, rendered speechless upon seeing the extensive list. 3 8-treasured chickens, 10 blue sea shrimp, a golden crispy pig, and more than 100 dishes. "They have left," the waiter quaked in response. "Oh, should I discover who these 2 rascals are who dared to dine at my expense, I will surely flay them alive to ease my anger," young Master Li shouted, ripping the bill to shreds in fury. "Old man, pay up. We're leaving." The elderly companion beside him hastily complied, watching young Master Li's furious demeanor, and quickly settled the bill before exiting Juxian residence. In the great hall of Qingcheng Peak, "Ah, master, you truly have a way," the young man exclaimed, patting his full belly while looking at the ethereal Chen Changsheng. The two were indeed the master and disciple returning from Juxian residence to Qingcheng Peak. The central continent, vast and boundless, houses a towering peak within the Jianzhou region, renowned as the pinnacle of Sword State, where the illustrious Sword Palace is situated. The towering peaks stand majestically, resembling colossal swords piercing the clouds, a sight to behold. Within the mountains, mists swirl, palatial structures are scattered throughout, and the rich aura of celestial spirits permeates the air, with individuals wielding flying swords traversing as if in a realm of immortals. At the summit of the towering peaks stands a grand hall, the residence of the palace master, known as the Sword Hall. At this very moment, a figure hurriedly entered the hall. "Palace master, palace master, a grave situation has arisen." An elderly man with white hair rushed in, panic etched across his face, hands clutching something tightly. "What has happened to cause such a commotion?" Palace Master Xing Tian, seated upon the elevated throne, furrowed his brows in displeasure, fixing a stern gaze upon the erratic elder. Palace Master Xing Tian, the current master of the Sword Palace, had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess at the 9th level of Martial Saint, a figure of unparalleled strength in the central domain. "Palace Master, it's terrible. A grave matter has occurred. The life tokens of the 2nd and 3rd elders have shattered." The elder panted, collapsing to his knees, trembling as he presented the fragments of the life tokens of the 2nd elder, the 3rd elder, and several other deacons before Palace Master Xing Tian. His face a mask of terror as he stammered. What did you just say? How is this possible?" Upon hearing these words, Gong Xingtian's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his expression a vivid tableau of disbelief. It is crucial to understand that he was intimately familiar with the capabilities of his second and third brothers. The number of individuals in the entire Zhongzhou region capable of dispatching both of them in one fell swoop could be counted on one hand. Now, someone had the audacity to inform him that they were dead. How could he possibly believe such a tale? Master, every word spoken by my subordinate is entirely true. The life tablets of Elders 2 and 3, which were placed in the Life Soul Palace, have indeed shattered beyond doubt. The trembling steward of the Life Soul Palace repeated his earlier statement with trepidation. What audacious fiend would dare to slay the elders of my sword palace? I demand a thorough investigation. Gong Xingtian thundered, his face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes wide with fury. He crushed the armrests of his seat, splintering the wood into flying shards. Sixth brother, this matter is now entrusted to you. Remember, alive or dead, we must see their faces. Gong Xingtian growled through gritted teeth. Understood. I shall spare no effort. Elder 6, Gong Xingwu, pledged before stepping aside. Gong Xingtian then turned his gaze to the kneeling steward and Xiao, and intoned sharply, Stewardin, I trust you understand how we ought to proceed from here without further elaboration? I comprehend. Rest assured, esteemed master. And Xiao nodded vigorously, his demeanor quivering. Excellent. In that case, I shall place my faith in you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Gong Xingtian gestured dismissively, and Xiao, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve from death, hurriedly bowed in gratitude before swiftly departing the main hall like a whirlwind. Once Xiao had left, Elder 6, Gong Xingwu, looked on with a furrowed brow and asked, Elder brother, why not simply execute him? A sly smile crept onto Gong Xingtian's lips as he replied softly, sometimes, certain individuals serve a greater purpose alive. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao's retreating figure. Sixth, the matters concerning the second and third elders cannot be mishandled in any way. They must be dealt with prudently. Their deaths must not pose any threat to us. Gong Xingtian cautioned anxiously. With unwavering conviction, Gong Xingwu met his elder brother's gaze and responded confidently, Fear not, elder brother. Just as we once successfully seized the sword palace, we shall surely prevail again. In a spacious and grand hall elsewhere, a figure clad in black robes respectfully clasped his fists before a striking beauty draped in palace attire. Elder, after thorough investigation, it has been confirmed that Gong Xingtian, Gong Xingxiao, and several other stewards have indeed fallen victim to foul play. The beautiful woman's lips curved into a cold smirk. This is indeed the most absurd and laughable news I have heard in recent years. If one wishes to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing. The events of yesteryear shall eventually demand recompense. After a brief pause, the elegant woman continued her inquiry. Where have the princes Nanfang and Shifang gone? The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment before responding softly. The two princes have likely ventured to the northern wilderness upon hearing of a young sword emperor's emergence. Very well, you may leave now. Exercise caution in all matters. The woman waved her hand dismissively, and the figure vanished from the hall. On the bustling streets of Taiching City, an elderly man exuding vitality led a youthful boy in a leisurely stroll. Grandfather, where are we headed? The boy inquired. I am taking you to seek a master. The elder replied, gazing fondly at the boy. Before long, the pair arrived at the Taiching heavenly sect. They gazed up in awe at the towering stone pillar that pierced the heavens, overwhelmed with astonishment and reverence, rendered momentarily speechless. Who goes there? What brings you here? A disciple stationed at the entrance approached them immediately for inquiries. Chen Changsheng regained his composure and awkwardly replied, I am the aged Chen Changsheng, hailing from the eastern King City. My cousin is the head of Qingxing Peak, and I have come to pay a visit. I hope you can convey my message. The duty disciple asked, Do you possess any token? At this, Chen Changsheng retrieved a green token from his bosom and presented it to the disciple. This Qingxing token was bestowed upon me by my cousin. The disciple did not hastily make a judgment, but instead turned to his companion, Brother Wang, and said, Brother Wang, could you verify the authenticity of this Qingxing token? He handed the token to the man known as Brother Wang. This token is genuine. Please wait a moment while I report this, Brother Wang stated after examining it closely. No need, I have arrived. Just as Brother Wang prepared to make his report, a clear voice suddenly rang out. The onlookers turned to see a tall man of remarkable bearing approaching on a sword. Greetings, Brother Lu. The disciples of Taiching heavenly sect bowed in unison. Lu Changzhi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before offering a simple acknowledgement. His attention then shifted to Chen Changsheng and the boy, and he smiled, saying, You must be relatives of my esteemed master. Please follow me. Young Master Lu. You need only lead the way, Chen Changsheng quickly replied with a smile. Observing the departing figures, the duty disciple remarked with envy, It has only been a few days. Yet Brother Lu's cultivation seems to have deepened even further. Indeed, a disciple echoed in agreement. Jinyu divine body. Chen Changsheng's gaze remained fixed on the three approaching figures at the foot of the mountain, unconsciously murmuring to himself. System, open his information, Chen Changsheng said. His expression grave. Ding. Name, Chen Anzhi, fortune, red fortune, physique, Jinyu divine body, forbidden physique, age, 15. Background, Eastern King City, direct descendant of the Qin family. Host's great-grandson, reincarnated master of the upper realms forbidden zone. Before Chen Changsheng could express any further thoughts, a steady and urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and in an instant, Lu Changzhi and the others appeared before him. Lu Changzhi respectfully addressed Chen Changsheng. Master, your relatives have arrived. Chen Changxian bowed deeply with the boy Chen Anzhi beside him, then slowly spoke. Changxian pays his respects to my elder brother. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the elder before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he reflected on the swift passage of time. The Chen Changxian he remembered had once been a vibrant young man, radiating youthful vigor, yet upon this reunion, he appeared somewhat weathered and stooped, resembling an elderly man. Chen Changsheng could not help but exhale a deep sigh, slowly stating, Changxian, how long has it been since we last met? I hardly recognized you, having aged so. With a faint smile, Chen Changxian responded, tinged with nostalgia, it has been 300 years. I never imagined, elder brother, you still appear so youthful. As if time has left no mark upon you. With a glance at himself, he privately lamented the relentless march of time, reminiscing about the passionate aspirations of his youth that seemed to linger just yesterday. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the boy beside Chen Changxian. Curiosity evident as he inquired, and who might this child be? Chen Changxian promptly pulled the boy forward, saying, Anzhi, quickly pay your respects to your esteemed ancestor. With a solemn demeanor, Chen Anzhi respectfully bowed. Anzhi pays his respects to the esteemed ancestor. Chen Changsheng examined Chen Anzhi carefully, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes as he remarked, a promising child indeed. Changxian, what brings you here? Chen Changshuan's face instantly revealed a look of difficulty. After a considerable hesitation, he finally spoke, cousin, to speak frankly. The reason for bringing Anzhi here is to request that he be taken under your wing and seek your guidance. Chen Changsheng regarded Chen Anzhi with a scrutinizing gaze and inquired, Anzhi, do you wish to remain at Qingqing Peak to cultivate? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Anzhi responded with unwavering determination, I am willing. I humbly beseech the ancestor to accept me. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he remarked, if that is the case, then you shall stay at Qingqing Peak. However, you must be aware that the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, replete with innumerable challenges and dangers. You must prepare yourself mentally. Chen Anzhi replied earnestly, rest assured, ancestor, I will endure hardships and will not disappoint the family's expectations. A smile of reassurance graced Chen Changsheng's face as he said, very well, Lu Changzhi, please take Anzhi to the administrative pavilion to register and arrange for his accommodation. Yes, master, Lu Changzhi replied, subsequently leading Chen Changxian and Chen Anzhi away from the grand hall. Once they departed, Chen Changsheng sat alone in his chair, his brow furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Chen Anzhi bore the weight of the prison suppression divine body. Being the reincarnation of a lord of the upper realms forbidden zone, it remained uncertain whether this would herald fortune or calamity. Meanwhile, Lu Changzhi guided Chen Changxian and Chen Anzhi to a tranquil courtyard, stating, Elder Chen, Anzhi, you may reside here for the time being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Changxian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lu. Lu Changzhi nodded with a smile before turning to leave. Chen Changxian looked at Chen Anzhi, speaking earnestly, Anzhi, gaining acceptance under our ancestors' tutelage is an extraordinary opportunity for you. You must cultivate diligently and not let our family's hopes for you go to waste. Chen Anzhi nodded vigorously, I understand, ancestor. Thus, Chen Anzhi officially commenced his journey of cultivation at Qingqing Peak, a path laden with uncertainty and challenges. Several days later, as Chen Anzhi grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings, Chen Changxian, citing the pressing matters of the clan, came to bid farewell to Chen Changsheng. In the southern wilderness beast forest, a group of individuals sped through the towering trees on their swords. The vast expanse of the beast forest resembled an endless green ocean, sprawling across the heart of the southern wilderness in the Zhuwu realm. Its immense area was astonishing, leaving one in awe. This mysterious and ancient forest was not only the largest in the Zhuwu realm, but also a place teeming with life, yet rife with peril. The trees soared into the clouds, their lush branches intertwining to create a verdant canopy that obscured the sky. Within the beast forest resided a myriad of creatures, each unique in form and formidable in strength. The variety of beings inhabiting this forest was staggering, with an astonishing number of species. The creatures were distinctly categorized into different realms, ranging from 1st to 10th, with each tier representing an entirely different level of power and capability. The chasm between each tier was akin to a deep abyss. Only through relentless training and continuous self-improvement could one transcend these ranks and emerge as a more formidable being. Deep within the forest lay ancient beasts, even more powerful than ordinary ones. These ancient beasts possessed formidable and unique bloodline legacies. They were the elite among beasts, occupying a pinnacle position, both in strength and wisdom. Ancient beasts were far more fearsome than their ordinary counterparts, and above them existed the legendary ancestral beasts, endowed with the purest bloodlines and innate skills. Moreover, among the numerous beasts, certain anomalous creatures, known as mutated beasts, also existed. Nonggu, have we taken a wrong turn? This place hardly resembles the northern wasteland. It feels more akin to the southern wilderness beast forest, one of Jian Nanfang's followers said, filled with doubt. We cannot proceed further. If we inadvertently venture into the heart of the beast forest, it could spell danger, another follower remarked, anxiety etched on his face. Indeed, as you both have suggested, it would be wise to step back and inquire for directions, Jian Nanfang declared, hastily leading the group away. What is happening? Why hasn't Jian Nanfang caught up? Does he still intend to challenge the young Sword Emperor? Meanwhile, Jian Shifeng, situated in the white wasteland, gazed at the empty space behind him, perplexed as he questioned his followers, who all shook their heads in ignorance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. The host is rewarded with the supreme weapon, the 10 Directions Demon Suppression Spear, the Celestial Grade Technique, the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Scripture, and an ancient magical armor. Chen Changsheng retrieved the 10 Directions Demon Suppression Spear, noting its elongated shaft and robust grip, imparting a sense of weight and stability. The razor-sharp spearhead gleamed ominously, instilling fear at a mere glance. The spear was intricately engraved with countless mysterious runes and patterns, which danced like lively tadpoles across its surface. It was indeed a rare and formidable weapon. Chen Changsheng gently caressed the 10 Directions Demon Suppression Spear and spoke softly. This is truly an exceptional divine weapon. Without even glancing at the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Scripture, he casually placed it within the system space, opting instead to examine the ancient magical armor. Its defensive capabilities are indeed impressive, Chen Changsheng remarked after a careful appraisal of the ancient magical armor. At that moment, Chen Anzhi entered the grand hall, respectfully bowing to Chen Changsheng. Ancestor, you summoned me. Anzhi, you have been at Qingqing Peak for a while now, and I have yet to teach you the methods of cultivation. Today, with some time at hand, I will casually impart a few pointers, Chen Changsheng said slowly. This technique, you may begin to cultivate, he continued, retrieving the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Scripture from the system space and handing it to Chen Anzhi. Thank you, Ancestor, Chen Anzhi exclaimed, overjoyed as he accepted the scroll. What type of weapon do you typically wield? Chen Changsheng inquired. Ancestor, I prefer using large, sweeping weapons, Chen Anzhi quickly replied. Consider the 10 Directions Demon Suppression Spear and the ancient magical armor as my welcoming gifts to you, Chen Changsheng stated, presenting the items from the system space to Chen Anzhi. The moment the 10 Directions Demon Suppression Spear and the ancient magical armor appeared, Chen Anzhi's gaze was immediately captivated. His delight unmistakable. He hurriedly accepted them, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Ancestor. I am glad you like them. Now, go and cultivate, Chen Changsheng instructed. I take my leave, Chen Anzhi said, his hand brushing over the 10 Directions Demon Suppression Spear, brimming with excitement. The following morning, a faint glimmer of light emerged from the depths of the dark surroundings, appearing weak and feeble. However, this light seemed unwilling to yield, slowly and laboriously climbing upwards. Chen Anzhi made his way naturally to the Qingqing dojo. As he walked, the sound of swords clashing reached his ears, and curiosity compelled him to follow the sound. He soon found Lu Changzhi practicing swordplay in the dojo at Qingqing Peak. With a long sword in hand, Lu Changzhi moved gracefully in the wind, the sword light flickering and the sword energy emanating a palpable intensity, as if one could genuinely feel the sharpness of the blade. The gaze of this sword cultivator was sharp as an eagle, his steps steady and powerful, each movement infused with strength and rhythm. As he danced, the sword shadows sparkled like countless stars, showcasing his gallant demeanor. His breath was even and steady, and his movements flowed naturally, as if he and the long sword were one, demonstrating an extraordinarily advanced level of swordsmanship. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, with only the sound of his sword cleaving the air and the sharp whistle of the blade piercing through the atmosphere. As time progressed, his movements became ever more swift, the gleam of his sword dazzling and overwhelming. Ultimately, Lu Changzhi sheathed his sword and stood poised, his expression serene and composed, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. An aura of righteous vigor emanated from him, invoking a deep sense of respect. "Junior brother, you have arrived." Noticing Chen Anzhi in the dojo, Lu Changzhi approached him with his sword in hand. Chen Anzhi nodded and began his practice in accordance with the Xinxiang Jinyujing. Deep within the mountains behind Qingqing Peak, a modest thatched cottage could be faintly discerned. This solitary hut stood apart, seemingly isolated from the world. It was enveloped by lush greenery, resembling a brilliant pearl embedded in a verdant ocean. Chapter 15. The Chaotic Sword Intent. Before the cottage, a tall willow tree swayed in the breeze, its verdant branches gently caressing the roof, infusing the whole abode with a touch of vitality. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, evoking a profound sense of comfort and ease. The dwelling was encircled by a fence constructed of uniformly thick wooden poles, adorned with intertwining green vines. They formed a natural barrier, effectively isolating the tranquility from the tumult of the outside world. In front of the cottage lay a crystal-clear pond, its surface as calm as a mirror, reflecting the beauty of the blue sky and white clouds. A gentle breeze stirred the water, causing ripples to dance across the surface, shimmering like a vibrant painting in motion. This serene and harmonious scene captivated the heart, making one feel entranced and unable to extricate themselves from its charm. Occasionally, a light zephyr would arrive, creating layers of ripples on the water's surface, the delicate patterns reminiscent of the flowing skirts of a celestial dancer, ethereal and lively. Such a picturesque moment was steeped in poetic beauty, thoroughly intoxicating. At that moment, our protagonist Chen Changsheng was sound asleep inside the cottage, entirely oblivious to his two disciples. As noon approached, in accordance with the habits of the Blue Star people, Chen Changsheng gradually awakened, glanced at the time, and made his way to the Qingqing Grand Hall. For someone of his caliber, matters such as personal grooming were merely trifles easily brushed aside. The Grand Hall was spacious and bright, adorned with antique tables and chairs arranged in meticulous order. A massive red hardwood table was laden with sumptuous dishes, their appetizing aromas wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. At this hour each day, Lu Changzhi would venture to the dining hall, returning with an array of exquisite and delectable meals. These dishes were not only visually appealing and fragrant, but also nutritionally rich, sufficient to satisfy even the most discerning palate. While cultivation was paramount for lower-tier practitioners, sustenance remained equally essential. Only by maintaining robust physical strength and a sound mental state could one better engage in their training and enhance their prowess. Interestingly, even some formidable practitioners held a fondness for these delightful meals. Just like their esteemed master, despite possessing extraordinary cultivation, they still relished the simple, warm essence of earthly fare. "Master, your timing is impeccable," Lu Changzhi remarked upon seeing his master approach. "Greetings, ancestor." Chen Anzhi instinctively clasped his hands in salute as he regarded the newcomer. "Ah, Anzhi, there are fewer formalities here at Qingqing Peak. You should learn to be more relaxed from your senior brother. There is no need for such constraints. Come, let us dine," Chen Changsheng said languidly, noting their demeanor. "Changzhi, how has your sword practice been? Are there any uncertainties?" Chen Changsheng inquired. "Master, I sometimes feel as though I cannot command the sword," Lu Changzhi replied. "Command? Why must you control it?" Chen Changsheng responded. "Indeed, why did I not realize this sooner? A swordsman should be unrestrained, following the whims of the heart." With newfound insight, Lu Changzhi hurriedly dashed out of the grand hall to practice in the dojo. "And you, Anzhi, have you been cultivating the Xinxiang Jinyujing?" Chen Changsheng turned to Chen Anzhi. "Ancestor, I have begun my practice, but I have yet to grasp its essence and cannot draw the qi into my body, so I have not truly entered the path," Chen Anzhi replied timidly. "Very well. When your senior brother finishes his training, let him take you to the reflection cliff. There you will find what you need. As for what it is, you will understand upon arrival," Chen Changsheng stated, instinctively aware of the reason. "Understood, ancestor." He trusted the ancestor's words completely, though he was curious about what the ancestor meant by something he needed. "After you finish eating, tidy up. If there is anything unclear, seek me in the back mountains," Chen Changsheng instructed before devouring his meal with remarkable speed and leaping toward the rear mountains. In the dojo, Lu Changzhi practiced with his sword, occasionally releasing it, only for it to return to his hand each time. Finally, Lu Changzhi closed his eyes, allowing the sword to dance according to his thoughts. After a considerable time, Lu Changzhi settled into a cross-legged position, the Fuxian Jiuchun floating before him, emanating sword qi that lifted him above the dojo. "My heart is the sword. The sword is born of my heart. My body is the sword. The chaotic sword intent cleaves." Suddenly, Lu Changzhi wielded the sword with one hand and executed a strike, sending forth waves of gray-white sword qi that twisted the space before dissipating. A resonant sword cry echoed from Lu Changzhi, and a massive spectral sword unfurled around him, slicing toward the heavens, while the area that had lost its supreme sword bone emitted sparkling glimmers. The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire sect, drawing the gaze of all present toward the man in the sky. Sword intent. He has comprehended the sword intent. Dugu Wu exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the gray-white sword phantom in the void. What? Sword intent. Senior brother Lu has grasped the sword intent. My goodness. Someone exclaimed. Is the golden age upon us? Another echoed. Do we truly have to contend with such a prodigy? I wonder if living in this era is a blessing or a curse, a voice lamented. Master, do I still have a chance? Long Yichen, feeling overshadowed by Lu Changzhi, looked despondently at Dugu Wu. He has his path, and you have yours. Besides, you are not as simple as you appear. Do not lose the heart of a strong person. My disciple, Dugu Wu, is destined to be one of the resplendent stars. Dugu Wu reassured his dejected disciple. Indeed, I will not disappoint you, master. After hearing his master's words, Long Yichen regained his original resolve. True strength lies in possessing the heart of a warrior. Is this the chaotic sword intent? Truly formidable. My cultivation has also broken through to the 5th layer, all thanks to master. Feeling the changes within himself, Lu Changzhi respectfully gazed toward the back mountains. Junior brother, I shall take you to the reflection cliff. Noticing his junior brother lost in thought, Lu Changzhi reminded him. Having also heard about taking Chen Anzhi to the reflection cliff. Understood, Chen Anzhi replied, looking at his powerful senior brother, who had comprehended sword intent, planting a desire to grow stronger within him. In the forbidden grounds of the Taiching Tianzong, several figures quietly observed the events unfold, showing little surprise. These two terrifying physiques have emerged. It seems the golden age is truly upon us, remarked an elder positioned at the forefront. Send word down to cultivate the sect's disciples with all our might. They are the future of the sect. From now on, all resources for disciples will be multiplied tenfold in anticipation of the coming age, the elder commanded. Watching the recent occurrences, Chen Changsheng in the back mountains of Qingqing Peak observed with a languid demeanor, his heart unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. Was it truly necessary? Yet, this disciple had indeed brought honor to himself. As midday passed and the sun began its descent, the temperature started to drop, allowing people to leisurely sit outdoors, savoring the pleasant afternoon hours, and Chen Changsheng was no exception. Chapter 16, The Martial Universe. Just as Lu Changzhi was deeply immersed in comprehending the chaotic sword intent, far away in the forbidden grounds of the Sword Palace in the Central State's heavenly domain, the azure-hued longsword unexpectedly resonated with a deep and resonant hum once more, a sound imbued with an enigmatic and profound power that echoed throughout the forbidden realm, the reverberations lingering endlessly. Within the grand and majestic hall of the Sword Palace, the solemn and dignified Gong Xingtian sat upright upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, scrutinized the assembly below as he slowly spoke. Esteemed colleagues, what insights do you possess regarding the swordsmanship prodigy emerging from the northern chaos domain? I believe such a talent in swordsmanship ought to be invited into our Sword Palace, remarked the silver-haired second elder, Li Jinglong, as he stroked his long beard thoughtfully. The sudden demise of the former second elder, Gong Yu, had naturally elevated him to this esteemed position. Gong Xingtian, observing Li Jinglong, understood well that this old fox had maintained a neutral stance amidst the long-standing conflicts between the Sword Clan and their Gong clan. The tragic fates of the second and third elders had significantly impacted his comprehensive control over the Sword Palace during crucial moments. Indeed, a swordsmanship genius should rightfully belong to our Sword Palace, especially one of such extraordinary caliber. A stunningly beautiful woman interjected softly. Her exquisite features radiated grace and elegance, embodying nobility in every gesture. This lady was none other than the newly appointed third elder, Murong Qingsheng, who, while also maintaining neutrality, often leaned towards the Sword Clan in her allegiances. Our Sword Palace has always been a gathering place for countless swordsmanship prodigies, excelling in both martial techniques and the accumulation of swordsmanship experience. Logically, none would refuse our invitation. Another elder echoed in agreement. Gong Xingtian observed the fervent discussions among the assembly, various opinions rising and falling like the tide, and he turned his attention to the typically silent Grand Elder, Xianxianer. Grand Elder, what unique perspective do you hold on this matter? He inquired. Such a prodigy in swordsmanship should indeed be welcomed into the Sword Palace. But let us not forget, he hails from the Ta Ching heavenly sect, Xianxianer replied, her demeanor calm and composed. She speaks wisely. The Ta Ching heavenly sect wields significant power and possesses deep roots. It would be prudent not to offend them lightly. Second elder Li Jinglong hastily concurred. Grand Elder, Do not bolster the confidence of outsiders while diminishing our own prestige, scoffed the sixth elder, casting a disdainful glance at the enchanting beauty. Xianxianer stood poised and graceful, her figure exuding an ethereal charm. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, brushing against her fair and delicate skin, as if emanating a subtle, enchanting fragrance. At present, Xianxianer was not only the Grand Elder of the Sword Palace, but also the current leader of the Sword Clan, holding a position of great significance within the palace. Should you wish to court death, do not drag us down with you. The prowess of that individual from years past is not something our Sword Palace can contend with. Just as the assembly awaited Xianxianer's response with bated breath, an ill-timed voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. The newcomer possessed long hair as dark as ink, cascading elegantly over his snow-white robes, merely restrained at the front with a white ribbon, exuding an aura as chilling and penetrating as the sword he wielded. Wu Qingquan, what did you just say? The sixth elder, incensed, leaped to his feet, pointing at the newcomer with indignation. Did this elder speak incorrectly? Cease your barking like a mad dog. Who among us is not beyond reproach? Wu Qingquan entered, disregarding the imposing figure of Gong Xingtian seated upon the throne, casting a scornful gaze at the irate sixth elder. Gong Xingwu, you seek death. Gong Xingwu bellowed, launching an immediate attack with a forceful palm, the wind from his strike howling ominously. At that critical moment, Gong Xingtian intervened with the might of a thunderbolt, dispersing Gong Xingwu's formidable palm strike. Enough. To openly engage in conflict within this hall is utterly disgraceful. Do you assume I am invisible? He thundered, glaring at the two men who were poised for a clash. The matter of recruiting the swordsmanship prodigy from the Northern Chaos domain is hereby concluded. Disperse. With that, the elders bowed and departed. Wu Qingquan, without a word, hastily took Xianxianer by the hand and exited. Once the hall was empty, Gong Xingtian abruptly rose, his expression dark as stormy waters, seething with rage. That Wu Qingquan truly thinks that a modicum of ability grants him the audacity to oppose me. Back at the Sword Clan, the couple embraced tightly, as if merging their souls. Xianer, guess whom I encountered? Wu Qingquan whispered mysteriously, lowering his voice. Who? Xianxianer asked softly, her tone laced with curiosity. Brother Shenwu. He revealed slowly. What did you say? Upon hearing the name, Xianxianer's face filled with shock as she forcefully pushed Wu Qingquan away, urgently inquiring again. I anticipated your reaction would be such, but you must believe me. Brother Shenwu has truly returned. I genuinely encountered him, Wu Qingquan hurriedly explained. Is he well? As memories of the past flooded her mind, Xianxianer couldn't help but tear up, her voice thick with sorrow and concern. Brother Shenwu is well. He has asked us to be patient for a few more years. The enmities and grievances of the past cannot be evaded by anyone. Wu Qingquan, filled with compassion, held her tightly as she wept. Qingqing Peak, a realm of cascading ridges and rolling hills, enveloped in ethereal mists like delicate veils, appeared dreamlike and surreal. Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, accompanied by their companions, traversed the winding, treacherous mountain path, overcoming numerous challenges, until they finally reached the precipice of Qingqing Peak. Standing at the edge, they gazed downwards, where a colossal cave shaped like a demon's skull intermittently revealed itself on the opposite cliff. The cave resembled a grotesquely twisted visage, a terrifying specter from which thick, dark malevolent energy periodically surged forth. This malevolent aura seemed to possess a sentience of its own, swirling violently in the air, continuously coalescing into bizarre and uncanny forms, sending shivers down their spines. Chen Anzhi, filled with trepidation, instinctively retreated several steps at the sight of the chilling spectacle, while Lu Changzhi, unperturbed, stepped forward boldly to scrutinize the mysterious dark energy. He keenly sensed that this malevolence harbored an immensely powerful and fearsome force. Mere proximity evoked a sense of dread. Chapter 17, The Laws of Heaven and Earth. With that, Lu Changzhi began to invoke a spell, preparing to probe deeper into the mystery. He murmured incantations, his voice low and enigmatic, as he rapidly formed intricate hand seals. As his magical energy surged violently, a grayish-white sword radiance gradually emerged, enveloping both him and Chen Anzhi securely. The malevolent energy surged skyward, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression, unrest, and fear. The emanating malevolence darkened the nearby sky, saturating it with a chilling and terrifying aura that seemed poised to consume everything mercilessly. The connection between the precipice and the Demon Skull Cave was meticulously constructed from hellish cold iron. Malevolent energy frequently seeped from the iron, and upon a massive boulder beside the bridge, 3 imposing characters were inscribed. Think over the cliff, imparting an air of solemnity. Gazing at the Demon Skull Cave across the iron bridge, Chen Anzhi gulped nervously and turned to Lu Changzhi. Senior brother, Am I truly meant to cultivate here? Did the ancestor not err? He asked anxiously. Though it is hard to believe, Master would undoubtedly not err. Lu Changzhi held an unwavering trust in Chen Changsheng. Senior brother. I, Chen Anzhi, trembled as I gazed at my esteemed senior. The path of cultivation ultimately relies on oneself. True power must always be forged through one's own journey. Lu Changzhi reassured. With that, he took a deep breath and fixed his resolute gaze upon the iron bridge forged from hell's cold iron. He slightly straightened his back and stepped forward with steady, powerful strides onto the bridge. The moment his foot touched the iron structure, a chilling, bone-deep force, infused with a violent malevolence, surged towards him like a raging tide. Lu Changzhi's body instantly tensed, acutely aware of the evil and oppression embedded within that force. The iron bridge quivered beneath him, as if resisting his intrusion. The frigid aura emanating from the hellish iron swiftly crawled up his legs, akin to countless venomous serpents seeking to invade his very being. Simultaneously, the thick aura of malevolence enveloped him like a heavy cloud, seemingly intent on consuming him entirely. Lu Changzhi furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as he gripped the Fuxian Jiuchen sword tightly. A flurry of sharp sword chi erupted from the blade, encircling him to form a formidable protective barrier. With great effort, he resisted, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks to meet the icy air, instantly crystallizing upon contact. Chaos sword intent, coalesce. As the icy force surged forth, an array of razor-sharp sword chi surrounded him, fiercely guarding Lu Changzhi. Junior brother, come forth. I shall lead you across, he called out, turning to face Chen Anzhi with the sword chi shielding his form. All right, senior brother, Chen Anzhi replied, stepping onto the iron bridge without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at a cave, where Chen Anzhi sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation according to the methods outlined in the Divine Elephant Suppressing Hell Sutra, while Lu Changzhi stood vigil beside him. The moment the technique commenced, a torrent of malevolence surged towards Chen Anzhi, yet he faced it with unwavering resolve, his eyes locked onto the approaching dark energy. The malevolence relentlessly invaded his body, and as it fused more deeply within him, a spectral demonic figure began to gradually manifest behind him. With white hair and crimson eyes, the demon brandished a black spear, moving in the air as if propelled by an unseen force. The aura surrounding the demon was saturated with evil and ferocity, instilling a palpable dread. Conceal the celestial phenomena. Chen Changsheng, reclining on a lounge chair on the back mountain of Qingqing Peak, murmured with closed eyes. Ding. The celestial phenomena have been obscured, the system's voice echoed. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Anzhi, engrossed in his cultivation, finally spoke. The demonic figure behind him dissipated into his being, and he reached the 4th level of martial spirit. Upon hearing Chen Anzhi's completion, Lu Changzhi also ceased his practice. Senior brother, I am hungry, Chen Anzhi said, satisfied as he glanced at his own progress. Observing him, Lu Changzhi shook his head and led him directly to the cafeteria of Taiching Tianzong. Greetings. Senior brother Lu and junior brother Chen, fellow disciples, greeted them along the way. Hello, hello, the two responded courteously. The regularity with which disciples from Qingqing Peak dined at Taiching Tianzong was no surprise, perhaps a tradition of their lineage. Thus, the two engaged in daily training at the thought reflection cliff, and when the time came, they would head to the cafeteria for meals. Before long, Lu Changzhi returned to the grand hall of Qingsheng with food. While dining, he inquired of Chen Changsheng, Master, what manner of special constitution does junior brother possess? A gentle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he slowly uttered 4 words, suppression of hell divine body. Suppression of hell divine body. I have never heard of such a constitution. Is it formidable? Lu Changzhi's expression was one of astonishment, as if he had encountered an unfamiliar term from beyond the heavens, clearly bewildered by this uncharted concept. Chen Changsheng sighed. You should frequently visit the scripture pavilion when you have free time. The so-called suppression of hell divine body is a legendary taboo physique, capable of becoming an emperor. I see. Chen Anzhi nodded repeatedly, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. I have yet to impart martial techniques to you. Today, I shall teach you together, lest it cause trouble in the future. With that, 3 martial techniques appeared on the table as if conjured from thin air. The unmatched sword technique, an imperial-level martial art. Master, you are truly remarkable to possess such a rare treasure. Lu Changzhi exclaimed, clutching it tightly with both hands, his face alight with uncontainable joy and fervor. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chen Anzhi held a secret technique titled Dancing of the Celestial Demons, which was also of imperial grade. What on earth? The Taoist treasure 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones? It is actually a celestial level martial art. Master, how did you come by it? This is celestial level. Surely you did not exhume our ancestor's grave, did you? Lu Changzhi stared in astonishment at his master. His gaze magnetically drawn to the mysterious martial technique on the table, his throat emitting gasps of awe, as if to burst through the ceiling. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the legendary celestial-level technique, wishing to imprint every detail in his mind. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Lu Changzhi's words, Chen Changsheng, who was eating, suddenly fell into a fit of coughing. Master, please take your time. We want to snatch it from you, Lu Changzhi quickly interjected, his tone filled with concern and urgency upon seeing his master choking. Chen Changsheng, caught between amusement and exasperation, regarded Lu Changzhi with a bemused expression. You two must devote yourselves to cultivating the one qi, transforming into 3 pure ones. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me on the back mountain for clarification. In the realm of Xianxing, martial arts and techniques were classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the subsequent levels being king, emperor, saint, imperial, and the most exalted and mysterious, celestial. Techniques above the king level were exceedingly rare and precious, typically possessed only by profound sects or powerful clans. As for the even rarer techniques above the imperial level, they were as elusive as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, existing almost solely in legends. At this moment, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi gazed at the 3 premier techniques before them, yet their hearts were filled with doubt. Master, with our current spiritual power, can we truly cultivate such profound techniques? Shouldn't we begin with lower-level ones and gradually progress? Lu Changzhi stated with unwavering conviction, maintaining his clarity of mind despite the overwhelming temptation before them. Observing Lu Changzhi's demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled with approval and explained, "You two possess extraordinary talents, truly rare in this world. The only shortcoming lies in your unclear self-assessment. Cultivating the path of immortality requires confidence, while others may need to start from lower-level techniques. You are different. One of you embodies the sea of swords, while the other is a furnace of heaven and earth. Your dantian far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, with a capacity thousands of times greater than that of peers at the same level. Such profound reserves are more than sufficient to support the execution of these advanced martial techniques. There is no need for undue humility." After this exhortation, he turned to Lu Changzhi and cautioned, "Changzhi, remember, before mastering the art of sword control to the extent of wielding a multitude of flying swords, one must not hastily strive to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm." Having spoken, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the 2 still caught in a state of excitement, gently shook his head, and then departed, leaving behind a gradually receding silhouette. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lu Changzhi immediately commenced his practice of the unparalleled sword control technique. This technique comprises 3 forms, the first form being the sword chi control, the second form the sword intent control, and the third form the divine consciousness overseeing 10,000 swords. Thus, he seated himself in meditation, palms joined in reverence, channeling his inner true energy with utmost dedication, immersing himself in the profound cultivation of the unparalleled sword control technique. As time gradually passed, Lu Changzhi entered a state of complete oblivion. His breath became increasingly stable and prolonged, enveloped by a faint, gentle spiritual radiance, akin to a mysterious halo surrounding him. Simultaneously, the long sword in his grasp, which had previously remained still, began to quiver slightly, as if suddenly infused with vigorous life. Gradually, that sword seemed to establish a wondrous and profound connection with Lu Changzhi. With a mere thought, the long sword shot forth like lightning, tracing fierce, awe-inspiring arcs in the air, dazzlingly radiant, its whistling sound echoing incessantly. When he altered his intention, the flying sword could swiftly return, moving with the grace of a dragon returning to its lair, remarkably agile. As his practice deepened, Lu Changzhi's mastery of the unparalleled sword control technique became increasingly deft and effortless. Meanwhile, Chen Anzhi began his cultivation in accordance with the techniques outlined in the Dance of the Celestial Demons. The essence of this technique lies in its unparalleled speed, so astonishing that it can create illusory images, which are far from mere phantoms, capable of inflicting substantial harm upon adversaries, leaving them defenseless. Chen Anzhi crossed his legs, slowly closed his eyes, and began to enact the mysterious incantation. As time silently elapsed, a thick, chilling aura of black malevolence gradually enveloped him, as if he had seamlessly merged with the surrounding space. Suddenly, Chen Anzhi opened his eyes wide, sprang to his feet, and a 10-directional demon-suppressing halberd, shimmering with a mysterious glow, materialized in his grasp. He wielded the halberd with fervor, his movements accelerating to an astonishing degree, as fierce as a tempest, overwhelming to behold. Each swing generated a powerful gust of wind, stirring up a storm of dust that obscured the sky. Gradually, a multitude of indistinct phantoms began to materialize behind him, appearing as if they truly existed, following him and wielding their weapons, their momentum formidable. As Chen Anzhi danced faster, the phantoms multiplied, ultimately forming a dense throng of figures. They bore various weapons, striking, hacking, thrusting, and prodding, their offensive as relentless as a surging tide, threatening to engulf the entire world. Chen Anzhi stood as the commander of this legion of illusions, leading them fearlessly into battle, where the void shattered, energies clashed, and an awe-inspiring might emanated, leaving spectators breathless. At the Taiching Heavenly Sect, within the Daotian Hall, the upper echelons of the sect convened. As for the people from Qingxing Peak, their absence was already a matter of course. The purpose of gathering everyone today was apparent. The grand competition for new disciples was imminent. What are your thoughts on this matter? As all were gathered, Zhao Wuxiang addressed the assembly, and an immediate silence enveloped the hall. In my humble opinion, began the grand elderly Yunfeng, there is no need for Qingxing Peak to participate. We are all aware of the capabilities of those two young ones. I concur with the grand elder, chimed in the second elder Feng Xiao, a middle-aged woman whose charm remained undiminished despite her years, still captivating the attention of all present. How about this? Let Qingxing Peak bestow the honor of first place, while the competition for new disciples proceeds as planned. What do you all think? Observing the assembly caught in a dilemma, the head of Taishan Peak, Jun Guqin, offered a smile and a suggestion. This method indeed holds merit. I find it feasible. Nian Qingwu nodded in agreement. I have no objections, replied Dugu Wu, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. Since there are no objections, it is settled, declared Zhao Wuxiang. I shall personally discuss this matter with senior brother Chen. With that, Zhao Wuxiang gradually departed from the Daotian Hall and made his way to Qingxing Peak. Upon stepping onto Qingxing Peak, a cacophony of sounds filled the air, so intense that he might have suspected an intruder had breached the peak and engaged in fierce combat. With such thoughts, he unconsciously quickened his pace towards the grand hall atop the mountain. Upon finally reaching the dojo at Qingxing Peak, the sight before him was nothing short of awe-inspiring. A young man floated suspended in midair, his hands weaving intricate and mysterious incantations. As a colossal gray-white Tai Chi diagram emerged behind him, the Tai Chi diagram seemed to possess its own independent life, subtly trembling within its vicinity. Strange waves of energy surged. Through these waves, countless sword tips glimmering with cold light could be faintly discerned, all seemingly striving to break free from the enigmatic Tai Chi diagram. In the dojo, another dark figure moved with the swiftness and sharpness of a ghost, brandishing a massive black halberd. His movements were as swift as the wind, each swing generating a gale potent enough to threaten to tear the very dojo apart. Behind him trailed blurred afterimages, sometimes clear, sometimes vanishing without a trace, imparting an ethereal and mysterious sensation. They resembled shadows of Chen Anzhi, closely following, yet remaining intangible and elusive. Chapter 19, The Path of Law and Divine Powers. The thunderous sounds continued to resonate, the result of the halberd colliding violently with the air. This sound was deafening, seemingly capable of piercing directly through the souls of listeners. With each impact, the surrounding airflow became tumultuous, creating powerful shockwaves that spread wildly outward. In Chen Anzi's hands, the halberd seemed to embody boundless strength, each strike laden with the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The two individuals within the dojo were wholly engrossed in their cultivation, as if completely isolated from the external world, oblivious to everything around them. Junior brother Zhao, what brings you to Qingxing Peak today? At that moment, Zhao Wuxiang was intently observing Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, his gaze filled with focus and contemplation, to the extent that he had not noticed Chen Changsheng silently approaching his side. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Zhao Wuxiang abruptly turned, his face instantly brightening with a warm smile, filled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Senior brother, it has been quite some time. Senior brother, I have come to discuss the upcoming competition for new disciples. As you know, both junior brother Lu and junior brother Chen far surpass their peers in strength and cultivation. Thus, after our collective deliberation, we have decided that Qingxing Peak need not participate in this contest. Zhao Wuxiang proceeded to explain, his tone imbued with a measure of solemnity. It matters not if we do not participate, but regarding the cultivation resources. Chen Changsheng began, unconsciously rubbing his hands, the implication in his eyes unmistakable. Rest assured, senior brother, Qingxing Peak will allocate resources according to the standard for first place. Zhao Wuxiang replied with calm composure, his expression grave and earnest. How much will that be? The corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth curled into a profound smile, imbued with a hint of playful intrigue as he regarded Zhao Wuxiang, his gaze seemingly laden with unspoken significance. 5 million top-tier spirit stones, along with the sect's treasured artifact, the Qimen Duanjia. What do you think of this proposal? Zhao Wuxiang inquired, producing a spatial ring and a scroll from his dimensional pouch. Chen Changsheng's eyes fell upon the ring and the scroll, a flicker of surprise passing through his gaze. It was worth noting that 5 million top-tier spirit stones was no trifling sum, and the Qimen Duanjia was a prized inheritance of the Qingqing sect. Very well. You've even brought forth such items. It appears you and your fellow disciples are quite earnest. In the future, should any matters arise, do remember to bring the Suadi Qingsuan when needed. Chen Changsheng slowly extended his hand, delicately grasping the ring and the scroll before tucking them into his robe with a steady and cautious motion. Senior brother, since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhao Wuxiang said, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Chen Changsheng nodded, and once Zhao Wuxiang had left, he retrieved the Qimen Duanjia from his robes. Upon unfurling the scroll, he was met with a dense compilation of profound incantations pertaining to the art of Qimen Duanjia. Heaven, earth, and humanity are the three talents. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements arise. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Exine, Ren, Gui, the 12 earthly branches as auxiliaries. Yin and Yang generate and restrain each other. The 5 elements foster and counter each other. The 5 elements consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each representing distinct directions and unique attributes. After perusing the scroll, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and a mysterious formation unfolded around him, prompting him to begin his cultivation in accordance with the scroll. At that moment, Chen Changsheng was entirely immersed in the arduous practice of Qimen Duanjia. As he continuously operated the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to some potent summons, swirling fervently around him, as strands of enigmatic power coiled about his form, creating a shimmering aura. Time flowed like a silent stream, gradually intensifying the aura emanating from Chen Changsheng. After an indeterminate period, he abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling brilliance flashing within them, akin to lightning cleaving through the night sky. He perceived that he had attained a preliminary mastery of Qimen Duanjia. Just then, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi also began to awaken from their meditative states. They keenly sensed the remarkable transformation within Chen Changsheng, their expressions morphing into ones of astonishment, eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Master, what has transpired? Lu Changzhi inquired, his voice brimming with curiosity. Chen Changsheng rose, a gentle smile gracing his features as he tossed the Qimen Duanjia scroll to Lu Changzhi, saying, "This artifact will greatly assist you in your future endeavors. Take it and cultivate." Upon hearing this, the two were filled with envy and longing, their eyes fixated on the scroll as though it were the most precious treasure in existence. Very well, continue your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance, Chen Changsheng instructed earnestly before turning to leave, leaving the two in contemplative silence. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng diligently consolidated his mastery of Qimen Duanjia while patiently guiding Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi in their training. Under his meticulous tutelage, their prowess surged remarkably, their progress astonishing. Meanwhile, preparations for the Qingsheng sect's newcomer competition were underway, intensifying in urgency. Within the expansive dojo of Qingxing Peak, Chen Changsheng's presence appeared like a gentle breeze, gracefully materializing before Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi. "Elder, have you come to guide our training?" Chen Anzhi exclaimed, his eyes bright with curiosity. "Indeed, Master, look at my unparalleled sword control technique. I have already grasped the fundamentals," Lu Changzhi declared, his excitement palpable as he vigorously brandished his sword, his face a canvas of pride. "I have come to provide you with cultivation resources," Chen Changsheng replied with a broad smile, lightly waving his hand as 2 spatial rings soared toward Chen Anzhi and Lu Changzhi. Lu Changzhi caught the rings in a flurry, eagerly scanning their contents with his consciousness. Upon glimpsing the mountainous pile of top-tier spirit stones within, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he exclaimed, "Goodness! So many spirit stones. Focus on your cultivation. I have ample spirit stones to spare," Chen Changsheng replied unhurriedly. "Oh my, this is the benefit of joining a grand sect. I absolutely adore it." Lu Changzhi beamed at the abundant spirit stones, joyously dancing in exhilaration. "Master, how should I spend such a fortune?" Lu Changzhi pondered, his mind racing with visions of delectable dishes from the Jushin Pavilion, saliva unconsciously pooling at his lips. Though the sect's cuisine was quite satisfactory, the delicacies from Jushin Pavilion were unparalleled. "Master, I have yet to present you with anything worthy of your guidance. How about I treat you and junior brother to a meal today?" Lu Changzhi proposed, sincerity radiating from his expression. "Elder, let us go. I wish to see Jushin Pavilion as well," Chen Anzhi chimed in eagerly, his eyes sparkling with desire. "Very well. Chen Changsheng motioned grandly, and the three vanished from their location. In the realm of Qingcheng, spirit stones served not only as cultivation resources, but also as currency for trade, classified into inferior, medium, and superior tiers based on the spiritual energy they contained. Chapter 20, Xingniu. At this moment, Juxian Pavilion in Taiching City was already bustling with activity, overflowing with patrons. The trio of Chen Changsheng ambled in. The sharp-eyed waiter, Xingniu, immediately recognized two of them and hurried over, exclaiming, "Taoist, you have returned. Please, come in, come in." "You recognize us?" Lu Changzhi's heart skipped a beat at this revelation, and he hastily embraced the waiter's shoulder, asking with a wary expression, "Taoist, I understand, I understand." "Rest assured." Xingniu, sensing the sudden embrace, quickly lowered his voice, wearing a fawning smile. "Oh ho ho, next time. Spare us the chatter and get straight to the point." Lu Changzhi finally exhaled, releasing his hold on the waiter. "All right then, lead us inside." Lu Changzhi feigned composure, addressing Xingniu, and strode ahead with an air of confidence. Meanwhile, Chen Anzhi stood off to the side, bewildered, observing Lu Changzhi and Xingniu, his mind racing with questions about their peculiar antics. The appearance of the three did not create much of a stir within Juxian Pavilion. Stepping into the private room, they were met with the familiar layout and decor that felt unchanged, as if time had suspended itself in that space. "Anyo, why are you still dawdling? Get things moving." Lu Changzhi urged impatiently, recalling their previous visit had been cut short, leaving him feeling quite deprived. As he spoke, he deftly retrieved hundreds of crystal-clear, radiant top-tier spirit stones from his mysterious spatial ring, gently placing them upon the floor. The moment these spirit stones emerged, they emitted an intense and dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. The blinding light seemed to possess an endless penetrating power, making it nearly impossible to gaze directly at it. Even a fleeting glance could sting the eyes. For an ordinary individual like Xingniu, who had never embarked on the path of cultivation, such a blinding radiance was undeniably overwhelming, causing him excruciating pain in his eyes, rendering them unable to open, and plunging him into a temporary state of blindness. "Anyo, serve the dishes according to this quantity. Bring forth the finest delicacies and wines without concern for the spirit stones," Lu Changzhi declared confidently, his tone brimming with grandeur. "Certainly. Taoist, leave it to me," Xingniu replied, incessantly wiping away the tears streaming from his eyes, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within, his voice quivering slightly. "I'll fetch the dishes for you right away. Please hold on." With that, Xingniu promptly exited the private room. "Wait, these 2 spirit stones are for your errand fee." Before Xingniu could leave, Lu Changzhi tossed him 2 exquisite spirit stones. "Taoist, are these truly for me?" Xingniu stammered as he gingerly accepted the precious stones, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. "Anyo, with this exchange, doesn't it mean we are already akin to kin?" "Previously," Lu Changzhi remarked with a grin, his gaze laced with subtle implication as he observed Xingniu receiving the spirit stones. "Ah, previously? Have we met before, Taoist? Please, do not jest." "This is our first encounter," Xingniu quickly retorted, realization dawning upon him. "Oh, what a fine young man you are. I have high hopes for you." Satisfied with the response, Lu Changzhi's expression radiated approval, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Then what are we waiting for? Anyo, hasten with the dishes." Lu Changzhi nodded in satisfaction, urging Xingniu with a hint of urgency. "Very well, esteemed Taoists, please wait a moment. I shall make the arrangements post-haste." With a glance at the pleased duo, Xingniu swiftly turned and headed towards the kitchen. Chen Anzhi, observing the departing Xingniu and his overly enthusiastic senior brother, felt an intensifying sense of bewilderment. "Anzhi, if you cannot comprehend, then do not dwell on it. It will only give you a headache," Chen Changsheng interjected, his tone tinged with exasperation as he noted the perplexed expression on his disciple's face. Shopkeeper, we have a grand business opportunity." Upon exiting the room, Xingniu rushed towards the shopkeeper's quarters, calling out loudly with palpable urgency. "Anyo, did I not advise you to remain calm and articulate your thoughts slowly when faced with matters?" The shopkeeper observed Xingniu's frantic demeanor without reproach, merely lifting his gaze slightly while still holding the ledger, speaking in a placid tone. "No, shopkeeper, exquisite spirit stones, a plethora of exquisite spirit stones," Xingniu exclaimed excitedly, pulling out 2 of the precious stones. "Is that true? Did you say they brought an abundance of exquisite spirit stones to dine?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the vibrant spirit stones in Xingniu's hands. "Indeed, shopkeeper, it is absolutely true. Hurry and prepare, for this opportunity cannot be missed." Having finally regained his composure, Xingniu urged with utmost urgency. "Quickly, summon Master Kai, Master Wu, Master Wang, and all the masters. Let everyone showcase their best skills, and there will be generous rewards after. Upon hearing such thrilling news, Zheng Niu bellowed his commands. Wait, Anyo. Do not forget to send over that celestial brew as well, the shopkeeper suddenly recalled, glancing at Zheng Niu as he was about to depart. Masters, we have a grand business opportunity. The more you produce, the more you shall earn, based solely on your skills. Before long, Zheng Niu arrived in the kitchen, his voice resonating with clarity. Is it true, Anyo? Several masters regarded him skeptically, their expressions rife with doubt. Absolutely true. Let us commence. The more you create, the more you shall profit. Zheng Niu asserted with unwavering conviction. Clatter, clatter. Well done, everyone, let us fire up the pans. Without waiting for further response, the quick-witted among them had already begun heating the oil. In the Jushian Tower, the masters, aside from the cost of ingredients, split the earnings with the establishment 60-40. Thus, the more they produced, the greater their earnings. Having gained their trust from the previous incident, many chefs promptly began their preparations, knowing that doubt would only hinder their earnings. Taoist, thank you for your patience. Here we are. The shopkeeper has specifically instructed me to bring forth the finest wine for the three of you. After tending to the kitchen duties, Zheng Niu hurriedly made his way to room 7, breathless but eager. Come, Taoist, this celestial brew is our Xianxia's most exquisite vintage. You simply must try it. As he spoke, Zheng Niu eagerly approached the table and swiftly uncorked the wine jar. As the jar opened, a rich, sweet, and robust aroma burst forth like a wild stallion, instantly permeating every corner of the room, an intoxicating fragrance. Come, Taoist, please do have a taste. Zheng Niu hurriedly poured a cup and respectfully presented it to Chen Changsheng, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen Changsheng accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip. The wine was smooth and sweet, with a lingering aftertaste that enveloped him in a rich, aromatic sensation, creating an unparalleled sense of comfort that seemed to dissolve all worries in that moment. Chen Anzhi and Lu Changzhi, beside him, were already salivating. Though they had never tasted it before, the enticing aroma had ignited a fervent desire within them, impossible to suppress. Master, I wish to try as well. Lu Changzhi gazed at his master with longing, his eyes filled with expectation. Try it. But before Chen Changsheng could finish his sentence, Lu Changzhi seized a cup of white wine and downed it in one go. The fiery taste surged through his senses, rendering his face crimson in an instant. Ah, delightful. No wonder Master enjoys this. With the intoxicating flavor coursing through him, Lu Changzhi couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Chen Changsheng, observing his disciple, chuckled silently. His disciple was already 20 in bone age, a precise measure of age in the Zhou world. Anji, you are still young. Eat more vegetables to grow. Chen Changsheng, glancing at Chen Anzhi, who was equally eager to partake, spoke with gentle concern. Taoist, your dishes are here. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Niu's voice resonated again as an array of delicacies were carefully brought into the room by the maid. The two who had been drinking paused momentarily, their gaze fixed on the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, steamed, fried, and boiled, each more enticing than the last, a feast for the eyes. Once the table was set, Zheng Niu observed the three devouring their meals and promptly said, Taoist, please enjoy at your leisure. I shall be waiting outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. With that, he hurriedly exited the room. Gazing at the splendid spread before them, the trio wasted no time, devouring the feast with the fervor of a tempest. Ding. Detection of a disciple with red fortune. Please proceed to recruit. Just as Chen Changsheng had indulged in his meal and drink, the system's emotionless mechanical voice abruptly shattered the tranquility. Can it let her come on her own? Chen Changsheng replied with mild impatience, his brow furrowing. Ding. She cannot come. She is merely a mortal. The system's mechanical voice resounded once more, devoid of any warmth. Location confirmed. After receiving the system's affirmative response, Chen Changsheng stated, Ding. Central Continent, Wangdi City, Xiao Family Xiao Ranxian. Task completed. Reward, Chaos Bell. The system responded in its usual emotionless manner. Ahem, Changzhi, once you have had your fun, return to Qingqing Peak. I have urgent matters that require me to venture far afield. With that, before Lu Changzhi and Chen and could react, Chen Changsheng tore through the fabric of space, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a tumult of spatial disturbances in his wake. Lu Changzhi and Chen gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, their eyes wide open, rendered momentarily speechless, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Just as Chen Changsheng departed, a resplendent youth, adorned in finery, approached the entrance of the gathering Immortals Pavilion, followed by a throng of followers, exuding an imposing presence. Ah, is that not young Masterly? What wind has blown you here? Upon seeing young Masterly, an astute attendant rushed forward, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, the obsequiousness evident in his demeanor. What? Am I not allowed to come if there is no wind? Li Xianyuan replied with a grin, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes, his tone laced with playful teasing. Of course not. How could that be? Your presence graces our gathering immortals pavilion with unparalleled brilliance. The attendant hurriedly continued to flatter, his tone increasingly humble, bending lower in deference. Enough jesting. Where is Zheng Yao? Li Xianyuan inquired directly, observing the subservient attendant. In the central continent's Tianyu, within the serene confines of the Xiao family's courtyard, tranquility reigns supreme, akin to a hidden paradise. Upon entering, one is immediately captivated by a petite yet exquisite pond. Its crystal-clear waters reveal the sandy bottom, shimmering under the gentle caress of the breeze, reminiscent of countless tiny silver coins glimmering in the light. Beside the pond stands a delicately crafted pavilion, within which sits a woman of ethereal beauty. At this moment, she is engrossed in the book before her, embodying a celestial being immersed in the vast ocean of literature, exuding an otherworldly, refreshing aura. Her expression is one of profound focus and tranquility, as if the clamor of the world holds no sway over her. Clad in a flowing gown of pristine white, her graceful figure and billowing sleeves evoke the image of a fairy gracing the mortal realm. The fabric dances gently in the wind, further enhancing her transcendent aura. Suddenly, Xiao Ranxian lifts her gaze to the heavens, a flicker of confusion and contemplation crossing her features. She is the reincarnated empress of samsara from the celestial realm. Through her own prowess and innate talent, she ascended, gazing down upon her peers as she ultimately established the formidable samsara court. At one time, the samsara court nearly dominated the entire celestial domain, becoming a hallowed ground for countless cultivators. It was a place steeped in ethereal energy, with magnificent palaces and a multitude of disciples, flourishing to the utmost degree. However, just as the samsara court reached its zenith, a woman claiming to hail from the upper realms unleashed her formidable power without cause, obliterating the once mighty samsara court in an instant. The court crumbled, disciples scattered in panic, their cries for help intertwining in a scene of utter devastation. She too perished in that cataclysmic battle, fully aware of her opponent's might, thus embarking on the journey of her second life. In this incarnation, she possesses talents that rival those of her first life. Armed with the memories of her past and a heart filled with fury, she surged forth, her ascent as unstoppable as a tidal wave, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. Yet, just as she reveled in her triumph, that mysterious woman reappeared. With a mere wave of her hand, she erased her existence completely, the overwhelming force rendering her powerless, reducing her to ash in an instant. Thus, in her subsequent third life, she altered her approach, eschewing haste for steady growth. Nevertheless, when she finally attained her goals and ascended to the rank of emperor, the woman appeared once more, as if fated to do so, and with the same gesture, extinguished her life. After enduring these two harrowing lessons, she resolutely severed her ties to her past, fully detaching herself from the intricate web of her previous lives. Henceforth, she commenced her fourth and fifth lives anew. Now, she has traversed 10 reincarnations, and in this life, she possesses a complete family. Her father is the patriarch of the Xiao clan, while her mother is the esteemed daughter of the Li family in the city, both powerful enough to safeguard her, primarily due to her exceptionally gifted younger brother. In Wangdi City, Chen Changsheng materialized unexpectedly, unnoticed by any, as though he had always belonged to this realm. Observing the unfamiliar city, he murmured, "System, access Xiao Ranxian's personal information. Ding. Name, Xiao Ranxian. Talent, red auspiciousness, imperial potential. Age, 17. Background, master of the samsara court. Reincarnation of the samsara empress, traversing the 10th life. Daughter of the Xiao clan's head. Physique, samsara immortal body. Note, traversed 10 lives. One who has escaped the cycle of reincarnation." Chen Changsheng then activated his chaos Dao Eye, making his way toward the location of the crimson figure. "Xiao Yan, did I not instruct you not to disturb me?" As Xiao Ranxian was engrossed in her reading, she heard footsteps and assumed it was her maid, Xiao Lian, casually remarking. Chen Changsheng, standing silently in the courtyard, uttered not a word but fixed his intense and fervent gaze upon the stunning woman before him. After a prolonged silence without a response, Xiao Ranxian, filled with suspicion, slowly turned her head to assess the situation, only to behold a man standing a short distance away. Clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, a gentle breeze tousled his inky black hair, creating an image of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an extraordinary, ethereal charm. "Young lady, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. I beg your forgiveness," Xiao Ranxian said, quickly bowing in respect. Ahem. Chen Changsheng cleared his throat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the graceful and elegant figure of Xiao Ranxian. To reincarnate and live through 10 lifetimes. You are truly remarkable. At this moment, Xiao Ranxian stood tall, her posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding elegance and dignity, akin to a breathtaking painting, captivating the eyes of all who beheld her. Her clear, water-like eyes met Chen Changsheng's, calm and unperturbed, as if the tumult of the world could never disturb her inner peace. Senior, you jest. Is there truly such a thing as reincarnation? It is merely a tale spun from misunderstanding, Xiao Ranxian replied, startled that her hidden truth had been uncovered, hastily attempting to obscure the reality. What? Is the ruler of the Samsara court, the Samsara empress, afraid? Chen Changsheng's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate all, directly posing the question. You jest. Those are but remnants of the past. I am merely an ordinary mortal now, Xiao Ranxian finally conceded, a tone of resignation and melancholy lacing her words, as she recognized her inability to evade the truth. I am Chen Changsheng of Qingqing Peak, observing your exceptional roots, extraordinary comprehension, and unparalleled talent. I am inclined to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? Chen Changsheng's gaze was resolute, his tone calm as he spoke. Xiao Ranxian took a deep breath, steadying herself before responding respectfully. Senior, I am truly grateful for your kindness, but I have no desire for cultivation. I wish only to lead a humble life among mortals. Her voice carried a note of determination, as if she had firmly resolved her path. Are you truly content with this? Chen Changsheng inquired. Content, Xiao Ranxian replied with conviction, though her eyes betrayed a hint of resignation and resolve, reflecting the weariness of one who has endured countless tribulations. Do you not wish for vengeance? Chen Changsheng raised his voice, imbued with urgency, as if he sought to awaken the deeply buried hatred within the other party's heart, a hatred akin to a slumbering beast eager to be roused. Let all past grievances be bygone. Xiao Ranxian inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, her tone heavy with fatigue and resignation, as if recalling the painful memories of her past, leaving her utterly drained. Chen Changsheng gazed calmly at the woman before him, fully aware that he could not coerce her into any action, yet he was unwilling to relent. He continued, stop deceiving yourself. Take me as your master, and I can grant you all that you desire, including the complete reincarnation immortal scripture. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian's body trembled violently. She lifted her head, her eyes flashing with shock. She had thought she had reached her limits, only to discover an unexpected opportunity before her. A glimmer of resolve crossed her eyes, and without hesitation, she knelt before Chen Changsheng. Disciple Xiao Ranxian pays respects to master, she declared, her voice firm and powerful, as if she sought to expel all her grievances and frustrations. 3 resounding thuds echoed as her forehead struck the floor, the sound deep and reverberating. After the 3rd strike, her head had broken open, blood streaming down her exquisite cheek to her chin, finally dripping onto the floor. At that moment, the ground had been cracked by her humble submission, stained with her blood, a testament to the resoluteness of her heart, an unwavering determination to sever all ties. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple, Chen Changsheng stated solemnly, his tone filled with conviction and promise. Miss, it's time to eat. At that moment, a modestly dressed maid entered the courtyard. Ah, miss, what has happened? Upon seeing her bloodied mistress kneeling before Chen Changsheng, the maid, Xiao Lian, rushed forward in alarm, embracing Xiao Ranxian tightly, completely unaware of the circumstances, only horrified by the sight before her. Who are you? Why have you harmed my mistress? I will fight you. Seeing the bloodied Xiao Ranxian, the martial artist Xiao Lian glared fiercely, immediately launching herself at Chen Changsheng with unbridled fury. Xiao Lian had been taken in by the Xiao family since childhood, serving Xiao Ranxian, who treated her like family, nurturing her cultivation. Over time, their bond had deepened, akin to that of sisters. Observing Xiao Ranxian's bloodied state, she assumed this man had bullied her mistress and struck without mercy. Xiao Lian, stop. This is my master. The weakened Xiao Ranxian urgently interjected, her voice frantic. How can a master be so heartless? You are bleeding and he does nothing. Xiao Lian, always obedient to Xiao Ranxian, immediately halted her attack, rushing back to tend to her mistress's wounds, casting an angry, reproachful glance at Chen Changsheng before leading Xiao Ranxian into the room. Seeing the discontent in her eyes, Chen Changsheng could only smile helplessly, having inadvertently provided her an opportunity for retaliation. Forgive me for making you wait, master. I will now bid farewell to my family, Xiao Ranxian said, her head wrapped in bandages as she gracefully exited the room and approached the pavilion, her demeanor respectful, filled with remorse. Go ahead, Chen Changsheng replied with indifference. Xiao Lian, remain here to attend to the master. I shall return shortly. Do not allow any negligence towards him. Xiao Ranxian admonished her maid with utmost seriousness before departing. Ah, miss, may I accompany you? Xiao Lian, reluctant to tend to someone she perceived as somewhat arrogant, hurriedly pleaded with her departing mistress, her eyes filled with yearning. "There is no need. I will be back soon," Xiao Ranxian smiled, intuitively understanding Xiao Lian's thoughts and gently declining. "Very well, then please return swiftly," Xiao Lian acquiesced, pouting in discontent, acknowledging the impossibility of following her mistress. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, the high-ranking members of both the Xiao and Li families had gathered, troubled by the recent news that Yunsheng, the son of the Yun family, had joined the Yaoqi sacred land, causing considerable concern. This prompted the assembly of the Xiao and Li families. The three dominant forces in Wandi City were the Xiao family, the Li family, and the Yun family. The long-standing camaraderie between the Li and Xiao families had allowed the Xiao family to maintain its position of authority in Wandi City, ensuring their stability. However, with the emergence of Yunsheng in the Yaoqi sacred land, the Yun family's status had surged, threatening to eclipse the alliance of the Xiao and Li families. In such precarious circumstances, the two families risked being gradually consumed by the Yun family, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Alas, it's all due to my incompetent descendants. If only one of them possessed exceptional talent and joined a sacred land, we would not find ourselves in this dire predicament, lamented Li Shan, the head of the Li family, with a heavy heart. In the central state's celestial domain, there existed a coalition of 9 sects, each representing formidable powers beyond the reach of small families like theirs. The coalition, known as the Ancestral Martial Alliance, encompassed numerous factions within the central state. The 3 renowned sacred lands, Yaoqi Sacred Land, Fuguang Sacred Land, and Xianyuan Sacred Land, were revered as the ultimate sanctuaries for countless cultivators. The 9 sects included the Sword Palace, the Qingshan Sacred Mountain, the Jinwu Divine Sect, the Hahuan Celestial Sect, the Blood Fiend Sacred Hall, the Soul Infant Ghost Sect, the Beastmaster Spiritual Sect, the Jinwu Dynasty, and the Taishan Sacred Sect. Do not speak so. Our Xiao family is no different, Xiao Wudi consoled Li Shan, who appeared despondent, wearing a wry smile. Brother-in-law, isn't Ranshan exceptionally gifted? Perhaps we should let her try her luck at the sacred lands. Upon mentioning talent, Li Shan suddenly recalled his niece, Xiao Ranxian, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. Brother, you know well that Ranshan has a temper, replied Li Yinji, the wife of Xiao Wudi and mother of Xiao Ranxian, also the eldest daughter of the Li family, with a knowing expression. As thoughts of the stunningly beautiful young woman filled the hall, all present fell into contemplative silence, each harboring their own musings. Master, the eldest lady requests an audience at the entrance. An untimely voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Quickly let her in. Li Shan, eager to see his niece, instructed a servant to fetch her. He held great affection for this exceptional niece, who, despite her reluctance to cultivate, excelled in every other respect. Mother, father, uncle, and aunts. Not long after, Xiao Ranxian, her head wrapped in bandages, entered the hall respectfully, slightly bowing as she greeted them. Ranxian, what has happened? How did you get hurt? Upon seeing her daughter's bandaged head, Li Yinji rushed forward, grasping her hand with concern etched across her face, nearly moved to tears at the sight of her injury. Mother, I'm fine. I just had a little accident, Xiao Ranxian assured her. Feeling a swell of emotion at her mother's concern, grateful to know she was not alone and that someone cared for her, a profoundly comforting realization. Ranxian, if anything troubles you, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. Even if the sky were to fall, your uncle would stand firm for you, Li Shan declared, his heart aching for his injured niece, his expression filled with concern. Mother, uncle, I truly am unharmed. Please do not worry. Gazing at her caring family, Xiao Ranxian felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, warmth flooding her heart. Rana, what brings you here? After confirming that his daughter was unharmed, Xiao Wudi inquired, for his daughter had always been composed in her actions, and such a display was indeed rare, causing him to harbor concerns. Father, mother, uncle, I bear delightful news to share with you all. I have taken my master, and today I shall accompany my esteemed mentor back to the sect. Hence I have come to bid farewell. Looking at her benevolent father, Xiao Ranxian spoke with a radiant smile, joy illuminating her face. What, Ranner, you have a master now? Why was I not informed? Upon hearing that her daughter had taken a master, Li Yinji was taken aback, her heart brimming with suspicion, fearing her daughter might have been deceived. Indeed, Ranxian, such a significant matter as taking a master, how could your uncle be unaware? Surely, you have not been tricked? The realization that his niece had taken a master without his knowledge stirred a hint of doubt in her uncle's heart, worrying that she might have fallen prey to malicious intent. Ranner, who is your master? Why have I never heard of them? Xiao Wudi, equally perplexed, inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon his daughter. My master is Chen Changsheng from Qingqing Peak, Xiao Ranxian replied slowly, her voice clear and resolute. Qingqing Peak, what sect is that? I have never heard of it, Elder Xiao Zizai, beside Xiao Wudi, questioned with a furrowed brow, striving to recall any information about this sect. Yes. Which sect of the Central State's heavenly domain is Qingqing Peak? We seem to have no recollection of it. The elders in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, racking their brains for any recollection of a force named Qingqing Peak, but to no avail, all wearing expressions of confusion. Silly girl, have you been deceived? I have never heard of such a force. Li Yinji gazed at her daughter, quickly pondering in her mind. Convinced that no such entity existed in the Central State's heavenly domain, her worries deepening. According to your uncle, my dear, you must have been misled, Li Shan chimed in, his expression filled with certainty. My dear, which Qingqing Peak are you referring to? Considering his daughter, Xiao Wudi pondered briefly, his demeanor growing somewhat serious. Father, you are indeed well informed. It is that very Qingqing Peak, Xiao Ranxian asserted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Eldest brother, which Qingqing Peak? I am entirely in the dark. Elder Xiao Zizai queried, intrigued by Xiao Wudi's sudden gravity. It is the Qingqing Peak of the Taiqing heavenly sect in the northern wasteland, Xiao Wudi revealed, his voice deep and commanding as he sensed the curiosity of those around him. Is it truly that Qingqing Peak? My dear, Li Yinji turned her gaze towards her daughter, anticipation and anxiety flickering in her eyes. The others too fixated on Xiao Ranxian, eager not to miss a single detail. Mother, it is indeed the Qingqing Peak of the Shangqing heavenly sect. My esteemed master is waiting for me, Xiao Ranxian stated plainly, unperturbed by their scrutiny. You silly girl. Why did you not mention this sooner? How could you keep our esteemed elder waiting? Come, let us go greet him. Upon confirming his thoughts, Xiao Wudi's spirits soared, urging her eagerly. Yes, yes, we must not keep the elder waiting. The rest of the gathered family, snapping back to reality, hastily followed Xiao Wudi, their steps quickening. Thus, the younger members of the clan training in the martial arts arena observed the figures of the elders hastening in a single direction. Where are the clan leader and the elders headed? And what of the Li clan leader and elders? Someone inquired, their eyes filled with confusion. What is happening? Could the Yun family be attacking? Another speculated, anxiety etched across their features. Let us go see. A chorus of young clan members clamored, eagerly trailing after the departing elders. In the courtyard, Chen Changsheng was leisurely savoring the delectable dishes laid before him, while the inquisitive Xiao Lian gazed at him intently. Taoist, are you truly here to indulge in free food and drink? Xiao Lian could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, What? Do I appear to be someone who feasts and drinks for free? Chen Changsheng raised his head, looking at Xiao Lian, who was pouring him wine, and countered. Before long, the members of the Xiao and Li families arrived at the courtyard. They beheld Xiao Lian serving wine to the man, who appeared to relish every sip. Ha ha ha, Master Changsheng. Forgive our humble welcome. Please do not take offense. Xiao Wudi greeted with courtesy and grace, bowing respectfully. The members of the Xiao and Li families mimicked their leader's gestures, bowing in unison, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Xiao Lian has met the clan leader. As the clan leader arrived, Xiao Lian hastily paid her respects to Chen Changsheng. Clan leader Xiao, you are too kind, Chen Changsheng replied with calm composure, feeling no surprise at their arrival, as it was only fitting he meet the parents of his disciple. Master Changsheng, you honor my humble Xiao family with your presence. Truly an occasion that brings us great prestige, Xiao Wudi expressed, astonished by the ethereal presence of the man before him. Clan leader Xiao, you are too gracious. I have come here primarily for your daughter, as I trust you are already aware, Chen Changsheng stated directly, eschewing any circumspection. I understand. It is a great fortune for my daughter to have you as her master. Xiao Lian, hurry and prepare. Do not keep Master Changsheng waiting. Sensing a hint of impatience in Chen Changsheng's tone, Xiao Wudi promptly instructed Xiao Ranxian to assist Xiao Lian with the preparations. At that moment, the younger members of the clan hurriedly arrived, witnessing the two clan leaders standing respectfully beside the man, engaging in light conversation. Liang, who is that man? Why does the clan leader personally attend to him? One younger member inquired, filled with curiosity. Qingqing Peak, Master Changsheng, Liang replied, casting a serious gaze at Chen Changsheng as he explained. What? Liang, is that truly the case? He is that esteemed individual? A slightly older boy among the younger members. Xiao Cheng stared in disbelief at the direction the figures had vanished, astonished that the legendary powerhouse had graced their humble Xiao family. Xiao Cheng, do you know him? A boy standing close to Xiao Cheng asked, while the others turned their curious gazes towards him. He is the Chen Changsheng from Qingqing Peak, who turned the entire Central State's heavenly domain upside down thousands of years ago, the very figure often mentioned by the elders, Xiao Cheng said, excitement coursing through him. What? It is truly him? My goodness, I cannot believe I am witnessing the real deal. This is incredible. I must get closer to behold the grandeur of this legendary figure. Wait for me, I want to go too. Miss, who exactly is your master? Why does the clan leader refer to him as senior? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Yan, who had returned with Xiao Ranxian to gather her belongings, eagerly inquired. He is your idol, Xiao Ranxian replied with a smile, playfully teasing the curious Xiao Yan. Idol? What idol? Miss, please do not jest with me, Xiao Yan protested, continuing to gather her things while chattering away. Were you not the one who said your master was your idol when you first began cultivating, wishing to one day be like him? Xiao Ranxian patiently explained once more, observing the still bewildered expression on Xiao Yan's face. My idol is the illustrious Changsheng of Qingxing Peak. Although the clan leader has also referred to him as Changsheng, how could it possibly be him? Xiao Yan remarked as she tidied the garments in her hands. Wait, miss, are you truly saying he is that Changsheng of Qingxing Peak? Suddenly realizing, Xiao Yan halted her actions, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at Xiao Ranxian. Indeed, my master is the Changsheng of Qingxing Peak. Observing Xiao Yan's sudden realization, Xiao Ranxian continued to smile at her. Oh my miss, am I doomed? I just acted against Changsheng. Will he not obliterate me? With Xiao Ranxian's assured demeanor and recalling her previous actions, Xiao Yan was engulfed in profound dread. As a mere novice warrior, how could she have dared to confront a legendary figure? Even a billion deaths would not suffice as punishment. Fear not, Xiao Yan, my master is not that kind of person. Besides, you have me, your miss, here. Though it was her first encounter with her master, she could discern that he was not one to harbor resentment. She was confident that her master would not make things difficult for Xiao Yan and immediately offered her reassurance. Is that truly so, miss? Indeed, hurry and tidy up. Chapter 26, Apprenticeship of Xiao Ranxian. In the heavens, Chen Changsheng soared through the skies on his sword alongside Xiao Ranxian, surrounded by swirling clouds, appearing as if he were an ethereal being descending upon the mortal realm. The spiritual sword flew rapidly through the air, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. At the very spot where Chen Changsheng had just disappeared, shadowy figures materialized as if conjured from thin air, each exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. What brings this calamity once again to the celestial domain? A breathtaking figure appeared, a woman gazing in the direction where Chen Changsheng had vanished. This striking beauty was none other than Ji Qingyue, the sovereign of the Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the 3 sacred lands. Beside her stood a cohort of formidable beings from various regions of the Central State's celestial domain, each a leader of their respective powers. You, the Holy Lord, are unaware of this. How could we, mere small sects, possibly know? The speaker was Jiang Chani, the leader of the Hahuan Tianzong, who wore a cheerful smile while occasionally swaying her curvaceous figure, exuding charm and allure. Enough. All of you are leaders of various factions. Please maintain your decorum. Xianyuan Do, the master of the Xianyuan Holy Land, coldly scrutinized the alluring Jiang Chani, who was flaunting her charms. Ha ha ha, Xianyuan Holy Lord. It is one thing for you to be pure and untainted. Must you interfere with how others conduct themselves? Do you truly believe your Xianyuan Holy Land is invincible? Nangong Longdu, the master of the Fuguang Holy Land, smirked with a hint of provocation. Do you think our Xianyuan Holy Land fears you? Xianyuan Do, undeterred by Nangong Longdu's blatant challenge, instantly unleashed the terrifying might of his peak martial saint level, akin to an immovable mountain crashing down upon Nangong Longdu. Then let us see. Nangong Longdu snorted coldly, swiftly displaying his own peak martial saint prowess to meet the challenge. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Gentlemen, let us set aside our grievances for now. I implore you both to consider the greater picture. Ji Qingyue, witnessing the escalating tension between the two, swiftly interjected. What Ji Daoist says is entirely correct. I hope both of you can momentarily put aside your prejudices for the sake of the greater good. Seeing Ji Qingyue intervening, Li Tai, the leader of the Tai Xian Holy Sect, quickly echoed her sentiments. It was crucial to note that this was the territory of the Tai Xian Holy Sect. Should these two masters engage in combat, they would be the first to suffer the consequences. Humph, for the sake of Ji Daoist and Li Daoist, I shall spare your life this time, Nangong Longdu remarked, slowly retracting his overwhelming pressure. Humph, Xianyuan Do scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. You may be overestimating yourself. As his words fell, the peak martial saint pressure emanating from Xianyuan Do receded like a tide. With a soft whoosh, a figure appeared abruptly before the crowd, cloaked in a magnificent robe suffused with purple mist, clearly of distinguished status. Elder Mu, have you uncovered the situation? Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Qingyue inquired, the elder draped in purple being none other than Elder Mu from their Yaoqi Holy Land. Holy Lord, the investigation has been completed. He has come specifically to take on disciples. The elder in purple responded respectfully. Oh, what kind of prodigy could compel him to personally make the journey? Upon hearing this, not only Ji Qingyue, but everyone present was filled with curiosity. It is Xiao Ranxian from Wandi City. Sensing the puzzled gazes surrounding him, Elder Mu hastily clarified. So it is her. Li Tai suddenly understood, as he was not unfamiliar with that name. Li Sect Master, do you know her? Ji Qingwei inquired. Holy Master Ji. This Xiao Ranxian was born under a canopy of purple light, an exceedingly rare talent, Li Tai elucidated. I did not expect it to be this individual. News of Xiao Ranxian has reached many factions within the Central State's celestial domain. So it is her. No wonder he would come personally, Ji Qingwei comprehended. Having previously noted this genius, and even sent elders to visit her, only to find she lacked the heart for cultivation, which was indeed a pity. Chapter 27, Li Tai. What a pity. Our unparalleled talent from the Central State has been seized by that fellow from the Northern Wasteland. The Emperor of the Zhenwu dynasty, Wu Yi, lamented with a look of regret. Indeed, if there is nothing further, let us disperse. The leader of the Zhenwu divine sect, Wu Yikong, nodded in resignation. Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, followed closely by Jiang Chani and the others. Subsequently, Ji Qingwei led her companions away as well. After the crowd had dispersed, Yujing Tian, the leader of the Beastmaster Spirit sect, clasped his hands in farewell to Li Tai. Brotherly, I bid you farewell. Brother Yu, please take care, Li Tai politely responded as he saw Yujing Tian off. Sect Master. Once the crowd had departed, an orange figure quietly materialized beside Li Tai. Elder Jian, why does this Wandi city feel so familiar to me? Li Tai gazed at the elder before him, filled with confusion. Ha ha ha, Sect Master, have you forgotten? Xiao Taishian hails from Wandi City. The elder known as Jian explained. Now that you mention it, it has come back to me, Li Tai exclaimed, struck by realization. Well then, let us proceed, Elder Jian. This time we shall visit the Xiao family in Wandi City together, Li Tai declared. Within Wandi City, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Initially, they had been reveling in the joy of Xiao Ranxian's successful entry into Qingsheng Peak. However, just moments ago, dozens of chilling and spine-tingling pressures surged forth from the distant horizon like a monstrous wave, swiftly enveloping them and making it nearly impossible to breathe. As if the entire world had come to a standstill, Xiao Wudi and the others stared in terror at the source of the pressure, their eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. The residents of the city were equally anxious, casting alarmed glances at Xiao Wudi and the others. This is dire. Two exceedingly terrifying auras are rapidly approaching. The strongest among them, Xiao Wudi, was the first to sense this alarming shift. His voice trembled, filled with an unprecedented sense of dread and tension. In an instant, the two extraordinarily terrifying presences had arrived, the newcomers being none other than Li Tai and Elder Jian. They appeared suddenly, like phantoms, without any warning, radiating an overwhelming aura that suffocated the air around them, the invisible pressure rendering every individual present breathless. We pay our respects to the esteemed seniors, exclaimed Xiao Wudi, the lord of the city, as he hurriedly led the others in a gesture of reverence. Xiao Ranyan is indeed of your Xiao family, Li Tai observed curiously, scrutinizing Xiao Wudi with keen interest. In response to the younger generation, my daughter is indeed Xiao Ranyan. Xiao Wudi replied after a brief pause. And what of Xiao Taishian? Is he also of your lineage? Li Tai continued to gaze intently at Xiao Wudi, a flicker of intrigue and anticipation dancing in his eyes. Xiao Wudi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, utterly at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, Esteemed senior, I am truly unaware of which Xiao Taishian you refer to. If it pertains to Wandi City, my son is indeed called Xiao Taishian. Ha ha. How fortunate you are, City Lord Xiao. Li Tai laughed heartily. You flatter me, esteemed senior, replied Xiao Wudi, his gaze fixed upon the two figures in the sky, his eyes brimming with bewilderment and perplexity. City Lord Xiao, how fortunate indeed. Your son has now become a direct disciple of the revered master of the Tai Xian sacred sect, destined for a future of boundless possibilities. Elder Jian, standing beside Li Tai, interjected eagerly. Oh, the esteemed elder of the Tai Xian sacred sect has graced us with your presence. We, the younger generation, are remiss in not welcoming you properly, and I am truly ashamed. I beg for your forgiveness. Xiao Wudi once more bowed respectfully, his demeanor sincere and humble, not daring to exhibit even a hint of disrespect. Ha ha ha, City Lord Xiao, you are too modest. Now that that child has become my disciple, we may consider ourselves as kin. Li Tai, in a remarkably cheerful mood, displayed a warm demeanor that starkly contrasted with his earlier severity. My son is indeed fortunate to have earned the favor of Sect Master Li as his teacher. It is a blessing he has accrued from his past life. Xiao Wudi, overjoyed, felt a surge of elation that was apparent on his face. At that moment, everyone in Wandi City listened intently, absorbing every word. Meanwhile, Yun Yanxiang, the head of the Yun family, felt a chill descend upon him, his brows furrowing in discontent. It is time for me to take my leave, City Lord Xiao. May our paths cross again. The two figures, having achieved their purpose, spared no time in departing, observing the astonished expressions of those present. We bid farewell to Sect Master Li. The crowd in Huangdi City respectfully clasped their hands in reverence as they watched the two figures depart. Ha ha ha, brother. Is our Xiao family on the rise? First, Ranyan becomes a disciple at Qingxing Peak, and now Taixian has become a disciple of Sect Master Li. Xiao Zizai, usually carefree, was grinning widely, his laughter echoing down the streets. Ha ha ha, joyous news indeed. I declare a 3-day banquet for the entire city in celebration. Xiao Wudi, in an ecstatic mood, proclaimed. Just hours prior, the Xiao and Li families had been at a loss regarding the Yun family's predicament. But the news of Xiao Ranyan and Xiao Taishuan's discipleship had resolved all issues. Thank you, City Lord. The citizens of the city chorused in gratitude. City Lord, my Yun family wishes to become vassals of the Xiao family. I implore you to accept us. Yun Yinxiang's voice cut through the jubilant atmosphere, shattering the moment. Head, what are you saying? The Yun family has its own dignity. How can you dishonor our ancestors in this way? Before Xiao Wudi could respond, Yun Bai, the elder of the Yun family, interjected with palpable anger and disappointment. Elder's words ring true. We, of the Yun family, must uphold our own integrity. Another elder rose to voice his dissent, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Meanwhile, Xiao Wudi and his companions stood silently by, observing the unfolding drama without uttering a word. Silence. I am the head of the Yun family. My decision today is the decision of the Yun family. Yun Yinxiang, consumed by rage, unleashed his formidable martial prowess to suppress the dissenters. Head of the Yun family, we are willing to serve the Xiao family. I implore you to accept us. Having quelled the opposition, Yun Yinxiang once again turned his gaze towards the Xiao family, his eyes filled with determination and hope. Very well, Yun Yinxiang. Prepare to face the consequences of your actions, Yun Bai, gritting his teeth, retorted, leading the dissenting members towards the ancestral grounds of the Yun family, his angry silhouette betraying his inner turmoil. Yun family head, perhaps you should return and deliberate on this matter further, Xiao Wudi suggested hesitantly, watching Yun Bai depart. You jest. City Lord, they are but insignificant insects. There is no need for you to concern yourself. I represent the Yun family in submitting to the Xiao family. I ask for your consent. Yun Yinxiang reiterated his proposal. Ha ha ha, my brother Yun possesses great courage. In that case, should I refuse? It would be an affront to our Xiao family. Xiao Wudi regarded the resolute Yun Yinxiang, his decision forming in his mind to accept the Yun family. We pay our respects to our head. Seeing Xiao Wudi nod in agreement, Yun Yinxiang led the remaining family members in a respectful bow. There is no need for such formalities. From this day forth, we are one family, sharing both fortune and misfortune, Xiao Wudi declared solemnly, gazing at the Yun family members. Sharing fortune and misfortune, echoed the voices of the Xiao, Li, and Yun families in unison, their spirits soaring with exhilaration. Head, I must return to address some matters within the family. Yun Yinxiang, having achieved his objective, felt a sudden headache thinking of Yun Bai and the others, and thus took his leave from Xiao Wudi. Ha ha ha, brother Yun, you may simply refer to me as Xiao. There is no need for such formalities. Please attend to your familial affairs, Xiao Wudi remarked gently, observing the fervor of the three families. Thank you, brother Xiao, Yun Yinxiang expressed his gratitude, feeling increasingly fortunate in his decision as he departed with his kin. Esteemed members, I, as the head of the Xiao family, accept the Yun family. Do any of you have objections? Turning to address the departing Yun family members, Xiao Wudi inquired of his own kin. We shall abide by the head's command. The Xiao family members unanimously replied, their gazes toward Xiao Wudi now imbued with admiration, as if envisioning the flourishing future of the Xiao family. Head, the ancestor summons you. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yun family, a young servant hurriedly approached to deliver the message. Understood, Yun Yinxiang was taken aback, not anticipating such swift action from Yun Bai, who had even summoned the long-secluded ancestor. Before long, Yun Yinxiang led the others to the deliberation hall of the Yun family. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man, well into his 70s, with his eyes closed, emanating a formidable aura of death. Yun Yinxiang, are you aware of your transgressions? Upon seeing Yun Yinxiang, the elder Yun Bai, emboldened by the ancestor's presence, immediately launched into an assault. What wrong have I committed? Esteemed head? Yun Yinxiang shot a disdainful glance at the scheming Yun Bai, too disinterested to meet his gaze, instead directing his focus towards the seated ancestor, Yin Shanha. Humph. To have the Yun family submit to the Xiao family? How dare you even consider that? You are tarnishing our family's name and disgracefully dishonoring our ancestors. Given the circumstances, do you still not comprehend your error? The fury within Yunbai intensified as he glared at Yun Yinxiang, his eyes wide with indignation, as if he wished to devour him whole. The Yun family has never been characterized by weakness or submission to the whims of others. Rather, we embody the spirit of noble men who would rather perish than yield. At this moment, an elder who staunchly supports Yunbai can no longer contain his inner fury and passionately voices his opinion. Indeed, if it comes to that, we shall fight to the death. We cannot allow our family to endure such a disgrace. The actions of the family head are a disgrace to the Yun family's esteemed reputation. Another elder echoed in fervent agreement, expressing unwavering support for Yunbai. He is utterly unworthy of leading our illustrious lineage. Seeing the tide turning against him, the younger members of Yunbai's faction rallied to support their elder, launching vehement verbal assaults against the current family head. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and chaotic. Utter nonsense. Without a family head, how could the Yun family boast its current glory? The second elder, unable to endure the unfounded accusations against the family head, bellowed in outrage, his eyes wide and filled with indignation. If it weren't for the efforts of Yun Yinxiang, how would the Yun family have achieved such success? This treachery from you all is infuriating. Indeed, you ungrateful wretches, have you forgotten? The young family head has already secured his position within the sacred Yao pool. Should misfortune befall the family head today, do you believe that the one within the sacred grounds would let you off so easily? A devoted supporter of Yun Yinxiang stepped forward, fearlessly invoking the name of Yun Shang, issuing a stern warning to the dissenters. Enough. Yinxiang, what are your intentions? As the contention escalated, the venerable elder Yun Shanha, who had remained silent until now, could no longer suppress his dissatisfaction and commanded silence. Aware of his advanced age and limited time, he knew that this forced emergence had drained the last remnants of his vitality, necessitating immediate retreat for recuperation. Yet, he was a man of reason and held great respect for Yun Yinxiang's character, having observed his every word and action over the years. What puzzled him was why such a proud figure as Yun Yinxiang would suddenly bow to the Xiao family. Ancestor, are you nearing your end? Observing the elder's sudden outburst, Yun Yinxiang directly inquired without hesitation. How dare you, Yinxiang, utter such blasphemy against our ancestor? This is sheer treason. Hearing Yun Yinxiang mention the looming end, Yun Shanha was understandably displeased, while Yunbai seized the opportunity to strike back. Silence. Do you presume that I, your ancestor, am already deceased? When did it become your place to speak so recklessly? Yun Shanha glared at Yunbai with fierce eyes, reprimanding him sharply. Ancestor, please. This is a misunderstanding. It is Yun Yinxiang who seeks to curse you. Yunbai, terrified by the elder's sudden fury, hurriedly attempted to explain, his hatred for Yun Yinxiang intensifying. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted once more by Yun Shanha's sharp retort. Keep your mouth shut. When did it become your right to dictate matters in the Yun family? Yunbai opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately dared not utter another word, bowing his head in silence, inwardly lamenting his plight. At that moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with only Yun Shanha's piercing gaze slicing through the crowd. Finally, Yun Shanha turned his attention back to Yun Yinxiang and spoke slowly. Continue. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yinxiang met the elder's gaze with unwavering courage and declared, if, heaven forbid, our ancestor were to pass, would our Yun family be able to maintain our stronghold in Wandi City? This statement sent ripples through the assembly, prompting deep contemplation among all present. They understood well that without the guidance of such a revered elder, the Yun family would struggle to retain its status in Wandi City. Faced with the prospect of subjugation to other powers or forced relocation, the outcome seemed inevitable, merely a matter of time. Consider this carefully. I have already represented the Yun family in expressing our allegiance to the Xiao family, becoming their first subordinate force. But are we merely aligning ourselves with a trivial clan? Not at all. In truth, we are aligning with a formidable force, one with boundless potential that may very well give rise to an emperor. Do you not see the endless possibilities and glorious prospects that lie ahead for the Xiao family? Look at Xiao Ranxian. She has already joined the ranks of the Qingqing Peak under the North Wilderness Taiping sect. Surely, no further elaboration is needed regarding what Qingqing Peak signifies. Let us also consider another contender, Xiao Taixian. He is a direct disciple of the Taixian sacred sect's leader. With such an exceptional background and prodigious talent, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Moreover, the esteemed leader Li of the Taixian sacred sect has personally come to witness this. Does that not indicate how pivotal Xiao Taixian is to their sect? Indeed, while Yun Sheng has been fortunate enough to enter the sacred Yao pool for training, one must recognize that as an outer disciple, he pales in comparison to a direct disciple. Reflect on this. The future of the Xiao family is supported by the Taiping sect and the Taixian sacred sect. The rise of the Xiao family is an undeniable fact, Shall we, the Yun family, not follow in the wake of this superfamily? Or do we wish to remain confined to this small city? After delivering these remarks, Yun Yanxiang observed the faces of his kin, realizing that his series of inquiries had awakened them to the truth. Indeed, as he stated, the ascendance of the Xiao family was a foregone conclusion. Aligning with the Xiao family was a prudent choice, and it was not beyond reason that the Yun family could rise alongside them. Even those who had previously supported Yun began to waver. The family head is wise. With you at the helm, the Yun family shall undoubtedly ascend. The second elder, Yun Peng, proclaimed with a beaming smile, secretly reveling in the moment. Indeed, the Xiao family will surely shine, and as their first vassal family, we shall soar alongside them. Another elder concurred, casting an admiring gaze toward Yun Yanxiang, filled with respect for this emerging leader. Ha, I anticipated this. The family head's decision is surely laden with profound significance. The previously speaking steward expressed his exuberance, seemingly already envisioning a resplendent future for the Yun family within the realm of ancestral martial arts. Excellent, Yanxiang, I truly did not misjudge you. With you in command, the Yun family need not fear. The elder, seated in the main position, regarded Yun Yanxiang, who had just delivered an impassioned speech, with a sense of agreement and satisfaction. From now on, all significant matters within the Yun family shall be under your purview, without needing my consent, Yin Shanha proclaimed, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. His gaze firmly fixed on Yun Yanxiang. Yes, ancestor, Yun Yanxiang responded without hesitation, his tone imbued with determination and confidence. He understood the weight of his family's future on his shoulders and vowed to give his all. Yin Shanha nodded approvingly, a glimmer of relief and pride flickering in his eyes. He firmly believed that Yun Xiang possessed the capability to lead the Yun family towards greatness and realize the resurgence of their lineage. He then slowly remarked, well, since that is the case, I can rest assured and continue my seclusion for cultivation. The matters ahead shall be entrusted entirely to you. No sooner had he spoken than Yun Shanha's figure flickered and vanished like a wraith. The onlookers only perceived a fleeting blur before his presence dissipated entirely. Master of the house, it was my narrow-mindedness that has led to this miscalculation. Please forgive me. The elder who had previously supported Yun suddenly recognized his folly and hastily knelt in supplication. Chapter 32. Unity of the Yun family. The others who had opposed Yun Yanxiang also awakened to the reality, their faces pale and beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Confronted with the truth, they understood that only by seeking Yun Yanxiang's forgiveness could they preserve their positions within the Yun family. We implore the master to show mercy. We vow to follow you to the death and serve the Yun family. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense, with all eyes focused on Yun Yanxiang, awaiting his verdict. However, Yun Yanxiang did not respond to their pleas immediately. He stood silently, his sharp gaze sweeping across each individual. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon the great elder Yun Bai, and he gently inquired, Great elder, what are your thoughts? Master, it is I, Yun Bai, who have been short-sighted and narrow-minded, nearly causing us to miss the opportunity for our Yun family to soar. Such a grave mistake deserves the harshest punishment. I have no words left. All blame rests solely on my shoulders. Please, show mercy and spare my branch. They are all innocent. Faced with the undeniable defeat, Yun Bai made no attempt to defend himself. Indeed, it was his own limited vision that had led them to this dire situation. At this moment, his only hope was that Yun Yanxiang might grant leniency and pardon his clan, lest he become the eternal scapegoat of their branch. Very well, I grant you this. Observing Yun Bai's countenance filled with remorse, Yun Yanxiang offered no further words. The great elder has openly defied the master's orders. This is a grave disrespect. According to clan regulations, his position as great elder shall be revoked and replaced by the virtuous and capable second elder Yun Peng. Furthermore, the diligent and talented former steward Yun Feng shall succeed the second elder. Does anyone have any objections to this? Yun Yanxiang stated with unwavering resolve. Through this incident, Yun Yanxiang profoundly understood that to achieve great endeavors, those surrounding him must share a common purpose and vision. Thus, he decisively promoted his steadfast supporters, the second elder Yun Peng and Yun Feng, to ensure that the upper echelons of the Yun family could follow orders and work in unison. We shall dutifully obey the master's commands. Witnessing Yun Yanxiang's decisive and far-sighted demeanor from his position of authority, all members of the Yun family were filled with awe and reverently bowed in submission, expressing their absolute compliance. Yun Yanxiang looked upon the respectful demeanor of those before him with great satisfaction. He understood well that only through unity could a family flourish, ultimately establishing a firm foothold and emerging in prominence within the fiercely competitive realm of cultivation. Within the renowned gathering of immortals in the northern wilderness, The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. In an elegant room on the 7th floor, Lu Changzhi sat across from a man, both engaged in earnest discussion. The man raised his wine cup high and, tilting his head back, indulged in a hearty drink. Brother Lu, how I lament our late meeting. This cup of wine. I toast to you. Li Xuanyuan's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on Lu Changzhi, his joy radiating like the brilliant sun, unabashedly displayed. Time swiftly passed, and before long, both men began to exhibit signs of inebriation under the influence of the alcohol. Young master, young master. The next morning, old Mu hastily sought out the thoroughly intoxicated Li Xuanyuan. Upon entering the room, he discovered two robust men entwined in slumber, Lu Changzhi's thigh unceremoniously draped over Li Xuanyuan's. The sight was utterly absurd. By the heavens! As Li Xuanyuan awoke, his eyes fell upon Lu Changzhi at close range, prompting him to hastily shove him away and swiftly rise to assess his condition. Fortunately, nothing amiss has occurred, or I would have been gravely alarmed. Li Xuanyuan sighed in relief, glancing at the still slumbering Lu Changzhi. I nearly tarnished my reputation. Thank goodness no one witnessed this, except old Mu. Old Mu, what brings you here? Li Xuanyuan turned, his expression darkening, his eyes casting a resentful glare at old Mu. Young master, His Majesty's edict demands your return within 3 days. Old Mu stated with a solemn demeanor. Discovered at last, alas. Upon my return, who knows when I shall emerge again? Li Xuanyuan lamented. He is downstairs, young master. Old Mu quickly replied. By the heavens! Who is flaunting their wealth? Why is it so bright? As Li Xuanyuan opened the window, he was momentarily blinded by an overwhelming radiance. Good heavens, an abundance of top-grade spirit stones. Young master, how can there be so many? Old Mu exclaimed in shock as he beheld the sparkling top-grade spirit stones strewn across the floor. Chapter 33, Li Xuanyuan. It appears Brother Lu's identity is extraordinary. Let us depart. Li Xuanyuan, regaining his composure, showed little surprise, for he had encountered such wealth before given his status. Xingniu. Charge the bill for room 7 to my account, Li Xuanyuan declared loudly upon spotting Xingniu downstairs. Sir, room 7 has already been settled. Xingniu replied with a beaming smile. Very well. Also, please continue to keep an eye on those two individuals. He handed a mid-grade spirit stone to Xingniu, as he was particularly concerned about them. And what of Brother Lu's junior disciple? Why have I not seen him? He inquired, recalling that Chen Anzhi was absent from the room. That Taoist left early in the morning. The money was provided by him. Xingniu recounted promptly after receiving the mid-grade spirit stone from Li Xuanyuan. Very well, let us go, old Mu. With that, Li Xuanyuan turned to leave with old Mu in tow. Take care, sir, and we eagerly await your next visit. Xingniu respectfully called after them. Oh, my head aches terribly, Xingniu. Lu Changzhi, having just awakened, called out loudly towards the door. Sir, you are awake. Xingniu quickly entered the room. Where are my junior disciple and Brother Li? Lu Changzhi urgently inquired, surveying the disheveled state of the room, finding no one else present. Sir, your junior disciple returned to the sect this morning, and the other young master left just now, asking me to convey that you should not return without being sober. Xingniu explained in detail. Anyo, how much do I owe? Take what you need. Lu Changzhi generously offered upon learning the situation. Sir, your junior disciple has already settled the bill, Xingniu recalled, glancing at the pile of luxurious spirit stones scattered across the floor. Very well, do you offer delivery services? Lu Changzhi inquired. Sir, we did not before, but we can now. Where would you like it delivered? Xingniu responded decisively. Can you deliver to the Taiching sect? Sir, do not jest. The immortals in the Taiching sect have long since transcended worldly food. Moreover, they have their own kitchens and require none of our mundane provisions. Xingniu patiently explained. Anyo, you see, it is primarily because I possess an abundance of spirit stones, and I find myself at a loss for how to spend them. Can you comprehend this dilemma? Lu Changzhi remarked playfully, gazing at Xingniu. Taoist, to which peak shall we deliver? You need only say, and I shall ensure your satisfaction, Xingniu replied eagerly. Upon witnessing Lu Changzhi's insufferably smug grin, Xingniu bluntly remarked, Ah, so you have money and think you're impressive, do you? I am here solely to earn your coin. At Qingqing Peak, Lu Changzhi, having spoken, promptly extended a jade token towards Xingniu. Grandfather, please do not jest with me. As Xingniu received the Qingqing token and beheld the 3 prominent characters inscribed upon it, he stood there, utterly stunned. Was he truly not being trifled with? At that moment, he found himself wishing fervently that Lu Changzhi was merely toying with him. His hand, which grasped the token, trembled involuntarily. What jest am I making? Does the token not bear my name? Observing the sudden onset of nervousness in Xingniu, whose brow glistened with cold sweat, Lu Changzhi offered a comforting word. However, you must keep our identities a secret, you understand. Without allowing Xingniu the time to respond, Lu Changzhi added, I am Zheng Niu, a humble individual. Honored to meet Senior Lu. Zheng Niu flipped the token over and was taken aback to find the name Lu Changzhi emblazoned on the other side. In haste, he bowed respectfully. Niu, did I not say yesterday? We are allies, so there is no need for formality. You may continue to address me as young Master Lu. Noticing Zheng Niu's sudden shift to such deference, Lu Changzhi quickly interjected. Young Master Lu, might I inquire if you have any particular preferences regarding the cuisine? Zheng Niu asked with utmost caution, gazing at Lu Changzhi. None whatsoever, just ensure it is delivered promptly, Lu Changzhi replied with an air of ease. The spirit stones on the ground serve as a deposit. Should they prove insufficient, feel free to return to me. I possess an abundance of these stones. With my token, you may enter the sect, and rest assured, someone will guide you, Lu Changzhi declared with unwavering confidence. And what of yourself, young Master Lu? Zheng Niu asked, a hint of bewilderment creeping into his voice as he examined the token in his hand. I have my own methods, Lu Changzhi replied, meeting Zheng Niu's gaze with a confident smile. Very well, young Master Lu, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With his concerns alleviated, Zheng Niu eagerly set off to organize matters, while Lu Changzhi departed from Zhuxianju, striding purposefully towards the direction of Taiqing Tianzong. At the immense gates of Taiqing Tianzong, resembling towering pillars of heaven, several young men stood tall, among them Jian Shifang and his followers. Stop right there, fellow traveler. What brings you to Taiqing Tianzong? Inquired a disciple guarding the entrance upon noticing their arrival. I am Jian Shifang from the Jian Palace in the Middle State, here to pay my respects to Taiqing Tianzong. Jian Shifang responded with utmost courtesy. Please wait a moment while I report your arrival. The guard, recognizing Jian Shifang's identity, hurried to inform the higher-ups. Ha. It is indeed the talented Jian Shifang from the Jian Palace. What a pleasure. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yi arrived, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Although the elder had not yet reached them, his voice resonated ahead. The elder's name was Su Zhou, the second elder of the outer sect of Taiqing Tianzong. Alongside Su Zhou was a young woman, her fair skin and exquisite features marking her as a beauty even at such a tender age. Though Taiqing Tianzong seldom made appearances in the Middle State, they were well acquainted with the young prodigies of the region. Jian Shifang, standing before them, was among the most distinguished. Hence Su Zhou's courteous demeanor. Disciples salute the second elder. The other guarding disciples quickly bowed upon Su Zhou's arrival. No need for excessive formalities, Su Zhou smiled at them. Second elder is too kind. I have heard that your esteemed sect is soon to hold a competition for new disciples, and I have come to pay my respects. I hope the elder will not take offense, Jian Shifang explained promptly upon understanding the elder's identity. Not at all, young Jian. Your visit from afar is a great honor. Please forgive any oversight, Su Zhou replied with equal politeness. Too kind, too kind. The elder is overly gracious, Jian Shifang quickly responded. This is my disciple, Ji Liyue. She will now attend to you in my stead, as I have urgent matters to attend to. Please, make yourselves comfortable, the elder introduced before Jian Shifang could speak. Farewell. Second elder, everyone present bowed respectfully as he departed. Greetings, senior brothers of the Jian Palace. Ji Liyue, the young woman who had followed Su Zhou, stepped forward. Ji junior sister, you are too kind. We may trouble you from now on. Jian Shifang expressed gratitude towards the courteous young woman. Not at all, senior brother Jian. Please, come this way. Ji Liyue invited them into Taiqing Tianzong. Not long after their departure, Lu Changzhi arrived, gracefully descending upon the entrance of the sect on his sword. Greetings, senior brother Lu. Wang Yi, spotting him, rushed forward with a respectful gesture. Lu Changzhi acknowledged the gathered individuals with continued politeness. Once within the sect, Lu Changzhi once again summoned sword-shaped waves of energy beneath his feet, propelling him towards Qingcheng Peak. Wow, look at that. While others require a sword as a medium to fly, senior brother Lu does not need one at all. What could this possibly mean? One of Wang Yi's fellow disciples exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the retreating figure of Lu Changzhi. Indeed, is this some form of unfathomably powerful martial technique? Another disciple pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Wang Yi did not respond to their inquiries. His gaze remained fixed upon the distant, ethereal form of Lu Changzhi as he murmured softly. Perhaps this is where the true genius lies, marking the chasm between us. A profound admiration welled up within him, and he silently resolved to intensify his own training. Once, he was renowned as a young prodigy in Tianlang City, but as he broadened his horizons, he recognized himself as merely one among the masses. Yet, he still yearned for the day he could soar through the skies and obliterate all in his path with a mere wave of his hand. In the dojo upon Qingcheng Peak, two individuals, one male and one female, were present. The man sat in meditation, while the woman languidly perched on the steps. Observing his practice, the man was Chen Anzhi, who had returned to Qingcheng Peak that very morning, while the woman was Xiao Ranxian, whom Chen Changsheng had brought back the previous night. Upon their arrival at Qingqing Peak, the sun had already set, prompting Chen Changsheng to arrange accommodations for Xiao Ranxian before retreating to the rear mountain. In the early hours, Xiao Ranxian was roused by a cacophony of sounds and, curious, descended from the attic to the dojo. Upon seeing the man in deep practice, she chose not to disturb him and quietly seated herself on the steps. Engrossed in his cultivation, Chen Anzhi remained oblivious to the presence of the woman. At that moment, the intertwining black and red thunderous energy radiated from him, producing a series of crackling sounds. This crisp noise reached Xiao Ranxian's ears, capturing her attention. After enduring countless trials, Chen Anzhi had finally succeeded in transforming the hellish demonic energy he had absorbed at the Cliff of Reflection into spiritual energy he could wield at will. Indeed, it was the black and red thunderous energy enveloping him. Is this the power of the thunderous hell? Can there truly be someone who cultivates such a bizarre form of spiritual energy? Xiao Ranxian gasped, her face awash with astonishment, unable to contain her exclamation. Wait, this peculiar energy is said to belong to the legendary Forbidden Body? She thought, her eyes widening in disbelief, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her heart filled with incredulity and dread, as if witnessing something unfathomable. With the accumulation of 9 lifetimes, she had garnered some understanding of various terrifying physiques. The so-called Forbidden Body was deemed taboo by society for 2 reasons. Firstly, its astonishing talent for cultivation. Secondly, its terrifying nature, which was intolerable to the heavens and earth. Whenever a Forbidden Body appeared, it heralded a return to calamity in the world, and the legendary Dreadnought Body was considered an absolute taboo. When Xiao Ranxian's gaze fell upon the youthful figure before her, an overwhelming sense of astonishment and shock surged within her. The fabled Forbidden Body, which had been the subject of countless whispers, materialized vividly before her eyes. Having traversed 9 lifetimes and endured countless epochs, she had encountered an array of extraordinary physiques, such as the heavenly poison body and the bloodthirsty spirit body. Yet, the Forbidden Body remained a mere name to her, never before witnessed. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized him, as if attempting to peer into the very depths of his being. This unprecedented experience instilled a sense of reverence within her, while simultaneously igniting a profound curiosity towards this enigmatic prison deity. Chapter 35. The Astonishment of the 9 Epochs Emperor. Within the Qingqing dojo, Xiao Ranxian gazed in utter astonishment at the young man, several years her junior, who stood before her. Compelled by an instinctive reaction, she rose to her feet, her face a canvas of incredulity. Who are you? The cold voice of Chen Anzhi, who had just resumed his composure, pierced the air as he regarded the woman on the steps. In that moment, the 10 Directions demon-suppressing halberd materialized in his grasp. Greetings, second senior brother. I am the newly accepted disciple of our master. As she sensed the resurgence of Chen Anzhi's tempestuous power, Xiao Ranxian hastily explained. You are a disciple of the ancestor? Upon recognizing the breathtaking beauty before him, Chen Anzhi retracted his aura and the halberd, his demeanor shifting. Ancestor? Xiao Ranxian was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. Our master is the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Anzhi elucidated, noting her bewilderment. Oh, I see. It is an honor to meet you, second senior brother. With the clarification, she quickly paid her respects. Indeed, junior sister. Chen Anzhi responded with a subdued acknowledgement, but the atmosphere quickly thickened with awkwardness. Second senior brother. Where is the eldest senior brother? Breaking the silence, Xiao Ranxian inquired, her curiosity piqued by Chen Anzhi's aloof demeanor. The eldest senior brother will arrive shortly. As he sensed the presence of Lu Changzhi descending from the peak of Qingsheng, Chen Anzhi replied. Xiao Ranxian, still perplexed, was about to pose another question when, at the foot of Qingsheng Peak, enveloped in swirling mists, it resembled a realm of immortals. Suddenly, a flash of sword light darted through, and Lu Changzhi, riding a flying sword, descended rapidly from the clouds. His figure was agile, his garments billowing like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Lu Changzhi's handsome visage and luminous eyes exuded an air of determination and resolve. He bore a precious sword upon his back, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance, unmistakably a treasure of great worth. As Lu Changzhi arrived, the spiritual birds of the mountains took flight in startled disarray, leaves rustling in a cacophony, seemingly welcoming this uninvited guest. The youth landed gracefully at the mountain's base, dissipating the sword aura as he made his way toward the summit. Junior brother, who is this enchanting fairy? Soon, Lu Changzhi arrived at the Qingqing dojo, and as he beheld the 2 figures, his playful voice reached their ears even before he approached. Greetings, eldest senior brother. I am the newly accepted disciple of our master. Xiao Ranxian. Faced with Lu Changzhi's playful demeanor, Xiao Ranxian explained with a hint of exasperation, while Chen Anzhi beside her simply shook his head, resigned to his brother's audacity. So it is Xiao Jr. sister. With such beauty, you should certainly join us at Qingqing Peak. Lu Changzhi grinned sheepishly at the stunning young woman. Xiao Ranxian mused inwardly. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Should not the eldest senior brother embody a commanding presence, radiating authority? Instead, he appeared somewhat foolish. That is precisely his nature. Observing Xiao Ranxian's contemplation, Chen Anzhi remarked, "Fear not, beautiful junior sister. I shall protect you henceforth." "Then I am most grateful, senior brother." "Do not mention it. Henceforth, we are akin to family." "Senior brother, where is our venerable master?" After conversing for some time, she learned that eldest senior brother Lu Changzhi was the legendary sword body, while second senior brother Chen Anzhi was the forbidden body. Having yet to see Chen Changsheng, Xiao Ranxian turned to Lu Changzhi with a question. "Master is likely still in seclusion. Why do you seek him?" Lu Changzhi replied, "Senior brother, I wish to consult master regarding my cultivation." Xiao Ranxian found herself rather fond of her two senior brothers and refrained from adopting the demeanor of an emperor from her past lives, instead interacting with them as equals. "Do not worry, junior sister. I trust master will provide what is best suited for you," Lu Changzhi assured her confidently. "Really, eldest senior brother? What cultivation method do you practice?" Xiao Ranxian inquired. "The Taichu sword cannon, a celestial-level sword cultivation technique," Lu Changzhi stated. "What? Eldest senior brother? You actually practice the Taichu sword cannon?" Xiao Ranxian was once again astounded. She was familiar with the Taichu sword cannon, yet had never encountered anyone who practiced it. The Taichu sword cannon, a supreme sword technique from antiquity, was said to encompass boundless mysteries and profound techniques of the sword. This cannon, originating from the primordial era, was believed to be a legacy birthed at the dawn of creation, revered as a treasure of swordsmanship through countless epochs of refinement. However, to her astonishment, she now stood before someone who practiced the Taichu sword cannon. How could she not be in awe? While she may not rival her master in strength, she possessed unwavering confidence in her understanding. "Junior sister, is the Taichu sword cannon truly so remarkable?" Observing Xiao Ranxian's astonishment, the usually playful Lu Changzhi adopted a serious demeanor, while Chen Anzhi listened intently, sensing that his junior sister was extraordinary. Indeed, eldest senior brother, the Taichu sword cannon is hailed as the foremost sword cannon of all time. Facing the solemnity of her senior brothers, Xiao Ranxian nodded emphatically. "Junior sister Xiao, have you heard of the divine aspect prison cannon?" Chen Anzhi, curious about the nature of the divine aspect prison cannon he practiced, interjected as Xiao Ranxian nodded. Chapter 36. The accompanying imperial weapon? What? The divine aspect prison cannon? Second senior brother, are you certain you did not misspeak? Junior sister, there is no need for such astonishment. Maintain your composure. Lu Changzhi cautioned, observing her renewed surprise. Cough. It appears I was narrow-minded. If the Taichu sword cannon can be mentioned, then it is hardly surprising to speak of the divine aspect prison cannon as well. Xiao Ranxian adjusted her composure, self-soothing. Junior sister, is the divine aspect prison cannon formidable? Chen Anzhi was keenly interested to know if his cultivation method was comparable to his senior brother's Taichu sword cannon. Let me put it this way. The divine aspect prison cannon, in conjunction with your unique physique, the prison deity body, renders you invincible within the same realm. It can even allow one to transcend a significant boundary and remain undefeated. Would you not consider that formidable? Is that true, junior sister? Chen Anzhi, without a shadow of doubt, chose to believe her, feeling a marked enhancement in his strength compared to previous times while cultivating the divine aspect prison cannon. The truth was evident, and the cannon was said to allow the simultaneous convergence of two law avatars, one of supreme yang and the other of supreme yin. These two inherently incompatible forces could coexist due to the existence of the divine aspect prison cannon. Each force was immensely formidable, and their simultaneous presence was a force to be reckoned with. The ice and fire duality body, as you may know, allows for the coexistence of ice and fire energies. But ice and fire are merely lesser paths, while supreme yang and supreme yin denote the greater path. Thus, the divine aspect prison cannon stands as an invincible presence within its realm. Do you understand? Xiao Ranxian patiently elucidated to the two, her own astonishment matching theirs. The eldest senior brother's Taichu sword cannon had already left her in awe, and now discovering that the second senior brother practiced the equally esteemed divine aspect prison cannon only deepened her curiosity regarding what cultivation method her venerable master would bestow upon her. Could it be the complete reincarnation immortal cannon? After all, she was the reincarnation immortal body, and no method could be more fitting. With this thought, her intrigue toward her enigmatic master grew even stronger. Goo goo goo. At that moment, Xiao Ranxian's stomach involuntarily growled due to the prolonged absence of sustenance. Senior brother, do you have anything to eat? she asked, casting an awkward glance at her two senior brothers. Being merely immortal, she still required nourishment. Ha ha ha. Indeed, there is plenty, replied Lu Changzhi, as he produced an array of delicacies he had just brought back from the gathering of Immortals Pavilion, placing them on a table that had seemingly appeared from thin air. Senior brother, where did you acquire such a bounty of pastries? Xiao Ranxian marveled at the delightful spread before her, her hand instinctively reaching for a piece, without any pretense of politeness toward Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi. As long as my junior sister enjoys it, feel free to indulge. If it's insufficient, I shall summon Xing Miao to deliver more, Lu Changzhi said with a smile. Observing Xiao Ranxian's enthusiasm, junior brother, you should partake as well, he then urged Chen Anzhi. Chen Anzhi agreed, also grabbing a pastry to savor. By the way, senior brother, may I see your companion imperial weapon? Xiao Ranxian suddenly inquired, her mouth full of food. Companion imperial weapon? Lu Changzhi responded, puzzled. Yes. It is said that the mixed yuan sword body is born with an imperial weapon, making it the only supreme physique with such a companion weapon. However, senior brother, I seem to lack one, he added, bewildered. Impossible. While it is indeed a remarkable claim, I once beheld the true legacy of a sword emperor in his imperial tomb, pinned by the sword emperor himself. The imperial weapons of the mixed yuan sword body are at least top tier. Moreover, that sword emperor documented the mixed yuan sword body as not just an ordinary top-tier physique, but a very special sword cultivation physique. The reasons for its uniqueness, however, remain unwritten. Junior sister, how do you know so much? Is everything you just said true? Lu Changzhi asked, astonished by Xiao Ranxian's vast knowledge. While he indeed fit the criteria of a mixed yuan sword body, he wondered why he lacked a companion imperial weapon, leading him to conclude he needed to consult their master. Because I am the reincarnation of a great emperor, naturally privy to many ancient secrets, Xiao Ranxian replied nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the stunned expressions of the two beside her. What? The reincarnation of a great emperor? It was now Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi who were left in shock, realizing that their beautiful junior sister was, in fact, a legendary reincarnation of a formidable emperor. Surprised? Are you? Xiao Ranxian giggled, delighting in their astonishment. Senior brothers, you haven't forgotten what you said earlier, have you? You promised to take care of me, so don't forget. She reminded them, fully aware that these two young men were destined to traverse the world in the future. Junior sister, you must be jesting. As a reincarnation of a great emperor, you hardly need our assistance. Lu Changzhi attempted to quell his surprise. Senior brother is right. You are merely pretending to be a weakling. You don't require our help at all, so stop fooling around. Chen Anzhi, usually serious, couldn't resist adding his thoughts. Agreed. The two of them concluded in unison, clapping their hands together in perfect harmony. Senior brothers, if I truly needed your assistance, would you help me? Xiao Ranxian asked earnestly once more. Of course, they replied, taken aback by her sudden seriousness. Good, your words are enough for me, she said, returning to the pastries that Lu Changzhi had brought, her gaze turning a shade colder as she looked skyward. Chapter 37, The Cycle of Time and Space Scripture. Before long, noon arrived, and in the side hall of the Qingxing Grand Hall, a large red wooden round table was set with a variety of exquisite dishes delivered by Xing Miao. Senior brother, why are there so many dishes? Xiao Ranxian questioned, gazing at the colorful spread before her. The custom of Qingxing Peak dictates that every meal must be sumptuous. In time, junior sister, you will understand, Lu Changzhi replied mysteriously, while Chen Anzhi shook his head in exasperation nearby. Ah, everything is ready. A voice rang out from the hall as Chen Changsheng made his entrance, taking his customary seat and picking up chopsticks to help himself to the food. Master. Xiao Ranxian quickly bowed upon seeing Chen Changsheng's sudden appearance. Ranxian, at Qingxing Peak, we do not have too many formalities. Feel free to be at ease. Chen Changsheng said, while enjoying his meal. Yes, master, Xiao Ranxian replied, following suit as she observed her senior brothers devouring their food. In a few days, there will be a grand competition for the newly initiated disciples of the sect. Changzhi, you shall attend in my stead, Chen Changsheng instructed. Understood. Rest assured, master. The top prize will undoubtedly belong to Qingxing Peak, Lu Changzhi declared confidently, thumping his chest. You seem to have misunderstood. I did not ask you to compete, but rather to represent me, Chen Changsheng clarified with a smile. What? Master, why is that? Lu Changzhi, who had been so fired up, suddenly found himself at a loss. Qingxing Peak shall not participate, Chen Changsheng stated nonchalantly. Sigh, I was hoping to showcase my talents in this competition. Lu Changzhi exclaimed in confusion. With your cultivation at the 5th level of the martial king realm, what significance is there in competing with those martial masters? Chen Changsheng remarked casually. That is true. Lu Changzhi conceded reluctantly, though he was still displeased. Anzhi, you need not partake in this competition either. Focus on your cultivation, Chen Changsheng instructed, turning his attention to Chen Anzhi. Understood, ancestor, Chen Anzhi replied obediently. Changzhi, when did the cafeteria's dishes become so lavish? Chen Changsheng inquired curiously, eyeing the delectable spread. These are from the gathering of Immortal's Pavilion. I arranged for them to offer delivery service, and the charges will be on your account, master. Lu Changzhi said with a grin. Good lad, you've grown bold, Chen Changsheng teased, chuckling. The path to the mountain gate is littered with fallen leaves, and no one has cleaned it. Go tidy it up. After all, we are a renowned sect of immortals. Remember, there must not be a single leaf on the ground. Chen Changsheng commanded. Are you kidding me, master? I still want to cultivate and conquer the world. Lu Changzhi protested. Hey, look at you, getting anxious again. I haven't finished speaking. Chen Changsheng responded leisurely. Oh, Lu Changzhi sighed in resignation. Remember, do not use any spiritual power, understood? Chen Changsheng instructed. Master, you must be joking. This is utterly absurd. Lu Changzhi exclaimed, laughing nervously. Who is joking with you? I forgot to mention, you have only one day, Chen Changsheng added. What? Lu Changzhi was taken aback. Wanxian, once you have finished eating, come to the main hall, Chen Changsheng said, ignoring Lu Changzhi. All right, master. Xiao Ranxian responded eagerly, quickly finishing her meal and racing after Chen Changsheng. Junior brother, Lu Changzhi, turned to Chen Anzhi, who was watching the scene unfold. Senior brother, I will go cultivate at the Cliff of Reflection. Farewell, Chen Anzhi said, understanding Lu Changzhi's intentions, and swiftly departed. As he stepped into the grand hall, a solemn and majestic atmosphere enveloped him. The towering dome loomed overhead, obscuring the light from above and instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. A faint aura of spiritual energy permeated the hall, as if one were transported into a mysterious realm. In the center of the hall, a massive jade platform rose up, adorned with various magical artifacts and scriptures, glimmering with a soft spiritual light. Surrounding the jade platform, dozens of stone pillars stood tall, intricately carved with enigmatic symbols and patterns that dazzled the eye. The floor of the hall was laid with smooth jade, reflecting the brilliance of the ceiling above like a mirror. In this tranquil atmosphere, one could almost hear the sound of time flowing. At the northernmost part of the grand hall, the throne stood majestically, facing the jade platform, exuding an air of authority. Crafted from superior timber, the throne was adorned with exquisite carvings that showcased the artisan's remarkable skill in intricate detail. The backrest was draped in opulent satin, its vibrant hues both striking and dignified. From this elevated seat, one could gaze over the entirety of the hall, the expansive view allowing everything to be encompassed within sight. Seated upon the throne, Chen Changsheng lounged lazily, propping his head on his hand, his piercing gaze akin to a sharp arrow aimed directly at the celestial figure of Xiao Ranxian. Ranxian, you possess the celestial physique of 10 lifetimes. I truly am at a loss as to which techniques I should impart to you, he mused. His heart tangled with uncertainty as he observed Xiao Ranxian standing below. Here are 3 manuals. Take a look and choose the one that resonates with you. With a flick of his wrist, 3 scrolls soared towards Xiao Ranxian like streaks of light. Thank you, master. Xiao Ranxian exclaimed joyfully as she eagerly accepted the scrolls, her hands trembling with anticipation as she unfurled one of them. The reincarnation celestial scripture was a creation of ancient immortals, having endured the crucible of time. Those who cultivate this scripture command the laws of life and death, transcending the mundane to ascend to the pinnacle of divinity. Is it truly the complete reincarnation celestial scripture that you bestow upon me, master? She questioned incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief as she clutched the scripture. First, read through it, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, observing her excitement with a calm demeanor. Next, Xiao Ranxian unveiled the second scroll. The reincarnation nirvana scripture, a profound understanding of life and death, karma, and the essence of nirvana. Such astonishing techniques exist in this world, she exclaimed, once again overwhelmed by the wonders she had encountered since arriving at Qingqing Peak, leading her to question whether her 9 past lives had been in vain. With impatience, she opened the third scroll, the reincarnation time and space scripture, a mastery of reincarnation, the intricacies of time and space, traversing between the past, present, and future. This truly exists, such a miraculous technique. Xiao Ranxian was left speechless, waves of astonishment crashing within her as the world around her blurred, leaving only the alluring manuscript in her grasp. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, noticing her astonishment, could not help but interject, "Have you made your choice?" Awakening from her reverie, Xiao Ranxian's gaze remained fixated on the techniques, disbelief coloring her tone as she queried, "Master, is this truly a gift for me?" Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, responding with a hint of difficulty, "What, do you not like it?" "No, not at all, master." Xiao Ranxian hastily waved her hands in explanation. I am merely overwhelmed with shock and do not know how to choose. Her eyes were filled with conflict and struggle, torn between the coveted complete reincarnation celestial scripture and the evidently more formidable reincarnation nirvana scripture and reincarnation time and space scripture. Faced with such a daunting decision, she found herself engulfed in deep turmoil. Since that is the case, take a look at all of them. Chen Changsheng's voice suddenly broke through her hesitation as he observed her indecision. Is that truly permissible, master? She quickly sought confirmation. Of course, there is no rush. You may cultivate once you have made your selection, he replied with a languid tone, exuding an air of ease. Here, take the Qingxiao sword. As he spoke, a jade-hued sword soared towards Xiao Ranxian, its blade translucent and radiant, akin to the azure skies above, emanating a chilling aura. The sword's surface bore enigmatic patterns, reminiscent of twinkling stars and swirling clouds, captivating the beholder. The hilt, forged from exquisite gold and set with gems, shimmered with incomparable nobility. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving through iron as if it were clay, seemingly able to sever any obstacle in the world. When wielded, its sound echoed like a dragon's roar, instilling awe and commanding presence. Master, I cannot accept this, Xiao Ranxian exclaimed in alarm, gazing at the sword radiating a fierce blue light. It is your personal sword. I cannot possibly take it. Yet, Chen Changsheng merely chuckled, unfazed. Take it as a token of my welcome. As she accepted the Qingxiao sword, gratitude welled within her. Thank you for your generosity, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive to cultivate diligently, ensuring the Qingxiao sword's name remains untarnished. This 6 paths reincarnation sword technique is also for you, Chen Changsheng added with a smile. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an ancient scroll emerged from the system space, landing steadily in Xiao Ranxian's hands. Staring at the martial technique in her grasp, Xiao Ranxian found herself momentarily stunned. She had believed that the 3 manuals and the Qingxiao sword were already more than sufficient, yet here was yet another martial skill. A wave of emotion surged within her at the thought. Gripping the 6 paths reincarnation sword technique tightly, her eyes sparkled with determination. Curious about the nature of this martial skill, she hastily opened the scroll, revealing the imposing characters, Imperial Grade Martial Technique. Despite her earlier preparations, she was still taken aback. The 6 paths reincarnation sword technique, an Imperial Grade martial art, contain the most mysterious forces of the universe, enabling practitioners to transcend the cycle of life and death. This sword technique encompassed 6 realms, each with its own unique power and transformations. First layer, Netherworld Hell. The sword's might was fierce, as if malevolent spirits were entwined, instilling endless fear in the hearts of enemies. Second layer, Hungry Ghost Path. The sword energy surged like a tumultuous tide, devouring all living beings in its path. Third layer, Beast Path. The sword's technique was peculiar and ever-changing, akin to rampaging beasts, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Fourth layer, Human Path. The sword strikes were grand and awe-inspiring, showcasing the brilliance and greatness of humanity. Fifth layer, Azura Path. The sword intent was unparalleled, capable of shattering all existence. Sixth layer, Heavenly Path. The sword technique reached a state of transcendence, flowing freely, capable of shattering myriad laws with a single strike. Master, is this martial skill truly suitable for someone of my realm to cultivate? Xiao Ranxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the 6 paths reincarnation sword technique. Though she was profoundly shocked, her mind remained calm and rational. Having experienced 9 lifetimes, she understood that the path of cultivation must be grounded in reality, avoiding the pitfalls of ambition and imprudence, lest she suffer the consequences. Chen Changsheng smiled gently, imparting wisdom. Ranxian, do you know what constitutes a prodigy? A prodigy possesses extraordinary talent, comprehension, and potential, and you, indeed, fit this description. The constraints imposed by mundane standards often apply only to ordinary talents. As for those like you, exceptional prodigies, they should be regarded differently. Remember, it is crucial to maintain a clear and accurate self-awareness. With a brief pause, a smile graced his lips. In the past, your senior brother was similarly filled with doubt. Yet, in the end, he too managed to cultivate rapidly. With your innate gifts, you will undoubtedly match his prowess. Master, are you saying that my senior brother also practiced Imperial-grade martial techniques? Xiao Ranxian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just heard the most absurd news imaginable. Chen Changsheng smiled lightly, imparting his earnest sentiment. Ranxian, now that you have joined the ranks of Qingxing Peak, you must broaden your horizons and embrace greater ambitions. On this mountain peak, nothing is deemed impossible. As long as you dare to dream and strive diligently, all aspirations can be realized. Do you understand? Xiao Ranxian suddenly comprehended, a wave of self-reproach washing over her heart. With this thought, she inhaled deeply, steadied herself, and bowed respectfully to Chen Changsheng, saying, "Disciple understands. Please rest assured, master." "Very well, you may withdraw," Chen Changsheng replied calmly, gently gesturing for her to leave. Xiao Ranxian respectfully acknowledged him and softly responded, "Disciple takes her leave." She turned gracefully, her steps light and assured, exuding an air of confidence. After receiving Chen Changsheng's approval, she gradually exited the grand hall. However, just as she was about to depart, Chen Changsheng suddenly called out to her, "Ranxian, while the past may not have been favorable, it does not dictate the future. From this day forth, I shall be your support. Pursue your ambitions, and I will bear the consequences for you." Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Ranxian, who had just stepped onto the jade platform to depart, abruptly halted. She turned back, tears streaming from her eyes like a dam bursting. Memories of her past, filled with torment and isolation, surged forth. During those times, she had endured relentless bullying and suffering, bearing the burdens alone. In this moment, hearing her master's words felt like sunlight breaking through the thickest clouds, filling her heart with an unprecedented warmth and solace. "Thank you, Master," Xiao Ranxian murmured through her tears, her voice brimming with profound gratitude. Chapter 39. The Sword Technique of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Gazing at her master disappearing from the main seat, Xiao Ranxian was overwhelmed with emotion. In this instant, the myriad hardships she had endured over 9 lifetimes felt trivial. Each life had showcased her extraordinary talents, allowing her to rise against the current. Yet it was only in her first life, upon meeting him, that she truly experienced warmth and support. Alas, those beautiful times were always fleeting. The agonies of the other 8 lives were unfathomable to others. The depths of those experiences were known only to her. But now, all suffering had dissipated. She possessed family, dear friends, and a kind master, as well as a caring senior brother. With these thoughts, Xiao Ranxian cast aside her gloom and stepped out of the Qingsheng Grand Hall. With a heart full of joy, she exited the hall with a lightness in her step. At that moment, the sun bathed her in golden rays, as if draping her in a shimmering veil. As she passed the Qingsheng dojo, her peripheral vision caught sight of a young man meticulously sweeping the ground strewn with fallen leaves. As she drew closer, his muttered words reached her ears. This young man was Lu Changzhi, adeptly wielding a broom, yet grumbling to himself. "Why does my mouth refuse to obey?" He continued to grumble. "Master is truly something. He asks me to sweep the floor without using spiritual power. With all his prowess, why doesn't he do it himself?" His frustration grew. How could the illustrious young Sword Emperor be sweeping the grounds of Qingsheng Peak? "If this gets out, where will my dignity be?" With a heavy sigh, he lamented, alas. Despite his constant complaints, Lu Changzhi's hands never faltered in their task. At this moment, Xiao Ranxian had approached Lu Changzhi and suddenly exclaimed with a smile, "Senior brother, how dare you speak ill of master?" Her tone carried a hint of jest and playfulness. "My heavens, you startled me. Junior sister, how do you walk so silently? Like a ghost," Lu Changzhi said, his heart racing as he looked at the suddenly appearing Xiao Ranxian. He swallowed hard, quickly clarifying, "And junior sister, please don't misinterpret. I certainly did not speak ill of master." Xiao Ranxian blinked her bright eyes, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she said softly, "Oh, is that so? But I could have sworn I just heard someone say, 'Ah, junior sister, you must have misheard. I hold master in the highest regard. How could I ever utter disrespectful words?'" Lu Changzhi's forehead glistened with sweat, internally lamenting, "Why is this junior sister so hard to deal with?" Observing Lu Changzhi's flustered demeanor, Xiao Ranxian suppressed a smile, maintaining a serious expression. She rubbed her hands together and elongated her voice, saying, "Well then, let me enlighten senior brother on how you truly feel about master. Cough, cough, junior sister. Your skills in this matter are becoming increasingly refined," Lu Changzhi remarked, as he quickly retrieved 1,000 sparkling high-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and presented them to her. "Here, take these as a token of goodwill. Just don't let master find out, all right?" Xiao Ranxian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gleaming spirit stones, and she exclaimed, "Wow, senior brother, you are exceedingly generous." She internally calculated that this bounty of high-grade spirit stones would sustain her cultivation for quite some time. Truly, as a disciple of a prominent sect, his wealth was impressive. "Well then, senior brother, I shall not be polite." Xiao Ranxian joyfully accepted the spirit stones, carefully storing them in her spatial ring. Though she hailed from a humble family, they could still procure such items in the central state. "But junior sister, what do you need these spirit stones for?" Lu Changzhi inquired, curiosity etched across his face. "To cultivate, of course. Senior brother, do you not require high-grade spirit stones for your own training?" Xiao Ranxian replied, her big eyes filled with confusion. "Is it enough? If not, I have plenty more," Lu Changzhi said, shaking his head gently. realizing her intent. Senior brother, you've given me so much already. Don't you need these spirit stones for your own cultivation? Xiao Ranxian was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond as she saw him produce even more high-grade spirit stones. Take them. I do not require these spirit stones for my training, Lu Changzhi said, patting his head with an honest smile. What? How do you train then? Xiao Ranxian was stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The notion that senior brother could cultivate without high-grade spirit stones was utterly astonishing. One must be grateful for the gifts of nature, Lu Changzhi replied, a hint of pride gracing his features. Senior brother, how could your cultivation method resemble those prodigious talents from ancient times? Xiao Ranxian sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, marveling at the absurdity of it all. By the way, junior sister, do you know of the unmatched sword technique? A thought struck Lu Changzhi as he remembered that this junior sister had traversed 9 lifetimes, her knowledge undoubtedly vast. He had struggled to grasp the intricacies of the technique. Thus he inquired with curiosity. Of course, the unmatched sword technique is the renowned martial art of the unmatched sword emperor. Senior brother, did master impart this technique to you? Xiao Ranxian, astute as ever, quickly deduced the origin of the technique. In her previous lives, she had witnessed the unmatched sword emperor wield this extraordinary sword technique and had long yearned to learn it. However, the unmatched sword emperor's rigid disposition had prevented him from passing it on, leaving her dreams unfulfilled. Now hearing Lu Changzhi mention it, her excitement was palpable as she eagerly asked, Senior brother, may I also have a look? Seeing his junior sister so animated and devoid of the regal demeanor befitting a 9-time emperor, Lu Changzhi couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. He then retrieved the imperial-level martial technique, unmatched sword technique, from his robes. As Xiao Ranxian delicately turned the pages and confirmed that the tome before her was indeed the authentic unparalleled sword technique, she could no longer contain the elation swelling within her heart and burst into joyous laughter. This is truly splendid. Who would have thought that the unparalleled sword technique of the unparalleled sword emperor would ultimately come into my possession? Senior brother, I am also a sword cultivator. Once you have perfected your training, might you bestow this martial art upon me? I would not ask for it without recompense. I shall exchange it for the 6 paths of reincarnation sword art given to me by our master. What do you say? Her face radiated excitement, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spontaneously proposed a trade with her senior brother. Chapter 40. Comprehension of Divine Consciousness. Not a problem at all. Lu Changzhi readily agreed. Senior brother, this is the 6 paths of reincarnation sword art. Please examine it first. Xiao Ranxian retrieved the secret technique from her spatial ring and handed it to Lu Changzhi. Junior sister, there is no rush. Please tell me about the unparalleled sword technique first. He replied, rejecting the offered secret skill at once, for at that moment, his sole desire was to grasp the essence of the unparalleled sword technique. Senior brother, the so-called sword technique involves wielding the sword with one's qi, directing it through intention, and ultimately manifesting it through thought. Given your clarity of mind, I believe you have already attained the ability to wield the sword with qi and intention. As for the final aspect, manifesting the sword through thought requires the power of divine consciousness. Divine consciousness typically refers to a spiritual force or awareness that transcends ordinary thought and perception. Those who possess strong divine consciousness can even slay foes without a trace. It is an intangible force that permeates instantaneously, capable of transcending the constraints of space and time. It can explore distant realms, perceive others' thoughts and emotions, and even engage in spiritual communication with other beings. The power of divine consciousness allows one to discern the essence of all things and grasp the mysteries of existence. Confidently, Xiao Ranxian expounded upon her knowledge of divine consciousness, while Lu Changzhi listened intently. Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Changzhi seemed to gain a deeper understanding of divine consciousness. So, it is indeed so powerful, he murmured. But how can I elevate my divine consciousness? His gaze turned to Xiao Ranxian, eager for her insights. With a smile, Xiao Ranxian replied, the enhancement of divine consciousness necessitates continuous practice and refinement, along with specific cultivation methods. Additionally, one can gain further insights and inspiration through exchanges with other powerful beings of divine consciousness or by exploring mysterious relics. Thank you for your guidance, junior sister. He expressed gratefully. Xiao Ranxian gently shook her head. Senior brother, there is no need for such formality. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. I shall return the unparalleled sword technique to you. Once you have mastered it, we can trade. Before Lu Changzhi could respond, Xiao Ranxian hastily continued. How can one condense their divine consciousness within the sea of consciousness? Engaging in spiritual communication with other beings, perceiving the essence of all things, and grasping the mysteries of existence. After Xiao Ranxian departed, Lu Changzhi fell into contemplation. Perceiving all things, perceiving all things. Lu Changzhi quietly murmured, his thoughts growing increasingly profound, as if he were merging with the world around him. As his contemplation deepened, the broom in his hand gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. Lu Changzhi slowly settled into a cross-legged position, his hands forming a seal before his chest. A swirling air current of gray and white emerged from his forehead, intertwining and merging, like two agile dragons dancing above his brow. In the blink of an eye, this gray-white flow coalesced into the shape of a sharp sword, swiftly forming an oval that hovered steadily at the center of his forehead. At that moment, a faint beam of light emanated from his brow, casting a gray-white hue, perfectly mirroring the color of his divine consciousness. This mysterious gray-white light flowed forth like a gentle stream, silently cascading outwards. The light, as if imbued with life, delicately brushed against a fallen leaf on the ground. In an instant, the once unremarkable leaf seemed to be endowed with miraculous power, beginning to tremble ever so slightly. As time passed, the entire leaf became suffused with gray-white, transforming into a translucent masterpiece. What was even more astonishing was that every vein upon the leaf became distinctly visible, as if magnified countless times within Lu Changzhi's mind. Under his mental command, the leaf began to gently float upwards, lifting off the ground and suspending itself in midair. Lu Changzhi could hardly contain the excitement and joy bubbling within him. He focused intently, exerting all his will to expand his divine consciousness outward, seeking to perceive everything around him. Gradually, the previously indistinct images became vividly clear: gravel, trees, flowing water, and birds in flight. Within mere moments, all surrounding entities appeared to him in a phantasmal form, rendering the experience both wondrous and intoxicating. Return. With a swift command, Lu Changzhi promptly retracted his dispersed divine consciousness back into his being. The various elements that had just been vividly present in his sea of consciousness vanished like fleeting phantoms. Unable to suppress his elation, Lu Changzhi laughed heartily. I have succeeded. I, the Taoist, have finally succeeded. It seems I am indeed endowed with extraordinary talent. At that instant, a thought flashed through Lu Changzhi's mind. Wait, Master had cautioned me against using spiritual energy to clean the courtyard. Could it be that he has already discerned the issues in my cultivation? His master truly was an unfathomable sage. With this realization, Lu Changzhi felt a surge of admiration for his master. Thus, he reverently bowed towards the direction of the back mountain, expressing profound respect for his master's teachings. Now, let me discover the extraordinary nature of divine consciousness. Gazing at the fallen leaves along the path, Lu Changzhi formed hand seals once more, and the gray-white seal reappeared on his forehead, as waves of divine consciousness surged forth towards the leaves. Having experienced success once before, Lu Changzhi approached the manipulation of the leaves with newfound ease. With a gentle wave of his hands, the scattered leaves on the ground seemed to respond to an unseen force, rising into the air as if summoned by some mysterious power. In an instant, countless leaves soared skyward like butterflies in graceful flight. They intertwined and spiraled in midair, gradually coalescing into a massive sphere, rolling forward at a slow yet steady pace. Go. Once all the leaves had ascended to the air, Lu Changzhi inhaled deeply and summoned the spiritual energy within him, transforming it into blazing flames, which he then directed towards the airborne sphere of leaves. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the entire leaf sphere. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the sphere rapidly ignited in a conflagration. The fire intensified, and in the blink of an eye, the enormous sphere composed of countless leaves was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, far away on the back mountain of Qingxing Peak, Chen Changsheng lay leisurely on a comfortable reclining chair. Upon witnessing Lu Changzhi's successful execution of the technique, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Back in her loft, Xiao Ranxian stood by the window, gazing at the enormous fireball blazing in the sky. Her expression tinged with astonishment. Such an extraordinarily gifted individual. It would be difficult to find a rival for him throughout the entire immortal realm, she whispered, as if conversing with herself. After speaking, she gently turned and slowly stepped into her room. Inside, 3 ancient and enigmatic scriptures lay before her: the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, the Reincarnation Nirvana Scripture, and the Reincarnation Time and Space Scripture. Each of these texts was undoubtedly a rare treasure, containing boundless mysteries and formidable power. After meticulously perusing the 3 supreme techniques bestowed upon her by her master, Xiao Ranxian found herself enveloped in profound contemplation. Memories of her past, an arduous quest marked by the relentless pursuit of the elusive complete volume of the Reincarnation Immortal Canon, flooded her mind, instilling within her a tempest of inner conflict and struggle. The 3 techniques now presented before her, each a unique marvel in its own right, stood as unparalleled treasures in the world. Yet, the weight of such a formidable decision rendered her momentarily indecisive. She understood that any choice she made could significantly influence the trajectory of her cultivation journey, potentially even determining matters of life and death. Yet, selecting the most suitable technique from these equally exceptional options proved to be a daunting task. As time slipped away, Xiao Ranxian remained lost in her thoughts. Recalling the myriad hardships she had endured in her past, as well as the unforgettable encounters and fortuitous opportunities she had experienced. Ultimately, after an intense internal struggle, she appeared to have unearthed her answer. Suddenly, the image of her relentless nemesis, who had pursued her through 9 lifetimes, flashed vividly in her mind. A fierce desire for vengeance, akin to a seed buried deep within her heart, surged forth, taking root and sprouting anew. The reincarnation time-space canon. I am most curious to uncover the profound mysteries and wonders that you conceal. After considerable reflection, Xiao Ranxian resolutely decided to cultivate this particular scripture, for it not only bestowed mastery over the forces of reincarnation, but also enabled the manipulation of time and space at will, an extraordinary capability that perfectly aligned with her aspirations. Each recollection of her sworn enemy only fortified her yearning for retribution. Chapter 41. The Arrival of the Multitude. In the plaza of the Taiching Heavenly Sect, a throng of people bustled about, the air filled with an incessant clamor, as busy figures painted a scene of fervent activity and vibrant enthusiasm. At the center of the expansive square, a breathtaking and exhilarating competition was being meticulously prepared. Countless martial platforms, each distinct in design, were arranged with precision. Resembling steadfast sentinels forged from steel, exuding an aura of solemnity, as if silently heralding the fierce battles about to unfold. Surrounding the square lay designated areas for the various sects and clans, where final arrangements were being executed with methodical care. Brightly colored banners fluttered high above, snapping crisply in the wind, akin to eagles poised for flight, showcasing the unique styles and formidable strengths of the sects and families they represented. The young disciples within the sect were particularly busy, some engrossed in inspecting their various equipment, meticulously ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Others were engaged in friendly duels, sword lights flashing as blades crossed in a dazzling display, creating a scene of captivating chaos. The entire plaza thrummed with an exhilarating tension, infused with an undeniable sense of excitement, akin to a vast cauldron on the verge of boiling over, awaiting the moment the competition commenced, when all fervor and vitality would erupt like a volcanic explosion. Each individual harbored eager anticipation, yearning to witness the exceptional performances of the sect's new generation of disciples, a longing reminiscent of the desire to behold the first flower blooming in spring. The impending grand competition was not merely a pivotal event for the sect's future, but also a thrilling contest of skill and valor. News of this event spread like wildfire, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the realm. Young talents from various sects and noble families hurried to attend the spectacle, transforming the town of Taiching at the foot of the mountain into a bustling hub of activity, akin to boiling water, filled with animated voices. The streets and alleys overflowed with crowds, some huddled in small groups, quietly discussing the competition's highlights. Others were engaged in spirited debates over the merits of the Taiching Heavenly Sect's rising stars. Tea houses and taverns were filled to capacity, patrons savoring fragrant teas and fine wines while eagerly listening to the myriad rumors surrounding the grand event. The entire town of Taiching basked in an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement, as if a grand celebration were quietly brewing, awaiting the moment the curtain would rise. Amidst the fervent discussions, Lu Changzhi unexpectedly became the focal point of attention. Whispers about him swirled like mist, captivating the minds of the onlookers, creating a cacophony of opinions that blurred the lines between truth and fiction. Have you heard? The young sword sovereign of Qingqing Peak has decided not to participate in the battles, exclaimed a man, his face a mask of astonishment. How do you know this? Another inquired, curiosity etched on his face. My second uncle's third cousin's aunt's little uncle is a servant disciple at the Taiching Heavenly Sect. This news is undoubtedly accurate. He told me himself, the man replied with unwavering certainty. Is that true? If so, does that mean we get to see the young sword sovereign in action? Someone lamented with a sigh of disappointment. Alas, what a wasted trip. Who among us did not come hoping to witness the young sword sovereign's prowess? Another echoed the sentiment with regret. However, I have heard whispers of that dragon Chen, who is said to possess remarkable strength. Perhaps he will be worth watching, someone interjected. Indeed. And what about Longwu? He seems formidable as well, another chimed in. Yes, it's true. This new competition at Taiching Heavenly Sect promises to be quite intriguing. Soon, the crowd's attention shifted from the young sword sovereign and discussions turned toward Dragon Chen. Some even fervently proclaimed that this extraordinarily gifted youth would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable rival to the young sword sovereign. More individuals expressed fervent anticipation for the upcoming competition, eager to witness the unparalleled prowess of the new generation of Taiching Heavenly Sect disciples and to verify whether these rising stars were indeed as invincible as the rumors suggested. The discussions within the crowd surged like waves in a grand debate, with participants passionately articulating their views on the young sword sovereign, each sharing opinions, some unwavering in their belief in his strength, while others held even higher expectations. Nangu, Fenggu, and the others have already entered the Taiching Heavenly Sect. A man's voice boomed like thunder, capturing the attention of those engaged in animated conversation. Upon hearing this news, the man known as Nanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. He nodded vigorously and replied loudly, "Yes, yes. In that case, let us go and witness the legendary young sword sovereign, to see if he truly possesses the extraordinary grace, as rumored." Before he finished speaking, Jian Nin took the lead, swiftly gliding forward like a specter. Following closely behind were several equally skilled experts, each radiating a formidable aura. These individuals were none other than the members from the Jiannan faction who had taken a wrong turn. After months of arduous travel, they had finally arrived at Daotian City in the northern wilderness. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Having heard tales of the legendary sword sovereign, they had never before laid eyes on his true visage. Now, with an opportunity to approach this legendary figure, how could they not be overwhelmed with exhilaration? Under Jian Nan's guidance, the group swiftly made their way toward the Taiching Heavenly Sect. Their footsteps were resolute and powerful, as if they intended to leave deep imprints upon this vast earth. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity, intrigued by this extraordinary procession, speculating on the purpose of their journey. As they drew nearer to the Taiching Heavenly Sect, the hearts of Jiannan Fong and his companions grew increasingly tense. They quickened their pace, eager to fly at once before the young Sword Emperor and catch a glimpse of his unparalleled charisma. Who were these individuals, endowed with such formidable presence? The onlookers whispered in awe and confusion, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious figures departing like a surging tide. Some widened their eyes, attempting to glean insight from their silhouettes. Others furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, many gazed into the distance, as if anticipating the revelation of some answer. It was unclear, but it was certain that they were drawn by the young Sword Emperor. Another voice emerged, tinged with both speculation and conviction. This notion found resonance among many nearby, as heads nodded in agreement. Chapter 42. The Fate of the Accompanying Imperial Weapon. Shinkuan Peak is situated upon the rear mountain of the Taiching Heavenly Sect's Daotian Peak, a locale of serene and majestic beauty. The mountains rise steeply, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, with lush greenery enveloping the land, and the air is refreshingly pleasant. Taoist temples are scattered throughout the mountains, harmoniously complementing the natural scenery. Within this enchanting realm, one can profoundly sense the tranquility and mystery of nature, as if transported to a fairyland. The grand hall's roof towers into the clouds, its corners slightly raised, as if confiding its existence to the heavens. The glazed tiles shimmer under the sunlight, casting a brilliant radiance that starkly contrasts with the surrounding architecture. The hall's entrance is expansive and lofty, adorned with exquisitely carved patterns that appear vividly lifelike. Upon stepping inside, one is immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of serenity. Yichun, do you stand a chance in this competition? At this moment, the ambience within the hall of Shinkuan Peak was heavy, as Dugu Wu fixed his keen gaze upon his proud disciple, Long Yichun. Long Yichun was blessed with striking features. His visage was akin to jade, with sword-like brows arching into his temples, and when slightly raised, they accentuated his valiant demeanor. His starry eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, deep and luminous, as if they could perceive the essence of the world. His gaze was steadfast and confident, seemingly harboring boundless strength. Beneath a prominent nose, his lips curved into a subtle smile, hinting at a benevolent spirit toward the vast universe. His hair, dark and flowing, danced gently in the breeze, adding an air of elegance and nonchalance. He emanated a unique charm that irresistibly captivated those around him. Rest assured, Master, I have already attained the second level of martial spirit, and I am fully aware that the Qingcheng Peak of the Taiching Heavenly Sect will not be participating in this competition. Therefore, I am entirely confident in my capabilities. Long Yichun replied, his voice resonant and powerful, echoing through the spacious hall. Very well, go down and prepare diligently. Do not take it lightly. Dugu Wu nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet his eyes revealed recognition and hope for Long Yichun. Yes, Master. Long Yichun respectfully bowed, then turned to leave, his steps firm and assured. He understood the significance of this mission and the expectations of his master, silently vowing to exert his utmost effort and live up to his mentor's guidance. To the west of the Ta Ching heavenly sect, towering mountains loomed above the clouds, their grandeur commanding attention, with swirling mists concealing countless mysterious powers. Upon reaching the summit of the Ta Ching peak, one beheld a lush expanse, ancient trees stretching skyward, and vibrant flowers blooming like splashes of color against the horizon. Among the woodlands, birds sang joyously, their melodies sweet and enchanting. Crystal-clear streams flowed gently, revealing the stones beneath. Here, the air was fresh, brimming with spiritual essence, as if one were immersed in a terrestrial paradise. The training ground of Ta Ching Peak was vast and boundless, its surface covered with smooth, even stone slabs, reflecting a soft glow under the sunlight. A tranquil and harmonious aura permeated the surroundings, uplifting the spirits and allowing one to forget the turmoil of the mundane world. At that moment, a group of female disciples clad in simple white robes practiced swordsmanship within the training ground. Their agile forms moved gracefully, each motion light and elegant, their swords dancing through the air like nimble serpents, tracing beautiful arcs. The flow of their swordplay was as natural as drifting clouds and flowing water, each technique imbued with profound inner strength, perfectly harmonizing with the surrounding scenery in a breathtaking display. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled through, carrying the freshness and tranquility of the forest, softly caressing the hair of the female disciples. In this serene atmosphere, their sword dances appeared even more elegant and mysterious, as if they were one with nature, collectively performing a transcendent beauty. Xiao Wu, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Simply give it your all. Seated in the grand hall atop the towering mountains, enveloped in mist, Nianqing Wu gazed affectionately at her newly accepted disciple, Long Wu, offering gentle reassurance. Long Wu's figure was graceful and enchanting, resembling a flower blooming in spring, captivating and vibrant. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and delicate like silk, softly shimmering with an elegant glow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like clear water, bright as twinkling stars. At your command, Master. Long Wu replied with utmost respect, her voice imbued with reverence for her mentor. In the rear mountains of Qingcheng Peak, before a humble thatched cottage, Lu Changzhi stood quietly, his gaze resting upon Chen Changsheng, who reclined upon a lounge chair. He spoke softly, Master. Chen Changsheng slightly opened his eyes, still tinged with drowsiness, yet his voice rang clear. You wish to inquire about the accompanying imperial weapon, do you not? As if already aware of Lu Changzhi's intentions, Lu Changzhi nodded, a glimmer of anticipation and awe flashing in his eyes. Chen Changsheng, noticing this, straightened himself, rubbed his eyes, and then regarded Lu Changzhi, saying, So, do you wish for me to intervene, or will you handle it yourself? Without hesitation, Lu Changzhi responded, Master, I wish to rely on myself. His tone was resolute and confident, revealing trust in his own abilities. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Then, Lu Changzhi eagerly inquired, Master, does the accompanying imperial weapon truly exist? Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he countered, What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changzhi asserted, I firmly believe it exists. I can sense it, but I do not know where it is hidden. Chen Changsheng's smile deepened as he gazed approvingly at Lu Changzhi, softly saying, Your accompanying imperial weapon has already been sealed by another. Lu Changzhi's heart jolted. Although he had long harbored a premonition of the existence of the accompanying imperial weapon, hearing this revelation struck him with astonishment. Especially upon learning that his own accompanying imperial weapon had been sealed, he found himself utterly perplexed. What could have led to the sealing of his accompanying imperial weapon? Filled with gratitude, he turned his gaze toward Chen Changsheng, eager to inquire further, but Chen Changsheng gestured for him to remain calm. Then, with a tranquil tone, Chen Changsheng continued, Zhangzhi, given your current low level of cultivation, knowing too much may not be beneficial. What I can tell you is that someone has resorted to using their life as a medium to cast a forbidden seal, and the person capable of such a feat must possess at least the cultivation level of a martial saint. Do you understand? Chapter 43. The Emperor Realm is merely the beginning. Lu Changzhi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if his very orbs might leap from their sockets. His countenance was etched with incredulity, while his lips quivered involuntarily, his heart tumultuous with a tempest of emotions, overwhelmed by an inescapable astonishment. What is a martial sage? Each move and stance of a martial sage is imbued with a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Every attack descends upon the world like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven, boundless in might and relentless in momentum. With merely a single punch, The surrounding void shatters instantaneously, all existence turning to ash beneath that blow, as if the very fabric of reality trembles at its might. The existence of a martial sage is indeed astonishing, their strength far transcending the comprehension of mere mortals, reaching a sublime realm akin to that of divine beings. Before such a formidable martial sage, all things appear diminutive and fragile, compelled to bow in reverence and awe from a distance. Upon discovering that his accompanying imperial weapon was intricately linked to the martial sage, Lu Changzhi's gaze was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming despair and fury, as if the world itself had crumbled in that moment. He could scarcely accept the cruel reality that his companion weapon had been sealed by the very hands of a martial sage. His body trembled violently, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood oozing forth from his fingertips. His heart raced with fervor, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, as if it might burst from his chest at any moment. Lu Changzhi's breath grew increasingly labored, gasping greedily for air, striving to quell the surging tumult within him. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the storm brewing deep within remained unbridled. Observing this, Chen Changsheng rose slowly, taking measured steps to Lu Changzhi's side, gently patting his shoulder. A glimmer of genuine concern reflected in his eyes. Lu Changzhi struggled to lift his gaze, meeting Chen Changsheng's eyes, where confusion and uncertainty intertwined. What? Are you truly afraid of the martial sage? Chen Changsheng's voice was warm and resolute, akin to a gentle spring breeze or the soothing rays of the sun, softly reaching Lu Changzhi's ears, much like a babbling brook flowing steadily into his somewhat tumultuous heart. Lu Changzhi furrowed his brow slightly, his lips parting as if to speak. Yet he hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Chen Changsheng, witnessing this, beamed with an even brighter smile, gently reassuring him. Do not forget, you are my disciple, Chen Changsheng. With your extraordinary talent, becoming an emperor is merely the beginning. Why concern yourself with this so-called martial sage? Upon hearing his master's unwavering words, Lu Changzhi's previously bewildered expression gradually transformed into clarity and determination. He nodded vigorously, as if silently reminding himself to have faith in Chen Changsheng's words. Master, thank you. Lu Changzhi's voice trembled slightly, his emotions nearly spilling forth. Were it not for encountering Chen Changsheng, this wise mentor and friend, he might have long lost his way, perhaps reduced to begging on the streets, never to receive such a precious opportunity for cultivation. Contemplating this, his gratitude towards Chen Changsheng deepened. Chen Changsheng lightly patted his shoulder once more, earnestly advising, work hard, it is merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Lu Changzhi regained his former confidence, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Understood, master. In this brief yet profound exchange, Chen Changsheng's heartwarming comfort felt like a gentle spring breeze, instilling within Lu Changzhi a powerful sense of strength. His previously restless heart gradually found tranquility, replaced by resolve and self-assurance. They stood there, silently gazing at one another, their eyes brimming with unwavering trust and unconditional support. Tomorrow is the day of the Ta Ching sect's grand competition. Do not be late. Chen Changsheng suddenly shifted the conversation, his gaze fixed on Lu Changzhi with earnest admonition. Yes, master. Lu Changzhi responded promptly. Also, do not forget to bring your junior sister to complete the registration at the Internal Affairs Pavilion, Chen Changsheng added, making his way towards a nearby chaise longue. Understood. Disciple will remember. Lu Changzhi nodded affirmatively. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. Chen Changsheng gestured for him to leave. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, as the Qingcheng Peak dojo basked in serene tranquility. At that moment, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain, dressed in a sky-blue robe. Lu Changzhi stood tall, bearing a cerulean sword upon his back, his posture as proud as a pine tree. His handsome features were sharply defined, an air of resolute heroism radiating from his brow, beneath eyebrows as brilliant as stars, his gaze steadfast and piercing, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. He exuded a unique aura, a blend of youthful vigor and mature composure. Every movement of his was imbued with boundless confidence and poise. As the breeze tousled his long hair, it danced in the wind, harmonizing with the cerulean sword that adorned his back, enhancing his spirited and gallant demeanor. The sword shimmered with a chilling light, its hilt embedded with precious gems, splendid yet commanding. The blade was long and sharp, exuding an invisible pressure. Lu Changzhi gripped the hilt, as if sharing a profound connection with this unparalleled weapon. His steps were light and steady, each stride seemingly infused with immeasurable power, causing the very earth to quiver beneath him. His figure darted through the forest like a specter, startling the surrounding birds into flight. On the opposite side of the dojo stood Chen Anzhi, clad in a sky-blue robe, radiating like a brilliant star. his sharp eyes pierced with the intensity of arrows, instilling a sense of dread, making it unwise to meet his gaze. The determination and confidence etched upon his brow conveyed the wisdom of one who has traversed the vicissitudes of life, having seen the world in all its facets. Despite his youth, his eyes were exceptionally keen, seemingly possessing the ability to penetrate the souls of others. He stood erect, like an indomitable mountain, inadvertently imparting a heavy sense of oppression. Behind him, a black halberd glimmered with an intimidating cold light, emanating an aura of unmatched might. The halberd contrasted sharply with his slight frame, yet complemented it perfectly, as if it were an integral part of him. His raven hair danced wildly in the wind, and his chiseled features exuded extraordinary handsomeness, radiating a fierce and resolute spirit. His eyes overflowed with confidence and resolve. He stood like a statue, yet the unparalleled aura of a conqueror emanating from him compelled one to submit in reverence. A gentle breeze caressed him, causing his robe to flutter, accentuating his grace and agility. Eldest brother, second brother. A melodious voice rang out near the Chen Changsheng Peak dojo. A strikingly beautiful young girl appeared, bearing a green sword upon her back, gracefully making her way towards them. She moved with agility and confidence, as if seamlessly merging with her surroundings. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with determination and depth, embodying the calm and restraint that comes from enduring the trials of time. The unique aura emanating from her signified her cultivation of the cycle of time. Every movement reflected elegance and natural grace, as if she had already grasped the profound truths of the passage of time. Accompanied by the rhythmic cadence of her tranquil breathing, the surrounding air seemed to flow harmoniously, creating a subtle resonance between them. Now that everyone is gathered, we shall set forth, Lu Changzhi uttered softly, his voice low yet imbued with a profound steadiness and resolve. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly formed intricate hand gestures, reciting incantations under his breath. In the blink of an eye, 3 flying swords, gleaming with azure light, materialized beneath his feet. Stepping onto one of the swiftly moving swords, Lu Changzhi radiated an ethereal brilliance, resembling a celestial being drifting effortlessly above the mortal realm. He gestured for the 2 individuals behind him to follow, then propelled himself forward on the flying sword towards the plaza of the Taiching Heavenly Sect, moving with the speed of lightning, vanishing into the horizon, leaving only 3 faint azure trails in his wake. Chapter 44. A hasty arrival. At the plaza of the Taiching Heavenly Sect, a throng of people bustled together, shoulder to shoulder, creating a lively atmosphere. The cacophony of voices echoed through the skies, reverberating like thunder. The crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring, as if the very heavens had ignited with their fervor. At this moment, the sect master, along with the heads of various peaks and other esteemed dignitaries from various sects, had all arrived. Their presence incited waves of excitement among the gathered assembly. The disciples below fixated their gazes upon the high-ranking officials of the sect and the representatives from other factions, whispering amongst themselves. Could that be the sect master of the Taiching Heavenly Sect? Even from a distance, the mere sight of him exuded an aura of profound depth, his presence commanding a sense of reverence, as though he were the sovereign of this realm. Awestruck gasps rippled through the crowd. It seemed that the imposing figure standing nearby was indeed the venerable Dugu, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, a master few could rival. Beholding his formidable demeanor, clad in martial attire and wielding a long sword, he truly lived up to his illustrious reputation. The assembly turned their eyes toward Dugu Wu, filled with admiration and respect. Wow, look over there at that ethereal beauty. She must undoubtedly be the head of Taiching Peak, a man remarked, utterly captivated by Nianqing Wu, who resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, her beauty defying verbal description. Everyone look, the representatives from other sects have also arrived, someone shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby. The display from the Heavenly Sword Sect is truly magnificent. They don uniform white robes, adorned with various swords upon their backs, presenting an imposing and unstoppable presence, prompting murmurs of admiration from those who recognized their stature. Oh, even the disciples from the papal hall have arrived. As if on cue, a group of disciples clad in yellow robes emerged, marching in perfect unison, their expressions solemn and dignified, exuding an air of authority. The fair maidens from Kunlun Su were breathtakingly beautiful, akin to celestial beings gracing the mortal realm. The crowd's eyes were glued to the approaching entourage from Kunlun Su, filled with astonished admiration. With a predominance of female disciples, the onlookers were entranced by their graceful forms and exquisite features, resembling blooming flowers that captivated the soul, while the male disciples served as mere backdrop to their splendor. Following closely was a contingent of disciples from the Qingyun sect, their azure robes drawing attention. Indeed, the disciples of Qingyun sect are exceptional, Each one exudes a remarkable presence and striking charisma, a voice echoed in admiration. However, when the disciples from the Bronze Hall finally arrived, a murmur of confusion spread through the crowd. The Bronze Hall appears rather mysterious. Why are there so few of them? Someone queried, curiosity piqued. An immediate response came from the side. What do you know? The Bronze Hall has exceedingly stringent criteria for accepting disciples. Even if your ancestors' graves were to smoke, it would be difficult to gain entry, though spoken with a hint of jest. This statement underscored the high barriers of entry into the Bronze Hall. All sects were present for this grand gathering, save for the monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It was rumored they had no intention of joining this festivity. One individual expressed disappointment, having looked forward to experiencing the renowned sects of the North Wilderness, yet felt an emptiness at the absence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Others around nodded in agreement, sharing their curiosity and confusion regarding the absence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Speculations arose. Perhaps internal matters had delayed their arrival, or they were deliberately maintaining an air of mystery to draw attention, while some wondered if there were underlying conflicts with other sections. Regardless of the reason, the absence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple undeniably cast a shadow over the occasion, leaving many to depart with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. The grand display of the various sects stirred a whirlwind of emotions within the young men and women who accompanied their respective factions, filling them with both excitement and trepidation as they looked forward to the journey of cultivation ahead. Seated upon the dais of the Taiching Heavenly Sect, the sect master, draped in resplendent robes of brocade, exuded elegance and charisma. His gaze swept through the multitude gathered in the plaza, emanating an overwhelming authority and confidence. The heads of the various peaks, each adorned in their sect's distinctive robes, showcased their unique grace and demeanor. Some exuded a solemn and intimidating presence, while others appeared approachable and refined, and yet others radiated a bold and unrestrained spirit, each manifesting an undeniable aura of strength. Soon after, representatives from various sects and influential families made their entrance. Clad in ornate garments, adorned with jewels and insignias symbolizing their rank and status, they dazzled the crowd. Some sects arrived in grand procession, their numerous disciples creating a formidable presence, while others, though fewer in number, exhibited an extraordinary vitality and poise, clearly not to be underestimated. In the center of the plaza, colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, drums and gongs resonating loudly, filling the air with a joyful and festive atmosphere. With hearts filled with anticipation and eager expectation, the crowd anxiously awaited the commencement of the grand competition, excitement evident on every face. At that moment, the plaza resembled a colossal stage, attracting heroes and champions from far and wide, as an exhilarating and gripping contest was about to unfold. Just as the crowd buzzed with fervor, suddenly, a clear, melodious, and resounding sound of a sword echoed from the distant skies. The assembled throng quickly turned their gaze upwards, witnessing Lu Changzhi, sword in hand and clad in a sky-blue robe, his garments billowing in the wind, leading a cadre of disciples soaring on flying swords, racing towards them like shooting stars. His movements were agile and graceful, akin to an elegant and pure celestial crane soaring freely across the azure sky. Trailing closely behind, his fellow disciples mirrored his every motion, basking in the radiant sunlight, shimmering with brilliance as if they were a gathering of ethereal maidens descending to the earthly realm. A subtle smile graced Lu Changzhi's lips, his bright, deep-set eyes shimmering with determination and unwavering confidence. His arrival sent ripples through the assembly, silencing the once boisterous crowd. As conversations ceased and every gaze converged upon him, the disciples following closely behind him radiated vigor and enthusiasm, each face adorned with uncontainable excitement and hopeful anticipation. As Lu Changzhi descended gracefully to the ground, akin to an ethereal being, his steps exuded a remarkable blend of stability and lightness, as if he were strolling upon clouds. Every subtle movement of his radiated a unique elegance and vibrant spirit, creating a mesmerizing tableau alongside his junior disciples. The onlookers were inevitably captivated by their extraordinary demeanor, unable to restrain their admiration. "Greetings, sect leader, esteemed elders," Lu Changzhi acknowledged as he and his companions approached the high platform, bowing respectfully. Zhao Wuxiang, observing the hurried arrival of the trio, gently stroked his goatee and spoke with a warm tone. Since you are here, please take your seats." "Yes, sect leader." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Changzhi, exuding composure, seated himself in the foremost position of Qingxing Peak, while Chen Anzhi and Xiao Ranxian stood respectfully at his flanks. Chapter 45. The competition begins. At this juncture, the women in the crowd fixated their gazes on Lu Changzhi atop the platform, their eyes brimming with infatuation as one murmured, "Is this graceful youth, radiant as jade, the fabled young Sword Emperor? Although her voice was soft, it was loud enough to stir a commotion among the onlookers. The young Sword Emperor is indeed extraordinary. The crowd's attention converged upon Lu Changzhi, as if drawn by an irresistible magnet. He stood tall and slender, exuding a profound and captivating aura that was almost suffocating. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, clad in pristine white robes, gazed at Lu Changzhi with wide eyes, secretly marveling at his unparalleled presence. Indeed, it was rare to witness such formidable power at such a young age. Yet, one could not help but wonder whether this imposing aura was genuine or merely a facade. Beside the Heavenly Sword sect, a disciple clad in yellow robes whispered under his breath. However, standing next to him, another disciple of the same sect appeared unconvinced, clearly skeptical of Lu Changzhi's prowess. Junior brother, refrain from making hasty judgments. This is the Taiching Heavenly Sect, a seemingly more authoritative figure beside the yellow-robed disciple interjected. As soon as he spoke, the previously defiant youth fell silent, obediently closing his mouth. Who are those standing beside the young Sword Emperor? Someone in the crowd suddenly called out. Others chimed in, indeed. Who knows? Please enlighten us. At this moment, a young man, utterly taken aback by Xiao Ranxian's breathtaking beauty, murmured, "That lady is simply too stunning, as if a celestial fairy has descended." Another interjected, "Hee, I happen to know a thing or two." The slightly shorter one is named Chen Anzhi, rumored to be a junior of Qinxing Peak's leader. This lad possesses extraordinary talent and unfathomable strength. As for the lady, I cannot say. Oh, such a background indeed. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Another voice chimed in, indeed. I've heard that the disciples of the Taiching Heavenly Sect have been whispering that Chen Anzhi, at merely 15, has already entered the martial spirit realm, a remarkable achievement. Is he truly that impressive? Someone asked skeptically. Immediately, another retorted, Humph, those who can cultivate at Qinxing Peak are hardly ordinary mortals. They all possess talents and potential that border on the monstrous. This lady is simply beyond compare. She surpasses even the so-called three beauties of our northern wilds. A chorus of awe and regret echoed through the crowd as they directed their adoring gazes toward the enchanting Xiao Ranxian, fervently discussing her allure. Yet, faced with such a scene, those esteemed individuals within the sect, whether revered elders or powerful figures from noble families, chose to remain silent, standing as spectators. Their stoic expressions hinted at the tumultuous thoughts swirling within. It was clear that their hearts were already tumultuous with unspoken deliberations. Is this truly the legendary young Sword Emperor? On a higher platform closer to the Taiching Heavenly Sect, Jian Shifeng gazed intently at Lu Changzhi, murmuring softly, "Brother, the pressure he exudes even surpasses that of Gong Wushuang." Jian Nanfang replied after a moment of silence. Yet, in the next instant, he broke the silence, saying, "I truly wish to exchange a few moves." In response to his brother's eager desire, Jian Shifeng merely smiled reassuringly. There is no need to rush. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Nian Qingwu raised her beautiful eyes and directed her gaze toward the graceful girl bearing the Qingxiao sword, softly intoning, "Surely. This must be the disciple newly accepted by Brother Chen." News of the previous day's events had already spread like wildfire within the Taiching Heavenly Sect, and everyone knew that the leader of Qinxing Peak had brought back a woman. Observing the girl who now accompanied Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, the Taoist disciples were well aware of the implications. Disciple Xiao Ranxian pays her respects to senior sister Nian. Xiao Ranxian fixed her gaze upon the strikingly beautiful woman before her, and recalling her status as her master's junior, she bowed politely. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, she possesses unparalleled talent and an extraordinary demeanor, truly not to be underestimated. When time permits, do come visit me at Taiching Peak, Nian Qingwu remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she assessed the demure and clever young girl before her, extending a warm invitation. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister," Xiao Ranxian humbly replied. "How delightful." Nian Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Jun Gujin caught sight of the Qingxiao sword glimmering behind Xiao Ranxian. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, before he smiled and remarked, "It seems Brother Chen holds you in high regard, even entrusting you with such a legendary weapon as the Qingxiao sword." Xiao Ranxian smiled gently at the benevolent Jun Gujin, lowering her gaze to caress the hilt of the sword, and said with heartfelt emotion, "Senior Uncle Jun, you flatter me. I shall strive diligently in my training and live up to the Qingxiao sword's illustrious reputation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxiang, seated at the head, smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "This girl is not only beautiful, but possesses extraordinary talent. What is even more commendable is her lofty ambition. She is destined for greatness. Truly a prodigy among the disciples of Qinxing Peak. Elder, let us commence." Zhao Wuxiang gazed expectantly at Li Yunfeng, whose eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Li Yunfeng nodded slightly, indicating readiness. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, leaping like a bolt of lightning to the grandest stage at the center of the martial arts arena. His stature stood tall and imposing, emanating an aura that commanded respect. His deep-set eyes harbored boundless wisdom and compassion. With both hands clasped in salute, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, your journey here has been arduous. Today, I extend my sincerest welcome on behalf of our sect. Li Yunfeng's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the square like a mighty bell. His words swept over the crowd like a gentle spring breeze, instilling warmth and familiarity in their hearts. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted across the square, as representatives from various factions rose to bow deeply to the Grand Elder, expressing their profound admiration. Li Yunfeng smiled gently and nodded, continuing. The purpose of this grand tournament is to foster martial arts exchanges among sects and to strengthen the bonds of friendship simultaneously. It serves as a platform for the younger generation to showcase their talents and distinguish themselves. I hope all the new talents will exert themselves fully to display their unique charms. Without further ado, I hereby solemnly declare that the tournament is officially underway. As the words of the venerable elder, filled with both authority and anticipation, resonated through the air, the previously boisterous square fell into a profound silence. However, it was not long before a thunderous cheer erupted, akin to a mighty wave crashing upon the shore. The atmosphere was ignited, transforming into an exhilarating blend of tension and fervor. It is well known that this imminent grand tournament holds immense significance. It is intricately linked not only to the honor and fate of numerous disciples, but also to the future destinies that lie before them. For this reason, every individual dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency, collectively holding their breath and concentrating their entire being in quiet anticipation of the pivotal moment when the competition would officially commence. All newly arrived disciples, please ascend the martial platform to draw your number plates. Number 1 will face number 5,000, number 2 will contend with number 4,999, and so forth. The number of participants in this newcomer competition, excluding the Qingqing Peak disciples, totals precisely 5,000. This method of pairing through a draw further comprehensively tests each disciple's genuine strength and the element of chance. After all, possessing formidable talent and fortune is often one of the crucial factors in determining whether one can become a peerless powerhouse. Chapter 46, Lin Jiuxiao. The Heavenly Sect seems to attach great importance to this tournament, as they have even summoned him to preside over it. The elder Murongjiu, leading the delegation, muttered quietly while his gaze remained fixed on Li Yunfeng, a flicker of subtle gravity crossing his features. Indeed, it appears so. The rumored golden age of the 39 is evidently true, remarked Shui Qiuyue, also an elder of Kunlun Su, her words betraying her concerns regarding the future developments and her urgent desire for personal advancement. I have heard that your Kunlun Su has taken in a disciple with a 9-orifice exquisite sword heart. Is there any truth to this? Elder Zhongli Yu of the Heavenly Sword Sect inquired, his smile directed at the elegant and poised Shui Qiuyue. Shui Qiuyue replied with a gentle smile. Oh, not at all. Compared to your sect's exceptionally gifted innate sword body, our disciple still falls short. In the North Wilderness, various sects have spies or infiltrators among one another, so any stirrings are swiftly known. Such levels of information exchange have long since become commonplace. Zhongli Yu laughed heartily and remarked, Elder Shui is being overly modest. While they are indeed commendable, if we were to compare with the Taiqing Heavenly Sect, they might still be somewhat lacking. At this moment, Elder Nin Bailey of the Qingyun Sect directed his gaze toward a group of exquisitely dressed disciples from the Sword Palace, stating, Look over there. It is said that these individuals hail from the Sword Palace in the Central State Heavenly Domain. With their presence, it seems there is a deeper significance to this gathering. Murongjiu expressed his thoughts in a calm tone. Amid the fervent discussions, the disciples of the Heavenly Sect had already received their assigned number plates. The gazes of these young martial artists were filled with anticipation and trepidation. At that moment, the entire scene grew exceedingly raucous. But as Zhang Xuantian's steady and resonant voice rang out, next, number 1 faces number 5,000. Number 2 faces number 4,999. Number 3 faces number 4,998. The previously chaotic environment fell into silence. All eyes turned toward the figure standing tall in midair, Zhang Xiantian. He stood as erect as a pine tree, exuding an aura of elegance and refinement. His flowing white robe danced in the wind, accentuating his ethereal demeanor. With a smile upon his face, he commanded both respect and fear, instilling an indescribable sense of reverence in those who beheld him. Soon, the martial platform was filled with contestants, each brimming with vigor and an imposing presence, as if embodying the very essence of war gods. Every individual gripped their weapons tightly, fixated on their opponents, their eyes revealing a glimmer of hostility and determination as they seemed intent on utterly vanquishing their adversaries in this contest. From the audience, waves of cheers and shouts reverberated, creating a cacophony of excitement. Look, over there on the 17th martial platform stands the prodigy Long Yichen. With this exclamation, the previously noisy crowd erupted into a frenzy. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. I never expected it to be him. This match is bound to be thrilling. Indeed, one could only wonder who the unfortunate soul would be to face such a formidable opponent. Ever since the revelation of Long Yichen's astonishing talent and his apprenticeship under the solitary martial master, the anticipation for this match had surged to new heights. Everyone was eager to discover who would be so unfortunate as to contend with this extraordinarily gifted genius. Just as speculation ran rampant, a figure emerged within the crowd's line of sight. A young man clad in the signature cloud-white garb of the inner disciples of the Taiching heavenly sect approached the 17th martial platform with a light and graceful stride. This young lad, with a stature as erect as a pine and an aura of elegance, seemed to merge seamlessly with his pristine robes, exuding an air of carefree grace. The spectators could not help but gasp in awe, speculating about the identity and prowess of this enigmatic youth. At that moment, Long Yichen also gazed intently at his advancing opponent, excitement flickering in his eyes. The youth bore an enormous sword upon his back, its blade gleaming ominously with a cold light, emanating an invisible pressure that commanded respect. The contours of his face were sharply defined, reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece, radiating the exuberance of youth. In an instant, the young man leaped effortlessly onto the martial platform. His eyes sparkled with confidence and composure, akin to a blazing torch. Bright and fervent, betraying no hint of fear or hesitation in the face of a formidable adversary. Inner disciple, Lin Jiuxiao, the youth declared in a resonant voice, each word ringing with strength and certainty. Dragon Yichen of Qinkuan Mountain, please, Long Yichen replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he crossed his arms and gestured for Lin Jiuxiao to proceed. At this moment, the two stood facing each other on the platform, their eyes ablaze with intense animosity. Their bodies were taut, akin to coiled beasts poised to pounce, as if ready to unleash a devastating strike at any second. In the midst of this critical juncture, one of them suddenly launched an attack without warning. Moving with lightning speed, charging directly at the other like a whirlwind. The opponent sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch aimed at the adversary's cheek. The one struck retaliated swiftly, delivering a kick aimed at the opponent's abdomen. Their movements were as swift as lightning, exchanging blows with neither willing to concede. Each strike was infused with power and skill, leaving the onlookers entranced. In an instant, their figures became entangled, locked in a fierce struggle. The air was thick with tension as the spectators held their breath, intently watching the intense combat unfold. Martial Spirit Second Layer. Brother Long Yichen has actually broken through to the Martial Spirit Second Layer. Good heavens, this is astounding. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, eyes fixated on Long Yichen with a mixture of envy and reverence. Meanwhile, Lin Jiuxiao, equally impressive in his performance, drew the attention of the onlookers as well. That lad is also a martial spirit, but alas, he is only at the first layer, someone lamented. Despite the astonishing prowess of Lin Jiuxiao, the disparity in realm compared to Long Yichen was undeniably palpable. Who exactly is this young man? How could he, with a lower cultivation level, engage in such a fierce battle with senior brother Long? The disciples of the heavenly sect were expressions of doubt, their incredulity palpable as they murmured amongst themselves. They struggled to fathom how this seemingly obscure youth possessed the capability to contend with the renowned genius, Long Yichen, who was celebrated as an 8th-tier prodigy. At that moment, a disciple from the eastern Xian region stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, I know him. His name is Lin Jiuxiao, notorious for being the most infamous waste of our eastern state. This statement struck like thunder in the ears of the crowd, transforming their curiosity about Lin Jiuxiao into a cacophony of astonishment. As soon as the words left his lips, countless glares filled with malice and indignation locked onto him. The intent to harm was unmistakable. The onlookers pondered silently. If he is a waste, then what are we? Are we not even inferior to a waste? Could it be that this fellow is subtly insulting us? Just then, those engaged in fierce combat on the arena halted their clashes, gazing in shock at the 17th combat platform. Was this truly merely a contest for newcomers? One could scarcely suppress a gasp of astonishment. Zhongli Yu gazed intently at the two combatants, unable to restrain a heartfelt exclamation. Is this the heavenly sect? Truly a gathering of talents, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. Such a splendid duel is indeed a sight to behold. Murong Jiao, with a naturally bold disposition, burst into hearty laughter. Ha, splendid. Long Yichen's extraordinary talent speaks for itself. Yet this youth is by no means an ordinary contender. On the high platform, Zhao Wuxiang also focused on the two combatants engaged in this fierce struggle, inquiring, "Does anyone know the background of this young man?" Sectmaster Lin Jiuxiao hails from a minor clan in the eastern Xian region, yet his talent was once regarded as the most radiant genius of the eastern state. However, inexplicably, he suddenly found his cultivation obliterated, as if he had fallen to the status of a mere mortal overnight. The report continued, even more peculiarly, after some time. He inexplicably resumed his path of cultivation and successfully entered the ranks of the Taiqing heavenly sect under our sect as decree. Elder Su Ran of the outer sect, unable to conceal her excitement, reported to the sect master, recalling that she was the one who had initially welcomed and registered Lin Jiuxiao when he presented the decree to join the Taoist heavenly sect. This former champion of the eastern Xian region had always captured Su Ran's attention. Moreover, she had provided Lin Jiuxiao with substantial assistance. When others attempted to deprive him of the resources he rightfully deserved due to his older age, it was Su Ran who argued fiercely on his behalf, ultimately restoring the rights of this once celebrated figure of the eastern state. Now, witnessing Lin Jiuxiao's remarkable performance on the arena, Su Ran recognized that her own status and reputation would ascend in tandem with his success. Truly, those fortunate enough to possess such a decree are far from ordinary. Observing the fierce battle unfolding on the platform, Jun Gujin displayed a look of admiration, exclaiming in wonder. Meanwhile, Dugu Wu maintained his aloof demeanor, silently observing the two combatants on the arena. The sect's decree tokens serve as invitations extended to the world's unparalleled prodigies. These tokens not only symbolize unmatched glory and once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, but also grant the bearers direct entry into the sect for cultivation, exempting them from the rigorous entrance examinations. Those who receive the decree undoubtedly become the focal point of attention, endowed with extraordinary talents and unfathomable potential, earmarked for special cultivation by the sect. Chapter 47. Draw your sword. Junior brother, draw your sword, or you stand no chance. After several rounds of fierce combat, the two stood facing each other, breathless and exhausted. However, compared to Lin Jiuxiao, Long Yichen appeared slightly better off, now wielding a long sword. The hilt was meticulously carved in the shape of a majestic dragon. Its mouth agape, from which emerged a blade as white as snow. "As you wish," Lin Jiuxiao responded, extending his arm and forcefully swinging, causing the enormous black sword at his back to crash to the ground, producing a resounding thud. This colossal sword, entirely devoid of luster, bore countless fine cracks, its tip curving sharply and exceptionally sharp. Lin Jiuxiao grasped the hilt tightly and without hesitation, launched a powerful slash toward Long Yichen. In an instant, both men surged forward like lightning, swords in hand, charging toward one another. Their speed was astonishing, surpassing the limits of ordinary reflexes. The air was filled with the crisp and resonant sounds of clashing blades, echoing continuously. Brilliant beams of sword light intertwined and collided, resembling meteors streaking across the sky. Their sword techniques were both fierce and varied, each swing carrying the force of a tempest. The flickering shadows of their swords seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of space. The exchange of strikes was relentless, a tempest of swordplay that dazzled the onlookers. Amidst this fierce confrontation, the surrounding air felt as though it was being churned by the sword energy, creating waves of invisible pressure that made it difficult to breathe. As the battle intensified, the breathing of both combatants grew increasingly labored. Yet, their gazes remained unwaveringly resolute, showing no signs of retreat. They understood all too well that this life-and-death struggle was not merely a contest of swordsmanship, but a battle of wills. In this heart-pounding, breathtaking exchange of sword light, only the one who could endure until the final moment would emerge as the ultimate victor. Ninefold chopping of the profound weight. Suddenly, Lin Jiuxiao shouted with fury, and the long sword in his hand erupted with brilliant light, a terrifying aura cascading from it like a surging tide toward Long Yichen. After exhausting the last vestige of spiritual energy within him, Lin Jiuxiao barely managed to support the massive black sword with one hand, struggling to maintain his precarious stance. For Season's Sword Song, Spring Rain. In the face of the overwhelming sword light, Long Yichen showed no fear. He gently grasped the sword hilt with his right hand, while his left caressed the blade. In that instant, the sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Following this, a wave of sword energy imbued with boundless power surged forth, directly confronting the oncoming onslaught of sword light. This sword energy resembled spring rain, incessant and gentle in appearance, yet harboring a concealed lethality. With a thunderous roar, the colossal wave of sword energy collided with the myriad of sword lights, unleashing a series of earth-shattering explosions. The wave of sword energy then surged toward Lin Jiuxiao, And as the lethal light drew near, Lin Jiuxiao, having exhausted all his spiritual energy, found himself unable to evade, standing frozen in place, helplessly watching the fatal blow approach. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, as if he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens pressing down on him. Though his heart yearned to escape this calamity, even moving a single step had become a luxurious aspiration. Just as the moment hung in balance, a figure appeared like a specter before Lin Jiuxiao, Li Yunfeng. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the oncoming sword energy and shattering it into countless fragments. I concede, Lin Jiuxiao exhaled a sigh of relief, subsequently releasing his grip on the black giant sword, collapsing onto the arena like a deflated balloon, gasping for breath. After a moment to steady his breathing, he struggled to retrieve a pill from his robe and swallowed it. Meanwhile, Long Yichen, though equally breathless, appeared significantly better off than the disheveled Lin Jiuxiao. He stood resolutely in place, adorned with several wounds that were neither deep nor shallow. The long sword he gripped tightly continued to gleam with a piercing cold light, starkly contrasting with Lin Jiuxiao's dismal state. His breath gradually became steady and orderly, beads of sweat cascading down the contours of his muscles, shimmering like crystal under the sunlight. His garments were thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to his skin, yet his stature appeared increasingly upright and tall. He could scarcely fathom that an obscure adversary could force him into such a predicament. At this moment, a wave of unprecedented shock and astonishment surged within him. In this battle, the victor was Long Yichen, as Li Yunfeng stood at the center of the contest platform and boldly proclaimed the result. Each word resonated like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into the hearts of the spectators. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to ignite like a blazing inferno. All gazes unconsciously converged upon the two figures who had just fought fiercely, their eyes brimming with admiration. Their stares were filled with genuine praise and affirmation for the extraordinary performances of these two individuals. Following this, a deafening roar, akin to the clamor of thunder, echoed through the heavens. These shouts intertwined and coalesced into a formidable force, surging like a tumultuous wave, elevating the fervent atmosphere of the venue to its zenith. Among the crowd, people waved their arms, passionately expressing their uncontrollable emotions, cheering and applauding for this breathtaking confrontation. Yielding, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Long Yichen cupped his fists towards Lin Jiuxiao. Then, with a slight movement, he leapt down from the contest platform gracefully, akin to a light and agile swallow, before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Lin Jiuxiao, who lay on the ground, gradually rose after consuming a medicinal pill, his internal spiritual energy slowly recovering. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the enormous black sword seemed to possess a will of its own as it flew into the scabbard behind him. Subsequently, Lin Jiuxiao also leapt down from the contest platform and slowly departed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Could this be a disciple from the Ta Ching heavenly sect? It is truly remarkable that the competition, having just commenced, has already showcased such spectacular scenes. The crowd erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Indeed, it is a pity that fortune did not favor him. He was expected to be the strongest dark horse in this grand tournament. Yet who could have anticipated that he would encounter the most formidable opponent in the very first match? Alas, it is truly regrettable, and some even displayed expressions of disappointment. Sighing deeply, although he may be a bit older, his cultivation talent is extraordinarily rare, undoubtedly qualifying him as a prodigy of unmatched caliber. Elder Zhao, you have certainly achieved great merit this time. Gazing at the receding figure of Lin Jiuxiao, Zhao Wuxiang wore an expression of admiration, then shifted his gaze to Su Ran beside him. Master, this is merely my duty. Su Ran quickly responded, indicating that she was simply fulfilling her responsibilities. The master smiled faintly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. You are also on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. Consider this breaking sect pill as a reward for your efforts. No sooner had he spoken than a pill, shimmering with a crystalline purple light and completely translucent, appeared in the master's hand. The pill seemed to encompass boundless mysteries, radiating a faint yet intoxicating glow. The breaking sect pill, a rare 6th grade elixir, possesses the miraculous efficacy to dismantle the shackles of cultivation, assisting martial artists in breaking through their bottlenecks and ascending to higher realms. Thank you, Master. Su Ran was overwhelmed with excitement, fully aware of the immeasurable value of this breaking sect pill. She cautiously extended her hand to receive the pill, feeling a subtle yet enigmatic energy pulsate within her palm. However, Su Ran did not linger, swiftly storing the breaking sect pill into her spatial ring. Chapter 48. The Chosen of Heaven. Proceed. Zhao Wuxiang's voice was calm and steady, yet contained an undeniable authority. His gaze swept across the entire arena, ultimately landing upon the inner sect Grand Elder, Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng felt a jolt of trepidation and promptly bowed in response. Yes, master. Upon receiving the directive, Li Yunfeng took a deep breath and raised his voice. The competition continues. His words reverberated through the square like thunder, instantly transforming the previously bustling atmosphere into one of solemnity. With this declaration, the various contest platforms erupted with intense sounds of clashing fists and weapons, sparks flying in all directions, and powerful energies surging forth. The attention of the spectators was once again captivated by the matches, their eyes fixated on the competitors as they anxiously anticipated the ensuing thrilling confrontations. However, on the high platform, Xiao Ranxian seemed somewhat detached from the unfolding scene. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction Lin Jiuxiao had departed, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and contemplation. Noticing the unusual demeanor of his junior sister, Lu Changzhi could not resist inquiring, "Junior sister, what are you looking at?" Xiao Ranxian returned to her senses and smiled faintly. "Nothing, senior brother. It may just be my illusion." Seeing that his junior sister was reluctant to elaborate, Lu Changzhi chose not to press further. As the sun gradually sank in the west, casting a blood-red glow across half the sky, the conclusion of the final match on the contest platform signified the end of the first round of fierce competition. Reflecting on the course of this tournament, no further astonishing dark horses emerged. With the conclusion of the first round of matches, the victors rejoiced with jubilant cheers, celebrating their hard-won triumphs, their faces alight with pride and satisfaction. Conversely, those who had been defeated quietly exited, perhaps filled with an overwhelming sense of desolation and frustration. Perhaps this is the harsh reality of the path of cultivation. Only those who are truly powerful can stand at the center of the stage, basking in the glory of public admiration. At this moment, atop a towering peak of the Ta Ching heavenly sect, a man sat with ease, leisurely admiring the gradually setting sun. Beside him lay an enormous, pitch-black giant sword, deeply embedded in the ground. This man was none other than Lin Jiuxiao, the undeniable dark horse of the day. Spirit of the sword, did you not vow that as long as we joined forces, we would be unrivaled in the world? Lin Jiuxiao gazed at the black, giant sword as the sun dipped low. Who told you to be so dim-witted? You encountered Long Yichen in the first round. Both of you are top-tier geniuses, and his realm surpasses yours. Of course, it's a challenging battle. A playful female voice emanated from the colossal black sword. Lin Jiuxiao pondered the exhilarating duel with Long Yichen, an involuntary admiration swelling within him. That fellow is indeed formidable. However, the voice from the black sword continued, tinged with dissatisfaction. Lin Jiuxiao, can you not have a bit of ambition? Do not forget, you were once the #1 genius of the Eastern Xian domain. In response to this remark, Lin Jiuxiao remained silent, merely gazing at the slowly setting sun, his thoughts drifting back to the days of yore. At that time, he stood proudly atop the Eastern Xian domain, unmatched by his peers. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the esteemed sect master of the Eastern Xian sect, he possessed unparalleled talent and a distinguished background. In his eyes, it seemed as though he was destined to sweep the world and dominate throughout history. During that period, he was brimming with confidence, believing the entire world lay beneath his feet, the future filled with boundless possibilities. Yet, fate has a penchant for mockery. An unforeseen turn of events altered everything. While participating in the sect's trials, he stumbled upon a peculiar black giant sword. This sword exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, leading him to intuitively recognize it as something extraordinary. Thus, he resolutely resolved to refine it, hoping to harness the sword's power to elevate his own strength. However, little did he anticipate that from that day forth, regardless of how diligently he trained and exerted every ounce of effort, his cultivation stagnated, showing no signs of progress. To make matters worse, he began to exhibit signs of regression in his cultivation. This unexpected turn of events left him astounded and utterly perplexed. Upon learning of this situation, the sect took it very seriously. The master of the Eastern Xian sect personally conducted an examination of him, yet the outcome was profoundly disappointing. Even the sect's ancestors, despite their formidable prowess, could not uncover the source of the problem, leaving everyone utterly helpless. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When one occupies a lofty position, a multitude of followers will flock to them, but once they fall from grace, their circumstances take a swift downturn. Ultimately, he lost not only the esteemed title of the sect master's personal disciple, but also his betrothed, who had once vowed to be with him, came forth without hesitation to annul their engagement. Faced with such a disgraceful humiliation that tarnished his family's reputation, he, filled with indignation, resolved to establish a 3-year pact, emulating a certain powerful ancestor. Whenever he reflected upon that 3-year agreement, he felt overwhelming regret, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier bravado. Disheartened, he decisively departed from the Eastern Xian sect, the very place that had once bestowed upon him glory and dreams. However, the world outside offered him no warmth or solace. On the contrary, he encountered relentless setbacks, suffering from endless cold stares and ridicule. People had long forgotten his past brilliance, leaving only mockery and disdain for his current plight. Each indifferent gaze and every scathing remark pierced his soul like daggers. Gradually, his heart became consumed with resentment and bitterness, as if ablaze with a fierce fire of indignation. Countless nights, he wandered alone in the darkness, contemplating his future, even contemplating abandoning the path of martial arts. Yet, just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a miracle occurred. The massive black sword he had carried suddenly erupted with a strange radiance, and shortly thereafter, the ethereal figure of a woman emerged from the sword's body, the sword's spirit. The spirit revealed to him that he was no ordinary mortal, but rather a being with the rare and exceptional endless fire divine body. This physique harbored boundless potential, and if its power could be awakened, he would surely ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. This revelation struck his soul like a thunderclap, reigniting the fiery brilliance in his once dull eyes. In an instant, all grievances, pain, and confusion dissipated, replaced by fervent blood and unwavering conviction. Inspired by the sword spirit, he regained his confidence and, armed with the decree he had once obtained, joined the Ta Ching Tian sect. "Hey, Lin Jiuxiao, I am speaking to you. Are you even listening?" Seeing Lin Jiuxiao's lack of response, the sword spirit could not help but exclaim in exasperation. "I heard you, my good sword spirit." Lin Jiuxiao replied in a calm tone. "Do not lose heart. If we have lost our cultivation, we can always start anew." The spirit attempted to console him. "How easy it is for you to say. If not for you, how would I have ended up in this predicament?" Lin Jiuxiao retorted angrily. "I know. I did absorb a bit too much, but it shouldn't have come to this," the spirit replied nonchalantly. "A bit? I was a dignified martial king at the 4th level, and you reduced me to a mere martial master." Recalling his past glories, Lin Jiuxiao's fury intensified. Indeed, his regression in cultivation was due to the black sword, or more precisely, the sword's spirit within it, which had siphoned away his cultivation, transforming him from an unparalleled prodigy into a laughingstock. "I did not wish for this either. Who knew you were so weak?" the spirit mumbled. Lin Jiuxiao was momentarily speechless, wanting to retort, but unsure how to begin. After a long silence, he sighed and thought, "Well, it is what it is. Dwelling on it is futile. I should consider what to do next. What else can we do?" "Of course, we continue to cultivate," the spirit cheerfully responded. "Easier said than done. With my current cultivation, I would just be humiliating myself 2 years from now," Lin Jiuxiao said, looking despondent. "With me around, what is there to fear? It is merely a 3-year pact," the spirit said lightly. Lin Jiuxiao's heart stirred, and hope seemed to rekindle within him. "Do you have a plan?" he inquired. The spirit smiled slightly, speaking with determination. "Of course, throughout history, those who have shaken the world and swept across the realms have always had an invincible master as their support. Therefore, you must seek out a master of extraordinary strength." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao could only shake his head helplessly, sighing softly. "Where am I supposed to find one?" "I'm not sure about that," the spirit replied with a serious expression. "However, given the current circumstances, if you wish to win that 3-year pact, you must awaken your physique to have even a slim chance of success." The spirit's voice was low and resolute. At this point, Lin Jiuxiao could no longer contain himself and raised his voice in protest. "Then the question arises, who am I supposed to take as my master?" Before he could finish his sentence, a melodious voice, as if descending from the heavens, suddenly rang out. "Seeking a master? Why not come to me?" Lin Jiuxiao was instantly incredulous, springing to his feet to look behind him. Chapter 49, Kneeling to Take a Master. Following the voice, Lin Jiuxiao beheld a beautiful woman clad in sky-blue robes approaching from behind. Her garments flowed gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The woman came to a halt a few meters away from Lin Jiuxiao, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. "You are from the Qingqing Peak?" Lin Jiuxiao asked in astonishment. The sky-blue robes stood out distinctly amidst the white robes of the Ta Ching Tian sect, allowing him to instantly recognize her identity. "Indeed," the woman replied, her lips forming a delicate smile, her voice bright and melodious. It was none other than Xiao Ranxian, who had just completed her registration at the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Lin Jiuxiao's heart surged with boundless joy and excitement. Yet that fervor quickly evaporated, as if doused in a bucket of cold water. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, plunging his spirits into despair. He had naively believed that a formidable emperor had recognized his potential and was willing to take him as a disciple. However, the harsh reality shattered that illusion, awakening him from his dreamlike state. At that moment, Lin Jiuxiao resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His gaze slowly shifted toward the visibly weaker Xiao Ranxian before him, his face betraying an unmistakable expression of disappointment. "Please do not jest with me, fair maiden," he muttered under his breath, a hint of resignation and self-mockery lacing his voice. Observing Lin Jiaoxiao's dejected demeanor, Xiao Ranxian's lips curled into a faint smile as she softly spoke. "You wish to take a master, and I am inclined to accept a disciple. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Why would I jest? But you are merely at the martial artist realm. What could you possibly teach me?" Lin Jiaoxiao stammered, still filled with doubts and confusion. "Fool, hurry and agree to her. She is a reincarnation of a great emperor." Before Lin Jiaoxiao could finish his sentence, the spirit's anxious voice echoed in his mind. "What the heck? An emperor? A major opportunity. And an exceptionally great one at that. I absolutely must not miss this." Trusting the spirit's words implicitly, Lin Jiaoxiao's heart swelled with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly glided forward on his knees, sliding a short distance before coming to a stop before Xiao Ranxian. Then, he prostrated himself 3 times, knocking his head on the ground as he proclaimed loudly, "Disciple Lin Jiaoxiao pays respects to master." Gazing at the long, winding scratch on the ground that stretched for several meters, and at Lin Jiaoxiao kneeling at her feet, Xiao Ranxian found herself momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and softly uttered, "Please rise." "Of course, master." Lin Jiaoxiao responded with palpable excitement, gradually standing upright. His gaze was fixed intently upon this breathtakingly beautiful mentor, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Once Lin Jiaoxiao steadied himself, Xiao Ranxian inquired calmly, "On which peak are you currently cultivating?" "Master, I am presently practicing in the inner disciples' pavilion," Lin Jiaoxiao replied honestly, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of his seemingly younger mentor. "Is there anything that needs to be packed?" Xiao Ranxian pressed gently. "And no, master, I am quite solitary." Lin Jiaoxiao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he answered. "Then come with me," Xiao Ranxian said softly. Lin Jiaoxiao nodded and silently followed in her wake. Filled with questions, Lin Jiaoxiao could not resist but to converse with the sword spirit within his mind. "Sword spirit, is she truly the reincarnation of a great emperor?" he asked, filled with skepticism. "She possesses the reincarnation immortal body, so if nothing has gone awry, she must indeed be the reincarnation of a great emperor. Moreover, she has referred to herself as this emperor." The sword spirit replied playfully. "What does nothing has gone awry mean? Can you provide me with a definitive answer?" Lin Jiaoxiao asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Well, I can't make any guarantees. Why don't you ask her yourself? I'm quite curious as well," the sword spirit suggested eagerly. "Master, I have a question," Lin Jiaoxiao said, fixing his gaze intently on Xiao Ranxian, his eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to inquire. Xiao Ranxian smiled slightly, her expression warm like a gentle spring breeze and tranquil as the autumn moon hanging in the sky. It seemed she had anticipated this question from Lin Jiaoxiao, and she softly replied, "Feel free to speak." With a hint of embarrassment, Lin Jiaoxiao's face flushed. And after a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, "Master, what is your cultivation level?" Instead of providing a direct answer, Xiao Ranxian countered with a question, "Are you inquiring about my past or my present?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Jiaoxiao decisively replied, "The past." "An immortal of one lifetime," Xiao Ranxian stated with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing something utterly mundane. However, those 3 words struck Lin Jiaoxiao like a colossal boulder plunging into a lake, sending ripples of astonishment throughout his being. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. An immortal of one lifetime. This was the legendary realm. He could hardly fathom the extraordinary prowess of his mentor. Just as Lin Jiaoxiao was still reeling from the revelation, Xiao Ranxian spoke again, her voice remaining gentle. "If I am not mistaken, you must possess a unique constitution." Lin Jiaoxiao snapped back to reality, his heart racing with surprise. He had never divulged his physical condition to anyone aside from the sword spirit. Yet his master seemed to perceive everything with a mere glance, an ability he found truly admirable. At that moment, Lin Jiaoxiao's gaze toward Xiao Ranxian was not only filled with reverence, but also heightened curiosity and anticipation. Xiao Ranxian continued, "Moreover, from what I can see, your constitution is likely not merely unique, but rather that of the legendary endless fire divine body. However, it has yet to awaken, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to detect." Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Jiaoxiao eagerly inquired, "Master, do you know how to awaken this constitution?" He was desperate to learn more about his latent potential. Xiao Ranxian turned to face him, her gaze piercing and profound, and slowly replied, "It seems you are quite knowledgeable." Lin Jiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head, explaining, I enjoy reading, and I have a modest understanding of various extraordinary matters. Xiao Ranxian nodded in approval. She elaborated, the endless fire divine body is a legendary and unparalleled constitution, allowing its possessor to command boundless firepower, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, limitless in ability. This constitution is exceptionally rare, and the conditions for its awakening are exceedingly stringent. Only by harnessing the ethereal flames of the world can the divine body be ignited. The higher the level of the ignited spiritual fire, the more boundless the future potential. That is likely the reason you have yet to ignite your divine body, she concluded. Indeed, Master, Lin Jiuxiao nodded in agreement. Then, do you know where one might find high-level spiritual fire? Lin Jiuxiao asked, his eyes gleaming with hope. I do not know, but surely your esteemed teacher must be aware. Xiao Ranxian replied, looking at Lin Jiuxiao's expectant expression. Time passed swiftly, and in no time, the two arrived at Qingqing Peak. This is my pavilion. From now on, you shall cultivate here in peace. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet your esteemed teacher, Xiao Ranxian instructed as she led Lin Jiuxiao into the pavilion. Lin Jiuxiao surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find the spiritual energy within the pavilion even more abundant than that of the inner disciples area. Before long, Lin Jiuxiao found a room on the first floor to settle in. The Qingqing Peak Pavilion was quite spacious, boasting 3 stories, with Xiao Ranxian residing on the top floor. Once everything was arranged, Lin Jiuxiao, feeling his anxiety subside, urgently called out to the sword spirit within his mind, Sword Spirit, are you all right? Before long, the sword spirit's voice echoed clearly in Lin Jiuxiao's consciousness. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing that the sword spirit was safe calmed Lin Jiuxiao's heart. But he still felt perplexed about their earlier disconnection, so he curiously asked, what happened just now? The sword spirit replied, still shaken, when you stepped onto Qingqing Peak. An extraordinarily powerful consciousness immediately locked onto me, and I was quite frightened at the time. Consciousness? Could it be the master of Qingqing Peak? Lin Jiuxiao speculated. His brow furrowed in doubt. That is quite likely, but thankfully, he bore no ill intent, the sword spirit affirmed with conviction. That's a relief, Lin Jiuxiao sighed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. The sword spirit was his most significant secret, known to no one else. You've had quite the stroke of luck today. To have a reincarnated immortal as your master right out of the gate. If you could also acquire a top-tier imperial-level cultivation method, that would be simply marvelous. The sword spirit chattered excitedly. Do you think imperial-level cultivation methods are as common as cabbages? You really dare to dream, Lin Jiuxiao retorted with disdain, fully aware of how rare such methods were, especially in the eastern Xuanyu, where only one existed. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm doing this for you. The sword spirit huffed in protest. All right, I understand. Thank you, my dear sword spirit, Lin Jiuxiao quickly reassured her. At least you know your place. Now, what are you still doing here? Hurry and get busy with your cultivation. Otherwise, in the competition 2 years from now, you'll be the one on the receiving end of a beating. Your fiancé is no pushover, the sword spirit teased. Lin Jiuxiao felt no displeasure at this remark. He understood that the sword spirit was merely using a goading tactic to spur him on to work harder. Taking several deep breaths to calm his mind, he resolutely sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the practice of refining his energy. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, dawn broke, marking the arrival of the next day. After a night of dedicated cultivation, Lin Jiuxiao could clearly sense a certain degree of improvement in his cultivation level. He slowly opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, stretched his limbs, and then stepped purposefully toward the door. Gently pushing open the slightly antiquated door, a refreshing breeze rushed forth, invigorating the senses. With measured steps, I crossed the threshold, as though traversing an invisible boundary into an entirely new realm. The resplendent sunlight cascaded through the windows like a golden veil, casting a mosaic of dappled light and shadow upon the floor, creating a dreamlike ambience. Raising my gaze, I found my attention irresistibly drawn to a figure perched atop the loft. There sat Xiao Ranxian, resembling a statue in her serene stillness at the edge of the loft. Her legs elegantly crossed, eyes closed, seemingly one with the surrounding world, exuding an ethereal aura. Lin Jiuxiao inhaled deeply and softly called out, Master. Xiao Ranxian slowly opened her eyes, their clarity akin to crystalline waters, as she regarded Lin Jiuxiao below with a faint smile gracing her lips. Come up. I wish to hear your thoughts on a matter. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, resonating through the air. A surge of joy welled within Lin Jiuxiao as he swiftly ascended to the loft, landing gracefully beside Xiao Ranxian. What level of cultivation are you currently practicing? Xiao Ranxian inquired gently, her gaze fixed upon her disciple. Pride flickered in Lin Jiuxiao's eyes as he lowered his voice to respond, Master. I am cultivating the imperial level technique, Holy Fire Formula. This mysterious and formidable art was a serendipitous acquisition during one of his adventures. Yet, apart from his devoted sword spirit, no one else was privy to this secret. After all, it was a well-known axiom in the cultivation world that a man of humble means could suffer for harboring treasures. Just imperial level, you say? Xiao Ranxian's lips curled slightly as she remarked nonchalantly, "In truth, I had a personal motive for taking you as my disciple." Her enchanting eyes sparkled, and she continued, "This technique was something I stumbled upon in a mysterious forbidden zone long ago. Its profundities are unfathomable." As she spoke, Xiao Ranxian produced an ancient scroll that emanated an aura of antiquity. Lin Jiuxiao respectfully accepted the scroll, his gaze falling upon the still fresh ink marks, curiosity bubbling within him. He carefully unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. The myriad flames furnace, forge oneself as the vessel, merging the myriad fires of heaven and earth to create an unparalleled divine body. Master this. This is truly real. Gazing at the vigorous calligraphy and the awe-inspiring cultivation method inscribed on the scroll, Lin Jiuxiao was utterly taken aback. The technique was beyond his imagination, too profound and wondrous. His heart surged with tumultuous waves, realizing, as his master had said, imperial level truly seemed trivial. "When I first acquired this technique, my feelings mirrored yours at this moment." Xiao Ranxian mused, her brow furrowed slightly, revealing her inner conflict. She wished for Lin Jiuxiao to attempt cultivating this method, yet feared the potential risks that could ruin such a gifted disciple. "Master, has anyone ever cultivated this technique?" Lin Jiuxiao noticed the troubled expression on his master's face and asked with concern. "No, keep it for now. The techniques available here are far too low for you. I will assist you in obtaining a more advanced and suitable method shortly. Come, let us go meet your senior brothers." As soon as Xiao Ranxian finished speaking, her figure flickered and she leapt from the loft like a phantom, swiftly making her way toward the Qingqing Peak dojo. "Master, what level do these lower-tier techniques belong to?" Lin Jiuxiao hurriedly followed, calling out as he ran. "Just the imperial tier," Xiao Ranxian replied with an air of indifference. "What? Master, is imperial tier considered low?" Both Lin Jiuxiao and the sword spirit were taken aback, having anticipated a valuable imperial technique, only to have their hopes dismissed so lightly by their master. "Then, what constitutes a higher-tier technique?" "You will find out shortly," Xiao Ranxian reassured him softly. "Truly, the reincarnation of an immortal," the sword spirit marveled. "Lin Mu, do you not find the myriad flames furnace to be extraordinary?" Just as Lin Jiuxiao pondered over his master's words, a clear and melodious voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Lin Jiuxiao recognized it was the sword spirit communicating with him. He replied softly, "Oh, what makes you say so?" "Just a hunch." The sword spirit's tone held a playful lilt. "Simply a hunch?" Lin Jiuxiao queried, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Hee, ponder it yourself. How could something so elusive that even an immortal cannot see through its mysteries be merely an ordinary technique?" The sword spirit explained. Lin Jiuxiao nodded thoughtfully, realizing that given Master Xiao Ranxian's cultivation and insight, her high regard for this technique surely signified profound implications. As they entered the Qingqing dojo's courtyard, Lin Jiuxiao's attention was captured by two individuals seated in quiet meditation ahead. They appeared as if high monks in deep contemplation, eyes closed, their expressions solemn and serene, harmoniously blending with the surrounding environment. Their breathing was steady and rhythmic, seemingly concealing some profound and mysterious principle. With each inhalation and exhalation, wisps of ethereal energy, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, drifted from the surrounding air. This energy, delicate as gossamer, gracefully danced and gradually converged upon the two figures. As it approached their forms, it did so not intrusively, but rather like clever little serpents, gracefully coiling around them. Subsequently, this energy began to seep into their skin, coursing through their meridians and limbs. Each pulse of energy elicited a gentle vibration, perfectly attuned to their breaths, creating a wondrous and indescribable resonance of harmony. "Is Qingqing Peak always this vibrant?" Lin Jiuxiao murmured in astonishment as he observed the meditating pair. "Sister." Almost as soon as Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao entered the dojo, a voice rang out. The speaker was Lu Changzhi, a formidable martial king, whose sensitivity to the surrounding energies allowed him to discern their arrival instantly. Lu Changzhi's voice broke the tranquility like a thunderclap, shattering the serene atmosphere and startling Chen Anzhi, who had been deeply engrossed in his cultivation, into opening his eyes wide. "You are that dark horse from yesterday's competition, Lin Jiuxiao," Lu Changzhi said with a smile, his gaze landing on Lin Jiuxiao behind Xiao Ranxian. However, before Lin Jiuxiao could respond, Xiao Ranxian could no longer contain her excitement and eagerly introduced him to everyone. "Senior brother, I solemnly present to you, Lin Jiuxiao, my disciple." Impressive, sister. You certainly act swiftly. Those old fellows are likely scouring the place for him at this very moment. Lu Changzhi did not display much surprise at his sister's decisive manner. In fact, having witnessed her hurried departure the day prior, he had already formed a rough prediction of subsequent developments. Xiao, allow me to introduce you formally. This is Lu Changzhi, my elder brother, known as the Young Sword Emperor. And this beside him is Chen Anzhi, my second brother, whose talent is unparalleled. Xiao Ranxian smiled warmly, enthusiastically ushering Lin Xiao forward to meet the others present. Greetings. Master Uncle, second Master Uncle, Lin Xiao spoke awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Lin Junior brother, let us each speak for ourselves, Chen Anzhi replied. Lu Changzhi also felt a bit awkward. After scratching his head, he spoke as such. Chen Anzhi beside him, upon hearing this, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Courtesy is best repaid with obedience. Then we'll do as senior brother Lu suggests, Lin Xiao replied politely. After all, he was actually older than the two of them, and calling them martial uncle really felt somewhat unnatural. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. Taoist lords, you're all here. It turned out to be Xing, who had come to deliver breakfast. Anyo, what good food do we have today? Seeing Xing walking over slowly, Lu Changzhi spoke first, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Taoist lord, today's food is quite plentiful, Xing said as he walked into the side hall surrounded by everyone. Lin Xiao, who looked somewhat confused, had no choice but to follow them in. Soon, the table was filled with all kinds of food, an eye-catching spread, with rich aromas that made one's mouth water. There were delicate pastries and soft bread releasing tempting fragrances, topped with sweet jam or cream. Beside them were fresh fruits, brightly colored and delicious, adding a sense of health and freshness to the breakfast. There was also steaming rice porridge, the grains plump and the texture smooth, paired with pickled vegetables or meat floss, simple yet tasty. Golden fried eggs gave off a rich aroma and were full of nutrition. Crispy fried dough sticks were the perfect match for soy milk. Xiao, at Qingqing Peak, 3 meals a day are normal. You'll slowly get used to it, Xiao Ranxian said with a smile, patiently explaining to her curious disciple. Yes, master, Lin Xiao replied respectfully. At this time, Xing, who had already arranged the breakfast neatly, spoke up. All right, Taoist lords, everything is ready. Please enjoy. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Hey, don't rush off. Stay and eat a bit with us, Lu Changzhi said, trying to keep him, looking towards Xing who was about to leave. Many thanks for the Taoist lord's kindness, but there is still work waiting for me at the shop, Xing declined, his tone slow but firm. All right then. I won't force you. I'll come find you at the restaurant another day, Lu Changzhi said with understanding, nodding. Deal. When you Taoist lords come, I'll treat. Xing replied, then turned and left. Am I late? After Xing left, a voice rang out. Immediately after, Chen Changsheng's figure appeared ghost-like on the main seat. His gaze quickly swept across the array of breakfast dishes on the table. Satisfied, he picked up a pastry and began eating. Disciple greets Chief Si Chen, Lin Xiao. Seeing Chen Changsheng suddenly appear like a ghost, He even had time for his seat to touch the chair before he hurriedly stood up, respectfully bowed, and greeted him. Qingqing Peak doesn't care for such formalities. Sit, Chen Changsheng waved his hand casually, signaling Lin Xiao not to be so restrained. What are you all standing around for? Eat, Chen Changsheng urged, his eyes sweeping over the others who still hadn't started. System, check Lin Xiao's information. Chen Changsheng glanced at Lin Xiao while silently communicating with the system. Ding. Name, Lin Xiao. Talent, Golden Fate. Physique, Endless Fire God Body, not awakened. Background, once the #1 young generation cultivator of the Eastern Mystic Domain. 7 years ago, he accidentally obtained a mysterious ancient sword, because a sword spirit resided within it. His cultivation was devoured by the sword spirit. 5 years ago, he was abandoned and expelled by his sect. 1 year ago, his fiancée heartlessly broke off the engagement, and he was abandoned by his family. Ding. Next time, please use the Chaos Dao pupil to check. If the fate is not read, this system will refuse to check and lower its status. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Changsheng said speechlessly, listen to you talk. If I don't use you, you'll rot away. When his eyes fell upon the information displayed by the system, the corners of his mouth curved slightly into an extremely satisfied smile. He sighed inwardly. As expected, only protagonists get treatment like this. Layer upon layer of buffs, truly astonishing. At this moment, Xiao Ranxian, who had been quietly seated to the side, hurriedly spoke up. Master, allow this disciple to formally introduce him to you. This is Lin Xiao, my disciple. As she finished speaking, Lin Xiao, who was standing nearby, quickly rose to his feet, clasped his hands respectfully toward Chen Changsheng, and bowed. Junior Lin Xiao pays respects to martial ancestor. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng's smile grew even warmer. He gently waved his hand, signaling Lin Jiuxiao not to be so restrained, and said kindly, "No need for formalities." After Lin Jiuxiao sat down again, Xiao Ranxian could no longer suppress her urgency and blurted out, "Master, may I ask if you know of any place that has powerful strange fire?" Her tone carried a sense of urgency. "The endless fire god body is indeed an extraordinary special physique," Chen Changsheng said, not answering immediately, but posing a question instead. At this moment, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi both turned their gazes toward Lin Jiuxiao in unison, their eyes filled with greater recognition and admiration. No wonder junior sister chose to take him as a disciple, so he actually possesses such a powerful physique. "Master, as expected, nothing escapes your discerning eyes," Xiao Ranxian said. "Just as you see, he possesses the extremely rare endless fire god body. However, to activate this physique as potential, one must rely on extremely powerful flame energy. Therefore, this disciple earnestly asks you to help him find a suitable strange fire," Xiao Ranxian explained seriously. "Why must it be strange fire?" Chen Changsheng asked while chewing his food, staring at Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao with a thoughtful look. "Master, could it be that you know of some hidden immortal fire?" Xiao Ranxian reacted quickly, staring intently at her master, her eyes full of anxiety and anticipation. Lin Jiuxiao beside her also showed an expression filled with hope and longing. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and said calmly, "Immortal fire, no. But Dao fire, Hongming heaven-burning flame. Want it?" Before his words finished, Chen Changsheng leisurely took out a snow-white, spotless lotus from the system space. The lotus bloomed quietly, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. The petals were flawless white, like fine jade, radiating sacred light. Most striking was the white flame at the center of the lotus. It seemed like the heart of the flower, pulsing with scorching energy. The flame drifted within the lotus, sometimes leaping, sometimes spinning, as if it possessed life of its own. With the appearance of the lotus, the room's temperature rose sharply, as though enveloped by a powerful heat source. This heat formed a tremendous pressure, like a heavy mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. It spread through the air, making people feel an irresistible force. Under this pressure, everything became solemn and heavy. Chapter 52. Refining the Dao fire. Lu Changzhi and the others fixed their gazes forward, looking at the white flame in their master's hand. The flame radiated an overwhelming pressure that felt as though it came from another space-time. The four of them were filled with disbelief, eyes wide as they tried to comprehend this utterly unreasonable scene. Among them, Lin Jiuxiao in particular stared at the flame in Chen Changsheng's hand, his eyes revealing an intense desire. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if drawn by an invisible force. The flame danced in the air, flickering with blazing light, as though alive. Lin Jiuxiao's breath quickened, and he felt as though he could sense the temperature of the flames, an exhilarating and insatiable desire he had never experienced before. His heart raced. Blood surged through his veins, and every cell in his body seemed ignited. Unconsciously, he took a small step forward, yearning to draw closer to the blaze, to feel its searing heat and power. The flames appeared to sense his longing, becoming increasingly animated. Their rhythm intensified, the fire blazed more fiercely. As if responding to Lin Jiuxiao's inner call, his hand instinctively reached out towards the flames, as if to grasp it. His fingertips were almost touching the edge of the fire, but at the last moment, he suddenly regained his senses and swiftly withdrew his hand. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Nevertheless, the feeling of desire continued to burn fiercely within him. He understood that this flame represented something he had long sought, and his body was responding to this yearning in a unique way. "Master, what kind of fire is this? Why does the disciple feel it is even stronger than celestial fire?" The well-informed Xiao Ranxian could not help but exclaim. For even though she had witnessed the might of celestial fire before, she found it difficult to maintain her composure in the presence of this enigmatic and formidable blaze. The roaring flames exuded a heart-pounding pressure, far surpassing celestial fire, seemingly containing endless laws. Chen Changsheng, with an air of indifference, explained, "The flames of the world are divided into 5 categories: earthly fire, spiritual fire, beast fire, exotic fire, and celestial fire. However, the Dao fire transcends celestial fire. It is not surprising that you have not encountered it before." Xiao Ranxian, somewhat bewildered, softly inquired, "Then, Master, what exactly is Dao fire?" Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and replied, his tone serene, "Dao fire is born with the rhythm of the Dao." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian was secretly astonished. At that moment, Lin Jiuxiao could no longer contain his excitement, gazing eagerly at Chen Changsheng. Understanding his thoughts, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "Jiuxiao, now that you have entered under my Qingxing Peak, you are a disciple of Qingxing Peak. This Dao fire shall serve as a welcoming gift from me." As his words fell, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and the Dao fire surged towards Lin Jiuxiao as if it possessed sentience. "Thank you for the generous gift, master." Lin Jiuxiao trembled as he cradled the terrifying flame, his heart brimming with joy and gratitude. He understood the preciousness and rarity of this Dao fire, and his appreciation for his master overflowed. "In truth, I am also very curious about what the endless fire god body will become after being ignited by Dao fire," Chen Changsheng remarked, calmly observing Lin Jiuxiao, who had received the flame. "I will never disappoint your expectations, master." Lin Jiuxiao bowed deeply once more in gratitude before resolutely turning away and striding out of the measurement hall, heading straight towards the Qingqing Taoist temple. "Master, I shall take a look," Xiao Ranxian declared as she swiftly reached for the pastries on the table beside her and hurried out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Lu Changzhi and Chen Anzhi, sitting nearby, followed closely behind her. "System, conceal the celestial phenomenon," Chen Changsheng instructed softly. Ding, concealment completed. At the Qingqing Taoist temple, Lin Jiuxiao gazed down at the terrifying white lotus in his hands, filled with confusion, and asked, "Sword Spirit, what should I do now?" "I will impart to you a mantra. You must guide it as instructed and attempt to refine it," the Sword Spirit responded in a steady tone. Lin Jiuxiao began to recite the mantra, forming hand seals, as a faint golden consciousness emanated from his forehead towards the white lotus. When the golden consciousness made contact with the white lotus, it released strands of white flames that enveloped the golden consciousness, gradually drawing it towards Lin Jiuxiao. "Now is the time to refine it," the Sword Spirit urged. As soon as the Sword Spirit's voice fell, Lin Jiuxiao swiftly altered his hand seals, and the white flames enveloped him. With the passage of time, the white lotus in the air grew fainter, while the white flames surrounding Lin Jiuxiao intensified. "All right, you three may proceed to participate in the grand competition. I shall remain here," Chen Changsheng said with a smile as he slowly emerged from the side hall, addressing the three disciples with a calm tone. "Yes, master," the three replied in unison. Immediately, Lu Changzhi took the lead, turning with Chen Anzhi and Xiao Ranxian to depart. Chen Changsheng stood quietly in place, and once their figures vanished from sight, he gently waved his sleeve, and a luxurious recliner materialized before him. He then reclined leisurely upon it, closing his eyes as if savoring the moment of tranquility. When Lu Changzhi and the others finally arrived at the square, they were astounded by the sight before them. The once spacious square was now filled to the brim with people. Some were whispering excitedly to one another, while others shouted enthusiastically, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. "Look over there. That youth at the Tianjian sect is the renowned genius of the Tianjian sect, known for his innate sword body," a voice called out from the crowd. Soon after, another voice exclaimed, "Look, that is Shun Liuli, the 9-aperture Linglong sword heart from Kunlun Su. And Shun Ku from the Papal Hall has also arrived. Have you heard? Even disciples from the Sword Palace in the Central Continent have come to this event." "No way. Is that news credible?" Excitement rippled through the crowd. It seemed that this new student competition would be anything but simple, promising a fierce contest. Many speculated in their hearts. Before long, Lu Changzhi guided the two with ease to the main seating area of Qingqing Peak. At noon, the sun blazed down, casting its rays upon the square. The crowd gathered together, the atmosphere electric. Li Yunfeng surveyed the surroundings, noting that most had arrived, and raised his voice, "Fellow Taoists, I extend a sincere welcome to you all for traveling from afar." As his words finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, lasting for quite some time. He smiled slightly and continued, "Today marks the final round of our sect's new student competition. After discussion among the sect, we have decided to alter the previous one-on-one format to a more thrilling ranking battle. Each disciple will have one opportunity to challenge other disciples on the stage. And if they can win 3 consecutive matches, they will become the champion, with the number of their stage corresponding to their final ranking. Then, Li Yunfeng raised his voice slightly, solemnly announcing, "In this competition, the first place will receive the royal level technique, Qianyuan Jin, and a royal level spiritual weapon. The second place will obtain the advanced earthly level martial art Hunyuan Palm and a heavenly level spiritual weapon. The third place will receive the low level earthly level martial art Tearing Tablet Hand and a mysterious level spiritual weapon." As each prize was announced, the audience's eyes widened in envy. However, the surprises did not end there. Li Yunfeng paused and added, "Moreover, the top 10 disciples will each receive one opportunity to choose any technique or martial art from the technique pavilion." At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The disciples brimming with excitement, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for victory and anticipation. Finally, Li Yunfeng took a deep breath, raising his voice to declare, "Now, I officially announce the start of the final round of the new student competition." As his words echoed, the square erupted in a frenzy, cheers and shouts reverberating through the air. "My goodness, the Taiping Heavenly Sect is so generous. offering a royal-level spiritual weapon right off the bat. With Li Yunfeng's vivid introduction, the crowd erupted, as if a kettle had boiled over. No wonder those young elites from the central continent would go to such lengths to join the Taiping Heavenly Sect. A voice emerged from the crowd, filled with emotion. The foundation of the Taiping Heavenly Sect is truly profound. Morong Jiao and several others could not help but marvel in astonishment. Could this be the formidable aura of the foremost sect in the northern wilderness? Even the typically composed Jian Shifeng could not refrain from expressing heartfelt admiration, for such a precious item would be a rarity even within their Jian palace. It is widely acknowledged that in the vast and boundless realm of the ancestor martial world, weapons are categorized into multiple tiers based on their quality and power, from the lowest to the highest. They include true great spirit weapons, precious great spirit weapons, mysterious great spirit weapons, heavenly great spirit weapons, king great spirit weapons, emperor great spirit weapons, saint great spirit weapons, and the legendary supreme divine armaments, which encompass imperial weapons, celestial artifacts, divine tools, Dao instruments, extreme Dao imperial tools, and ancestral artifacts. Chapter 53, Long Yichen vs. Long Wu. Ha ha ha, it seems no one dares to step onto the first arena. Allow me to take the initiative. A clear and bright laughter echoed as a disciple wielding a sword leapt into the air, landing gracefully on the first stage. His appearance was akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, capturing the attention of the crowd. However, at that moment, another voice followed closely. Junior brother, you are still inexperienced. The heavy responsibility of the first arena master is perhaps too much for you. Let me take the lead. The speaker was a robust man, who took a step forward, resembling a towering mountain before the sword-wielding disciple. Hold on, dear junior brothers and sisters. This opportunity should be seized by your senior sister first. Your abilities may not suffice to bear the consequences of being the first arena master. Another figure, a woman of ethereal grace, floated toward them, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Before her words could fade, countless figures surged toward the first arena, creating an instant cacophony. Everyone was eager to claim the title of first, resulting in a flurry of blades and intertwining energies. What madness is this from the Ta Ching Tian sect? Do they all seek to claim the first position? Gasps erupted among the crowd. Indeed, even before Long Yichen has made his move, the competition has already become so intense. It's truly an eye-opener. Someone shouted. At this moment, a thrilling contest had already ignited on the first arena. Numerous disciples unleashed their full prowess, showcasing an array of intricate martial techniques. In an instant, dazzling brilliance illuminated the space, with fists and sword energies crisscrossing dynamically. Far beyond the arena, Long Yichen's figure flickered as he effortlessly leapt onto the first stage. As soon as he appeared, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. Look, it's Long Yichen. Someone in the stands exclaimed excitedly. He has finally made his move. This contest promises to be spectacular. Dear junior brothers and sisters, allow me, your senior brother, to take the title of first arena master. You may not be able to handle it, Long Yichen declared, his sword sweeping through the air, unleashing a surge of sword energy that instantly repelled all others standing on the first stage. Long Shidi is indeed quite arrogant. However, the title of first arena master is more fitting for me, a voice chimed, and a figure soared gracefully into the air, landing firmly on the first stage, Long Wu. Her gaze was sharp as she fixed her eyes on Long Yichen, a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding both confidence and a hint of provocation. If that is the case, let us see who truly possesses the skills, Long Yichen replied defiantly, gripping the hilt of his sword, radiating an overwhelming aura. Such an opportunity is truly coveted, Long Wu responded without reservation. As the two faced off, the previously tumultuous arena was now reduced to just the two of them. The other competitors seemed to sense the tension in the air and instinctively withdrew, leaving the stage to the pair. In an instant, the two figures moved like lightning, their sword shadows flickering unpredictably, and an unmatched sword energy erupted in all directions. Each swing of their swords was accompanied by a melodious ringing sound, intertwining beauty with lethal intent. At that moment, both combatants simultaneously unleashed their full capabilities, unleashing two earth-shattering forces that collided with a thunderous roar, instantaneously conjuring a violent tempest. As the wind howled, those nearest to the arena found it difficult to breathe. Heavens! I didn't expect Long Wu to have already reached the second level of martial spirit. A gasp spread through the crowd. This contest is becoming increasingly riveting. Spectators murmured in awe, astonished that these two were evenly matched, leaving the outcome uncertain. Junior sister, your disciple is truly remarkable. Zhao Wuxiang praised with admiration directed at Nian Qingwu. The sect master is too kind. This is all due to her diligent training, Nian Qingwu responded, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Junior sister, Who do you think will emerge victorious? Lu Changzhi inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Long Yichen, Xiao Ranxian answered without hesitation, her beautiful face radiating unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Chen Anzhi silently observed from the sidelines, quietly taking in the fierce battle. On the arena, as swords clashed, sparks flew like brilliant stars lighting up the night sky. The two figures moved with the grace of swallows, weaving seamlessly through the flurry of sword shadows, leaving spectators breathless. In the blink of an eye, they separated once more, their movements as swift as lightning, crossing paths in an instant. Long Yichen's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on his opponent, Long Wu. He called out, for season's sword song, Spring Rain. No sooner had he spoken than his sword erupted with dazzling cold light, shooting forth like the fine, piercing raindrops of spring, relentlessly aimed at Long Wu. This sword technique was one of the ultimate moves from the Four Seasons sword song, Spring Rain, embodying boundless might that surged forth like a tempest, bearing down on Long Wu. Willow Leaf Sword Technique. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Long Wu exhibited no fear. With a flicker of her form, she danced like a delicate willow leaf in the wind. Swiftly, she flicked her wrist, and her sword transformed into countless phantoms. The sword's momentum as supple and agile as willow strands, yet each strike carried astonishing power, directly confronting Long Yichen's overwhelming assault. In an instant, the gleaming sword blades collided with a deafening, crisp sound. Sparks erupted like a fireworks display, dazzling and resplendent. The brilliance shone like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, their forms appearing as if ensnared by a spell, yet the next instant, they separated again like a whirlwind amidst a tempest. The surrounding air seemed to resonate with the intensity and fervor of the battle, igniting an invisible fire that was stiflingly hot. The spectators had their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, as if witnessing something miraculous. They were utterly transfixed, even holding their breath, their gaze riveted on the thrilling clash before them. Fearful that a blink would cause them to miss a breathtaking moment, their attention wholly consumed by the suffocatingly tense duel. Long Wu struggled to steady her wavering form, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute and determined as she stared at Long Yichen, her eyes flickering with a light that defied death. For season's sword song, Summer Wind. Long Yichen called out, and the momentum of his sword suddenly shifted, the fierce sword energy sweeping toward Long Wu with a bone-chilling intensity. Long Wu, undaunted, summoned all her strength to parry the blow. However, facing Long Yichen's ferocious and domineering assault, she ultimately found herself retreating step by step. At long last, under the relentless barrage of Long Yichen's formidable assaults, Long Wu's sword was forcefully dislodged from her grasp, and she herself was sent hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing the fallen Long Wu, Long Yichen sheathed his sword and stood tall. Despite her defeat, Long Wu, with unwavering spirit, murmured, "I concede." A faint smile graced Long Yichen's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "I appreciate your sportsmanship." He then pointed his sword towards the onlookers, inquiring, "Who else wishes to challenge?" Chapter 54, The Challenge to Lu Changzhi. "Brother, perhaps you should step forward," a woman suggested softly, turning to the man beside her. Upon hearing this, the man burst into hearty laughter. "Sister, do not jest. I would never be the sort to take advantage of another's misfortune." The corners of the woman's mouth curled into a subtle smile, as she replied serenely, "Indeed, you resemble such a character." Her tone was calm and detached, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Yet, beneath her understated words lay a hint of inscrutable mockery. After speaking, her gaze lingered on the man, her eyes sparkling with a barely perceptible amusement. The man, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, momentarily rendered speechless. A blend of exasperation and awkwardness crossed his face as he shot her an irritated glance. In that moment, he silently pondered, "Challenge whom? To seek suffering? Why don't you step up instead?" At that juncture, a burly man proclaimed loudly, "As cultivators, we are meant to strive for the pinnacle. However, with the title of champion already claimed today, I shall take my leave and no longer contest." With that, he resolutely turned and strode away from the first arena. Another swordsman, witnessing this, quickly echoed, "What you say is indeed correct. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I too shall withdraw from the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, he followed the burly man, leaving the other newcomers casting their gazes towards the pair. Just as everyone assumed these two would exit the stage, an unexpected development unfolded. Those two boastful men were now sprinting with all their might towards the second and third arenas. Spectators were left agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The very individuals who had just declared their disdain for participating in the competition had transformed into eager contenders, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. After a brief moment of stunned silence, realization dawned upon the crowd, not shaking the lotus. In light of this theatrical turn of events, the audience couldn't help but lament the fickleness of human nature, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of amusement at their earlier naivety. This is the first lesson taught to you by your senior brothers in the cultivation world, the burly man remarked, casting a glance at the thronging crowd. Upon hearing this, the onlookers surged towards the remaining arenas like a tidal wave, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Let me see what capabilities you all possess, he declared. Countless challengers surged onto the second and third arenas, and soon, the contests on those platforms reached a fever pitch. The elegant youth bearing a long sword and the robust man stood resolutely upon the arena, surveying the crowd below, a smirk gracing their lips as they taunted, "Surely, no one dares believe us to be feeble? How infuriating! I truly did not anticipate that they too possessed the cultivation of the first level of the martial spirit realm." A voice among the spectators exclaimed in astonishment. "Though shameless, they certainly display some skill," others murmured amongst themselves. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" As time passed, the challenges on the arena began to wind down, prompting the grand elder Li Yunfeng to fix his penetrating gaze upon the spirited newcomers, addressing them. At this moment, the entire square fell silent, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the grand elder's next words. After a moment of silence, the grand elder finally spoke. "Since no one dares to step forth for a challenge, I hereby solemnly announce that the champion of the latest newcomers competition of the Taiching sect is Long Yichen. The second place goes to Wang Ming, third place to Gu Jian, and fourth place." As the grand elder recited each name, the atmosphere in the venue gradually became animated. Once Li Yunfeng had finished announcing all the names, Long Yichen abruptly clasped his hands in respect towards the grand elder, firmly standing on the first arena as he proclaimed, "Grand elder, I wish to challenge Brother Lu." This declaration sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a wave of astonishment. Murmurs of disbelief echoed among the spectators. What? Long Yichen dares to challenge the young Sword Emperor? Is he out of his mind? A martial spirit challenging a martial king? Is he courting death? Faces exchanged glances filled with incredulity. It was well known that Brother Lu was a paragon among the younger generation of the Taiching sect, famously dubbed the young Sword Emperor, possessing unparalleled mastery in swordsmanship. Now, this newcomer, having just emerged victorious in the competition, was audaciously challenging such a formidable opponent, leaving everyone astounded. Ha! This is bound to be an exciting spectacle. I wonder if the young Sword Emperor will accept the challenge. Whispers of anticipation rippled through the crowd. At that moment, the many disciples and elders of the Taiching sect turned their eyes towards Lu Changzhi, their gazes sparkling with curiosity and scrutiny. Observing the attention directed towards him, Zhao Wuxiang inquired, "Nephew, what are your thoughts?" The crowd held their breath, awaiting Lu Changzhi's response. Lu Changzhi slowly rose, his towering figure exuding an aura of steadfastness akin to a mountain. His gaze, as frigid as frost, locked onto Long Yichen below, as if piercing into his very soul. With an icy yet confident tone, he stated, "You are not my match." In response, Long Yichen straightened his posture, once again clasping his hands in respect, and boldly declared, "I entreat you, brother, to bestow your guidance upon me." His words conveyed a fervent yearning for strength and an eager anticipation for battle. A smile flickered at the corners of Lu Changzhi's lips, exhibiting a trace of self-assurance as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In an instant, he vanished from sight, akin to a specter, and leaped onto the arena. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, gripping the air fiercely, and his sword emanating a chilling luminescence, as transparent as crystal, materialized in his grasp. "The embodiment of sword intent," exclaimed Zhong Liu, his face a mask of astonishment. "Such a terrifying aptitude for the sword path. Surely even Gong Wushuang would find it challenging to achieve," remarked Jian Nanfang, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Changzhi, turning to Jian Shifang beside him with a tone of wonder. Indeed, Jian Shifang nodded emphatically in agreement, while those followers nearby gaped in awe, their eyes riveted on Lu Changzhi, utterly captivated. "This lad's talent for the sword is truly exceptional," Jin Gujin remarked with a faint smile. Beside them, Nian Qingwu's enchanting gaze shifted to the stoic Dugu Wu, as she softly inquired, "Brother Dugu, what is your perspective?" Dugu Wu, with calm eyes fixed upon Long Yichen on the arena, replied thoughtfully, "The youth must endure trials to mature." At this moment, the atmosphere within the arena grew increasingly tense and charged. Long Yichen, evidently unwilling to allow Lu Changzhi to overshadow him, swiftly gestured with both hands, causing the long sword behind him to glide forth like a nimble fish, landing steadily in his grip. With sword in hand, Long Yichen's gaze became resolute and piercing as he called out, "For season's sword song, spring rain." No sooner had the words left his lips than his sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its brilliance flashing as it surged towards Lu Changzhi. In the face of Long Yichen's fierce assault, Lu Changzhi displayed no hint of trepidation. With a swift motion, he declared, "Unmatched sword technique." He swiftly raised his sword overhead, initiating a rapid clockwise spin. As the sword's blade rotated, waves of sword energy howled forth, each trajectory giving rise to illusory sword apparitions that emerged from thin air. These spectral sword figures were densely arrayed behind Lu Changzhi, resembling a well-prepared army. Without delay, Lu Changzhi swung his sword with ferocity, and all the sword apparitions, as if receiving a command, surged in unison towards the sword light of Long Yichen. In an instant, the sword apparitions and the sword light intertwined and clashed, producing a series of crisp and melodious sounds, sparks flying and dazzling the onlookers. A thunderous crash reverberated, as if the very world trembled in response. Long Yichen was violently pushed back by the residual force of the sword light, staggering several steps before barely regaining his footing. In contrast, Lu Changzhi remained firmly in place, fully focused on manipulating countless swords as they continued their relentless assault towards Long Yichen. At that moment, Long Yichen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Lu Changzhi is indeed formidable. Yet, he felt no trace of fear. Once steadied, Long Yichen fixed his gaze on the swiftly approaching flying swords, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. He then called out, "For season's sword song, summer wind." As his words fell, the sword in Long Yichen's grasp transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping forth with a fierce sword energy. In an instant, the very air around seemed to be stirred by this powerful sword energy, creating a tempestuous flow. Chapter 55, Thunderclap, Sword Technique. The tempestuous sword wind surged forth like a tumultuous sea, crashing against the oncoming flying swords. However, the moment these mighty gusts collided with the myriad flying swords, they shattered and dissipated like fragile bubbles, utterly incapable of impeding the advance of the flying blades. Observing the relentless onslaught of the flying swords, Long Yichen's complexion turned ashen, internally lamenting his plight. He hastily summoned all his agility in a desperate attempt to evade these lethal strikes. Yet, the flying swords seemed to possess a sentience of their own, their speed astonishing, akin to lightning streaking across the sky, relentlessly pursuing Long Yichen. For season's sword song, Autumn Frost. After narrowly escaping yet another assault from the flying swords, Long Yichen gasped, whispering to himself. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted. Forcing himself to execute the third move of the four-season sword song had drained a considerable amount of his energy and internal force, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Junior brother Dugu, your disciple is truly remarkable, managing to comprehend and master the third sword technique in such a short span of time. What a pity he has encountered Lu Changzhi, Zhao Wuxiang remarked from the sidelines, both in admiration and regret. Indeed, the Primordial Sword Body was as formidable as its reputation suggested. Even within the same realm, it was nearly invincible. After a brief silence, Dugu Wu responded softly. It was common knowledge that Lu Changzhi had clearly suppressed his cultivation for this contest. Yet even so, Long Yichen remained powerless to retaliate. On the arena, no matter how hard Long Yichen tried, all his efforts were in vain. The flying swords effortlessly pierced through his sword techniques, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly approaching flying swords reached Long Yichen's throat, poised to snuff out his life with the slightest further advance. "I've lost," he murmured, gazing at the flying swords that hovered just out of reach, yet firmly still. Then casting a glance at the calm-faced Lu Changzhi, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him as he muttered in frustration. Before he could finish, Long Yichen's body weakened, collapsing to the ground, crimson and warm blood instantly staining the earth beneath him. He fixed his gaze on Lu Changzhi, his eyes filled with unending discontent and despair. "Conceited," Lu Changzhi said, holding his sword and speaking with an air of indifference. Who would have thought that someone as powerful as Brother Long would fall to Brother Lu? A newcomer exclaimed in astonishment. This is the young Sword Emperor, defeating Long Yichen with but a single move. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. The young Sword Emperor truly lives up to his name. Shen Lioli from Kunlun Su couldn't help but exclaim, for at that moment, possessing the 99 Aperture's exquisite sword heart, she could perceive Lu Changzhi's precise control over the sword path more clearly than anyone present. The young Sword Emperor truly lives up to his renown. I, Jian Nanfang from the Sword Palace, have come today to seek your guidance, young Sword Emperor. His words struck like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring waves of astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. where a dashing young man approached, his demeanor striking and his eyes sharp as a hawk, exuding a disquieting aura. Jian Nanfang flickered and appeared in the center of the arena, confronting Lu Changzhi. He slightly bent at the waist, clasping his hands in salutation, and declared in a clear voice, "Please bestow your teachings upon me." As his words concluded, a formidable presence erupted forth, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, reverberating throughout the venue. Wow! As expected of a disciple from the Sword Palace, to reach the 7th layer of the martial king realm at such a young age. Gasps of incredulity echoed through the crowd. People's eyes widened in disbelief. "So this is the Sword Palace prodigy?" Shen Ke murmured. "This outing is merely to broaden your horizons and prevent you from stagnating," Morongjiu remarked to Shen Ke. As fellow top-tier prodigies, this duel promised to be nothing short of exhilarating. Some rubbed their hands in excitement, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two on the arena. In the face of Jian Nanfang's provocation, however, Lu Changzhi's expression remained as tranquil as still water, showing no sign of disturbance. He regarded the challenger with indifference, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he coolly replied, "Those who wish to challenge me are as numerous as the cattle. You might as well fall in line." With that, he turned to leave, seemingly disinterested in the contest. Ha ha ha! Could it be that the illustrious young Sword Emperor is afraid? Jian Nanfang's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze fixed intently on the departing Lu Changzhi. Surely not. Could Lu Changzhi really be hesitant to accept the challenge? Murmurs of disbelief arose from the crowd. After all, he is the young Sword Emperor, a prodigious talent capable of breaking through 7 realms in a single day. How could he be so timid? I have heard that while he can break through 7 realms in a day, his cultivation has yet to truly stabilize. In the face of the crowd's skepticism and ridicule, Lu Changzhi merely smiled faintly, showing no anger. Upon hearing the clamor from below the stage, he turned back leisurely, a playful grin on his face as he addressed Jian Nanfang. "If this esteemed brother surnamed Jian wishes to challenge me, that is well and good. However, there are others waiting in line, and you seek to cut in, which puts me in a rather awkward position." Upon hearing this, Jian Nanfang's expression shifted, and he eagerly inquired, "Then what do you suggest, Brother Lu?" Clearly, he was eager for this challenge. "Quite simple. You wish to cut in line, while I desire something in return," Lu Changzhi replied, a teasing smile playing upon his lips as his gaze bore into Jian Nanfang. "Brother Lu, do enlighten me on what you desire," Jian Nanfang asked, furrowing his brow but maintaining his composure. 500 top-tier spirit stones," Lu Changzhi proclaimed, extending 5 fingers and shaking them playfully. "What? Just 500 top-tier spirit stones? No other demands?" Jian Nanfang's eyes widened, his expression one of incredulity. "Damn, I thought it was something of great significance." A voice from the crowd erupted in exasperation. Instantly, all present were taken aback, utterly perplexed. For ordinary factions, presenting a few hundred top-tier spirit stones could indeed pose a challenge. However, for those of considerable influence, it was merely a trifling matter. "What's the matter? Can't you afford it?" Witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lu Changzhi could not help but probe. Enough of the nonsense. I'll give you 1,000. So let us get started." Jian Nanfang, with a look of disdain, tossed a storage ring filled with spirit stones towards Lu Changzhi. "What, is that not enough?" Observing Jian Nanfang's willingness to part with the spirit stones, Lu Changzhi waved his hand dismissively, and then turned his gaze toward Chen Anzhi and Xiao Ranxian. The moment they felt Lu Changzhi's eyes upon them, the two hurriedly looked up at the sky, inwardly pondering, "We are not acquainted with him at all." Lu Changzhi was quite taken aback by this scene, so he turned to the sect leader and the other esteemed elders. To his surprise, they too directed their gazes toward the same patch of sky, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence as everyone tacitly acknowledged that they were completely unfamiliar with this individual. At that moment, Jian Nanfang inquired, "Brother Lu, are we ready to begin?" "Very well, let us proceed," Lu Changzhi replied, putting away the spirit stones. Almost immediately, he and Jian Nanfang stood facing each other, the tension in the air growing palpable. Jian Nanfang was the first to strike, swiftly drawing his sword with a fierce and relentless technique, akin to a tempest bearing down on Lu Changzhi. Yet, Lu Changzhi, showcasing his agility, deftly evaded the assault and extended his hand into the void, summoning a sword as pure as snow. In the blink of an eye, he grasped the long sword, engaging in a fierce duel with Jian Nanfang. The clash between them was a mesmerizing display of swordplay, with blades weaving and intertwining like threads, occasionally sparking bursts of flame. It must be said that Jian Nanfang indeed possessed extraordinary strength. Each swing of his sword was imbued with unparalleled power. Yet, even when facing the more formidable Jian Nanfang, Lu Changzhi maintained his composure, not yielding an inch. Thunderous blade technique, a strike of thunder. In the midst of their fierce combat, Jian Nanfang suddenly shouted, launching his sword with tremendous force, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that crashed toward Lu Changzhi like thunder. Is this the thunderous blade technique of the Sword Palace? Zhao Yuntian gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Jian Nanfang. Indeed, there is something to it. Zhao Wuxiang nodded slightly in agreement. The thunderous blade technique comprises 4 forms: thunderous might, a strike of thunder, flash of lightning, and wrath of thunder. Each form surpasses the previous in power. And it was surprising that Jian Nanfang, so young, had already mastered the first form, thunderous might. Murong Jiu's tone was calm, yet a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. It seems his standing in the Sword Palace is not trivial, Shui Chiyue remarked softly from her seat. Unparalleled sword control, transforming qi into sword. Not one to hold back, Lu Changzhi employed the unparalleled sword control technique. As he gestured, a Tai Chi diagram unfurled behind him, and countless swords surged forth from the diagram, charging toward the thunderous attack. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, sending shockwaves through the arena. Jian Nanfang was thrust back several paces, stabilizing himself only after spitting a mouthful of blood, resembling a blossoming crimson flower in the air. His eyes widened with shock and disbelief, clearly unprepared for such a comprehensive defeat. In stark contrast, Lu Changzhi stood firm, his luminous sword still glimmering with an entrancing radiance. His stature was as imposing as a pine tree, exuding an air of elegance, akin to a deity of war descending upon the earth. How infuriating! Jian Nanfang clutched his chest, his face a mask of resentment as he gazed at Lu Changzhi, an overwhelming sense of defeat swelling within him. He could not fathom how his full-force thunderous blade technique had been so effortlessly countered by his opponent. Lu Changzhi shook his head gently, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Your thunderous blade technique is indeed formidable, but alas, your state of mind lacks the serenity necessary to fully harness its essence. No matter how skilled the swordplay, without a corresponding mindset, it is difficult to achieve greatness." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changzhi waved his hand, causing the radiant sword to vanish like an illusion. He then turned and walked away, leaving Jian Nanfang with a solitary and desolate silhouette. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of, Dugu Wu observed with a calm demeanor, his voice quiet yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Under his watchful gaze, the battle between Lu Changzhi and Jian Nanfang concluded, with Lu Changzhi triumphing over the formidable opponent from the central continent with an almost effortless grace. Dugu Wu turned his attention to Long Yichen, who stood nearby. A flicker of admiration crossed Long Yichen's eyes, but more so, a determination surged within him. "I will catch up to him," he vowed silently. Dugu Wu nodded slightly, acknowledging the ambition as a positive trait, yet cautioned against impatience. Long Yichen inhaled deeply, understanding his master's words. "Wait a moment, Brother Lu, I too wish to challenge you." Before his words had fully settled, a figure soared through the air like a bird, landing steadily on the arena. The man radiated a powerful aura, clearly exhibiting the strength of a first-level martial emperor. The crowd, still reeling from Lu Changzhi's victory over Jian Nanfang, was startled to see another individual who bore a striking resemblance to Jian Nanfang ascend the stage. "Brother, I have lost." Jian Nanfang spoke to the man before him, his voice low and tinged with dejection. His eyes reflected a mixture of helplessness and regret, yet more prominently, a deep self-reproach for his inadequacy. "You performed admirably. Losing to him is no disgrace." Jian Shifang gently patted Jian Nanfang's shoulder, offering heartfelt consolation. Jian Nanfang nodded silently, though a glimmer of unwillingness lingered in his gaze. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, seemingly eager to prove something. However, reality weighed heavily upon him, and the tide of defeat surged within his heart. Sensing his turmoil, Jian Shifang sighed softly. He understood that this defeat bore significant weight for Jian Nanfang. Yet as someone who had experienced the trials of defeat, he recognized it as not an end but a new beginning. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. There is no need to overly dwell on momentary gains or losses, he continued. Jian Nanfang lifted his head, meeting Jian Shifang's gaze. He took a deep breath, gradually relaxing his grip on the sword's hilt, then turned to exit the arena. Jian Shifang. It is none other than the second prodigy of the Sword Palace, Jian Shifang. A cry erupted from the crowd. Indeed, he is the most outstanding disciple of the Sword Palace aside from the young Sword Sovereign. And it is said that he is Jian Nanfang's biological brother. It appears he is here to avenge his brother, someone speculated. One wonders how the first among the young Sword Sovereign's disciples measures against the young Sword Emperor, another remarked with eager anticipation. "Defeat the thunderous blade technique, and I shall reward you with 100,000 top-tier spirit stones." Just as the crowd murmured amongst themselves, Zhao Wuxiang discreetly transmitted a message to Lu Changzhi. Lu Changzhi directed his gaze toward the sect leader's position, signaling an affirmative gesture before turning to Jian Shifeng with a smile. This esteemed brother also wishes to challenge me. Clearly, Jian Shifeng replied. However, esteemed sword brother, you are already a formidable warrior of the Martial Emperor realm. Yet you wish to challenge me, a mere martial king. Does that not seem somewhat preposterous? Lu Changzhi chuckled as he regarded Jian Shifeng with a playful glint in his eyes. Brother Lu, if you have any requests, feel free to speak candidly, Jian Shifeng replied, somewhat exasperated by Lu Changzhi's sycophantic demeanor. Splendid. I shall be forthright then. I desire the thunderclap sword technique, Lu Changzhi stated with utmost seriousness. That is acceptable. However, should fortune favor me with victory, I would like the martial skill you just demonstrated. What say you? Jian Shifeng pondered for a moment before nodding decisively in agreement. Very well. Since you are so forthcoming, I have no reason to decline. Allow me to witness the prowess of the second-ranked disciple of the Sword Palace. Lu Changzhi's gaze turned icy, exuding a formidable aura. He grasped an imaginary sword in the air and swung it forward with great force, instantly unleashing a shimmering wave of sword light, imbued with a fierce sword intent, surging towards Jian Shifeng like a tempest. In the face of such a ferocious assault, Jian Shifeng remained unflustered. With a mere flicker of movement, he evaded Lu Changzhi's attack as if he were a specter. Such incredible speed. Lu Changzhi's heart raced, silently marveling at his opponent's agility. The thunderclap sword technique is indeed thunderous, he mused. Yet Jian Shifeng showed no signs of retreat. With a deft twist of his wrist, he summoned a flash of lightning, followed by a tremendous roar akin to a clap of thunder. A razor-sharp sword intent erupted, crashing towards Lu Changzhi with overwhelming force. Lu Changzhi, refusing to show any hesitation, quickly positioned his sword to defend. In an instant, two colossal forces collided with a resounding thud, sending tremors through the surrounding air. Interesting, Lu Changzhi smirked, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, channeling an unceasing flow of true energy within him, while simultaneously grasping the air with his left hand. In the next moment, a sword gleaming with cold light materialized in his grasp, now wielding two swords. Lu Changzhi's aura surged dramatically. His sword techniques became increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with boundless power, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. What? Two swords? Jian Shifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by Lu Changzhi's dual-wielding prowess as he launched a flurry of swift and lethal attacks, reminiscent of a dancing butterfly. Humph. Daring to be distracted while battling me, Lu Changzhi bellowed, his sword techniques morphing into an even more aggressive onslaught, sweeping towards Jian Shifeng like a raging storm. How is this possible? Brother Lu can wield two swords? Why has no one mentioned this before? The disciples familiar with Lu Changzhi were equally shocked, their mouths agape in astonishment. At that moment, everyone fixated on Lu Changzhi on the stage wore expressions of incredulity. High above, Xiao Ranxian turned to Chen, who merely shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. Soon, Jian Shifeng steadied his mind, utilizing his superior cultivation to engage in a fierce exchange with Lu Changzhi. Their sword shadows intertwining, neither yielding an inch. Lu Changzhi's mastery of the dual sword techniques grew increasingly refined, his movements flowing like water, mesmerizing all who watched. Jian Shifeng gradually felt the weight of pressure mounting, beads of sweat soaking his garments. At that juncture, Lu Changzhi seized an opening, channeling his strength to strike with both swords. Jian Shifeng found himself unable to evade, helplessly watching the sword tips advance menacingly. However, at the critical moment, a blue luminescence enveloped Jian Shifeng, forming a sturdy shield that thwarted Lu Changzhi's lethal attack. That's the sword evasion, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Wrath of Thunder. With a fierce roar, Jian Shifeng seized the opportunity to counterattack, lightning crackling in his grasp as he unleashed the ultimate move of the thunderclap sword technique, Wrath of Thunder. Faced with Jian Shifeng's fierce and relentless assault, Lu Changzhi dared not let his guard down. Unmatched sword manipulation, transforming thought into sword. Lu Changzhi called out, his mind focused intently. In an instant, countless sword energies surged forth from within him like a tidal wave, coalescing rapidly into the twin swords he held tightly. When the myriad sword energies fused into one, Lu Changzhi swung his dual swords directly at Jian Shifeng with great force. Jian Shifeng's Wrath of Thunder, imbued with immense pressure, hurtled towards Lu Changzhi like divine thunder from the heavens, while Lu Changzhi, channeling his thoughts into the swords, met it head-on with a gray-white sword beam. In that instant, darkness enveloped the sky and earth, the winds and clouds swirling chaotically, followed by a deafening explosion that seemed to rend the very fabric of the world. As the light dissipated and the dust settled, both combatants staggered backward, each spitting blood, clearly wounded from the earlier clash. yet their eyes burned with unwavering determination. Remarkable. Jian Shifang gasped, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Incredulity etched across his face as he regarded Lu Changzhi. You were able to withstand my wrath of thunder. Lu Changzhi gently wiped the blood from his lips, a faint smile gracing his features. Likewise, Jian Shifang took a deep breath, calming the tumult within him, and nodded slowly. Alas, I concede this match. The thunderclap sword technique shall remain with you for now. One day, I shall reclaim it personally. Lu Changzhi, far from angered by this admission, replied jovially, I await your return at any time. With that, he made the twin swords in his hands vanish and gracefully leaped down from the stage. His thoughts lingering on the sword shield Jian Shifang had just deployed. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, all profoundly moved by the breathtaking duel they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, on a nearby platform, Zhao Wuxiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Lu Changzhi, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Chapter 57, The Celestial Tribe. Esteemed friends, the grand tournament of our sect has now drawn to a close. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence, which brings unparalleled glory to our humble sect. Zhao Wuxiang's resonant voice echoed through the bustling crowd. May the auspicious signs of the heavens bless our sect, ensuring its prosperity. And I wish for the continued success of all your paths in the immortal realm. Zhao Wuxiang spoke earnestly, bowing graciously as he addressed the assembly. Until we meet again. Sect Master Zhao, Murongjiu was the first to rise and bid farewell, leading his disciples away. Following his lead, other sects and factions soon followed suit, each offering their farewells to Zhao Wuxiang. At that moment, atop the Qingqing Peaks dojo, Lin Jiuxiao sat gracefully upon a magnificent lotus flower, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. As time passed, this resplendent lotus gradually merged into Lin Jiuxiao's being. Just then, the immense black sword on Lin Jiuxiao's back fell to the ground, promptly followed by the emergence of a silver figure clad in shimmering silver garments. As if bathed in moonlight, exuding a gentle radiance, the fabric flowed softly with her movements, dancing like a fairy. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, lightly brushing against the hem of her silver attire. Junior Tian Nishang pays her respects to the esteemed elder, the beautiful woman, dressed in exquisite silver robes, bowed respectfully towards Chen Changsheng, who reclined on a chair. Ah, you have finally revealed yourself, Chen Changsheng remarked lazily, eyes half closed. He, esteemed elder. It seems you are already aware of everything, Tian Nishang replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she smiled gently. You hail from the celestial tribe? Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, showing little surprise. Indeed, esteemed elder, I am indeed from the celestial tribe, Tian Nishang answered, her head bowed. Chen Changsheng fell silent for a moment before softly calling, System, please check Tian Nishang's information. Ding, accompanied by a crisp notification sound. Detailed information about Tian Nishang appeared before his eyes. Name, Tian Nishang. Talent, Supreme Golden Fortune. Background, the little princess of the celestial realm, the Tianren clan. State, soul state, spirit of the nine heavens heavy sword. How did you become a sword spirit? After perusing the system's introduction, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the ethereal form of Tian Qichong, and he slowly inquired. Senior, I fortuitously acquired the nine heavens heavy sword during a trial, but for reasons unknown. The news leaked out. Consequently, I found myself pursued, and when I awakened, I discovered I had transformed into a sword spirit, Tian Qichong explained gravely. Chen Changsheng pointed towards the heavens, gesturing at Lin Jiuxiao suspended in the air, and questioned, Then why did you choose him? Tian Qichong quickly waved her hand, smiling as she replied, Senior, you flatter me. It was not my intent to select him. In truth, when I awoke, he had already received the sword's recognition. Chen Changsheng's gaze abruptly shifted to the enormous black sword, pondering thoughtfully, what, then, is the significance of the nine heavens heavy sword in the celestial realm? Tian Qichong responded with a serious demeanor, Senior, the nine heavens heavy sword is an artifact of divine caliber. Chen Changsheng's realization dawned upon him as he murmured, No wonder even the little princess of the Tianren clan dares to strike with lethal force. Upon hearing this, Tian Qichong's previously respectful demeanor vanished, replaced by a hint of playfulness as she curiously asked, Ah, Senior, how did you know? Was it a guess? Chen Changsheng smiled at the spirit of Tian Qichong before him and softly remarked, However, I observe your extraordinary talents. You are indeed a rare prodigy. Such a gifted individual, if left to languish in obscurity, would be a great loss. How about this? If you assist my disciple in ascending to the position of Immortal Emperor, I shall bestow upon you a nirvana elixir once the task is accomplished. What say you? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of joy as she excitedly asked, "Senior, is your word true?" Her voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. "Indeed, it is true." Chen Changsheng nodded with a smile. Chen Changsheng was instantly elated, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." She understood well that in the realm of cultivation, elixirs were categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. However, this was merely the beginning. Beyond the 9th grade existed even more powerful and rare entities, Xian-grade elixirs, Earth-grade elixirs, and Heaven-grade elixirs. Each ascending level brought about transformative changes in medicinal efficacy. These higher-tier elixirs were exceedingly rare in the world. Above these were the legendary treasures known as King-grade elixirs, Emperor-grade elixirs, and Venerable-grade elixirs, whose contained powers surpassed the limits of mortal imagination, capable of allowing one to undergo rebirth and ascend to the skies. As for Saint-grade, Emperor-grade, and even higher tiers such as Immortal-grade and Divine-grade elixirs, they existed solely in myth. Perhaps only those standing at the pinnacle of cultivation could hope to behold them? In this continent, elixirs were classified into different levels, with each level further subdivided into meticulous categories. Elixirs of the same grade could even be divided into inferior, intermediate, superior, and exceptional tiers. This classification resembled a pyramid, where the higher the tier, the more precious and rare the elixirs became, their effects increasingly astonishing. Among them, the Nirvana elixir was a legendary immortal-grade elixir, its medicinal effects deemed miraculous. It was said that one could experience rebirth and gain a new life simply by consuming a single Nirvana elixir. Senior, with your profound cultivation level, this mere world ought not to be able to contain you, Chen Changsheng queried curiously after regaining her composure. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng gently replied, "This realm is known as Zuwu." Zuwu, Chen Changsheng murmured. "The center of the world." Observing her reaction, Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. "The center of the world? Why does it evoke a sense of familiarity?" Chen Changsheng's expression grew increasingly serious as she murmured to herself, seemingly striving to unearth more information related to it from her memory. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great import, her eyes widened, fixated on Chen Changsheng, her voice trembling with excitement. "Wait, the center of the world? Could it be that this is the fabled lost realm of the Shangqing celestial domain, the Zuwu realm?" This thought struck her mind like a lightning bolt, plunging her into a state of shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling involuntarily. It was well known that the legends surrounding the lost realm of the Shangqing celestial domain had always been shrouded in mystery. No one could ascertain its existence, let alone pinpoint its exact location. Yet now, reflecting on her experiences here, Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming intuition that this place was indeed the legendary site. She could not help but feel a rush of excitement and anxiety. However, as soon as she spoke, she realized she might have overstepped, quickly amending her words. Senior, is this sort of confidential matter something I am privy to?" "You little girl, enough of that. He's almost done. This place is now entrusted to you." As Lin Jiuxiao's form began to merge with the Hongming burning heaven flame, Chen Changsheng rose, softly stating, then vanished from sight. "All right, Senior," Chen Changsheng respectfully replied, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Once Chen Changsheng's figure had completely disappeared, she slowly retracted her gaze, clasped her hands to the heavens, and murmured softly, "Is this truly the Zuwu realm?" A flicker of doubt lingered in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by steadfast resolve. "No, this must be the Zuwu realm. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of fearsome special physiques be born here?" Chen Changsheng pondered to herself. Her mind raced with recollections of the legends surrounding the Zuwu realm. The words echoing within. Zuwu realm, birthplace of humanity, origin of martial arts. Chen Changsheng slowly lifted her gaze towards the sky, where Lin Jiuxiao's form became increasingly distinct. He resembled a radiant star, shining with brilliant light. This place was undoubtedly the legendary Zuwu realm, she affirmed once more, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welling up within her. At that moment, the white flames enveloping Lin Jiuxiao suddenly withdrew, entering his body, leaving behind a silver-white flame mark upon his forehead. Chapter 58, Restoration of Cultivation. The instant the mark appeared, his aura surged dramatically, causing the surrounding air to tremble in response. A dazzling beam of white light shot up from him, piercing the heavens. Within the white light, a figure could be vaguely discerned, standing as if a war god had descended. Lin Jiuxiao's eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. He inhaled deeply, uttering a soft incantation as he gestured with his hand. Instantly, countless white flames cascaded like shooting stars, sweeping outwards in all directions. "My cultivation has returned." Lin Jiuxiao joyfully landed on the ground, staring in disbelief at the powerful force surging within him. He had never imagined that his lost cultivation could so easily return to him. However, just as Lin Jiuxiao was engulfed in this sudden joy, a crisp and melodious voice rang out. "Hello, Lin Woodhead." He abruptly looked up, his attention captured by the sight before him. There, a maiden clad in pristine white floated gracefully in midair, her silvery hair flowing like a waterfall, shimmering with crystalline brilliance. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like stars, enchanting all who beheld her. "Are you the sword spirit?" Faced with the familiar voice, Lin Jiuxiao felt a twinge of doubt and hesitantly inquired, "What's the matter?" Upon seeing this beautiful sword spirit, "Do you doubt your own eyes?" Tian Qichong teased in response. Lin Jiuxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he reiterated, "Are you truly a sword spirit?" It seemed as if he wished to engrave every detail of the moment into his memory. "Indeed I am." Tian Nishong glided gracefully towards Lin Jiuxiao, coming to stand before him. "Have you seen clearly now?" Gazing at the enchanting Tian Nishong, Lin Jiuxiao remarked, "You are truly this beautiful?" "Nonsense. When has this sword spirit ever been anything but beautiful?" Tian Nishong retorted with a tone of disdain. "Then why did you not reveal yourself sooner?" Lin Jiuxiao, filled with boundless joy, fixed his gaze upon her. "Humph. If this sword spirit had appeared too early, would I not have been concerned that you might be entranced by my allure and thus unable to concentrate on your cultivation?" Tian Nishong raised an eyebrow, responding with a teasing tone. Her large, shimmering eyes locked onto Lin Jiuxiao, who, feeling somewhat flustered by her intense gaze, quickly looked away, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. "Hee, do you think I would believe you? Never mind. This sword spirit is magnanimous and shall not hold it against you. As a consequence of your incessant staring, you are henceforth my little brother, and I shall protect you from now on," she declared with a triumphant laugh, observing Lin Jiuxiao's bashful demeanor. "Uft, who would want to be your little brother? My strength is unparalleled. I shall sweep through the realms and be invincible. Do I need your protection?" Lin Jiuxiao retorted defiantly, his face glowing with confidence and pride. "By the way, how do you explain the matter of you absorbing my cultivation previously?" Lin Jiuxiao shifted the conversation, questioning her bluntly. Well, that was merely a misunderstanding. Look, you have regained your cultivation under my brilliant guidance." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Tian Nishong's fair visage as she scrambled to organize her thoughts, stuttering through her explanation. Lin Jiuxiao clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with indignation as he fixed a steely glare upon Tian Nishong, his expression flickering with playful mockery, as if to say, "Oh, so you dare claim you aided me?" Confronted with Lin Jiuxiao's teasing gaze, Tian Nishong felt a pang of anxiety. Yet she quickly adopted a facade of calm and swiftly changed the subject, saying, "You're scolding me? How dare you?" "No, that's not what I meant," Lin Jiuxiao exclaimed, his heart softening at the sight of the seemingly pitiful Tian Nishong, eager to clarify. "Yes, you absolutely meant it." Tian Nishong persisted, feigning tears. "No, please let me explain," Lin Jiuxiao implored, desperation etched across his face. "Humph, I refuse to listen. I don't want to hear anything." Tian Nishong pouted, throwing a small tantrum. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tian Nishong's figure suddenly flickered, akin to a gentle breeze, as she swiftly darted back into the nine heavens' mystic weight. The velocity of her movement left onlookers astounded. "Heh, do you think you can challenge me? A mere flick of my wrist, and I can toy with you at will." Tian Nishong muttered to herself, her face aglow with satisfaction as she re-entered the mystical realm. Seeing Tian Nishong vanish into the nine heavens, Lin Jiuxiao could only sit cross-legged in resignation, attempting once again to communicate with her. Yet, no matter what he said, he received no response from her. "Great ancestor, what is this?" An elderly man with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles gazed incredulously towards the direction of Qingqing Peak. The elder at the forefront, draped in a black robe and standing tall like a pine, spoke with a voice that seemed to transcend time. "Is this the first flame born at the universe's inception? The primordial flame of heaven's fury?" Before he could finish, the elder vanished like a specter, leaving behind an enigmatic presence lingering in the air. Meanwhile, in another location, Lu Changzhi, Xiao Ranxian, and Chen Anzhi, having just participated in a grand tournament, were engaged in lively conversation. "Senior brother, you really taught the thunderbolt sword technique to the sect master," Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Lu Changzhi. Hearing this, Lu Changzhi burst into hearty laughter, thumping his broad chest with pride as he replied, "Naturally." His expression of pride intensified as he continued, "However, that sword technique was not given to the sect master for free. It was purchased with spirit stones." "Oh, how many spirit stones?" Xiao Ranxian inquired, her curious eyes sparkling. "A full 100,000 top-grade spirit stones," Lu Changzhi said, his hand brushing against the storage ring on his finger, a look of pride illuminating his face. At the mention of that sum, Xiao Ranxian's expression shifted, She exchanged a wry smile with her somewhat arrogant senior brother and said, senior brother. Are you perhaps oblivious to the market prices? Lu Changzhi, initially basking in pride, had his smile evaporate upon hearing Xiao Ranxian's words, replaced by a look of confusion as he queried, could it be that I was deceived by that old codger? Seeing his reaction, Xiao Ranxian quickly reassured him. More or less. A heavenly level martial technique like the Thunderbolt Sword technique typically sells for several 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in the cultivation world. Moreover, techniques related to the sword path are even more exorbitantly priced. As she spoke, she endeavored to elucidate the reasoning behind it, hoping to enlighten him. Some unknown wild grass. I knew it. That old man's gaze was so peculiar. I see now. Even at his age, he still plays such tricks, Lu Changzhi exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. That old fool. Anger bubbled within Lu Changzhi, growing more intense as he contemplated the situation. How dare he deceive me? Acting as a sect leader with such audacity. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he erupted in an anguished roar. At that moment, Xiao Ranxian, observing the agitated Lu Changzhi, could only shake her head in exasperation, silently lamenting, my senior brother is perhaps too naive and innocent. All right, senior brother, consider this a lesson learned. Given the circumstances, we should return now. Xiao Ranxian gently urged Lu Changzhi. Though feeling dejected and regretful, Lu Changzhi nodded in agreement. He turned and, along with Xiao Ranxian and Chen Anzhi, set off towards Qingqing Peak. Yet deep within, he swore that this matter would not be left unresolved. Achoo! Atop the Daotian Hall, Zhao Wuxiang suddenly sneezed loudly, furrowing his brow as he muttered, which rascal dares to speak ill of me behind my back? Simultaneously, Zhao Wuxiang toyed with the scroll in his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He whispered, truly a paragon among heavenly-level martial techniques. Impressive. Chapter 59, Tian Nishang. Master, you have returned. Lin Jiuxiao exclaimed with delight, having been engrossed in his cultivation at the Qingqing dojo when he suddenly sensed the arrival of 3 figures. He promptly turned and respectfully bowed. Upon noticing the silver-white glow emanating from Lin Jiuxiao's forehead, Xiao Ranxian inquired curiously, have you refined the primordial flame of heaven's fury? Lin Jiuxiao nodded, replying, yes, master. At that moment, Lu Changzhi also sensed the immense aura radiating from Lin Jiuxiao and remarked in astonishment, not only that, but your cultivation has also improved. Lin Jiuxiao smiled shyly, brushing his hand through his hair. Lu Changzhi, captivated by the formidable aura emanating from Lin Jiuxiao at that moment, could no longer suppress his inner impulses and proposed, how about we engage in a spar? However, Xiao Ranxian, standing nearby, exhibited no interest in their impending duel. She glanced at the sky, then turned to leave, muttering, at this hour, and you're still thinking about fighting. Chen Anzhi also chimed in, advising, senior brother, it would be best to return and rest. Do not lose yourself in endless combat. After speaking, he followed Xiao Ranxian as they both departed. Junior brother, do you not feel disingenuous saying such things? Lu Changzhi fixed his gaze on the two as they turned away. Ha ha, Lin junior brother. Let us postpone our battle for another day. As Xiao Ranxian and Chen Anzhi gradually receded into the distance, Lu Changzhi slowly reined in his combative spirit. However, at that moment, he abruptly shifted his tone, gently patting Lin Jiuxiao's shoulder, and remarked, by the way, Lin junior brother, your rate of growth and strength is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Lu Changzhi's praise, Lin Jiuxiao offered a modest smile, replying, senior brother Lu, you flatter me. I am merely reclaiming the cultivation I had lost. In comparison to your ability to ascend 7 realms in a single day, I still have a considerable distance to travel. Enough of your mutual flattery, you two. Go rest quickly, called Xiao Ranxian, who had already distanced herself. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial melody, bringing comfort to the ears. After exchanging glances, Lin Jiuxiao and Lu Changzhi simultaneously displayed expressions of ineffable helplessness. They slowly waved their arms in concession before turning away and silently making their way to their respective chambers, preparing for a well-deserved rest. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, the entire Qingqing Daoist temple seemed shrouded in an aura of mystery and tranquility, exuding an extraordinary sense of peace. Once inside his room, Lin Jiuxiao gently reached into his robe and retrieved the scroll titled 10,000 Fires Furnace. He quietly approached the table, seated himself, and began to immerse himself in the contents of the scroll. However, just as he became engrossed in the mysteries within, the spirit of Tian Nishang unexpectedly manifested beside him. Lin Mudo, what are you reading? Tian Nishang's curious voice chimed, her captivating eyes fixated on the scroll Lin Jiuxiao held. Lin Jiuxiao slowly lifted his gaze, captivated by Tian Nishang's enchanting visage, and softly replied, Sword Spirit, what are your thoughts on this 10,000 Fires Furnace? His words conveyed both respect for her opinion and the significance he placed on the ancient text. I can't quite articulate my feelings, Chen Changsheng replied softly, her tone revealing a hint of confusion and perplexity as she furrowed her brow, seemingly struggling to express the complexities of her emotions. Would you care to give it a try? Chen Changsheng suggested, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuxiao hesitated momentarily, pondering what such an experience might entail. However, after Chen Changsheng's persistent encouragement, he finally nodded in agreement, saying, then let us give it a try. Why not? After all, if it doesn't work out, I can always just switch to another text, Chen Changsheng comforted him. Lin Zhuxiao took a deep breath, resolutely declaring, since no one has cultivated it yet, let me be the first. His gaze was steadfast and brimming with confidence. Before long, Lin Zhuxiao began his cultivation practice following the principles outlined in 10,000 Fires Furnace. He entered a quiet meditation chamber, seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, seeking to achieve a state of tranquility akin to a placid lake. The room was suffused with a serene and peaceful atmosphere, punctuated only by Lin Zhuxiao's faint breaths. He parted his lips slightly, reciting the cultivation secrets of 10,000 Fires Furnace. Lin Zhuxiao kept his eyes closed, breathing steadily, and maintaining a serene heart. His hands rested gently upon his chest as he began to guide the flow of energy within him according to the techniques of the 10,000 Fires Furnace. As his practice progressed, his body gradually warmed, enveloped in what felt like a conflagration. The energy surged through his meridians like a fiery dragon, coalescing in his dantian to form a small vortex of flames. Sweat beaded on Lin Zhuxiao's forehead, yet his gaze remained focused and resolute. He could feel the flame's power burning within him, refining both his body and spirit with each cycle of energy. His heartbeat began to synchronize with the rhythm of the flames, as if he were becoming one with the myriad fires. In this fervent cultivation, his soul underwent a sublime transformation, as if immersed within a furnace, undergoing trials and tribulations. With a deep, resonant roar, a blazing inferno erupted suddenly within Lin Zhuxiao's dantian, instantly manifesting as an expansive ocean of flames. Within this fiery expanse, the flames surged and roared, as if intent on consuming the entire world. At that moment, an indescribably potent spiritual force erupted from his dantian like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, Lin Zhuxiao felt as if he were lifted by an invisible force, effortlessly suspended in midair. He widened his eyes, incredulously experiencing the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy coursing through him. In mere moments, his cultivation soared from the third heaven of the martial king realm straight to the seventh heaven. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng was overwhelmed with elation. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Zhuxiao, exclaiming with tremulous excitement, "You did it, Lin Mudo." Lin Zhuxiao took a deep breath, striving to quell the exhilaration within. He glanced at his hands, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Then, he looked up and smiled gently at Chen Changsheng, expressing, "Indeed, I never anticipated that this 10,000 Fires Furnace could be so formidable. Is there something particularly special about it?" Chen Changsheng inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It can endlessly absorb the spiritual fires of heaven and earth. For every type of spiritual fire I reclaim, I gain an additional dantian," Lin Zhuxiao revealed, astonished. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Chen Changsheng echoed, equally astounded. Lin Zhuxiao centered his thoughts and began to examine his dantian. He discovered that, in addition to the original vortex of flames, countless other vortices had emerged. With the exception of the brightly glowing flame vortex, the others were pitch black. "This signifies that I will be capable of wielding multiple types of spiritual fire simultaneously in the future," Lin Zhuxiao mused excitedly. A hint of envy flickered in Chen Changsheng's beautiful eyes as she whispered, "Indeed. A powerful lineage serves as the most solid and reliable foundation for a cultivator on their long journey of cultivation." "Yes," Lin Zhuxiao nodded slightly in agreement, his mind also reflecting on this notion. After a moment of silence, he suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the sword spirit and gently inquiring, "By the way, sword spirit, you must have a name, right?" His voice was warm and tinged with curiosity. "Chen Changsheng," came her melodious reply, "as sweet and enchanting as a celestial song." "Chen Changsheng is indeed a beautiful name," Lin Zhuxiao exclaimed, captivated by the allure of such a unique and lovely name, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. He softly repeated the name, savoring the poetry and beauty it embodied. Then, Lin Zhuxiao began to murmur to himself, "Feathers of ethereal beauty dance gracefully, while celestial melodies linger in the heart." It seemed he was envisioning Chen Changsheng adorned in splendid attire, gracefully moving in a mesmerizing dance. Lost in his reverie, A faint smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 60, King Shenhuang. What are you smiling about so foolishly? Tian Qichong furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of perplexity flickering in her beautiful eyes as she struggled to comprehend the peculiar actions of the man before her. Lin Jiuxiao, as if awakening from a dream, returned to his senses, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he stammered an explanation. And no, it's nothing. Noticing Lin Jiuxiao's awkwardness, Tian Qichong's lips curled into a subtle smile, half-teasingly remarking, "You're not truly captivated by this sword spirit's beauty, are you?" Her sparkling, expressive eyes bore into Lin Jiuxiao's, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, Lin Jiuxiao hastily waved his hands in denial. And no, how could that be? His voice was tinged with urgency, fearing Tian Qichong might doubt him. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she probed further. Is that really true? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Jiuxiao solemnly replied, "Of course it is." Upon hearing his resolute declaration, Tian Qichong nodded in satisfaction, though she could not resist a playful jab. "Very well, in that case. You should hasten your cultivation. I am quite eager to see your fiancée's expression when she lays eyes on you." With that, she gracefully turned, disappearing back into the vast expanse of the 9 heavens. Watching Tian Qichong's figure fade from view, Lin Jiuxiao let out a silent sigh of relief. He gathered his thoughts and refocused on his cultivation. The following morning, Lin Jiuxiao arrived at the training ground, where Lu Changzhi and the others had already assembled. "You've cultivated the 10,000 fire melting furnace," Xiao Ranxian exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the drastically different aura emanating from Lin Jiuxiao compared to the previous night. "Did you succeed?" Xiao Ranxian asked incredulously, her face a mask of disbelief. Lin Jiuxiao smiled slightly, standing tall with newfound confidence. "Yes, master." Xiao Ranxian's face lit up with immense pride and joy as she exclaimed, "Wonderful, truly splendid. You are indeed my prized disciple." Her eyes sparkled with a gleam of pride. "Originally, I had prepared the Divine Fire Emperor Sutra for you, but it seems that may no longer be necessary." As she spoke, she retrieved an ancient scroll from within her robes. With delicate fingers, Xiao Ranxian caressed the aged parchment, gazing at it for a moment before handing it to Lin Jiuxiao, who stood nearby. Her tone turned serious as she explained, "This sutra is an ancient legacy, containing the profound mysteries of the path of fire. It may greatly benefit your journey of cultivation." Filled with delight, Lin Jiuxiao understood the precious nature of this sutra. He respectfully accepted it from Xiao Ranxian's hands, saying, "Thank you, master." Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Chen Anzhi suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? Who is that at the foot of the mountain?" The group followed his gaze and beheld a figure leisurely strolling along the path at the mountain's base. Lu Changzhi and the others also looked down the slope, spotting a middle-aged man clad in an orange robe, ascending the mountain with a steady and graceful demeanor. This man was tall and straight as a pine tree, exuding an extraordinary presence, his face adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile that evoked a curious blend of warmth and mystery. "Who is this?" Lu Changzhi inquired, full of curiosity. "That orange robe is the exclusive attire of the sect's steward," Lin Jiuxiao replied softly, elucidating the significance. Before long, the middle-aged man in the orange robe approached the four, bowing respectfully with clasped hands, and announced, "I am Wang Shenhuang, here to meet the esteemed disciples." "Oh, may I inquire what brings Steward Wang to Qingqing Peak?" Lin Jiuxiao responded in a calm tone. "I have come at the behest of the sect leader to deliver resources necessary for your cultivation," Wang Shenhuang replied with a smile, his demeanor humble and respectful. "Originally, these resources were to be collected personally from the Internal Affairs Pavilion, but since you esteemed disciples have yet to do so, the sect leader specially sent me to deliver them." As his words concluded, Wang Shenhuang retrieved several parcels of cultivation resources from the mysterious spatial ring, carefully presenting them to Lu Changzhi and the others. Upon receiving the resources, the group began to examine them closely. However, Lin Jiuxiao suddenly interjected, "Steward Wang, have you perhaps made a mistake?" His face was a portrait of confusion, his gaze fixed on the resources in his hands, disbelief etched across his features. Despite the fact that the Taiqing sect had significantly increased the resource allocation for all members months prior, the sheer quantity of what lay before him, an astounding 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, was utterly astonishing. Moreover, there were various precious elixirs designed to aid in enhancing one's cultivation. Such a vast and high-level array of resources seemed far beyond the reach of a mere inner sect disciple. In response to Lin Jiuxiao's incredulous query, Wang Shenhuang quickly clarified, "There has been no mistake. The sect leader specifically instructed that your resources be allocated at the standard for true disciples. You, Lin Jiuxiao, may rest assured and accept them without any reservations." His tone was firm, exuding unwavering conviction regarding this arrangement. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao could hardly contain his elation, and he promptly turned to Wang Shenhuang, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Steward Wang. Such is my duty," Wang Shenhuang replied with a smile. Before addressing the others, "Then I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer." With that, he turned and departed. Within the Internal Affairs Pavilion, the registration of disciples and distribution of resources proceeded with meticulous order. The disciples responsible for registration diligently verified each individual's identity, recording them meticulously while distributing the necessary resources, such as cultivation texts and elixirs. The process was rigorous and orderly, enveloping the entire pavilion in an atmosphere of diligence and efficiency. "Master, I have returned." A voice broke the serene silence of a room within the Internal Affairs Pavilion. An elderly man, clad in a simple robe with wisps of white hair, slowly raised his head, straightening slightly from his previous posture. He squinted his eyes, gazing down at the newcomer with calm inquiry. "Did you deliver what you were tasked with?" The elderly man was none other than Ganyang Qing, the head of the Internal Affairs Pavilion of the Taiqing sect. Upon hearing the question, the young man grinned, patting his chest as he confidently replied, "Master, you can rest assured. I handle my tasks diligently." The newcomer was indeed Wang Shenhuang, the one who had just delivered resources to Qingqing Peak. Without regard for formalities, Wang Shenhuang plopped himself down at the table, casually grabbing a spirit fruit and taking a hearty bite, mumbling through his mouthful, "This fruit is really sweet." While Wang Shenhuang reveled in the delightful taste of the spirit fruit, suddenly, Ganyang Qing clenched one fist, swiftly forming a mysterious seal with his other hand, then struck down upon Wang Shenhuang. In an instant, a multitude of shimmering runes surged forth like a tidal wave, making contact with Wang Shenhuang's body. In that fleeting moment, Wang Shenhuang felt an irresistible force invade his very being, completely sealing away the cultivation he had painstakingly honed over the years in the blink of an eye. As Wang Shenhuang regained his senses, a wave of panic surged within him, and he silently lamented his fate. With urgency, he implored, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Observing the helpless Wang Shenhuang sprawled on the ground, Ganyang Qing remained unfazed. He leisurely picked up a wooden stick beside him and approached Wang Shenhuang step by deliberate step. Upon reaching him, Ganyang Qing raised the stick and mercilessly struck Wang Shenhuang, simultaneously reciting, "Look at the misdeeds you have committed. You have utterly tarnished my reputation. And now you still have the audacity to question me." Chapter 61. Listening to Melodies in the Brothel. "Master, please quell your anger. Have mercy. I genuinely do not comprehend where I went wrong. I beseech you to enlighten me." Wang Shenhuang, filled with terror, frantically begged and attempted to explain. "Do not understand? Very well, I shall make you understand." With that, he struck Wang Shenhuang again, quickly marking his body with a crimson imprint. "I chastise you for your lack of ambition, for neglecting your cultivation." Another strike followed. "I admonish you for failing to train diligently, spending your days entangled in frivolities." Another blow ensued. "I command you to cease indulging in brothels. I command you to cease indulging in brothels. I command you to cease indulging in brothels." Ganyang Qing's fury escalated with each word, his wooden sticks swinging faster, the force of his blows intensifying. With every utterance, Ganyang Qing's rage seemed to swell, and the power imbued in the stick grew correspondingly. "Master, please spare me. I swear I shall never dare again." Wang Shenhuang gritted his teeth, silently enduring the excruciating pain while pleading for mercy. Ganyang Qing's strikes grew increasingly furious, each blow resonating with a dull thud. Meanwhile, Wang Shenhuang curled into a ball, continuously begging and shrieking, his cries echoing through the Inner Affairs Pavilion, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard them. Upon hearing the commotion, other disciples rushed over. But before they could approach, Ganyang Qing's furious bellow halted them in their tracks. "What are you staring at? Have you no tasks to attend to? Return to your duties at once." The onlookers exchanged glances but dared not defy Ganyang Qing's command, retreating begrudgingly. After delivering a thorough beating, Ganyang Qing finally ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the battered Wang Shenhuang and sternly inquired, "Do you comprehend your mistake now?" At this moment, Wang Shenhuang had lost all semblance of pride. Lying on the ground, he muttered weakly, "I understand, master. I shall never dare again. Humph. It is best that way. Should you ever err again, I shall personally render you powerless." Ganyang Qing declared, casting aside the wooden stick and angrily taking a seat nearby. Wang Shenhuang, gritting his teeth against the agony coursing through him, struggled to rise. Internally, he lamented the ordeal he had just endured. After a considerable time had passed, when Ganyang Qing's anger had subsided, Wang Shenhuang cautiously ventured, "Master, may I now take my leave?" His voice was laden with fear and supplication. Anxious to avoid further provoking Ganyang Qing, Leave? Where do you intend to go? To indulge in brothels? Gong Yongqing furrowed his brow, fixing an intense glare upon Wang Shenhuang, his eyes shimmering with indignation. And no, absolutely not, master. Upon hearing the phrase indulging in brothels, Wang Shenhuang's expression shifted to one of alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He hastily waved his hands in protest, explaining, I would never set foot in such a place again. As he spoke, he surreptitiously glanced at his master, inwardly lamenting his predicament. That is the least of your concerns. Listen closely. You are to immediately make your way to Qingqing Peak. Gong Yongqing's tone was severe, imbued with an irrefutable command directed at Wang Shenhuang. Master, what purpose do I serve at Qingqing Peak? Haven't the resources already been dispatched? Wang Shenhuang inquired. Confusion etched across his face, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Do you even have the audacity to ask? Take a good look at yourself. What have you become? Your peers have already ascended to the status of elders, while you languish. Gong Yongqing's temper flared, his body trembling with rage as he glared at Wang Shenhuang. Qingqing Peak is currently in need of an attendant. Now is the perfect opportunity. Gong Yongqing inhaled deeply, striving to temper his emotions, though his voice remained authoritative. Master, you cannot cast me into the fire. With my character, I would be walking into my own demise at Qingqing Peak. I fear for my very life. Wang Shenhuang expressed, his heart racing with trepidation. Humph, do you think I desired to strike you just now? Gong Yongqing scoffed, his displeasure palpable. Master, is there no alternative? Could we not find someone else to replace me? Wang Shenhuang cautiously suggested after a moment of silence. Do you think I want you to go? Have you even considered your own conduct? Gong Yongqing's ire surged anew. Then why, master? Wang Shenhuang asked, perplexed. Why ask so many questions? You are to go. And that is final. This time, focus your mind, cease your frivolities, and dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Do you understand? Gong Yongqing's tone was earnest and serious. Understood, master. Wang Shenhuang cast a deep gaze at Gong Yongqing before slowly responding. Upon hearing this, Gong Yongqing felt an unnameable fury swell within him. He widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Wang Shenhuang, gritting his teeth. Leave. Get out of my sight this instant. Master, I shall take my leave. Wang Shenhuang murmured softly, then turned away, striding resolutely into the distance. Gong Yongqing stood silently, his gaze fixed on Wang Shenhuang's receding figure, a hint of unarticulated helplessness in his eyes. Wang Shenhuang had once been a prodigy, unmatched in combat prowess among his peers, and Gong Yongqing had harbored great expectations for him. Yet, as time passed, Wang Shenhuang had gradually lost his way, his mind restless, unable to concentrate on his cultivation, ensnared by worldly distractions. This is an opportunity one have fought hard to secure for you, Shenhuang. I hope you do not squander my efforts, Gong Yongqing murmured to himself, his voice tinged with both hope and concern. Approaching the Wuyang Mountain in the Qinglong mountain range, towering peaks stretched endlessly into the clouds, their summits resembling swords piercing the heavens. Amidst the mountains, three figures were desperately fleeing, their bodies drenched in blood, as if they had just survived a harrowing battle, or perhaps had narrowly escaped the depths of the underworld. The trio staggered, each step fraught with difficulty and exhaustion. Yet, their eyes remained resolute, reflecting an intense will to survive and an indomitable spirit. Not far behind them, a group of grotesque, menacing figures pursued relentlessly, their furious roars echoing through the air, reverberating across the vast valley, as if they were malevolent specters seeking souls. At that moment, the earth was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Even the once howling winds seemed to cease their breath in fear. Drops of crimson blood streamed down the bodies of the three, splattering onto the hard ground, leaving behind ghastly crimson trails. Their breaths grew increasingly labored, their chests heaving violently, clearly having surpassed their limits. Yet, faced with the specter of death, they gritted their teeth and persevered, unwilling to relinquish their hope for survival. One individual abruptly turned his head to glance behind, revealing a countenance as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any hue, with beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Having endured a harrowing battle for survival, he was utterly exhausted. After taking a deep breath, he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. At this rate, we will inevitably be caught by them. Upon uttering these words, he exchanged a resolute glance with another companion beside him, a flicker of determination evident in both their eyes. The man then continued, Mu Mao, please ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. If there is a next life. No, Elder Foam, did we not agree? The three of us are to journey together to the Taiqing Heavenly Sect, are we not? Before he could finish, the younger of the trio hastily interrupted. My lord, given the circumstances, you must not let emotions cloud your judgment. Only by surviving can the Southern Ming endure. You are its last hope. Do you understand? Elder Foam implored gravely, his expression serious as he addressed the young man. However, the young man wished to say more, but was cut off by Elder Feng. There is no need for further words. Time is of the essence. You must depart with Mu Mao at once. Sensing the enemies closing in, Elder Feng's heart raced with urgency, prompting him to hastily urge them on. Chapter 62. No disgrace to the trust. Yet, the young man remained steadfast, insisting on accompanying Elder Feng. At that moment, Mu Mao, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Your Highness, please heed Elder Feng's advice. If we hesitate any longer, we may well meet our demise here. Elder Feng echoed. Your Highness, as long as the Green Mountains endure, we need not worry about firewood. You must depart swiftly. No, I have not yet completed my words. He was abruptly silenced as Elder Feng struck him, rendering him unconscious. Your Highness, please forgive this old man's rudeness. If you perish, I shall have no face to meet the Emperor in the afterlife. A glimmer of resolve shone in Elder Feng's eyes as he gazed at the sleeping youth, then turned to Mu Mao and commanded, Mu Mao, take him away quickly. Take care. Without hesitation, Mu Mao scooped up the young man and dashed away, not once looking back. However, it was not long before their whereabouts were betrayed. We found them over here. With a shout, a group of individuals swiftly closed in. Traitors and scoundrels, today marks your doom. As the enemies drew near, the elder named Feng shouted defiantly. Ha ha ha, Guardian Feng, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender Li Xianyuan and submit to me, and you shall remain the guardian of the Southern Ming dynasty. What say you? Surrounded on all sides, a formidable figure clad in golden armor and wielding a large blade sneered. Huh, what qualifications do you, a despicable wretch, have to compel my submission? Elder Feng retorted with disdain. Very well, if you refuse to drink the wine of courtesy, you shall taste the wine of punishment. In that case, I shall grant you your wish. You lot, take him down, while the rest pursue relentlessly. We cannot allow Li Xianyuan to escape. The man's expression was one of fury as he issued commands to his subordinates. Understood. Before the words had left his lips, Elder Feng was instantly besieged by several adversaries, while the rest of the group surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Stop right there. Elder Feng brandished his long sword with a fierce swing, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that repelled his assailants, and then, in a flash, he bolted towards the fleeing figures ahead. Desperate struggles. Slay him. The golden-armored man bellowed at the sight of the advancing Guardian Feng. Without hesitation, the throng launched a brutal assault on the elder. The clash of blades and the din of battle resounded, shaking the heavens. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the elder realized he was outnumbered and soon succumbed to the relentless barrage, collapsing to the ground amidst a pool of blood. With longing in his eyes, the elder gazed at the direction in which the two had fled, summoning his last ounce of strength to murmur, Your Highness, you must survive. All personnel, pursue with full force. We cannot allow that little bastard to escape. The golden-armored man commanded decisively. In the mountains, Mu Mao's complexion was as pale as parchment, his demeanor exceedingly weary, with wounds on his body continuously seeping crimson blood. His steps were unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet within his eyes flickered an indomitable spirit. The elder's body trembled slightly. Each step felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Yet he harbored no thoughts of pausing. His breath came in rapid bursts, akin to a bellows, as if he would collapse in the next instant. Yet he clung tightly to the unconscious youth in his arms. Gazing at the boy he held, the elder clenched his teeth and resolutely advanced toward Wuyang Mountain. His figure darted through the forest at a swift pace. You shall not escape. At that moment, countless figures appeared behind Mu Mao like phantoms. Damn it! Seeing these uninvited guests pursuing them, Mu Mao glared at them with loathing, then summoned all his inner strength, racing towards Wuyang Mountain. He must not enter the range of Wuyang Mountain. The golden-armored man shouted. Star God step. An elder beside the golden figure barked. Then in an instant, he blocked the path of the two. Mu Mao, surrender him to me, and I shall ensure your survival. The golden-armored man pointed at Li Xianyuan in Mu Mao's arms. His expression grave. Ha ha, Huang Kuei, what qualifications do you, a traitorous scoundrel, have to bargain with me? Mu Mao's eyes widened in rage as he fixed a fiery glare upon the golden-clad man. Qualifications are not for you to judge. Hand him over at once. Huang Kuei's expression darkened, coldly responding. Dream on. Mu Mao showed no sign of retreat, his tone resolute in refusal. Since you insist, do not blame me for being ruthless. Kill them all, leave none alive. Huang Kuei's eyes glinted with malice as he barked his orders. Before his words had fully escaped, his aura erupted, revealing his cultivation at the martial king's ninth heaven. He then led his subordinates in a ferocious charge towards Mu Mao. Facing the onslaught of adversaries, Mu Mao stood undaunted, calling out, Ignite soul. He quickly formed a hand seal. An endless stream of inner strength surged forth, elevating his prowess significantly. Mere resistance. Huang Kuei observed the shifting tides with alarm, swiftly commanding, "Kill him." Simultaneously, his long blade radiated brilliance, slicing towards Mu Mao with unmatched ferocity. However, it was all too late. Unwilling to pay the price of burning his soul, Mu Mao successfully elevated his strength to the Martial Emperor's 8th heaven for a brief moment. In an instant, Mu Mao engaged in a fierce struggle with Huang Kuei and his men, wielding Li Xianyuan with agility akin to a ghost, skillfully executing his unique techniques, and leveraging years of combat experience to narrowly evade Huang Kuei's relentless assaults. Regrettably, such fortune was fleeting. Burdened by injuries, Mu Mao gradually found himself overwhelmed. His stamina waning rapidly, and the excruciating agony from the burning of his soul rendered him nearly incapacitated. At that moment, Huang Kuei, perceiving Mu Mao's evident fatigue, called out loudly, "The one who slays this man shall receive great rewards from me." With that, the crowd surged forward once more in a frenzied assault on Mu Mao. As the assailants charged, Mu Mao resolutely abandoned all defensive measures, a brilliant blue aura enveloping him and Li Xianyuan tightly. Drawing upon every last shred of his strength, he hurled Li Xianyuan with all his might. "Not good. Stop him." Realizing Mu Mao's intent, Huang Kuei's heart raced with urgency, and he dashed towards Mu Mao, intent on preventing this from occurring. However, it was ultimately too late. Li Xianyuan's body was already lifted by a formidable surge of spiritual power, hurtling like a cannonball straight towards Mount Wuliang, aiming for the solemn gates of the Taiqing heavenly sect. Infuriating. "You deserve 1,000 deaths." As he watched Li Xianyuan vanish into the distance, the enraged Huang Kuei swung his blade fiercely at Mu Mao. Observing the flurry of blade and sword light swirling around him, Mu Mao resolutely turned to face his adversary and, with unwavering determination, issued a soul-stirring roar. "Your Majesty, this old servant shall not fail in his duty." Countless brilliant blades and sword flashes rained down upon Mu Mao's body, causing him to be flung backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Yet, despite suffering such grievous injuries, Mu Mao still struggled to lift his head, his gaze fixed on the direction where Li Xianyuan had flown, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Crown Prince, farewell." Simultaneously, Li Xianyuan, propelled by the tremendous force, plummeted to the ground, only to be rebounded back up. After several violent impacts, he ultimately collided heavily against the towering stone pillar of the Taiqing heavenly sect. At that moment, a pitch-black token, emanating a mysterious aura, slipped from Li Xianyuan's grasp. Who dares to act so recklessly here? Before long, amidst a thunderous explosion, Wang Yi led a group of fellow disciples swiftly emerging from between the stone pillars. Chapter 63. His path should not be so smooth. Wang Yi, witnessing the scene before him, was utterly astounded. He beheld a man lying on the ground, drenched in blood, the crimson liquid staining the earth beneath. Glancing at the approaching crowd, he commanded, "Halt right there." Wang Yi's expression turned grave in an instant as he drew his spiritual sword and strode forward. Meanwhile, the other disciples unsheathed their swords, following closely behind. "This is the Taiqing heavenly sect. How dare you create chaos here?" Just then, Su Mo flew out, his voice sharp with reprimand. The overwhelming pressure of a martial sovereign immediately bore down upon Huang Kuei and his companions. Salutations to the Grand Elder. Upon seeing Su Mo, Wang Yi and the other disciples hastily clasped their hands in respect. Huang Kuei and his associates felt the immense pressure and were taken aback. They had not anticipated that their actions would ultimately provoke the higher-ups of the Taiqing heavenly sect. Faced with Su Mo's inquiry, Huang Kuei hurriedly defended himself. "It's a misunderstanding, Elder Su. This is all a misunderstanding. We are but guards of the Southern Ming dynasty, here to rescue the kidnapped crown prince. The vile scoundrel has already been subdued, and we hope for your understanding regarding this disturbance." However, Su Mo struck out directly, repelling Huang Kuei and the others with a single palm, coldly retorting, Regardless of your identities, to act recklessly within the Taiqing heavenly sect is a grave provocation." In that instant, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Elder Su has misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding. The situation was dire, and we failed to report to your esteemed sect in advance, which is indeed our fault. But please, Elder Zhao, understand. We were solely concerned for the Crown Prince's safety and had no intention of offending your sect's sacred grounds. We did not engage in any combat within the Taiqing heavenly sect." Huang Kuei, seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, hurriedly pointed to the incapacitated Li Xianyuan on the ground, desperately trying to explain. Are you questioning my authority?" Su Mo unleashed another palm strike. Poof! Huang Kuei took the blow head on. blood spurting from his mouth as he fell to the ground, but quickly scrambled back up, hastily explaining, "No, no, we would never dare. Spare us your flowery words. You may leave now." Su Mo remained unmoved. "Elder Su, we are all here for the Crown Prince. We implore you to allow us to take him back safely. If we cannot ensure the Crown Prince's safety, I would find it impossible to face His Majesty," Huang Kuei said cautiously, glancing at the fallen Li Xianyuan. "Leave. Within 3 breaths. If you linger here, you will be killed without mercy." Su Mo's expression darkened, his voice cold and unyielding. After delivering his threat, the immense pressure of a martial sovereign once again bore down upon the group. "Elder Su, we shall take our leave immediately," Huang Kuei replied with a forced smile. However, his gaze remained fixed on the prostrate Li Xianyuan, revealing a flicker of unwillingness. Subsequently, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gestured to his companions, and turned to exit. "Grand Elder, this is a token." At that moment, Wang Wu suddenly noticed the fallen token beside Li Xianyuan and picked it up. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, gazing incredulously at the black token. "Take him into the sect," Su Mo instructed after Huang Kuei and his group departed. Ding. A red-spirited talent has appeared on Mount Wuliang. Please, host, proceed to recruit him immediately. Ding. A red-spirited talent has appeared on Mount Wuliang. Please, host, proceed to recruit him immediately. Ding. A red-spirited talent has appeared on Mount Wuliang. Please, host, proceed to recruit him immediately. The mechanical voice echoed repeatedly in Chen Changsheng's ears. Leisurely reclining in a chair with a book, Chen Changsheng was interrupted by the sudden alerts, sparking his curiosity. "My dear system, what manner of prodigy could warrant such incessant reminders?" Sensing that the system seemed unusually insistent today, Chen Changsheng eagerly inquired. Yet, in response to his question, the system simply and bluntly replied, "Ding. Host, proceed immediately to recruit the talent." In light of this, Chen Changsheng, unfazed, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he murmured, "In that case, let me investigate and see what sort of prodigy this is." With that, he slowly closed the book in his hands. Chaos Dao I activate. The scene before the mountain gate became crystal clear to Chen Changsheng. The human emperor body? Chen Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the youth being carried into the sect, then hastily rose to fly towards the outer peaks of Qingqing. No, his path should not be so smooth. Midway, Chen Changsheng halted, observing the unconscious Li Xianyuan. Ding. Recruitment successful. The host is rewarded with a comprehension platform. The system's urgent mechanical voice resonated in Chen Changsheng's ears. "Dear system, I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm." Returning to Qingqing's back peak, Chen Changsheng said leisurely, "The human emperor body, imperial lineage, intriguing," he muttered to himself. Ignoring the system, just as he intended to turn back towards the rear of Qingqing Peak, he spotted a figure leisurely strolling, prompting him to inquire, "Are you Wang Shenhuang?" Upon hearing the voice, the person abruptly looked up, and upon recognizing the speaker, hurriedly bowed in respect, responding reverently, "I am Wang Shenhuang, at your service, Elder Chen." Wang Shenhuang, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Chen Changsheng, felt astonishment within, yet dared not show any sign of disrespect, hastily offering his greeting. Chen Changsheng nodded and got straight to the point. "I have a task for you. A person has been brought into the sect, and your responsibility is to ensure he does not die, yet without intervening." Elder, that might be somewhat. Wang Shenhuang's brow furrowed, revealing hesitation. Observing this, Chen Changsheng's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Wang Shenhuang with an audible snort. Wang Shenhuang felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that his earlier demeanor had displeased Chen Changsheng, and quickly amended his statement. "I understand. Please rest assured, Elder. I will do my utmost, and will not disappoint your trust." In the southern Ming city of the North Wilderness Domain, once the capital of the southern Ming dynasty, this city, once vibrant, had now been utterly transformed. Ruins and debris stood scattered, as if ravaged by a great calamity. On the streets, blood stained the ground, forming gruesome streaks that were hard to ignore. The desolate scene was unbearable to behold, as if one were trapped in the very depths of hell. The air was thick with a potent scent of death, suffocating and steeped in despair. Amidst the ruins, fragments of shattered furniture and scattered garments occasionally emerged, silently narrating the stories of lives once lived. The city walls lay in ruins, the houses were dilapidated, and the former prosperity had long since dissipated into mere illusion. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of the usual clamor and vitality, with only the wind whispering through, carrying a faint note of lamentation. The only relatively intact structure in the city was the palace of the southern Ming dynasty, where the atmosphere in the grand hall was palpably tense and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Huang Kuei kept his head bowed and his body hunched, trembling before the man clad in a black robe, who radiated an aura of enigma. His voice quavered as he spoke. Your Excellency, we have failed in this mission. The figure in the black robe erupted in fury, his eyes widening as he berated. With so many of you, you couldn't even deal with a mere fool? A pack of useless gluttons. His tone dripped with ire. Without warning, the black-robed man turned sharply, sweeping his sleeve in a fierce motion. In an instant, a torrent of formidable energy surged forth, crashing directly toward Huang Kuei. He had no time to react, letting out a muffled grunt as his body was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the hard wall. With a thunderous sound, Huang Kuei rebounded heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His face as pale as parchment, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear and panic. The black-robed man, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in fury and spat. Damn the Taiching sect. Do they truly believe no one can bring them to heel? After venting his wrath, he fixed his gaze upon Huang Kuei and declared, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Regardless of the cost, you must eliminate Li Xianyuan. Should you fail again, do not return. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Black Robe. Huang Kuei, gritting his teeth against the agony, struggled to rise from the ground. He wiped the blood from his lips and straightened his posture, bowing respectfully to the black-robed figure. As you command, Your Excellency, I shall devote myself fully to this task and not disgrace our mission. Very well. I shall grant you another chance, the black-robed man intoned, his voice deep and authoritative. He slowly turned to face Huang Kuei once more, adding, moreover, it would be wise for you to remain uninvolved in this matter to avoid arousing the suspicions of the Taiching sect. Huang Kuei's expression shifted slightly at this, and he hastily inquired, Your Excellency, what should I do then? The black-robed man snorted coldly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Though we cannot act ourselves, it does not mean others will shy away. Upon hearing this, Huang Kuei's eyes widened in realization. You mean the Blood Shadow organization? The black-robed man nodded in affirmation. He continued, Find a trustworthy individual and ensure that no flaws are revealed. Once completed, he made a gesture indicating death, the meaning unmistakable. Huang Kuei felt a chill run down his spine and nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Excellency. I will see to it. Good, the black-robed man replied, satisfied. He added, furthermore, anyone connected to the Li family must be eliminated without exception. Understood. Huang Kuei replied respectfully. With that, he turned and departed the hall, his mind racing with plans for the impending actions, tinged with a sense of dread and helplessness at the impending bloodshed. Yet, faced with the commands of the black-robed man, he had no alternative. Guardian, why must we not take direct action? After Huang Kuei left, a youthful voice, tinged with innocence, emerged from a side chamber. Your Highness, please remain calm, the black-robed man said, turning to regard the boy behind him with a serious tone. The Taiching sect's power is unfathomable, far beyond our current capabilities to confront. Acting recklessly now would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The boy's face betrayed his frustration, and he hesitated to speak. Noticing this, the black-robed man's tone grew stern. Circumstances forge heroes, but one must also wait for the right moment. We are on the brink of breaking our clan seal and regaining our freedom. We cannot afford even the slightest error. The boy bit his lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. The black-robed man nodded slightly, satisfied, and then gazed northward. Currently, only one remains of the imperial family that seals our clan. As long as he lives, he will always be a thorn in our side. In the residence of Wang Yi of the Taiching sect, the atmosphere was heavy with despair. Wang Wu frowned, his face etched with worry as he looked at Li Xianyuan, lying motionless on the bed, battered and bruised. He turned to the silent Wang Yi beside him and asked, Brother, can he truly be saved in such a state? Wang Yi shared his brother's unease, feeling no assurance. After all, Li Xianyuan's injuries were grievously severe, and his fate hung in the balance. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the room. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair and a vigorous demeanor entered the chamber. This elder was Xikong, a senior member of the Taiching sect's Medicine Valley. Seeing him, Wang Yi hurried forward, anxiously inquiring, Elder Xikong, can he still be saved? After examining Li Xianyuan, Xikong slowly shook his head, his expression grave. The situation is quite dire. His meridians have suffered severe damage, and his breath is exceedingly weak. It is fortunate that he is still alive. Xikong sighed again, his tone laced with regret and resignation. Even if he miraculously survives, his meridians are completely shattered. The prospect of him being able to cultivate again is nearly impossible. Before he could finish, a booming voice interrupted from the doorway. What injury is so grave that even Elder Xikong is at a loss? As he spoke, a man strode into the room. This man was Wang Shenhuang, who had finally tracked them down after much inquiry. Wang Shenhuang, frantic, rushed to the bedside, leaning down to closely examine the ghastly wounds adorning Li Xuanyuan's body. His expression darkened severely, reflecting his distress. "Uncle Huang, why have you come in person?" Wang Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his joy upon seeing the visitor. "You little rascal. Why are you here stirring up trouble instead of staying in the Internal Affairs Pavilion?" Xikong chided. "Heh, I was just wandering about without anything to do," Wang Shenhuang chuckled, scratching his head. "Elder Xikong, please be honest with me. What is the current condition of this boy? Does he still have a chance?" Wang Shenhuang's expression turned serious as he pressed for answers. "Based on the current situation, it should not be impossible for him to survive," Xikong began, hesitating. "As long as he can live, that's all that matters. Nothing else is important." Wang Shenhuang interrupted impatiently before Xikong could finish. "This boy truly has a lucky fate. To be alive after such grievous injuries is astonishing," he marveled as he looked at the wounded Li Xianyuan. Xikong frowned, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Indeed. But it is unfortunate that all his meridians have been destroyed." Wang Shenhuang waved his hand lightly, his tone calm as he addressed Wang Yi and Wang Wu. "Wang Yi, Wang Wu, take good care of him. As long as he can retain his life, that is sufficient." Wang Yi, puzzled, could not help but ask, "Uncle Huang, did you come all this way just for this trivial matter?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Shenhuang unceremoniously swung a fist, striking Wang Yi's head with considerable force, simultaneously admonishing, "Youngster, there are questions that should remain unasked. Do not pry into the affairs of society." Following this, Wang Shenhuang turned to bid farewell to Elder Si beside him before departing. Watching the receding figure of Wang Shenhuang, Wang Wu remarked, "Brother, could it be that Uncle Huang has gone to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel again?" "Quite likely," was the response. Before Wang Yi could interject, Elder Si, deep in thought, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wang Yi chimed in, "I just heard that due to this matter, Uncle Huang nearly met his demise at the hands of Lord Gonyang. I wonder if that is true." In the serene and tranquil back mountains of Qingqing Peak, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, Chen Changsheng, engrossed in his reading, was suddenly interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps. He set down his book and looked up to see Wang Shenhuang hastily returning to Qingqing Peak. He approached Chen Changsheng respectfully and reported, "Master, I have gathered the information you requested." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, indicating he understood, and then inquired, "What are the specifics?" After taking a deep breath, Wang Shenhuang responded, "Although Li Xianyuan has miraculously survived this ordeal." He paused momentarily. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and pressed, "But what?" Wang Shenhuang continued, "But his meridians have been completely severed. Even if he manages to recover in the future, it is unlikely he will be able to continue his cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng fell silent for a moment before waving his hand dismissively, stating, "It matters not, as long as he is alive. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Receiving the instruction, Wang Shenhuang clasped his fists in a salute and responded, "As you command." With that, he turned and slowly departed, heading out of the back mountains of Qingqing Peak. As Wang Shenhuang stepped out of the back mountains and into the Qingqing Peak dojo, the sight before him left him utterly speechless and astounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding scene. As if struck by an invisible force that rendered him immobile, a wave of astonishment surged within him, overwhelming him entirely. The dojo at Qingqing Peak was vast and magnificent, imparting a sense of boundlessness. Within this grand dojo sat 4 individuals. Chapter 65, Unstable Mindset. The first to catch his eye was Lu Changzhi. Enveloped in an extraordinarily sharp sword aura, the sword energy seemed to possess a tangible existence, sometimes retracting into his body, at other times surging forth, flickering unpredictably, as if it could rend the very fabric of space at any moment. In that moment, he resembled an unparalleled divine sword, exuding an aura of chilling sharpness that even caused the surrounding air to churn violently, producing a series of howling sounds. Simultaneously, Chen was surrounded by serpentine bolts of thunder that continuously coiled around him. Accompanied by crackling sounds, streaks of black and red lightning danced across his body. This scene resembled that of a thunder god descending upon the world, with each bolt of lightning harboring boundless destructive power, evoking a sense of dread. On the other side, Xiao Ranxian sat quietly, emanating an exceptionally peculiar aura. A strange force field seemed to envelop her, causing the surrounding space and time to spiral into chaos, with everything becoming rapid and bizarre, as if she had transcended the constraints of time and space, sitting serenely within. In stark contrast, Lin Jiuxiao was tightly encased in blazing white flames, the intense heat and terrifying presence emanating from the white fire, sending shivers down one's spine. Could it be that the old man insisted I come to Qingqing Peak to witness the extraordinary talents and terrifying powers of these 4? Wang Shenhuang muttered to himself in astonishment. "Ah, Why must there be both you and Liang in this world? All four of them are exceptional talents. Diligently working hard. What use is my own effort? Wang Shenhuang sighed. But at that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. If I could forge a connection with them, wouldn't that imply their efforts would equate to my own, ensuring that my future is surrounded by great power? The celestial beings of myriad realms would then be at my command. In an instant, Wang Shenhuang experienced a moment of clarity, filled with newfound confidence as he declared, "Ha ha. It must be me. Old man, you really have a way, let us do this." After a period of contemplation, he laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in Wang Yi's abode, Li Xianyuan abruptly awoke from a nightmare, shouting, "No, old Mu." He glanced around, realizing he was in an entirely unfamiliar environment. His heart flooded with overwhelming fear and anxiety. His face was as pale as paper, and his bloodless lips trembled slightly, as if each breath was accompanied by profound dread. Hearing the commotion, Wang Wu came to check on him. "You're finally awake," he said softly as he approached the bedside. Li Xianyuan's eyes widened as he stared at the stranger before him, hoarsely asking, "Who are you? Where's this place?" He attempted to rise, but found himself too weak. In the struggle to sit up, the bandaged wound reopened, oozing fresh blood. "Don't move," Wang Wu exclaimed, quickly pressing Li Xianyuan back down onto the bed. "You are in the Ta Ching Tian sect. You are safe now, so do not worry," Wang Wu reassured him, briefly explaining the circumstances. Li Xianyuan's gaze grew increasingly frantic as he fixed his eyes on Wang Wu, urgently demanding, "What about old Mu? How is he?" After a moment of silence, Wang Wu replied slowly, "He has passed away. Dead. Dead. They are all dead." Li Xianyuan despaired, lying back down with a vacant expression. Observing Li Xuanyuan's hollow gaze and despondent demeanor, Wang Wu felt a surge of pity. "Thank you." Li Xianyuan's voice trembled with obvious sorrow, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. "There is no need for thanks. Everything will be all right," Wang Wu comforted, patting Li Xianyuan's shoulder. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In the back mountains of Qingqing Peak, Chen Changsheng held a book titled Chronicles of the Extraordinary in All Realms, his face marked by skepticism as he questioned the system. "I have long harbored an unresolved mystery. Do you systems not delight in bestowing rare treasures and heavenly materials? Why have I been excluded?" He flipped through the pages while awaiting the system's response. After a moment of silence, the system emitted a crisp notification sound. "Ding, cannot be done." This terse and decisive response left Chen Changsheng scratching his head, feeling somewhat helpless as he pressed further. What do you mean cannot be done? Can't you learn from the other systems?" However, in the face of Chen Changsheng's inquiries, the system remained unwavering, providing a clear and concise reply. "Cannot." Chen Changsheng's heart swelled with irritation as he could not help but grumble. "What use is it to have you as a system?" His tone was laced with dissatisfaction and disappointment. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a sharp and jarring alarm. "Ding, the system is releasing the binding." 3-2. This abrupt turn of events left Chen Changsheng in shock, and he hastily shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! What kind of joke is this? We are family. You don't need to take it so seriously." After calming himself slightly, Chen Changsheng posed another question. "Oh, by the way, system, I have discovered a very serious issue. The so-called supreme weapons you provide all lack spirit. What is the meaning of this? Do you not intend to offer me a reasonable explanation?" The system promptly responded, "Ding, this system can only offer the host's soulless items as rewards, if the host desires. They may seek to imbue them with spirit." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but furrow his brows and continued to inquire, "What about the heavenly treasures?" His eyes reflected confusion and perplexity. The system's voice resonated once more, "Ding. The heavenly treasures themselves are inherently sentient entities. Thus they cannot be included as rewards within this system. However, seeds can indeed be offered." "Seeds? By the time they grow, will I still be alive?" Chen Changsheng sighed bitterly. "Ding. One cannot die again," the system replied calmly. "Then what use are they to me? They cannot be utilized immediately." The man complained with a hint of irritation. "Ding. Then they shall not be given," the system stated, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "You truly show no courtesy at all." The man shook his head in resignation. "Ding. Likewise," the system coldly responded. Just as they fell into silence, a crisp notification sound suddenly chimed. "Ding. Host disciple information updated. Would you like to view it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's heart stirred. He was keen to know the current cultivation levels of his disciples. Thus, he spoke. "Let us take a look." Ding. Name, Lu Changzhi. Talent, Red Fortune. Physique, Primordial Sword Body, Offensive. Enough. Spare me the details, just show me their current cultivation realms. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, interrupting impatiently. Ding. Accompanied by a clear notification sound, a virtual screen materialized before Chen Changsheng. displaying the names and cultivation levels of 3 individuals. Name, Lu Changzhi. Cultivation, peak of Martial King 9th layer. Name, Chen Anzhi. Cultivation, peak of Martial King 3rd layer. Name, Xiao Ranxian. Cultivation, peak of Martial King 4th layer. Upon seeing the last name and corresponding cultivation level, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, with a steadfast heart, gathering the talents of 9 lifetimes. Coupled with the Reincarnation Times Sutra, an astonishing technique aiding in cultivation, it's as if she possesses a cheat. His gaze fixated on Xiao Ranxian's information, silently marveling. He then shifted his attention to Chen Anzhi's name, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he softly remarked, Anzhi's performance is commendable as well, having already stepped into the realm of Martial King 3rd layer. However, upon his gaze landing on Lu Changzhi's information, Chen Changsheng's brow slightly furrowed, and he muttered in confusion. Why is Changzhi only at the peak of Martial King 9th layer? Logically, with his talent, he should have reached Martial Emperor by now. System. Let us check Lin Jiuxiao's cultivation. Chen Changsheng continued. Ding. Name, Lin Jiuxiao. Cultivation, Martial Emperor 2nd layer, the system declared. As expected, Changzhi is indeed lagging behind. This won't do. How can the future Sword Emperor be so underwhelming? I must divine his fate. With that, Chen Changsheng formed seals with his hands and began to divine. Soon, Chen Changsheng discerned the reason behind Lu Changzhi's low cultivation, an unstable mindset, restlessness. It seemed further practice was necessary. Indeed, no matter how formidable the talent, without a sufficient mindset, one cannot harness it. Chen Changsheng sighed. Chapter 66. Departure to the Eastern Xian domain. On the summit of Qingqing Peak, Lu Changzhi stood still like a statue, intensely focusing his awareness inward, as if striving to perceive every subtle detail of his inner being. At this moment, he was scrutinizing not merely his exterior, but the fruits of his years of arduous cultivation. His brow slightly furrowed. The previously resolute features of his face now bore a trace of barely perceptible gravity, and his bright eyes shimmered with eagerness and anxiety. Time flowed silently by. Every passing moment was an agony for Lu Changzhi, and his heart grew increasingly restless. He concentrated wholly on sensing the surging spiritual energy within him, exploring and experimenting repeatedly, yearning to find that crucial breakthrough opportunity, yet each endeavor yielded only profound helplessness. Another failure, Lu Changzhi murmured, his voice laden with frustration and despair. At that moment, a melodious voice reached his ears. Senior brother, have you not yet broken through? Xiao Ranxian had appeared by his side, unbeknownst to him. Lu Changzhi sighed softly, responding, yes, I too wonder why I am perpetually unable to breach this bottleneck. His tone carried a hint of resignation, as if he had exhausted all means yet remained oblivious to the underlying issue. He then turned to Xiao Ranxian, his eyes filled with anticipation as he inquired, Junior sister, in your opinion, what is the reason for my continued stagnation? Your mindset, senior brother. Since you began cultivating, you have never ventured outside to experience the world. Thus, your mindset is the key to your breakthrough at this juncture, Xiao Ranxian insightfully articulated, proving her worth as the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. Able to discern the cause of Lu Changzhi's impasse in such a short time, then it seems I indeed must venture forth to gain experience, Lu Changzhi replied thoughtfully. However, junior sister, is it not astounding how extraordinary your cultivation has become? In merely 2 years, you have already reached the peak of Martial King 4th layer. Lu Changzhi couldn't help but exclaim. The Reincarnation Times Sutra I practice allows me to control the flow of time, facilitating swifter cultivation, Xiao Ranxian confidently replied. Moreover, as your cultivation advances, your mastery over the flow of time will become increasingly refined, and the pace of your growth will surpass all expectations. Chen Anzhi interjected, standing nearby. Oh, how do you know this? Lu Changzhi asked curiously, scrutinizing Chen Anzhi. Chen Anzhi merely smiled and, with a leisurely gesture, replied, it's common sense. Ha! At this, the gathered crowd couldn't help but chuckle, except for Lin Jiuxiao, who appeared somewhat despondent, seemingly unaffected by the jovial atmosphere. Junior brother Lin, is there something troubling you? Lu Changzhi noticed Lin Jiuxiao's unusual demeanor and inquired. Jiuxiao, is it because of the 3-year promise you mentioned? Xiao Ranxian turned to Lin Jiuxiao, while Chen Anzhi similarly cast his gaze upon him. Under the scrutiny of their eyes, Lin Jiuxiao nodded, responding with some difficulty, yes, master. The 3 years are drawing to a close, and I must soon return to the Eastern Xian domain. As cultivators, we must seize the moment and forge ahead. If you wish to go, then pursue it wholeheartedly, Xiao Ranxian reassured him calmly. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, her gaze carrying a hint of coldness as she continued. In that case, I have no pressing matters and shall accompany you to see for myself the woman who dared to propose a divorce to my esteemed disciple. Her words revealed a trace of icy discontent. Just then, Wang Shenhuang emerged from the measurement hall, calling out loudly, "Esteemed disciples, the meal is prepared." "Coming," Lu Changzhi replied, promptly leading everyone towards the side hall. "Elder Wang, what delicacies await today?" Xiao Ranxian inquired, a smile gracing her lips. "You'll find out once you enter, Xiao Zhenchuan." Wang Shenhuang replied with a beaming smile. After more than 2 years of interaction, he felt increasingly close to his long-held aspirations and found his relationship with Lu Changzhi and the others becoming ever more harmonious. Upon entering the side hall, an array of sumptuous dishes greeted their eyes. These meticulously prepared delicacies not only looked exquisite and colorful, but also emitted an enticing aroma that stirred their appetites, making them drool in anticipation. "Wow, they even have my favorite braised pork ribs," Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she cheered exuberantly. "Haha, as long as you enjoy it, Xiao Zhenchuan." Observing the scene, Steward Wang's lips curled into a gentle smile as he responded in a warm and amiable tone. "All right. Let us not stand idle any longer. Let us partake in our meal." At that moment, Chen Changsheng arrived somewhat late, regarding the gathered individuals with a thoughtful gaze. As the revelry intensified and the group found themselves in high spirits, Xiao Ranxian unexpectedly broke the silence, addressing her master. "Master, I wish to take Jiuxiao back to the Eastern Xin domain to fulfill the 3-year promise made years ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng maintained an impassive demeanor, responding with a mere, "If that is the case, then proceed without hesitation." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, you must remember to act according to the rules of our Qingqing peak lineage, striving only for a clear conscience." Although Chen Changsheng's words were delivered with a casual tone, the profound implications contained within them prompted the attendees to nod in silent agreement. Following this, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Changzhi. "Changzhi, you might consider accompanying them on this journey, as it would broaden your horizons." Lu Changzhi's face lit up with uncontainable joy as he promptly bowed in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "Yes, Master." His delight was palpable. With a slight smile, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, summoning 5 gleaming tokens infused with a cerulean glow that materialized in the air. He spoke softly, "These are the sword orders I have meticulously crafted, containing a fragment of my divine consciousness. Should you encounter an insurmountable challenge, do not hesitate to shatter them." His tone was calm and collected, as if he possessed complete mastery over the situation. The 5 azure tokens seemed to come alive, soaring towards Lu Changzhi and the others. Each person reached out to catch their token, gazing in awe at the mysterious power it harbored. Meanwhile, Wang Shenhuang, preoccupied with his meal, looked up at the flying sword orders, still chewing his food, and mumbled, "Master, is there a token for me as well?" "Why? Do you not desire it?" Chen Changsheng replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Wang Shenhuang's expression shifted to one of surprise as he hastily placed down his bowl and chopsticks, grasping the token tightly and nervously expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." Witnessing this exchange, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, Lin Jiuxiao was fully prepared and ready to embark on his journey. He approached the gathering to bid farewell. "Jiuxiao, fret not. The so-called 3-year promise is but a trifling matter, and there is no cause for concern. Should that woman act recklessly, simply eliminate her," Lu Changzhi reassured him. "Indeed, junior brother Lin, with your remarkable talent, it is she who should be regretting her actions." Chen Anzhi concurred, lending his support. Lin Jiuxiao expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Second brother, do you intend to accompany us?" Xiao Ranxian inquired softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Anzhi. Chen Anzhi shook his head slightly, responding gently, "No. I have been away from home for too long and yearn to visit my parents. I shall return home for a time." Xiao Ranxian nodded in understanding, replying softly, "Very well, until we meet again." With that, she exchanged glances with the others, and they collectively took to the skies on their swords, racing toward the horizon. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the outskirts of Wuyang Mountain. At that moment, however, Lu Changzhi suddenly halted, prompting Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao, who were closely following, to feel a sense of confusion. "Senior brother, what is it?" Xiao Ranxian asked, puzzled. Lu Changzhi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I believe our attire is rather too conspicuous." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian glanced down at her cerulean robe, then turned to Lin Jiuxiao with a look of confusion, asking, "Is there something amiss?" Lin Jiuxiao mirrored her bewilderment, but nodded in agreement with Xiao Ranxian. Lu Changzhi, with a serious expression, elucidated, "Throughout history, the cultivation world has been rife with those who prey upon the weak. Therefore, we must exercise caution in our actions. How is this related to our robes?" Xiao Ranxian questioned, her face etched with skepticism. How could it not be related? Think carefully. If you were clad in the robes of Qingqing Peak, would anyone dare to confront us? Lu Changzhi countered. And then, Xiao Ranxian pressed further. Junior sister, you may not be aware, but typically, those who take risks often possess numerous precious treasures. If we were to wear the robes of Qingqing Peak, would they still dare to act against us? Thus, we might miss a lucrative opportunity. Do you not see the logic in this? Lu Changzhi patiently explained. Chapter 67. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique. Ha ha ha, indeed. That is quite sound reasoning, senior brother. Xiao Ranxian exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization and joy. Standing beside them, Lin Zhouxiao also expressed his agreement. Behold, these are the robes I have specially prepared for each of you, Lu Changzhi declared as he produced 3 robes from his spatial ring, one as white as snow, and the other 2 as deep as ink. The white one is mine. Xiao Ranxian swiftly snatched the white robe, her excitement palpable. Senior brother, I did not expect you to be so thoughtful. You must have done this often, she remarked with a beaming smile. Do not speak as if I have done this before. It is my first time embarking on such an adventure. These are merely lessons I learned during my wandering days. No. I observed that cultivators often engaged in such practices, Chen Changsheng explained with a cheerful demeanor. As they spoke, the trio quickly donned their robes and sped towards the eastern Xian domain. In the main hall of Qingqing Peak, Chen Changsheng sat regally in the principal seat, his gaze piercing as he regarded Wang Shenhuang below, inquiring, Steward Wang, how have you fared with the task I entrusted to you? Wang Shenhuang promptly replied, reporting to you. Master, that young man spends his days either tending to the trifles expected of a disciple or is absorbed in his cultivation. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then pressed further, what of his state of mind? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Shenhuang responded, initially, he appeared quite restless, but over time, he has become increasingly composed and calm. He then added, however, Master, I truly do not understand why he persists in attempting to channel spiritual energy into his body despite his inability to cultivate. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and advised, your primary duty remains to ensure his safety. Remember my previous words, as long as he lives, do not interfere with his actions. Yes, Master, Wang Shenhuang affirmed. You have been at Qingqing Peak for 2 years now. Though your contributions may not be monumental, your diligent efforts are not to be overlooked. Today, I bestow this technique upon you. With that, Chen Changsheng waved his sleeve lightly, and a mysterious scroll materialized in Wang Shenhuang's hands. As Wang Shenhuang beheld the scroll, an overwhelming surge of elation coursed through him as he recognized the formidable power it contained. As a warrior of the martial king realm, he was all too familiar with this aura. It was none other than the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the scroll, Wang Shenhuang was left almost speechless in shock. Isn't this too much, Master? I fear, he stammered in disbelief. Yet, Chen Changsheng fixed him with a piercing gaze. Are you perhaps having second thoughts about accepting it? Wang Shenhuang quickly waved his hands, fervently assuring, I have no such intentions. I vow to follow you, Master, to the ends of the earth. From this day forth, should you require anything, I shall exert every effort, unflinchingly, wherever and whenever. As long as the esteemed Lord gives a command, even if it requires the subordinate to journey west, they would never take a single step east. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng slightly nodded. He gestured for Wang Shenhuang to depart. Wang Shenhuang bowed respectfully and, filled with joy, eagerly clutched the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Technique, swiftly exiting the grand hall. At that moment, his emotions surged like the vast and tumultuous sea, and with the imperial-level cultivation method firmly in hand, his admiration for Qingqing Peak and his master deepened. System, initiate a comprehensive scan immediately. Investigate if there are any precious and rare treasures of heaven and earth in the vicinity. After all, a place as spiritually rich as Qingqing Peak would be even more perfect with the addition of some more spiritual energy. After Wang Shenhuang had left, Chen Changsheng's eyes glimmered as he instructed the system. Then, as if struck by another brilliant idea, he eagerly continued, it would be best to acquire a few world trees or enlightenment trees or similar top-tier spiritual woods. Before the system could respond, Chen Changsheng, unable to contain his excitement, enthusiastically added more requests. However, at that moment, a clear and melodious notification sound suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection of divine essence soil in the destination, the Central State's celestial domain's forbidden area. Please confirm whether the host wishes to proceed. The system's cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Upon receiving this news, Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, what the hell? Such extraordinary treasures truly exist? Let us hurry, what are we waiting for? His excitement and anticipation were palpable. The scene shifted to Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian. who were hastily making their way towards the eastern Xian domain. Along the way, they encountered numerous cultivators, some of whom attempted to rob them. The ultimate fate of these rogues was their demise, leaving them with nothing but a grim end. At this moment, they were resting in a tea house. Overhearing the discussions of the crowd inside, have you heard? A mysterious relic has appeared in the Yuangu mountain range, and many sects and cultivation families have rushed to the site. I have heard whispers. It is said to be an ancient battlefield. Moreover, I learned that the Eastern Xian sect has also dispatched personnel here, interjected one individual. What? Even the Eastern Xian sect has sent someone? Surely the other sects must have come as well. Is this true? Someone questioned. Absolutely true. It is said that this relic conceals the legacy of an unparalleled sword cultivator. Another replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Lu Changzhi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Brother, shall we join in the excitement as well? Xiao Ranxian suggested eagerly. Lin Jiuxiao gazed at Lu Changzhi, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation, quietly awaiting his decision. Lu Changzhi nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Let us go and take a look. Perhaps we might gain something valuable. In his heart, Lu Changzhi mused. This is far quicker than robbing. No. It is a matter of purging the cultivation world, restoring clarity to the realm. Lin Jiuxiao, receiving his affirmation, felt a surge of joy. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Ranxian before synchronously adjusting their pace towards the Yuangu mountain range. In the central state's Dao Spirit City, one of the cities of the true martial dynasty, a figure appeared at the city gate, stating, Dao Spirit City, it's almost mealtime. Let us enter and take a look. This individual was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had just traversed the void from the north wasteland. Inside the bustling streets of the city, throngs of people surged, their paths intertwining with various intentions and expectations. The cacophony of voices, the sounds of vendors, and laughter melded into a unique, earthly symphony. At that moment, the most prominent establishment, the Encountering Immortals building, was abuzz with activity. Inside the Encountering Immortals building, patrons were plentiful, their conversations rising and falling like a tide. The opulent decor and exquisite arrangements lent an air of elegance to the entire venue. Amidst the clamor, a youthful yet haughty voice rang clear. Waiter, bring me your finest dishes. This voice belonged to a lavishly dressed young girl, who, despite her tender age, exuded an innate air of nobility and delicacy. Seated at the table, her petite frame sat upright, her eyes emanating an undeniable assertiveness. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her slightly immature yet determined face, as if bestowing upon her a layer of mysterious radiance. Upon hearing her command, the waitstaff hurriedly complied, deftly preparing the best food and drink, fearful of offending her. The entire establishment briefly descended into a unique atmosphere, as if all eyes were fixated on this uniquely charismatic girl in purple as they awaited her next move. Soon, the dishes were presented, and the young girl glanced at the sumptuous feast before her, then at the onlookers in the tavern. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty dining before? Chapter 68. Dining at others' expense. Observing the irate little girl, many patrons swiftly averted their previously unrestrained gazes. Yet a portion could not suppress their intense curiosity and continued to stare. Noticing the diminishing attention around her, the girl quickly began to eat. She immersed herself wholeheartedly in the delightful world of culinary delights, her eyes sparkling with joy as she relished each delectable morsel, sending them eagerly into her mouth. At that moment, she had forgotten everything around her, unconcerned with her appearance. Her lips bore remnants of food, yet she paid no heed. Her sleeves were stained with oil, but she was far too preoccupied to care about such trivialities. All she desired was to savor the exquisite dishes before her, relishing each bite with unparalleled satisfaction. Her expression radiated happiness and delight, as though she were indulging in the finest delicacies of the world. Many witnesses observed the girl devouring her meal, glancing at their own plates in bewilderment. Why does my food seem so much less appetizing than hers, despite being the same? Perhaps I'm simply not eating it correctly? Waiter, I'll settle the bill. The contented girl licked her delicate fingers, satisfied. Coming right up, miss. Your total comes to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The waiter promptly approached, smiling as he calculated the bill. The girl reached into her sleeve to retrieve her payment, but suddenly her expression changed, as if recalling something crucial. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she checked again, but the outcome remained unchanged. She had forgotten to bring her spirit stones. At that moment, her face flushed crimson, as if she could bleed from embarrassment. She sat there, unsure of where to place her hands and feet, appearing utterly awkward. Finally, she looked up at the waiter with her big, watery eyes, trembling as she explained, I was in such a hurry to leave today that I forgot my spirit stones. Is there any way you could be lenient? I'll pay you back next time. The waiter, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression, scratching his head as he helplessly replied, "Miss, I'm truly sorry, but our establishment has a strict policy against credit." Just as he finished speaking, several towering, muscular men emerged from the tavern, each exuding the aura of martial prowess. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the little girl with astonishing speed. At this very moment, the other diners in the restaurant cast astonished glances in their direction. It is well known that establishments of such magnitude in the cultivation realm are typically backed by formidable forces, making instances of patrons dining and dashing exceedingly rare. Feeling the weight of the surrounding stares, the young girl felt an immediate tightening in her chest, as if an invisible hand were gripping her tightly, rendering her nearly breathless. Her eyes widened, and a look of shock and bewilderment crossed her face, for she had never encountered such a predicament before and was utterly at a loss for how to respond. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, her gaze was suddenly captured by the figure of a man entering the restaurant. Clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, he walked with a steady gait, his posture upright. His handsome face, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, bore a faint smile. Every movement exuded an otherworldly grace, as if he were untouched by the mundane world. When the young girl locked eyes with this azure-clad man, her expression brightened instantaneously, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Overcome with excitement, she called out at the top of her lungs, "Master, I am here." Without hesitation, she summoned all her strength to push past several burly men with sinewy muscles, darting towards the man like a nimble deer. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at his side, and the newcomer was none other than Chen Changsheng. Noticing the girl rushing towards him, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow in confusion and turned to scan the surroundings. However, behind him, there was no one. "Master, what are you looking at?" the girl asked sweetly, her large, expressive eyes blinking innocently. Chen Changsheng extended a finger towards himself, perplexed, and inquired, "My dear girl, did you just call out to me?" His voice was melodious, akin to a celestial melody. "Of course, master. How could you jest with your disciple? Would you truly deny me as your apprentice for the sake of a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones?" The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of utmost grievance, evoking the sympathy of those around her. In that fleeting moment, the once boisterous restaurant fell into an uncanny silence, and all eyes were magnetically drawn to Chen Changsheng, their gazes filled with disdain and revulsion, as if they were observing a despicable scoundrel. Some patrons openly remarked, "How could a master be so heartless? This poor girl deserves pity." Yet, just as the uncomfortable situation reached an impasse, an alarmingly discordant voice from the system suddenly rang out. "Ding! Detected a red-fated genius. Host must accept as disciple immediately." Chen Changsheng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared intently at the seemingly innocent girl before him. At that moment, a resplendent, vivid red aura suddenly radiated above her head. Staring at this astonishing spectacle, Chen Changsheng could hardly believe his eyes and questioned the system with skepticism. "Wait a moment, system, are you telling me that this girl, who dined and dashed, is truly a red-fated genius? Surely, you must be mistaken." The system's response was succinct and devoid of emotional nuance. "Ding. Affirmative." Chen Changsheng's frustration boiled over, his brow furrowing as he exclaimed in anger, "System, are you malfunctioning? Why would you present me with such an unreliable disciple at this moment? Can't we change locations? This is utterly embarrassing." He found it incomprehensible that he would be accepting a disciple in such an awkward situation, and he even contemplated fleeing. In response to Chen Changsheng's grievances, the system remained remarkably calm, merely stating, "Ding. A lineage must be continued." Those four short words deepened Chen Changsheng's embarrassment. He froze, his eyes wide, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the girl seemed to sense something amiss with Chen Changsheng. Her petite head tilted slightly, and her large, watery eyes brimmed with concern as she gently asked, Master, what's wrong? Are you unwell or troubled by something?" Her gaze radiated an innocent light that stirred feelings of affection in those who beheld her. Feeling a wave of panic, Chen Changsheng coughed lightly, attempting to mask his awkwardness, and stammered, "Ahem, did you perhaps mistake me for someone else?" However, before he could finish, the waiter approached, holding a bill respectfully and presenting it to Chen Changsheng, saying, "Taoist, here is the consumption bill for your disciple at our establishment. Please take a look." Chen Changsheng glanced at the bill handed to him, and upon examining it, he found it densely filled with a variety of dishes and their corresponding prices. He raised his gaze to the young girl, then back to the waiter, and with a wry smile, he waved his hand in explanation. "If I were to say that I do not know her at all, would you believe me?" The waiter, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled and replied, "Taoist, you truly have a sense of humor." Chen Changsheng sighed in resignation, realizing that logic would be of no help here. He rubbed his chin, hesitated for a moment, and finally retrieved 20 premium spirit stones from his spatial ring, placing them on the table. "Very well. Here are 20 premium spirit stones. The excess shall serve as a tip. Additionally, please arrange for a private room for me. He added with a flat expression. Certainly, Taoist. Right this way, the waiter responded, his demeanor instantly transforming into obsequiousness as he accepted the spirit stones. Good heavens! What kind of sect is this that they pay for their meals with premium spirit stones? Exclamations of shock rippled through the restaurant, as if the entire space had been shaken. Soon after, another patron chimed in. Just moments ago, they mocked others as being poor. Now look at them. Instantly slapped in the face with reality. Truly, life is unpredictable. In an instant, the restaurant buzzed with chatter, curiosity, and awe filling the air regarding the duo. Chen Changsheng and the girl. After all, a sect capable of freely utilizing premium spirit stones as currency must possess extraordinary strength and profound heritage. Meanwhile, those who had previously ridiculed the master and apprentice felt their faces flush with embarrassment, mortified to find themselves in such an awkward situation. Some even fled the premises, fearful of potential retribution. Chapter 69, Zilinger. Let us go, disciple, why are you dawdling? Chen Changsheng turned back to the young girl, who still stood in place, her expression somewhat vacant, and gently urged her. Okay, the girl responded, snapping back to reality. She glanced up at Chen Changsheng, then down, contemplating the delectable dishes they had just encountered, and ultimately, with a determined nod, she quickened her pace to keep up with him. Once inside the private room, it wasn't long before an array of fragrant and visually stunning dishes were presented, filling the entire table. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, awakening appetites. Chen Changsheng's gaze gradually fell upon the little girl across from him, who was voraciously devouring her food. She was curled up in her chair, her small hands incessantly shoveling food into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a cute little hamster at mealtime, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Chen Changsheng observed the adorable girl before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "What is your name?" The young girl appeared utterly absorbed in her own world, showing no response to Chen Changsheng's inquiries as she remained focused on manipulating the object in her hands. After a while, she finally lifted her head slowly, remnants of food still clinging to the corners of her mouth. Yet this did not diminish the vivacity radiating from her exquisite visage. She blinked her large, bright eyes, sparkling like stars, her gaze clear and innocent as she cheerfully replied, "My name is Zilinger." Chen Changsheng gazed at this voracious little girl, a surge of affection swelling within him, and he smiled gently before asking, "Very well, Zilinger. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" With her mouth still stuffed with food, her words came out muffled yet resolute. "No." After declaring this, she lowered her head once more to continue savoring her meal. Chen Changsheng felt somewhat speechless, ultimately shaking his head in resignation before saying, "In that case, you shall compensate me with spirit stones." Zilinger abruptly raised her head, her round eyes wide with innocence as she gazed at Chen Changsheng, mumbling, "I have no spirit stones. None at all. Just my life." With that, she flashed him a sweet smile, as if to convey that she was not afraid. Chen Changsheng found himself both amused and exasperated, taken aback by the girl's carefree demeanor. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and proposed, "How about this? From today onward, you shall follow me. You may leave once you have repaid your debt of spirit stones." Zilinger blinked her spirited eyes, pondering for a moment before playfully retorting, "Umph. Let us see if you can keep up with me first." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, a dazzling violet light erupted. In the blink of an eye, Zilinger vanished like a wraith. Chen Changsheng observed the direction of her departure, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him, and after finishing his drink, he leisurely pursued her. Outside the Tao Spirit City, Zilinger, having just escaped, soon began to dance with excitement, exclaiming, that detestable old Taoist thinks he can hold me back. What a daydream." However, just as she reveled in her elation, a group of individuals clad in purple robes surged forth like a tempest, surrounding her completely. One youthful man with a charming appearance grinned and said, "I never expected you to walk right into our trap. This saves us quite a bit of effort." Brother, how did you end up here?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Zilinger instantly panicked and hurriedly approached, attempting to ingratiate herself with them. "It's because of you, you glutton." Grandfather and the others are nearly beside themselves with worry. "Come back with me," the man replied curtly, attempting to seize Zilinger. "Brother, I really don't want to go back. I've only just gotten out. Can't you let me play a few more days?" Zilinger pleaded, her big, watery eyes looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Yet the man remained unfazed, his demeanor serious as he insisted, "No. Stop being childish and come home with me. Are you sure you can catch me?" Zilinger teased with a mischievous smile, swiftly forming seals and preparing to cast a spell to escape. Observing this, the man remained calm and called into the void, "Grandfather Jiao, it's your turn to intervene." As his words fell, An elderly man with hair white as snow and a youthful countenance suddenly appeared. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Xianxiaaudiobooks, softly chuckling. Little Xianxiaaudiobooks, with your grandfather Xiao here, do you still think you can escape? With a slight raise of his right hand, the elder gently grasped the air. In an instant, the space around Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force. The once turbulent currents of energy around her came to a standstill. Ah, Grandfather Xiao, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the elder, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted to one of despair, her face reflecting her realization that escape was futile. Her discontent and disappointment evident. All right, little Xianxiaaudiobooks, come back with your grandfather. The outside world is not like home, the elder said earnestly. I don't want to. I refuse to go back. Xianxiaaudiobooks frantically searched for another way out, but all her efforts were in vain. At that very moment, Chen Changsheng approached with a leisurely stride. When he appeared before them, Xianxiaaudiobooks seized upon him like a lifeline, her eyes sparkling with hope as she called out loudly, Master. Save me, Master. Upon hearing this title, the youth, the elder, and the individuals who had encircled Xianxiaaudiobooks were instantly struck with confusion, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. They muttered to themselves, astonished that this little girl, having been out for only a few days, had already found a master. Chen Changsheng regarded Xianxiaaudiobooks, ensnared by runes, and gently inquired, Didn't you say you were unwilling? His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. At this, Xianxiaaudiobooks promptly knelt and bowed her head, respectfully stating, Master, please accept your disciple's reverence. However, this scene left all those surrounding her in utter astonishment, at a loss for words. Their eyes widened in disbelief, exchanging glances, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chen Changsheng lightly cleared his throat and said slowly, In that case, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. He then turned his gaze to each individual present, solemnly stating, Esteemed friends, since my disciple does not wish to return with you, I kindly ask that you refrain from pressing the matter. As his words concluded, an overwhelming wave of terrifying pressure surged forth, sweeping over the crowd, shattering the runes that bound Xianxiaaudiobooks in an instant. This is the overwhelming might of a martial saint. The elder, being the strongest among them, was the first to perceive Chen Changsheng's oppressive aura. His face turned pale with fear as he struggled to withstand the pressure emanating from Chen Changsheng, managing to gasp. This is the 6th level of martial sovereign. I can barely hold it off. Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the shock and trepidation of those around him. He simply turned back, gazing gently at Xianxiaaudiobooks, and softly said, Let us go. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Xianxiaaudiobooks was filled with joy. She immediately sprang to her feet, walking briskly to his side, and shyly tugged at his clothing. We bid farewell to you, esteemed elder. Realizing there was no hope of retaining her, the elder understood that he could not stand against Chen Changsheng's power and reluctantly conceded. As Xianxiaaudiobooks playfully made a face at the crowd behind her, she sweetly called out, Grandfather Xiao, brother, you all head back first. I'm going ahead. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as they watched the pair retreat into the distance, their hearts filled with myriad sentiments, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a long pause, the youth finally regained his composure, turning to the elder with a puzzled expression, Elder Xiao, are we really letting Xianxiaaudiobooks go? The elder sighed deeply, his voice laced with unmistakable fear and resignation. Alas, little Xianxiaaudiobooks, to have the opportunity to take a martial saint as her master, perhaps this is her fortune. Upon hearing this, the youth's countenance transformed into one of both shock and delight, excitedly exclaiming, What? A martial saint? Are you saying that person just now is a martial saint? The elder nodded affirmatively, assuring him that he would never mistake such a presence. He then remarked with profound emotion, Indeed, the aura emanating from that individual is far more formidable than that of your grandfather. After uttering these words, the elder gazed at Chen Changsheng's cerulean Dao robe, lost in contemplation. Then, seemingly relieved, he gently urged, All right, let us depart. He led the still astonished crowd away from the scene with a measured pace. Chapter 70. The Great Battle Approaches. Master, am I your eldest disciple? Inquiring with wide, curious eyes, Xianxiaaudiobooks, having just exited Daoling City, directed her question toward Chen Changsheng. No, Chen Changsheng replied with an impassive expression. Oh, then, Master, how many disciples do you have in total? Xianxiaaudiobooks, undeterred by the lack of the desired answer, continued her inquiries. Counting you, there are 4 in total, Chen Changsheng stated calmly, maintaining his composure. I can't believe I am the 4th disciple. Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed in surprise, her small face reflecting a hint of discontent. Master, could you please not make me your 4th disciple? I do not wish to be your 4th disciple. The number 4 sounds like death, and it's simply not pleasant to hear. Observing Xianxiaaudiobooks' earnest demeanor, Chen Changsheng could not help but chuckle softly. I'm afraid that is not feasible, but you may discuss it with your senior brothers and sisters upon your return. All right. When I go back, I shall defeat them and become your eldest disciple, Xianxiaaudiobooks declared, her fists clenched in determination, her eyes sparkling with resolute light. Watching the spirited Xianxiaaudiobooks, Chen Changsheng silently marveled at her innocent charm. However, he merely replied with a hint of resignation, "Very well, then I shall await your triumph over them." "Master, what is the name of our sect?" Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, her large eyes filled with eager anticipation. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, responding in a nonchalant tone, "A minor sect. Hardly worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks appeared somewhat puzzled but did not relent in her questioning. "Then, Master, what is your cultivation level?" "Just now. Even Grandpa Jiao did not dare to act recklessly in your presence. You must know, Grandpa Jiao is notorious for his temper. This is the first time I have seen him so wary of someone." Her curiosity about this enigmatic master was boundless. Chen Changsheng slightly narrowed his eyes, gently stroking his chin as he spoke in a calm manner. "My cultivation is rather insignificant, not worth mentioning, but suffice it to say that my strength is unfathomable." In truth, even Chen Changsheng himself had only a vague understanding of the Dao ancestor realm, unable to discern what it truly entailed or whether there existed realms beyond it. He had attempted to systematically inquire, yet the system consistently responded selectively, leaving him perplexed. Faced with this uncontrollable situation, he felt rather helpless, proceeding with caution and refraining from any carelessness. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' previously tense visage instantly relaxed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she smiled and said, "Wow, then I can swagger around under your name in the future." Her words brimmed with dreams of a splendid future. However, just then, Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to remember something important. She blinked and curiously raised her head, asking, Master, where are we headed now?" Her voice tinged with a hint of confusion. Chen Changsheng did not immediately answer her question. Instead, he cast a profound glance toward the distant horizon. After a moment, he slowly turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks and softly said, "We are going to seek a treasure of heaven and earth." No sooner had he spoken than he gently waved his Dao robe, and a dazzling, multicolored radiance burst forth. Subsequently, a crystalline flying sword appeared before them. Chen Changsheng once again waved the Dao robe, and together with Xianxiaaudiobooks, they gracefully leapt onto the flying sword, soaring into the sky and dashing toward the horizon. Throughout the journey, Xianxiaaudiobooks could hardly contain her excitement, chattering incessantly, "Master, what kind of treasure of heaven and earth is it?" Her eyes widened with curiosity and yearning. "The spirit soil of the divine," Chen Changsheng replied, his tone calm. "Is it the legendary soil that possesses miraculous effects, nurturing all beings and cultivating precious spiritual herbs?" Xianxiaaudiobooks questioned, her face alight with curiosity. Chen Changsheng, slightly surprised, glanced at Xianxiaaudiobooks and nodded, responding softly, "I did not expect you to be quite knowledgeable." Xianxiaaudiobooks raised her chin proudly, declaring, "Of course. I stay at home every day, unable to go anywhere, so I can only bury myself in the books in the scripture pavilion. Over time, naturally, I come to know much." As they conversed, the two had already arrived at their destination, the Celestial Realm's Forbidden Zone. In the Celestial Realm's Forbidden Zone, the spiritual energy floated around like a delicate veil, dancing gracefully in the void, reminiscent of playful little spirits at play. This ethereal land was intoxicatingly beautiful, with distant mountains undulating, shrouded in mist that at times flowed like gossamer, and at others surged like tumultuous waves. Ancient trees towered into the clouds, their dense foliage radiating an extraordinary brilliance nourished by the vibrant energy. Yet, this seemingly idyllic place had gathered countless cultivators. In an instant, dozens of terrifying figures appeared in the distance, their presence illuminating the sky. The dazzling, multicolored spells intertwined like a magnificent, yet perilous web of light. Those cultivators traversed the void with grace, swift as phantoms. Each unleashed their unique and wondrous techniques. Some commanded flames to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Others wielded thunder to annihilate the earth, while yet others summoned fierce winds to raise towering waves. In no time, the entire Forbidden Zone was enveloped by these terrifying forces, as if doomsday had arrived. Hand over the treasure, or today shall be your demise," one of the black-robed cultivators declared, his expression grim, eyes glinting with cold malice. He abruptly thrust his arms, causing his voluminous robe to billow like dark clouds, and with rapid motions of his hands, he flicked his fingers, unleashing streams of black mist that shot forth like venomous serpents, swiftly advancing toward the opposing cultivator. Unperturbed, the white-clad man smirked, his lips curling in a sneer. "You think you can take my life? You are merely dreaming." With that, he swiftly raised his right hand and flicked it forward, a brilliant sword light erupting like lightning, colliding with the black mist in a resounding explosion of sound and light. "What about us? Let us join forces and ensure he does not escape," another cultivator cried, accompanied by dozens of others. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, his aura surging dramatically. With a forceful thrust of his palms, he summoned roaring flames that surged toward the white-clad man like a ferocious fire dragon, distorting the air in its wake. Damn it! The besieged white-clad man steadied himself in the void, leaning slightly back, as his entire being radiated with the brilliance of the sun. Sharp sword energies erupted from him, wielding an indomitable momentum that shattered the approaching flames and spells, sending ripples of energy cascading outward in waves. Among them was a female cultivator, graceful and ethereal, her garments billowing elegantly. She danced with the ribbons in her hands, which flowed like agile serpents in the air, twisting and turning. "You shall perish." She let out a delicate cry, her slender form twisting slightly as the colorful ribbons in her grasp danced violently, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged forth like a torrential tide towards the figure cloaked in black. The man clad in white struggled to withstand the ferocious onslaught, retreating in disarray. The once picturesque mountains and rivers were ravaged by the overwhelming force, collapsing into ruin, as earth and stone were thrown into the air amidst a swirling cloud of dust. Ancient trees succumbed to the aftermath of the martial arts display, their sturdy trunks splintering, branches and leaves swirling chaotically. Rivers were either severed or evaporated, leaving only parched riverbeds behind. The once dreamlike paradise had transformed into a scene of utter devastation, a sight too harrowing to behold, with chaos and destruction spreading relentlessly. Having found his target, Chen Changsheng's gaze settled upon the besieged man in white amidst the fray. He promptly advanced towards the throng with xianxiaaudiobooks by his side. The white-robed cultivator faced the overwhelming assault of numerous formidable foes. Though his prowess was remarkable, the relentless barrage began to take its toll, revealing signs of fatigue as he gradually fell into a precarious position. His expression grew grave, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the radiance of the artifact in his hand began to dim. He wielded his weapon with great effort, striving to fend off the tide of attacks, yet each defense became increasingly arduous, forcing him to retreat further under the relentless pressure. Just as despair began to swell within him, Chen Changsheng and xianxiaaudiobooks arrived like a flash of lightning. Chen Changsheng regarded the man before him with calm composure, stating softly, "Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life." The white-clad man clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes flashing with indignation and fury as he roared. "On what grounds? I have endured countless hardships to obtain this. How can I simply hand it over to another?" Chen Changsheng's countenance remained unchanged, as serene as still water. Suddenly, an indescribable aura of immense power surged from him, akin to an unyielding mountain standing tall. "On what grounds? Have you perhaps damaged your mind in your pursuit of cultivation?" Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, her eyes wide as she looked upon the ignorant white-clad man, her sarcasm unrelenting. Noting the man's lingering hesitance, Xianxiaaudiobooks resolved to apply further pressure to ensure he comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a cold laugh, she continued, "Do you truly believe that you can depart from this place unscathed on your own? Do not be foolish." Rendered speechless by Xianxiaaudiobooks' words, the white-robed man felt a surge of panic within. He recognized that he faced a formidable adversary today, and if he did not surrender the treasure, his chances of survival were slim. After a fierce internal struggle, he stomped his foot with determination and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Fine, I will give it." With that, he bit his lip, hands trembling as he slowly retrieved the invaluable treasure from within his robes. The artifact emitted a dazzling glow that was mesmerizing to behold. The white-robed cultivator gripped the treasure tightly, hesitating for a moment before finally steeling himself and hurling it towards Chen Changsheng. Chapter 71, The Treasure Acquired. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions darkened significantly, their eyes gleaming with fierce intent as they fixed their gazes upon Chen Changsheng and Xianxiaaudiobooks. A faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he slowly extended his right hand, lightly gesturing towards the air. The mysterious artifact seemed to respond to an unseen call, swiftly soaring towards him, landing steadily in the palm of his hand. With utmost care, Chen Changsheng cradled the treasure, scrutinizing it closely as a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. So this is the essence of the divine. Now that the treasure was in hand, it was time to depart. Chen Changsheng spoke coldly, his voice smooth as water, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. However, the moment his words fell, the surrounding crowd collectively stepped forward, blocking their path. "Master, judging by their demeanor, it seems they do not intend to let us leave," Xianxiaaudiobooks said gravely, her gaze fixed on the group, eyeing them hungrily. Chen Changsheng's expression hardened as a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Indeed, this group is clearly unwilling to relent. They will not easily let this matter rest. The gathered individuals gripped various weapons and artifacts tightly, their faces etched with wariness as they fixed their stares upon Chen Changsheng and his disciple, as if preparing for a fierce battle. They emanated an aura of overwhelming power, resembling ferocious beasts poised to pounce at the slightest opportunity. In the face of such a scenario, Chen Changsheng remained remarkably composed. He cast a disdainful glance at those blocking their way, his eyes radiating scorn and derision. "You lot dare to challenge me?" he said coldly, his tone dripping with unshakable confidence. Arrogance. A voice rang out from the crowd, followed by an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a martial saint. In an instant, a razor-sharp sword aura sliced through the air, hurtling towards Chen Changsheng. This sword aura, laden with astonishing might, tore through the air, emitting a series of piercing, shrill whistles. Yet, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, his expression steady as he effortlessly sidestepped the assault. At the same time, his eyes gleamed with a piercing light, seemingly capable of penetrating the void. With a sudden, forceful palm strike, he unleashed an unfathomable force that surged towards the attacker like a tidal wave. In a heartbeat, an overwhelmingly powerful force erupted, sweeping forward with a cataclysmic intent, overwhelming the assailant. A loud crash echoed as the attacker was sent flying, unable to react in time. In midair, his body twisted grotesquely, a mouthful of blood spilling forth before he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, this once mighty warrior lay lifeless, reduced to a puddle of flesh. The sky was enveloped in a mist of blood, the acrid scent filling the air, invoking feelings of nausea and dread among the onlookers. The crowd gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, their faces a mask of incredulity. They widened their eyes and gaped, yet no sound escaped their lips. Faced with such a formidable foe, despair began to settle in their hearts. They realized they were no match for him. Even united, they stood no chance. Yet, despite the pervasive fear and hopelessness, their greed for the treasure remained undiminished. On the contrary, their desire for it intensified. "Everyone, let us strike together, otherwise, none shall claim that treasure." As the situation grew increasingly dire, one among them could no longer remain passive, prompting others to unleash their most powerful techniques in an attempt to thwart Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng appeared unperturbed by their efforts. A smirk of disdain played upon his lips as he addressed the multitude of martial saints before him. "You think you stand a chance?" With that, he swung his arm vigorously, his wide sleeves unleashing an unfathomable force akin to surging tides. Sweeping through the ranks of those who dared to resist, the once defiant individuals were mercilessly obliterated by this terrifying power. The white-robed man watched in horror as the events unfolded. Stammering out 2 words in shock, Chen Changsheng radiated an aura of peak martial saint prowess, his gaze icy as he surveyed those lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Who else wishes to test their luck? In an instant, silence enveloped the arena, every soul gripped by fear, no one daring to make a move. However, just as silence enveloped the gathering, an aged and hoarse voice shattered the stillness. "Esteemed friend, we have all come here for the divine essence. Might you refrain from causing such a commotion?" Chen Changsheng let out a cold snort, and subsequently raised his right arm, gently grasping at the void. In an instant, a colossal hand, radiant with brilliant golden light, materialized out of thin air and lunged towards the elder with astonishing swiftness. Oh no! The elder's heart tightened at the sight of the immense golden hand, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of formidable pressure. His expression shifted drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, exerting every ounce of strength to escape the grasp of this mysterious golden hand. Observing the elder's desperate attempt to escape, Chen Changsheng clenched his hand, and the golden giant hand directly crushed the elder. "Predecessor, may I take my leave now?" A trembling young man in white inquired of Chen Changsheng. "You may go," Chen Changsheng replied coldly. As the young man departed, a profound silence fell over the scene. Chen Changsheng stood quietly with Zilinger, the divine essence in his hand emitting a faint glow. He surveyed his surroundings, and wherever his gaze fell, others bowed their heads, daring not to meet his eyes. All treasures in this world are destined for those with fate. Should you persist in your ignorance, do not blame this humble Taoist for unleashing a massacre. Having spoken, Chen Changsheng stowed away the divine essence, and with a flicker of his form, vanished from sight. The onlookers exchanged glances, inwardly relieved that they had refrained from acting impulsively. Thus, this tumult ultimately subsided. However, the events that transpired in the heavenly realm would ripple through the world like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up great waves upon the ancestral martial arts. "Master, do you think me too young to be trifled with?" After departing, Zilinger turned to Chen Changsheng, playfully challenging him. "What leads you to such a conclusion? Have I ever deceived you?" Chen Changsheng responded, feigning confusion. "Humph. Your prowess at the peak of martial saint is not a deception," Zilinger retorted. "You previously claimed to possess only modest abilities, yet now, a martial saint under your command cannot withstand a single move. Now I understand why Uncle Jiu holds you in such high regard. Haha, does this not please you? My disciple? With my strength, you can now act with unparalleled confidence. Chen Changsheng explained with a smile. Indeed, that makes sense. However, Master, do enlighten me about your actual realm of cultivation, so I may discern which forces to avoid, Zilinger implored, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What do you mean? Chen Changsheng inquired, puzzled. In the realm of cultivation, it is always the case that striking the young will inevitably draw the old, or perhaps even those of greater power. Thus, I wish to know what kind of forces would allow me to act without restraint, leaving no face for them, Zilinger said, her eyes wide with anticipation. Ha ha. Your unique way of thinking is quite amusing, Chen Changsheng chuckled, gently patting her head. My current realm of cultivation has transcended what you can presently comprehend or imagine. Ziling seemed to grasp part of his meaning, though not entirely. She nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly recalled something and asked, after saying so much, Master, you still refuse to divulge specifics. So, where shall we head next? Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze to the distant horizon, contemplating for a moment before slowly replying. Let us return to the sect. Must we return to the sect so soon? I just sneaked out from home and have yet to enjoy myself fully. Why must I now return to the grind of arduous training? Zilinger pouted, somewhat reluctantly. Master, I have heard that the once unparalleled prodigies of the Eastern Xian domain made a 3-year pact, and now the 3rd year has arrived. Shall we not go join the excitement? Zilinger asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. If that is the case, let us go observe. Remembering that Lin Jiuxiao was also headed there, he promptly agreed to Zilinger's request. Wonderful. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Zilinger exclaimed joyfully, her excitement bubbling over. She eagerly tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve and urged, let us be off, Master. With a smile, Chen Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a massive sword light erupted, standing tall in the void like a pillar of heaven. He and Zilinger leaped onto the sword's body, and with a rush, they soared through the sky towards the Eastern Xian domain like a shooting star. In the imperial city of Jinwu, the grandeur of Jinwu City was awe-inspiring, while the esteemed Z clan within it was renowned for its formidable strength. Chapter 72, The Ancient Battlefield. At this moment, the atmosphere in the spacious and bright hall of the Z clan was tense. The clan leader, Ziju, sat at the head with piercing eyes fixed upon the 2 individuals standing below, Elder 9, Zilonghu, and Zilinghu's elder brother, Ziyu. In a low voice, Ziju inquired, Elder 9, you say that the girl has been taken away by her master? His tone carried a hint of doubt and concern. Indeed, Elder 9. Zilonghu responded respectfully. Ziyu, that girl has always been headstrong. How could you allow her to act so recklessly? Ziyang, besides Ziju, exclaimed anxiously. Ziyu, with a helpless shrug, explained with a wry smile, Grandfather, Father, my younger sister has always been whimsical and stubborn. We cannot bend her will, especially since she has been taken by her master. After a moment of silence, Ziju slowly said, very well, with her master protecting her, she should be safe. Yet, who exactly is her master? Why have we never heard of him? Zilonghu interjected, Elder brother, it is somewhat coincidental. We found the girl just as she was taking on her master. This person is shrouded in mystery, and I could not discern his true identity. But his cultivation is unfathomable. Ziju furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, such a mysterious person must be a martial saint. With him as her master, Linger should be safe. With this thought, Ziju's mood lightened somewhat. Let us set this matter aside for now, Ziju said gravely. What is of utmost importance is the upcoming battle of prodigies in the central continent, which will take place in a year. This battle is crucial for our clan's reputation and must not be allowed to falter. Ziyang quickly agreed. Father speaks wisely. I have already ordered the younger generation of our clan to devote themselves fully to their training during this time. Ziju nodded slightly in approval. Then, his keen gaze swept across those present, finally settling on Ziyu, and he earnestly advised, Ziyu, as a standout among our younger generation, you must double your efforts to enhance your strength. Do not let those so-called prodigies nurtured by other factions surpass you. Yes, grandfather. Ziyu replied with a serious and earnest expression. All right, everyone else may withdraw for now. Elder 9, you stay. Ziju waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Once the others had departed, Ziju, filled with urgency, turned his intense gaze upon Zilonghu and anxiously asked, Elder 9, someone who can instill such fear in you must have some clues. You should understand that Linger's background is extraordinary. Zilonghu took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. Elder brother, if I am not mistaken, Linger's master is likely that individual from Qingxing Peak. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Ziju pressed for clarification. Zilong continued. This individual is clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, surrounded by the ethereal laws of the great Tao. In the entire ancestral martial realm, I can hardly conceive of another who possesses such an aura. Ziju nodded slightly in agreement, exclaiming, "If your words ring true, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. After all, with our Ziji family's capabilities, it may prove challenging to safeguard the young lady." Zilong's brow furrowed in concern as he inquired, "Elder brother, could it be that the ancestral martial realm is on the verge of awakening?" Ziju fell silent, his gaze drifting towards the distant forbidden zone, his countenance clouded with worry. Softly replying, "Indeed. In the depths of the Yuangu Mountains, the majestic peaks stretched endlessly skyward. At the summit of one towering mountain, an enormous formation suddenly surged into the sky, resembling a dazzling pearl emitting a radiant and captivating light, as if it sought to rend the heavens asunder. The formation resembled a mysterious and grand disk, adorned with countless peculiar runes. These symbols interwove to form a complex and arcane tapestry, exuding a formidable aura that sent shivers down the spine. At this moment, the periphery of the formation was already engulfed by a throng of people. Various powerful factions from the Eastern Xian domain had congregated here, including renowned sects and ancient families of cultivators. They represented the pinnacle of power in the Eastern Xian domain, gathered together to witness this historic moment. The crowd was so dense that it was nearly suffocating, with people jostling for space, their clamor echoing into the sky. Each face reflected a spectrum of emotions. Some were filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for the unknown. Others harbored expectations, hoping to seize their own opportunities and breakthroughs in the ancient battlefield, while some wore solemn expressions, acutely aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. The congregation of such formidable individuals rendered the scene overwhelmingly grand, yet it was permeated by an indescribable tension. The air seemed to thicken, oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. However, beneath this palpable tension lurked an invisible undercurrent, stirring with the subtle contests of power among various factions. Lu Chang gazed at the tightly packed crowd before him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. For merely an ancient battlefield, what could possibly draw such a multitude? Beside him, Lin Jiuxiao could hardly contain his excitement. Addressing the two companions, "I once stumbled upon records in the Eastern Xian sect's scripture repository, claiming that a great emperor perished on this battlefield. Many may have come seeking the legacy of that emperor." Hearing this, Xiao Ranxian couldn't help but exclaim, "The legacy of an emperor. No wonder it attracts so many." As they spoke, the trio endeavored to maneuver through the throng, struggling to advance. Suddenly, a collective gasp reverberated through the air. The crowd instinctively raised their eyes, beholding an ancient, weathered stone door gradually materializing within the immense formation. The door creaked open, its surface adorned with bizarre symbols and patterns, subtly emanating a disquieting aura of mystery. At that moment, an elderly man with a shock of white hair and a youthful visage stepped forth from the crowd, calling out, "Look, the ancient battlefield has opened." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the air. Upon witnessing this, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement. Each individual showcasing their most adept techniques, rushing towards the stone door like birds taking flight. Amidst the frenzy, a piercing scream pierced the air. All eyes turned to see an elder felled by the terrifying aura emanating from the stone door, an ancestor of the Li family from Huayun City. He was a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their earlier fervor receding like a tide. The danger of the stone door was starkly evident. Even a martial sovereign could not withstand its might. Fear rippled through the crowd. As more individuals surged towards the stone door, none dared to take the leap, all fixated on the partially opened entrance. Time passed slowly. The enigmatic door continued to open at a glacial pace, as if every slight movement bore the weight of countless years. Every gaze remained riveted upon the door's transformation, hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. Finally, the stone door stood fully ajar, and in that instant, a blinding light surged forth, illuminating several ancient characters. Above martial emperor, death. It became clear that only those beneath the martial sovereign could enter. A flicker of delight crossed the faces of those with strength below the martial sovereign. Their eyes alight with the spark of hope, unable to suppress their eagerness, they began to inch forward. At that moment, a young martial artist, lithe and resolute, inhaled deeply before striding confidently towards the stone door. Though his steps wavered slightly, his gaze bore unwavering determination. As he crossed the threshold, astonishingly, he encountered no obstacles, seamlessly entering the stone door, vanishing within the brilliant glow in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the previously hesitant onlookers could no longer restrain their impulses and desires, starting to surge forward in droves, mimicking the actions of the young man, flowing towards the stone door like a relentless tide. In stark contrast, The powerful martial sovereign warriors wore expressions of resentment and fury. How could they relinquish such a rare opportunity, especially upon seeing others enter with ease? Jealousy and indignation swelled within them. At that moment, a particularly fierce martial sovereign warrior bellowed, "I refuse to be deterred by this." Before his words could fully escape, he charged towards the stone door without hesitation. However, just as he neared the entrance, an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying force erupted from within, akin to a volcanic eruption. The suddenness and ferocity of this power left the martial sovereign warrior no time to react, obliterating him in an instant. This gruesome spectacle sent chills through the hearts of the remaining martial sovereigns. Though their hearts brimmed with resentment and rage, they dared not attempt entry again. Left to watch helplessly as those beneath them slipped through the stone door, their expressions fraught with a mix of excitement, helplessness, and sorrow. Seeing this, Lu Changzhi and his companions wasted no time, closely following the crowd and stepping into the ancient battlefield behind the stone door. Chapter 73, King-Level Spiritual Weapons. With a resounding crash, Lu Changzhi descended like a meteor from the heavens, his feet firmly landing upon the ground with a dull thud. Upon landing, he did not spring into action but remained still, gazing at the scene before him, his face reflecting shock. The battlefield stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. As he surveyed the landscape, desolation and ruin lay before him. The ground was interspersed with deep, crisscrossing ravines, resembling ghastly scars that bore witness to countless breathtaking battles of yore. The entire expanse of land exhibited a disquieting charred hue, as if it had been scorched by raging flames. A faint scent of smoke lingered in the air, a remnant of the fires of war long extinguished. Amidst this desolate terrain, a few resilient blades of grass bravely pushed through the cracked earth, offering a glimmer of life in this realm of death. Surveying the surroundings, the battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of shattered spirit weapons. Some of these ethereal armaments were broken and twisted, having lost their original form. Others glimmered faintly, their spiritual essence long extinguished, yet one could still sense the formidable might they once possessed from their battered remains. These once mighty weapons, which had once instilled fear across the world, now lay quietly amidst the ruins, silently narrating the passage of time. Scattered across the ground, medicinal pills resembled a constellation of stars, some reduced to powder, their once potent aroma dissipating into the air with the relentless march of time. Gazing upwards, tattered battle flags drooped languidly, swaying gently in the breeze, their designs rendered indistinct by the ravages of time. As far as the eye could see, skeletal remains lay in disarray upon this desolate land. Some reclined on the ground, while others stood rigidly upright. Certain skeletons still bore the tattered remnants of battle armor, their hollow eye sockets seemingly recounting tales of the harrowing bloodshed of yesteryears. More strikingly, some clutched their weapons tightly, frozen in a stance of valiant resistance, their outstretched arms appearing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with an unseen foe. The eerie tableau sent shivers down the spine, invoking an unsettling chill. Upon closer inspection, their bones were marred by spiderweb-like cracks and various-sized gouges, unmistakable evidence of countless ferocious assaults before they succumbed. Amidst this forest of white bones, several damaged helmets and shields lay scattered, silent witnesses to the breathtaking life-and-death duels of the past. A gentle breeze stirred, raising clouds of dust and accompanied by a faint rustling sound, as if the souls of those brave souls were whispering their stories. The entire ancient battlefield was enveloped in a shroud of silence and desolation, as the echoes of a cataclysmic battle that had transpired millennia ago seemed to resurface in this moment. In this decrepit expanse, a scent of decay and stillness lingered. But soon, a number of figures emerged, transforming the tranquil scene into a cacophony. "Huh, a royal spirit weapon," shouted a burly man, excitement ablaze in his eyes as he lunged towards a massive axe emanating a faint glow, his gaze shimmering with avarice. "Back off, that weapon belongs to someone." Just as the man reached for the ethereal handle, another tall, lean figure swiftly struck at him with a powerful fist. The burly man reacted quickly, evading the blow, his eyes widening in fury as he bellowed, "Do you dare lay hands on me? You must be seeking death." With that, he swung his robust arm back, the rush of wind accompanying his retaliation. The lean man nimbly leaped aside, retorting defiantly, "Humph, a royal spirit weapon rightfully belongs to the capable. You lack the qualifications to claim it alone." The two immediately engaged in a fierce skirmish, fists and feet flying, the surrounding air seemingly disrupted by their tumultuous clash. Others, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could no longer restrain their ambitions. Some attempted to rush toward the massive axe amidst the melee, while others chose to observe from the sidelines, waiting to seize the spoils. Not far off, a man clad in flowing white garments silently watched the fray, his gaze imbued with depth. He appeared in no hurry to join the fray, merely observing the evolving situation. As the battle between the burly man and the lean figure intensified, both bore the marks of injury. Just as they seemed locked in a deadlock, a shadow suddenly darted from the darkness, racing towards the massive axe with astonishing speed. Everyone gasped, including the burly man and the lean figure, who were compelled to momentarily cease their fighting to intercept the shadow. However, the shadow's speed was staggering, mere moments away from grasping the axe's handle. In this critical instant, the man in white sprang into action, appearing before the shadow like a specter, and with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful force that sent the shadow reeling back several paces. At that moment, all present realized that the man in white was the true contender. All eyes turned towards him, yet he remained unfazed, simply gazing intently at the royal spirit weapon. The burly man and the lean figure exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly agreeing to set aside their conflict and join forces against this formidable adversary. They flanked him, attacking with fierce precision. The man in white maintained his composure, effortlessly weaving through their assaults, occasionally countering with strikes that perfectly neutralized their aggression. Meanwhile, others began to stir, some quietly maneuvering to encircle the man in white, plotting a surprise attack. The man in white seemed to sense their intentions, letting out a disdainful snort, and soon after, an overwhelming aura emanated from him like a surging tide, sweeping outward. This potent presence bore down heavily upon those attempting to ambush him, forcing them to stagger back in shock. Fourth level of martial sovereign. Among those pushed back, a sharp-eyed individual exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, merely a fourth-level martial sovereign, scoffed the burly man, his gaze narrowing with contempt as he unleashed his own formidable pressure, revealing himself as a third-level martial sovereign. Everyone, such a royal spirit weapon is a rare find. We cannot let this opportunity slip away, chimed in the lean man, similarly showcasing his own substantial prowess as a third-level martial sovereign. Emboldened by the lean man's encouragement, others no longer concealed their true abilities, and the atmosphere grew tense and fervent as numerous martial artists revealed their martial sovereign ranks. In an instant, they pounced upon the man in white like famished beasts, their assault relentless. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, the man in white remained poised and unruffled, gliding with ethereal agility amidst the chaos, deftly evading each lethal strike. Frustrated by their inability to gain the upper hand, the burly man and the lean figure grew increasingly desperate, their attacks becoming more vicious. Observing this, the man in white resolved to abandon restraint. He raised his hands, gathering radiant energy until it coalesced into a formidable energy sphere. He propelled the sphere forward, catching the burly man and lean figure unprepared, sending them hurtling back, blood spattering from their lips. Just as victory seemed assured, a powerful pressure descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of an elder exuding an aura of terror. The elder's gaze fixated upon the glimmering royal spirit weapon on the ground, unrestrained greed glinting in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Such a spirit weapon rightfully belongs to me." The man in white's heart sank as he realized he was facing a genuine top-tier expert of the 6th level of martial sovereign. His countenance darkened, and as he clenched his fists, a mix of reluctance and determination surged within him as he turned and fled into the distance without hesitation. The others, overwhelmed by the elder's terrifying presence, wore expressions of fear and helplessness, utterly unsure of how to navigate the dire situation. While Lu Changzhi had already discreetly departed from the battlefield, the elder's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression one of disdain, as if he were surveying a swarm of inconsequential ants, coolly commanding, "You insignificant pests, disperse at once." Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt as if granted a reprieve, and, relieved of their burdens, they scrambled away from the perilous locale in disarray, disregarding their dignity. After the crowd had dispersed, the elder slowly descended to the ground, his steady steps carrying him towards the invaluable royal spiritual weapon, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement and elation. However, just as he was filled with joy and cautiously extended his hand to grasp the weapon, an unforeseen event transpired. The spiritual weapon suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance, radiating light as blinding as the sun. In an instant, it transformed into a brilliant streak of light and vanished in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed at all. The elder, witnessing this, stood there in shock, his face a portrait of disbelief. Stammering to himself, he muttered, "How could this be possible?" As he spoke, he hurriedly scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for the weapon's whereabouts, but despite his efforts, he found nothing. Chapter 74. The Imperial Weapon Chooses Its Master. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner not far away, the departing figure clad in white tightly gripped the massive axe he had just acquired, his eyes shimmering with excitement and trepidation. Without hesitation, he turned and shot off into the distance like an arrow released from a bow, his speed astonishing. far from the battlefield. Lu Changzhi observed this spectacle as he prepared to leave the chaos behind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground beneath him. The sound was deep and resonant, akin to thunder, shaking his eardrums and leaving his mind reeling. Following this, an immense golden beam of light erupted from the earth, akin to a volcanic eruption, illuminating the entire sky as if it intended to consume the world itself. The golden beam began robust and ascended with an unimaginable speed, piercing towards the infinite heavens. Lu Changzhi turned in terror, his face etched with dread. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy, pushing his speed to the utmost, attempting to flee from the terrifying light's radius. At that moment, the air around the golden pillar erupted with thunderous roars, as countless thick bolts of lightning danced around the golden beam like frenzied silver serpents, intertwining with the light and exuding an aura of chilling terror. Such a breathtaking sight quickly attracted numerous powerful beings. They rushed in from all directions, some riding flying swords, others soaring through the air, each face reflecting astonishment and greed. These powerful figures gazed at the towering golden beam and the swirling lightning, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they schemed on how to seize advantage amidst the impending turmoil. Meanwhile, the golden pillar continued to emanate a terrifying pressure. Treasures were emerging. Countless individuals on the ancient battlefield looked up at the enormous beam, drawing closer to its radiance. "Let us go, Jiu Xiao, we must see this," said the immortal Xiao Ran, standing atop a peak, addressing Lin Jiu Xiao, and with that, the two vanished from their original spot. As time passed, the golden beam grew increasingly resplendent, while the lightning intensified in ferocity, distorting the very space around it. The arriving powerful beings halted a short distance away, eyeing each other warily, none daring to act impulsively. Lu Changzhi had managed to escape a considerable distance, yet he remained apprehensive, observing from afar. Among the gathered powerful beings, some could no longer contain themselves. The earlier elder took a step forward, his hands gesturing as a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, attempting to touch the golden beam. Just as his energy was about to make contact, the surrounding lightning seemed provoked, lunging towards the elder. The elder's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily enacted defensive measures, but the might of the lightning was overwhelming, shattering his defenses in an instant, and he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. This incident made the other powerful beings more cautious. They realized that the golden beam and the lightning were not to be trifled with lightly. Yet, greed ultimately triumphed over fear. Several others united, employing various artifacts and secret techniques, launching an assault on the golden beam. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors intertwined with the lightning, creating a cacophony of thunderous noise. However, the golden pillar stood firm as a mountain, and its counterattacks grew increasingly fierce, forcing the attackers to retreat, injured. Amidst this fierce confrontation, cracks began to form around the golden pillar, as if a more formidable power was on the verge of breaking free. The ground around the golden beam split like a spider's web, with each fissure seemingly harboring untold mysteries and dangers. As these cracks emerged, an indescribable sense of oppression permeated the air, as if an ancient behemoth were about to break its chains and descend upon the world. At that moment, the terrifying thunder ceased abruptly, as if an invisible hand had wiped it away. After a brief silence, a brilliant light shot forth from the golden beam, and as onlookers focused intently, a uniquely shaped and formidable sword emerged. This sword hovered serenely in midair, its hilt adorned with a vividly carved dragon's head, intricately detailed, with eyes wide open, emanating an aura of majesty and dominance. The dragon's whiskers fluttered gently in the air, as if imbued with life. The sword blade was long and straight, covered in fine, delicate dragon scales that shimmered with a cold, piercing light, as though each scale contained boundless intent to kill. The blade itself was razor-sharp, its brilliance so intense that it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Merely gazing upon it sent a shiver down the spine, as if one might be cut by its edge. The entire sword was enveloped in countless runes, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, seemingly binding the sword. The appearance of the sword left all present in awe, their hearts brimming with desire, yet deeply wary, as if confronting an object of divine reverence. "This is indeed the imperial weapon of the sword Taoist." With this exclamation, the previously tranquil scene erupted into chaos. Numerous powerful beings stood astounded, exchanging glances, their eyes fixated on the treasure, filled with uncontainable astonishment and greed. The imperial weapon of the sword Taoist? It is said to possess earth-shattering might, capable of effortlessly tearing the heavens asunder and annihilating the universe. Someone murmured, their voice trembling with excitement, barely concealing their fervor. At that moment, the sword seemed to sense the intense longing of the crowd, beginning to tremble slightly, resonating with a deep, powerful hum. The dragon's head, sculpted on the hilt, glimmered with a chilling light. Wait, something seems amiss. This imperial weapon appears to be sealed by runes, unable to unleash its full power, an astute observer noted, pointing out the mysterious runes that flickered around the weapon. Hearing the discussions, some power-hungry individuals, unable to restrain their greed, exchanged knowing glances, preparing to join forces to seize this extraordinary imperial weapon. Before they could act, the imperial weapon suddenly unleashed a torrent of formidable sword energy, sweeping through the area like a tempest. In an instant, the heavens shifted and the winds roared. The gathered powerful beings displayed expressions of horror, hastily employing every means at their disposal to defend against this terrifying sword energy assault. However, the sword energy was unstoppable, its momentum like a raging tide. Even with their utmost efforts to resist, many were sent flying, blood spilling from their mouths. To covet the imperial weapon? One ought to first weigh their own worth. The elder clad in gray, who had remained a silent observer, finally spoke, letting out a cold snort. He stepped forward, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. He was none other than Wang Qian, the venerable ancestor of the Wang family, who had reached the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor's ninth heaven. Whispers among those familiar with the gray-clad elder confirmed the truth. He was indeed still alive. The other powerful figures, upon witnessing this, felt their greed momentarily subdued. They understood that to act recklessly against a formidable foe like Wang Qian was tantamount to courting death. At that moment, the legendary imperial weapon remained suspended in midair, radiating an enigmatic and unparalleled aura, as if patiently awaiting the arrival of its destined master. In the blink of an eye, Wang Qian's gaze locked onto the imperial weapon, a glimmer of unusual brilliance flickering in the depths of his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating with an irresistible force, as though thunder from the heavens had erupted in the ears of the crowd. Such a divine artifact is not something you insignificant wretches can covet at will. Though the words were softly spoken, they bore an unyielding authority. The ambitious and restless cultivators, who had harbored nefarious intentions toward the imperial weapon, felt their desires tempered in the face of Wang Qian's terrifying prowess. They could only suppress their impulses and bide their time. Wang Qian advanced steadily towards the imperial weapon, each step heavy with purpose, as if the very world trembled in the wake of his approach. The atmosphere thickened around him, compressed by an invisible hand, occasionally punctuated by the sound of faint explosions. The imperial weapon seemed to sense the elder's proximity, trembling slightly and emitting a melodious dragon's roar. The dragon eyes atop the weapon sparkled with radiant light, like two resplendent stars shining brightly. In that moment, the imperial weapon resembled an enraged beast, issuing a warning to the elder to refrain from any rash actions. Suddenly, amid the astonished crowd, the imperial weapon transformed into a streak of light and soared into the distance, prompting everyone to pursue it. Far from the battlefield, Lu Changzhi felt the uncontrollable sword energy within him and glanced back at the imperial weapon racing towards him, then at the throng of cultivators in pursuit. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This is not good. Before he could finish his thought, he vanished from his spot, fleeing rapidly. Thus, a strange tableau unfolded, a man fleeing, a sword in pursuit, and behind the sword, people chasing after it. Newcomers to the scene gazed at this bizarre spectacle, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Brother Sun, what are you dawdling for? Quickly pursue. That is the imperial weapon. Someone in the crowd called out anxiously upon spotting their fellow disciple. The imperial weapon. Damn it. In an instant, countless individuals, caught off guard, joined the chase after the imperial sword. Lu Changzhi sprinted ahead desperately, his expression fraught with anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The imperial sword pursued him with the swiftness of lightning, relentlessly closing in. The throng behind him surged like a tide, the sounds of flying swords and clashing artifacts intertwining. Among them, Wang Qian, the most powerful, flew fastest, his gaze fixed greedily on the imperial weapon. His tall, lean figure bore a face twisted with urgency. As the imperial weapon drew ever closer, Lu Changzhi continually shifted his form, striving to elude its grasp. Yet, the imperial sword seemed to have locked onto him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it off. The pursuers drew nearer, their eyes gleaming with greed and longing for the fabled sword. Damn it! This won't do. Lu Changzhi cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he turned, channeling radiant energy into his hands, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the imperial sword. The imperial sword sensed Lu Changzhi's intentions, vibrating violently and emitting a piercing cry. Simultaneously, its brilliance intensified, evading Lu Changzhi's attack like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance again. The cultivators trailing behind had no time to dodge and were directly struck down by Lu Changzhi's sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the imperial sword transformed into a colossal golden dragon, lunging towards Lu Changzhi with claws bared, accompanied by a deafening crash. The golden dragon surged into Lu Changzhi's body like a meteor, vanishing without a trace in an instant. At that moment, the pursuers had closed in, their gazes fixed on Lu Changzhi, who was fleeing at breakneck speed. They shouted in unison, "Hand over the imperial sword, or today shall be your demise." Do they really think I covet this wretched sword? Lu Changzhi cursed internally, desperately channeling his spiritual energy to accelerate, attempting to widen the gap between him and the crowd. Do not let him escape. Wang Qian's expression darkened, his greed intensifying as he longed to launch himself forward and seize the imperial sword from Lu Changzhi. He shouted urgently, his voice tinged with irritation. "You seek death, and we shall oblige." The others, hearing his call, unleashed their various techniques. An array of artifacts and inscrutable spells raining down upon Lu Changzhi. The air shimmered with dazzling lights, a spectacle of chaos. Feeling the onslaught behind him, Lu Changzhi's countenance grew grave, and he quickened his pace. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid practicing? He shows no signs of depleting his spiritual energy despite being at the peak of the Immortal Emperor's ninth heaven, someone in the crowd remarked. As Lu Changzhi soared through the air, the relentless assault from behind persisted, igniting a fierce battle and chase throughout the area. "Where do you think you're going?" Just then, a group of figures appeared ahead of Lu Changzhi, blocking his swift escape. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse upon seeing the sudden emergence of these formidable foes. Dragon Slayer's Claw. Just as Lu Changzhi was momentarily distracted by shock, Wang Qian swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a colossal dragon's claw imbued with terrifying power above Lu Changzhi. "Master brother, be careful." In this heart-stopping moment, Xiao Ranxian, far behind, sensed the danger and shouted a warning. Seeing this, Lu Changzhi's hands moved like phantoms, swiftly weaving intricate patterns as he chanted an ancient and mysterious incantation. As his voice rang out, the four gates opened, for beams of extraordinary light erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, forming a magnificent shield before him. The fearsome dragon's claw descended with unparalleled pressure, crashing against the shield formed by the four beams of light. Boom! A cataclysmic sound reverberated, the shockwave of energy expanding like a surging tsunami. Lu Changzhi felt as though he had been struck by an ancient dragon, an enormous force surging through the shield. His body involuntarily trembled violently, as if his arms were about to be shattered by this overwhelming power. The strength of the dragon's claw was insurmountable. The shield, formed by the four beams of light, held on for but a moment before spiderweb-like cracks began to appear, spreading at an alarming rate. As the shield threatened to collapse, despair surged within Lu Changzhi. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, the shield could no longer withstand the immense pressure and shattered completely. The dragon's claw, still brimming with force, descended upon Lu Changzhi like a mountain pressing down on an egg, landing heavily upon him. Lu Changzhi let out a muffled groan, his body plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, straight and swift. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, and his bones threatened to splinter under the excruciating pain. Thud! He crashed to the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The ground was indented deeply, and Lu Changzhi lay at the bottom of the pit, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, consciousness fading into a haze. He exerted every ounce of strength to struggle to his feet, but his body was completely unresponsive, collapsing limply to the ground as the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Dark and void. Is this the sensation of death? Lu Changzhi murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the air, imbued with an indescribable sorrow and despair. At that moment, his vision blurred, and his body grew heavier. Just as Lu Changzhi was about to close his eyes, a mysterious gray light suddenly emanated from his chest. This light swiftly expanded, forming a colossal orb that enveloped him entirely. Chen Changsheng, soaring through the skies on his sword, wore a troubled expression as he suddenly looked into the distance. "Master, what's wrong?" inquired Xiling Air, sensing the anomaly beside him. "It's nothing, let us proceed." Chen Changsheng replied slowly after a moment of calculation, before vanishing into the void. The senior brother watched in horror as his master was slain. Xiao Ranxian trembled with rage, shouting furiously, "You shall die!" 6 paths reincarnation sword, Azura path. Before his words could fade, an Azura apparition manifested behind Xiao Ranxian, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy towards the gray-clad elder. Wrath of the burning heavens. With a roar, Lin Jiuxiao erupted in searing flames, transforming into a blazing inferno. He summoned the full power of his spiritual energy, a formidable aura emanating from him. In an instant, a gigantic white fire dragon appeared at his side, roaring with might. With a swift command, Lin Jiuxiao sent the white fire dragon racing towards the elder. Witnessing this, Wang Qian's expression darkened significantly. He dared not exhibit any negligence. Executing his most refined movements, his form flickering like a specter as he sought a sliver of hope amidst the deluge of sword energy and the white fire dragon. However, the sword energy summoned by the Azura's power and the fire dragon clung to him relentlessly, a persistent affliction. Thud! Just as Wang Qian narrowly evaded the dragon's fierce assault, a barrage of sharp sword energy struck like lightning, accurately hitting the gray-clad elder. In an instant, deep, gaping wounds appeared on his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. You juniors are courting death. Wang Qian gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain, glaring at the peak of Martial King Fourth Heaven, Xiao Ranxian, and Martial Emperor Second Heaven. Lin Jiuxiao. As he dodged the relentless onslaught of sword energy, an overwhelming anger and resentment surged within him. He never anticipated that these two young disciples would prove to be such a formidable challenge, leaving him in such a dire predicament. Lin Jiuxiao and Xiao Ranxian offered him no respite. After exchanging a resolute glance, they unhesitatingly launched another assault. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lin Jiuxiao waved his hands, and the terrifying fire dragon grew even larger under his command, roaring fiercely as it charged once more at the gray-clad elder. Where it passed, the very air seemed to ignite, engulfed in roaring flames. Simultaneously, Xiao Ranxian concentrated fiercely, directing the Azura apparition to release an even greater torrent of sword energy, pouring down like a tempest. Seeing himself cornered with no escape, Wang Qian's eyes glimmered with a flicker of determination. He abruptly halted, swiftly forming a complex hand seal and reciting an obscure incantation. In an instant, an unparalleled aura surged from his body, manifesting an indestructible shield before him. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragon and sword energy relentlessly collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of earth-shattering, deafening sounds. Wang Qian's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Against the ferocity of Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao's onslaught, he clearly began to feel overwhelmed. Lan Song, have you not always desired the scroll in my possession? After barely withstanding their assault, Wang Qian decisively unleashed his profound cultivation at the Martial Emperor 8th Heaven level, forcefully repelling Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao, and shouted towards a man in the distance. Chapter 76, Wang Qian's Demise. Seeing the man remain unmoved, Wang Qian spoke again. Assist me in eliminating these two. I shall deliver it to you with both hands, and I can sense their techniques are far from ordinary. Before he finished speaking, an avarice flickered in the eyes of those present, all fixating greedily on Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao. The pressure on Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao intensified, the malicious gazes surrounding them akin to daggers at their backs, causing their hearts to sink. They exchanged a glance, reading resolve in one another's eyes. Upon hearing Wang Qian's words, Lan Song's greed was instantly ignited. He licked his lips, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes as he slowly replied, "Very well. I shall lend you my strength, but remember your promise and do not go back on your word." Wang Qian, elated by these words, quickly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured. I swear by the way of martial arts." With that, a beam of blood light descended, embedding itself in Wang Qian's brow. "Let me see what abilities can trouble even you, old Wang." Saying this, Lan Song unleashed his cultivation at the Martial Emperor 8th Heaven level, swiftly joining the fray alongside Wang Qian, launching a fierce assault against Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao. Seeing this, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao immediately devoted themselves to countering. But faced with adversaries of such superior cultivation, Xiao Ranxian gradually found herself overwhelmed. Thud! Xiao Ranxian felt a sharp pain in her chest, followed by a mouthful of blood spewing forth, her complexion turning ashen. "Master!" Lin Jiuxiao cried out anxiously, his voice laced with worry as he looked at the fallen Xiao Ranxian. Lan Song sneered. "First, concern yourself with your own safety." Before his words could fade, he struck out with a palm, unleashing a fierce momentum directly at Lin Jiuxiao. Lin Jiuxiao dared not exhibit any delay, hastily channeling his energy to defend. With a resounding thud, he was struck and sent reeling backward, staggering several dozen steps before barely regaining his footing. Lan Song, witnessing this, displayed a glimmer of surprise. He had initially believed his strike would severely injure Lin Jiuxiao, perhaps even incapacitating him. However, he was taken aback that the latter could endure such formidable power. Merely pushed back. At that moment, Lan Song's gaze grew greedier as he fixated on Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao, musing to himself, "Their techniques are undoubtedly extraordinary. If I can seize their power for myself, I shall surely ascend to greater heights. Who are these two? When did such extraordinary beings emerge in the Eastern Xin domain?" Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A woman gazed at Xiao Ranxian in the battlefield, exclaiming, "That woman can actually cross an entire major realm." Battling fiercely against Wang Qian of the Martial Emperor 8th Heaven for several rounds. It's simply unfathomable. On the other side, another formidable figure murmured in astonishment. That man in the black robe, when confronted with the full force strike of the seasoned Martial Emperor Lan Song, was merely knocked back a few dozen steps. The crowd buzzed with curiosity about these two suddenly appeared strangers, their eyes glinting with avarice for the cultivation methods practiced by the duo. Haha, how does it feel? This is the fate of those who oppose me. If you wish to avoid death, surrender at once. Wang Qian laughed triumphantly at the scene before him, seemingly certain of his impending victory. In the face of Wang Qian's jeers and threats, she gritted her teeth, shooting him an indignant glare that sparkled with defiance. At that moment, a flash of azure light erupted, revealing the azure sword order in her hand. Fool, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Xiao Ranxian's voice was frigid, laced with disdain as she provocatively spoke. Just as she prepared to shatter the order, a gray-white light suddenly appeared in the sky, descending like an omen of divine favor. This light was blindingly radiant, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Following this, an overwhelming pressure descended like Mount Tai, leaving every individual present in stunned silence. The crowd looked skyward, witnessing as the mysterious beam of light dissipated, revealing a figure that surged forth like a specter. It was Lu Changzhi, brandishing dual swords, emanating an aura that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating all, stirring up a tempest that swept dust into the air. Old fool, did you enjoy hitting the master just now? Lu Changzhi bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder. As he spoke, he violently swung his dual swords, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that cleaved towards Wang Qian. Witnessing this, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao erupted with joy, simultaneously exclaiming, "Senior brother, Brother Lu." Their eyes shimmered with excitement. However, Wang Qian's expression morphed into one of shock and fury at the sight of Lu Changzhi, who had seemingly returned from the dead. He widened his eyes in disbelief, shouting, "You little wretch, you're not dead? Surrender the imperial sword, and I shall spare your life," Lan Song declared. Eyeing the sword in Lu Changzhi's possession, Lu Changzhi's lips curled into a disdainful smile, coldly retorting, "Have you finished your last words? Then you may proceed to your journey." Before the words left his mouth, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt and swung it clockwise towards the heavens. In an instant, countless beams of sword light materialized, densely arrayed behind him like a resplendent river of stars. "Transform into swords, go." With a light command from Lu Changzhi, the beams of light surged forward as if imbued with life, howling towards the two adversaries. Each beam contained boundless power, warping space and shattering the void, as if intent on tearing the world asunder. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Wang Qian's expression darkened profoundly. The two of them exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet the sheer multitude and might of the sword lights quickly overwhelmed them. Wang Qian's face paled as he desperately channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, Lu Changzhi's swordsmanship was exceedingly fierce, and compounded by the injuries inflicted upon him by Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao, he found himself unable to fend off Lu Changzhi's assault. Countless sharp swords descended like raindrops, shattering Wang Qian's defenses in an instant. With a piercing scream, his body was pierced by the sword energy, blood spraying forth. Lan Song's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror as he involuntarily stumbled backward several steps. "No, you've just broken through to Martial Emperor. It's impossible for you to be this strong. I refuse to believe it. It must be the Imperial Sword. It must be." Lan Song cried out, filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the overwhelming power Lu Changzhi displayed, which transcended his imagination. The only explanation he could fathom was the Imperial Sword in Lu Changzhi's possession. "Master, do you think you can imagine this? Prepare to die." Lu Changzhi's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze fixated on Lan Song. With a swift motion of his arm, the dual swords in his hands glinted ominously as he unleashed a torrent of unparalleled sword energy, sweeping towards Lan Song with the ferocity of a gale. Lan Song had no time to evade, and in the blink of an eye, he was struck by the razor-sharp sword energy, his body crashing heavily onto the hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "You too may perish." Lu Changzhi's eyes were frigid, the dual swords in his grasp gleaming with lethal intent as he dashed towards Wang Qian with supernatural speed. Wang Qian, now engulfed in despair, let out a chilling scream. In an instant, a headless corpse separated from its head, both plummeting to the ground, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao witnessed this harrowing scene, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. Without hesitation, they rushed to Lu Changzhi's side, their expressions fraught with concern as they inquired, "Senior brother, Brother Lu. Lu Changzhi nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently reassured them. Do not worry, I am not gravely harmed. This fortunate turn of events is entirely thanks to your timely warning. Otherwise, you would have been waiting for a feast. His tone was light, as if he had brushed off the life and death crisis they had just faced. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of helplessness. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Prior to this, everyone had believed Lu Changzhi to be consigned to the underworld. Yet none anticipated his miraculous resurrection, appearing stronger than before. The crowd murmured in astonishment, casting wary glances at Lu Changzhi and his companions. Fear not, everyone. These three are merely two martial emperors and one martial king. What is there to fear? Eventually, someone spoke up after a long silence. Indeed, the imperial sword is a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. As soon as one voice rang out, countless others echoed in agreement, their eyes glinting with insatiable greed as they fixated on Lu Changzhi and his companions. Tsunami Fist. Thousand Strikes Sword Technique. A sword for every strike. Dragon and Tiger Fist. Annihilation Blade Technique. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of fierce blade and sword lights surged toward the three. Since you all seek death so ardently, then allow me to grant you this favor today. Lu Changzhi's voice was cold and tinged with disdain, as if the lives and deaths of these individuals were entirely within his grasp. As his words fell, he, alongside Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao, was engulfed in the onslaught of the multitude. On the battlefield, the atmosphere grew tense to an extreme. The tattered battle flags around them fluttered violently in the wind, producing a rustling sound, as if rallying for the impending conflict. Yet, at that moment, the once clear sky abruptly transformed. In an instant, the heavens turned an inky black, as if drenched in a surging tide of ink. The dark clouds surged like an unstoppable black torrent, gathering with overwhelming force. This sudden turn of events left all present in shock, unsure of what this strange phenomenon foretold. Beneath the darkened sky, however, Lu Changzhi remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. A deep, thunderous roar akin to the enraged bellow of an ancient beast reverberated through the air, carrying with it the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, shaking the very eardrums of those present, instilling a sense of dread that gripped their hearts. Amidst the oppressive, leaden clouds, fearsome lightning dragons, seemingly imbued with vibrant and dynamic life, flickered in and out of visibility, radiating a blinding brilliance that dared not be gazed upon directly. Their presence exuded an overwhelming aura of destruction, gathering with an intensity that suggested they might obliterate all existence into mere dust. Chapter 77. An Invitation to Death. 36-fold Heavenly Tribulation. Xiao Ranxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed skyward at the spine-chilling lightning dragons, and she spoke. The tribulation only descends upon unparalleled prodigies during their breakthroughs. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Could this individual truly be the legendary prodigy? As countless bolts of lightning began to rain down upon Lu Changzhi, questions arose among the onlookers. If he were indeed an unparalleled prodigy, then we must leave no survivors. Someone declared resolutely, unleashing their full power and charging towards Lu Changzhi without reservation. Friends, we have already offended the three of them. If we allow them to escape today, it will be our demise tomorrow. Let us hold nothing back. Another warned, for the safety of our sects and families, I implore you, let us send these three to their graves today. Before the words had fully left their lips, figures surged forth without hesitation, their collective might crashing towards Lu Changzhi and his companions like a relentless tide. Lu Changzhi's expression turned grim as he fixated upon the increasingly ferocious heavenly tribulation above, then cast his gaze upon the advancing throng, his eyes growing colder. The gathered masses, confronted with this terrifying celestial calamity, harbored but a singular thought: to eradicate Lu Changzhi and his companions. They understood that if Lu Changzhi and his allies survived today, they would face unimaginable consequences. Lu Changzhi raised his eyes towards the menacing storm of tribulation coalescing above, and turning to Xiao Ranxian and Lin Shidi, he spoke in a low voice. Junior sister, junior brother, cover for me. Today, this place shall become their grave. Before his words were completed, Lu Changzhi shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his speed akin to lightning, arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye. Concurrently, the fury of the heavenly tribulation intensified. Xiao Ranxian and Lin Shidi, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a tightening in their hearts but pressed on without hesitation, forcing those who wished to flee back into the fray. Facing the oncoming tide, a flicker of malice crossed Lu Changzhi's eyes as he bellowed. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, today, I shall oblige. With his declaration, A terrifying aura erupted from him, resonating with the heavenly tribulation, creating an unparalleled pressure. Lu Changzhi charged forth like a shooting star, the tumultuous lightning roaring above him. Damnable little beast. The onlookers beheld the horrific spectacle, a chill creeping into their hearts, yet with no path of retreat, they gritted their teeth and advanced. At the instant Lu Changzhi collided with the foremost attacker, the first bolt of lightning struck down with ferocity, its blinding brilliance nearly rendering the onlookers unable to see. Lu Changzhi wielded his twin swords, engaging in a fierce clash of weapons, the clang of metal resonating through the air, sparks flying in all directions. Empowered by the might of the imperial weapons, the frontline assailant was struck by a colossal force, his arm going numb. Before he could react, Lu Changzhi unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp sword energies, piercing through his form, and the man fell with a wretched scream. Witnessing this, others were struck with horror, yet they continued to unleash their ultimate techniques. Various dazzling spells rained down upon Lu Changzhi, whose countenance remained stoic as he glided through the attacks like a specter. The bolts of lightning detonating around him, yet failing to inflict any harm. Meanwhile, the combatants around him bore the brunt of the tribulation, each strike claiming several lives. He deftly dodged lethal blows and parried powerful spell strikes with his blades. One individual attempted a surprise attack from behind, but Lu Changzhi seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, spinning around abruptly to deliver a kick, sending the ambusher into the heart of the lightning storm, where he was struck and fell, bloodied and charred. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Changzhi surged through the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Each swing of his swords was accompanied by a bolt of lightning, every strike claiming a vibrant life. Amidst the blood-soaked chaos, Lu Changzhi's figure appeared increasingly cold and ruthless. Some attempted to flee, yet Lu Changzhi would not allow such ease of escape, pursuing them with the wrath of the lightning and executing them one by one. The battle grew ever more intense, and Lu Changzhi bore numerous wounds, yet he remained undeterred, fighting with wild abandon. The tribulation grew ever more ferocious. The battlefield awash in a crimson hue of blood and lightning. The assailants, once brimming with confidence, now found themselves gripped with terror and despair, realizing their folly in provoking this demonic figure of Lu Changzhi. As the battle raged on, Lu Changzhi's aura swelled, the heavenly tribulation becoming ever more terrifying. With every swing of his twin swords, he unleashed an unmatched force, severing foes from life. At that moment, a voice cried out from the crowd, "If this continues, we shall all be struck down by the tribulation. Let us unite our treasures and vanquish him, or none shall survive." In response, the crowd rallied, producing powerful artifacts that shone brightly, striving to counter Lu Changzhi's assault. Yet, he remained unafraid, charging forth into the brilliance of their artifacts, his blades clashing violently against them, producing thunderous echoes. As this unfolded, bolts of lightning continued to rain down. Lu Changzhi harnessed the power of the tribulation, sending those artifacts flying or shattering them. Their wielders suffered backlash, spewing blood uncontrollably. How infuriating! How can he be so powerful? Someone despaired. Yet, Lu Changzhi afforded them no time for lamentation. Weaving through the throng like a whirlwind, leaving a trail of wailing behind him. It was not merely his strength, it was the imperial weaponry in his grasp. And the other sword he wielded was no ordinary blade. He is not invincible, it is the weapons. Someone muttered, wiping blood from their lips. Gradually, the number of assailants dwindled, the ground littered with corpses. Lu Changzhi's eyes turned a fierce crimson, resembling a deity of slaughter. The tribulation seemed to sense his resolve, growing ever more frenzied, wreaking havoc around him. Finally, as only a few remained on the battlefield, their fighting spirit extinguished, they collapsed to the ground, pleading for Lu Changzhi to spare them. Yet, he merely regarded them coldly, raising his twin swords, and with a blinding bolt of lightning, he extinguished their lives. Standing amidst the ruins, bloodied yet unbowed, Lu Changzhi gazed skyward at the undiminished storm of tribulation. Grasping his dark robe, he tore it aside, revealing a cerulean tunic. Brandishing the swords that encircled him, he declared, "Today, let us see what this mere tribulation can do to me." As Lu Changzhi's words echoed, the lightning storm seemed to perceive the challenge, erupting with renewed vigor as thick bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, danced through the air, crackling ominously. Unfazed, Lu Changzhi's eyes glimmered with excitement. He danced forth, his twin swords in hand, charging headlong into the tempest, sending forth waves of sword energy that collided with the lightning. Each clash unleashed tremendous energy fluctuations, causing the very air around them to tremble. The tribulation intensified, pouring down like a torrential storm. While Lu Changzhi maneuvered amidst the ferocity of the lightning, his cerulean robe billowing in the tempest, he wielded dual swords, channeling the power of the thunder tribulation into his being, forcibly refining it to temper both his corporeal form and soul. Throughout this arduous process, Lu Changzhi endured immense suffering. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered in silence. His body bore numerous scars from the onslaught of the thunder tribulation, only to be instantaneously mended by a potent surge of vitality. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the power of the thunder tribulation began to wane. Yet Lu Changzhi remained steadfast and unyielding. He emanated an aura of unparalleled dominance, as if he were a valiant victor over the heavens and the earth. When the final vestige of the thunder tribulation dissipated, Lu Changzhi laughed heartily, his laughter reverberating across the desolate ruins. He gazed down at his hands, feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him, and an overwhelming sense of ambition surged in his heart. Ha ha ha, the 36-fold heavenly tribulation is but this, he murmured softly. In that moment, a few muffled thuds echoed as Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao callously discarded several bloodied corpses onto the ground, turning to Lu Changzhi to report, "Senior brother, all has been resolved." Their expressions were grim, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Lu Changzhi's countenance grew serious, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "We must leave at once." In an instant, he seized Xiao Ranxian and the others, their forms vanishing like phantoms, leaving only a blurred afterimage behind. Just as the trio disappeared, several formidable figures appeared abruptly, exuding a chilling aura that sent tremors of dread through the air as their gazes swept across the blood-soaked battlefield. Limbs lay scattered haphazardly on the ground, crimson blood coalescing into winding rivulets that coursed across the earth, while the acrid scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, creating a scene reminiscent of a horrifying hellscape. Those who arrived subsequently were met with this gruesome sight, their stomachs churning violently. Many could not contain themselves and doubled over in retching. This is utterly horrific. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, eyes wide with terror and disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 78, Lin Moyu. Amidst the mountain of corpses, some individuals, in a state of panic, discovered the lifeless bodies of their sect's disciples. In an instant, a tidal wave of grief and rage surged forth, their eyes welling with tears as they unleashed heart-wrenching roars filled with boundless sorrow and hatred. "Ah, junior brother, I shall ensure the murderer suffers 1,000 deaths for your vengeance." The already blood-soaked ground became further enveloped by this anguish and fury, suffocatingly oppressive. One powerful figure's expression darkened ominously, as if he could weep. He spoke, "Who is responsible for this? Such brutality is beyond comprehension." Another warrior, gritting his teeth, interjected, "Whoever it may be shall not escape. We must investigate thoroughly and provide an account to the fallen disciples of the Eastern Xuandu." Others echoed in agreement. The formidable figures stood silently, their expressions grim and foreboding. One appeared lost in deep contemplation, occasionally furrowing his brow, his gaze flickering restlessly. After several arduous hours of flight, Lu Changzhi and his companions finally reached a mountain peak. Gazing into the distance, they beheld an undulating expanse of mountains, their silhouettes shrouded in mist as if veiled by a delicate gossamer curtain, concealing countless perils and secrets. At the summit, wisps of clouds rose and fell, coalescing at times and dispersing at others, imbuing the scene with an eerie and enigmatic aura. "Here, they should not pursue us. Let us rest for a moment," Lu Changzhi suggested, discovering a cave and speaking softly to Xiao Ranxian and the others. Xiao Ranxian nodded in agreement. "Senior brother, is this your first time taking a life?" She hesitated before finally voicing her curiosity. Lu Changzhi remained silent for a moment before responding slowly, "Yes, it is my first time, and I have never taken so many lives." His voice was tinged with a somber tone, as he seemed to linger in the aftermath of the fierce battle, recalling the bloody scenes that stirred within him a complex array of emotions. Xiao Ranxian's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but she swiftly regained her composure and softly suggested, "Senior brother, let us first restore our spiritual energy. Jiuxiao and I shall guard you." "Indeed, I appreciate your assistance, junior sister and junior brother," Lu Changzhi replied without reluctance, a warmth blooming in his heart. With that, he seated himself upon the ground, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes, commencing the cultivation of the Taichu sword classic. As he channeled the technique, a faint gray-white aura enveloped him, encasing his entire being. His breath gradually steadied, resonating with a profound depth, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. As Lu Changzhi entered this meditative state, he felt as though he were submerged in a tranquil void, with all external distractions fading into obscurity. His consciousness gradually turned inward, completely immersed in the flow of his cultivation. As time passed, he entered a remarkable state of deep meditation, feeling as if he had become one with the universe, the sounds and sights of the outside world receding from his awareness. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowed toward him, forming a vast vortex of spiritual essence that swirled around him like a magnificent tapestry. A soft gray-white glow emanated from his body, intertwining with the vortex, augmenting his strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao vigilantly observed their surroundings, their expressions tense and anxious. Time crept by as Lu Changzhi remained absorbed in his cultivation. The vortex of spiritual energy growing increasingly stable. Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao dared not relax their vigilance, their senses heightened to catch any subtle movements. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached their ears from afar, so delicate that it would have gone unnoticed by anyone else, but not by their keen senses. Their expressions shifted to one of grave concern. As Lin Jiuxiao peered ahead with his spiritual awareness, a figure he recognized all too well came into view. Instantly, he identified her and whispered, "Xiao Yu," before dashing forward without hesitation. Observing Lin Jiuxiao's sudden departure, Xiao Ranxian made no attempt to stop him. Amidst the dense trees, a young woman gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Her clothes were completely soaked in blood, the shocking crimson resembling a blooming poppy that spread recklessly across her form. Each wound burned like a searing flame, sending waves of intolerable pain coursing through her body, rendering her nearly incapable of standing. Swaying precariously as if about to collapse at any moment. "Lin Mayu, you cannot escape." A furious shout erupted from behind her, echoing like thunder through the forest. The roar struck her heart with despair, a tide of hopelessness crashing over her. She understood all too well that she had been overtaken. Summoning all her strength, she barely managed to turn her body, her gaze falling upon the group before her. Her eyes brimmed with boundless helplessness and terror, as though confronting a horde of demons from hell. Each individual bore a grim expression, radiating a chilling aura that instilled dread. "Qianfang, in the past, my brother treated you with utmost kindness. Why then do you pursue me with such relentless malice?" The young woman clenched her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, and with a trembling voice, she posed a question to the leader of the group. "Why?" Before Qianfang could respond, one of the men, with a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, interjected with a chilling retort, "Do you not yet comprehend? Your brother, Lin Jiuxiao, took the life of my clan's younger brother. Could he have foreseen the calamity that would befall you today? He killed my brother, and today, I shall avenge this blood feud by taking your life." Another man, his eyes wide with fury, bellowed vehemently, "Yang Long, your brother has long abused the protection of your sect, stirring trouble wherever he goes. My brother's actions were merely a service to the people," Lin Mayu countered expressionlessly. "A service to the people, you say? Today, I shall ensure you experience the true essence of retribution," Yang Long replied, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. "Stop wasting breath on this woman. Strike swiftly," commanded Qianfang, brandishing his weapon and lunging at Lin Mayu like a ravenous tiger. The others, seeing this, hesitated not to join the fray. In an instant, the clash of blades and the flash of swords filled the air. Lin Moyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon Qianfang and his companions, whose cultivation levels far surpassed her own. Deep down, she understood the dire situation. There was no escape left for her, and in despair, she closed her eyes, resigning herself to the inevitable approach of death. Yet, in that critical moment, a massive black sword suddenly materialized before her, like a bolt of lightning, forcefully repelling Qianfang and his associates. "Who goes there?" Yang Long shouted in a mix of rage and astonishment, turning to face the source of the unexpected appearance. Others too were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, their gazes shifting toward the direction of the sword. A figure swiftly emerged from the dense thicket. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Moyu hurriedly opened her eyes, and upon recognizing the newcomer, an indescribable joy surged within her, prompting her to exclaim, "Brother!" It was Lin Jiuxiao, his expression dark and foreboding. As if he could unleash a tempest, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Qianfang, I once treated you well during our days in the Dongxian sect," Lin Jiuxiao thundered, his voice laced with authority and wrath aimed at the man standing at the forefront. Treated me well? How utterly laughable. Do you know I have lived in your shadow all this time? In the sect, wherever you are, they call me your dog. Even after you fell to a worthless state, they still mock me with your past." Qianfang roared in anger. Chapter 79, A Journey of Farewell. Lin Jiuxiao, I never expected you to have the audacity to appear in the Dongxian domain, Yang Long exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gritted his teeth. "Brother Qian, there's no need to waste words on such a person. He is nothing but a complete waste now. Today, I will ensure he pays blood for blood. Avenging my brother." Yang Long's face was etched with a ferocity and determination that suggested he wished to consume Lin Jiuxiao whole. "You think you can do so with your pathetic ilk?" Lin Jiuxiao's lips curled into a sneer filled with disdain. In the past, you were no match for me. Do you truly believe you can turn the tables today? His gaze exuded confidence and arrogance, as if viewing these men as mere jesters. Arrogant. Qianfang roared furiously, his body trembling with rage. Do you still naively believe you are that once-renowned prodigy of the Dongxian domain? Lin Jiuxiao said nothing further. Instead, he drew the massive sword from the ground with a swift motion. The silver blade shimmered with a cold light, dazzling like the brightest star in the night sky, pointed directly at the assembled foes. Kill him. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens like a tidal wave crashing towards Lin Jiuxiao. The battle cries were deafening, infused with unrelenting malice. In an instant, Lin Jiuxiao vanished, evading the first wave of attacks like a specter, his speed astonishing. His figure seemed to dissolve into thin air, leaving his attackers grasping at shadows. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword, and the blade's arc fell like snowflakes, each one imbued with lethal intent and a chilling aura, resulting in several men collapsing in agony. Wherever the blade swept, blood gushed forth, painting a gruesome scene. Have you contemplated how you wish to die? Lin Jiuxiao coldly inquired, gazing down at the fallen. Ha ha ha, arrogant Lin Jiuxiao, do you dare to kill us? Qianfang, despite his grievous injuries, defiantly shouted. Yes, you cannot kill us. Brother Lu is also at the abyssal battlefield, and he knows we came for Lin Moyu. Yang Long taunted, attempting to threaten Lin Jiuxiao with his words. If we do not return, do you think the Lin family will continue to exist? I advise you to let us go. Qianfang hissed, his expression sinister. Ah, threatening me? Lin Jiuxiao regarded the fallen with a bemused smile, as if watching a troupe of clowns perform. What? Do you dare to kill us? Yang Long continued to provoke, oblivious to the peril he faced. Have you forgotten something? I am a disciple of the Taiching sect. I doubt the Dongxian sect would dare to offend them for a few worthless souls like you, Lin Jiuxiao replied, his gaze as frigid as ice, regarding the men as if they were already dead. As you face death, allow me to share one final truth. The Eternal Life Master is my Grandmaster, a figure whom even the Central State Heavenly Domain dares not offend. What is the Dongxian sect to me? With that, Lin Jiuxiao struck decisively, swiftly ending the lives of several adversaries without a moment's hesitation. No, Lin Jiuxiao. For the sake of the times I once served you, I beg you to spare me. Qianfang's plea was cut short as Lin Jiuxiao silenced him. For the sake of our shared status as disciples of the Dongxian sect, I shall see you off, Lin Jiuxiao declared, conjuring flames that engulfed the bodies of the fallen, reducing them to ashes. Wu, brother, I thought I would never see you again, Lin Moyu exclaimed, leaping into Lin Jiuxiao's embrace like a fledgling returning home, clinging to him as though afraid to let go. Tears streamed down her face, cascading like a torrential flood, releasing years of pent-up longing and fear. Lin Jiuxiao was momentarily taken aback by his sister's sudden display of affection, but quickly regained his composure, gently patting her back and asking softly, Little Rain, how did you end up here? His voice was filled with concern and tenderness. Through her sobs, Lin Moyu replied. The abyssal battlefield suddenly manifested, attracting many forces from the Dongxian domain to explore. I came with Elder San and the others. But as soon as we entered the secret realm, I encountered Qianfang and his group. I thought I would never see you, Grandpa, or anyone again. She began to weep quietly once more, her body trembling. Lin Jiuxiao held Lin Moyu tightly, offering comfort. It's all right, Little Rain. Do not fear. I am here. As long as I am present, no one shall harm you. His tone was resolute and powerful, instilling a profound sense of security. After calming his sister's emotions, Lin Jiuxiao continued, This place is not safe. We should leave at once. His vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, wary of potential new threats. Lin Moyu nodded obediently, replying, Yes. I will listen to everything you say, brother. Subsequently, she gradually released her tight embrace around Lin Jiuxiao, her gaze still brimming with dependence. Brother, is it true that you have joined the Taiching sect? Lin Moyu, following closely behind Lin Jiuxiao, inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Jiuxiao nodded slightly, affirming her question with a simple yes. Lin Moyu pressed on. Which peak have you joined, brother? Qingqing Peak, Lin Jiuxiao replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu could not help but exclaim, Ah, so you have become a disciple of the Changsheng Jinren. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and envy. As if she could scarcely believe the truth of it all, Lin Jiuxiao smiled and shook his head, correcting her. No, Master Chen is my Grandmaster. Lin Moyu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and she eagerly asked, Then, who is your master? Is she formidable? At that moment, she had completely forgotten the perilous experience of being pursued, her heart now consumed by curiosity about her brother. Observing his sister's excitement, Lin Jiuxiao felt a twinge of helplessness but patiently responded, She was quite powerful in the past. I shall take you to meet her now. With that, he led Lin Moyu toward the direction they had just come from. In the cave, the spiritual energy surrounding Lu Changzhi gradually dissipated as he waved his hands. Concluding his meditation, the vanishing energy rose like delicate wisps of smoke, eventually disappearing into the air. "Senior brother, you are restored," exclaimed Xiao Ranxian, her face radiating joy, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. "Indeed, my cultivation has stabilized," Lu Changzhi replied, his voice steady and powerful, exuding confidence. "Where is Lin Shidi?" Lu Changzhi scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Lin Jiuxiao, so he inquired. "He seems to have gone out to meet someone familiar," Xiao Ranxian answered, her gaze following toward the cave's entrance. "Very well," Lu Changzhi said, waving his hand over his storage ring. A flash of light appeared, revealing countless storage rings piled high before Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian. The brilliance was dazzling, making it difficult to behold. Gazing at the mountain of storage rings, Xiao Ranxian swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Senior brother, you even took their storage rings when you defeated them." Her eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with disbelief. "What could I do? If they had used memory crystals, it would have been such a hassle," Lu Changzhi remarked, his expression reflecting a hint of exasperation as he looked at the astonished Xiao Ranxian. "Indeed," Xiao Ranxian nodded, her attention still captivated by the pile of storage rings. Internally marveling at the sight. "Lin Shidi is not here. Let us first examine these storage rings to see if there are any treasures within," Lu Changzhi suggested, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the mountain of rings, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "All right," Xiao Ranxian replied. And together they began to sift through the vast collection of storage rings, each varying in design, but similar in size, their hands tirelessly rummaging through the heaps. Chapter 80. The Astonishment of Lin Moyu. "Master, I have returned." Just as Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian were rummaging through the storage rings in the cave, Lin Jiuxiao entered slowly, accompanied by Lin Moyu. Upon seeing the towering pile of rings, Lin Jiuxiao could not help but shake his head in resignation, while Lin Moyu, standing beside him, was left utterly speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at the small mountain of storage rings before her. Her eyes were filled with profound shock and incredulity, as if she had witnessed something utterly beyond imagination. "Jiuxiao, who is this?" Xiao Ranxian inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Moyu beside Lin Jiuxiao. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the unfamiliar girl. "Master, this is my younger sister, Lin Moyu," Lin Jiuxiao quickly explained. "Xiao Yu, this is my master, the renowned Xiao Ranxian." Lin Jiuxiao gently nudged the still-dazed Lin Moyu, lowering his voice to remind her. Finally snapping back to reality, Lin Moyu took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure while gazing at the ethereal beauty of Xiao Ranxian. However, inside, her heart was a tumultuous sea, unable to calm its waves, and she thought to herself, "What a stunning sister." Regaining her composure, Lin Moyu respectfully performed a deep bow toward Xiao Ranxian, her voice tinged with trepidation. "I am Lin Moyu. Greetings to you, esteemed elder." Xiao Ranxian regarded Lin Moyu with keen interest, a flicker of appreciation flashing in her eyes. She replied softly, "There is no need for such formality." Lin Jiuxiao continued, "This is none other than the illustrious senior brother Lu Changzhi of the Taiqing sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu offered a respectful bow to Lu Changzhi, saying, "Moyu pays her respects to senior brother Lu." However, before Lu Changzhi could respond, Lin Moyu suddenly seemed to discover a startling secret, her eyes widening as she stammered. Lu Changzhi, brother, you mean he is Lu Changzhi?" Her voice became sharp with astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. Lu Changzhi was a renowned figure in the Zhou realm, celebrated as the young Sword Emperor. His name had echoed through every corner of the Zhou realm, becoming the idol and model for countless young martial artists. How could she not feel overwhelmed and excited by the presence of such a legendary figure standing right before her? "Am I really that intimidating?" Lu Changzhi asked, puzzled by Lin Moyu's astonished expression. "And no, senior brother Lu, greetings." Lin Moyu took a deep breath and once again bowed deeply to Lu Changzhi, her demeanor increasingly reverent, her gaze filled with profound admiration. "All right, Xiao Yu. There's no need for such a fuss," Lin Jiuxiao said, observing his sister's shocked expression with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Brother, how can I not be excited? He is the living young Sword Emperor," Lin Moyu exclaimed, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide open as if she wished to engrave Lu Changzhi's visage in her memory. "Ah, living? Shouldn't senior brother be deceased?" Xiao Ranxian teased lightly, her face adorned with a playful smile, easing the previously tense atmosphere. No, Lin Moyu flustered, attempting to clarify. Lin Jiuxiao turned to Lu Changzhi, noticing the dark lines forming on his face, and glanced at the chuckling master beside him, questioning, "Master, what are you two up to? Isn't it obvious?" Xiao Ranxian shook the storage ring in her hand, then slowly retrieved an item from within, deliberately prolonging the reveal to tease Lin Jiuxiao. Well, all right then. Lin Jiuxiao sighed in resignation, shaking his head, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement at the situation before him. You two, stop standing there like fools and come help. At this rate, we'll never finish sifting through all these storage rings, Lu Changzhi urged, his expression tinged with exasperation as he gazed at the towering pile of rings. A hint of worry creasing his brow. Is it really all right, senior brother Lu? Lin Moyu blinked her bright and curious eyes, softly inquiring. Her gaze was imbued with a hint of anticipation, tempered by a trace of caution, as if she feared misinterpreting the situation. Of course, you are Lin's junior sister. There is no need for formality with us. Hurry, the treasures unearthed here rightfully belong to you. Lu Changzhi chuckled dismissively, then patiently elucidated the matter to Lin Moyu. His tone was lighthearted, an attempt to ease Lin Moyu's tension. Upon hearing his words, Lin Moyu felt a surge of excitement mingled with nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the mountain of spatial rings, casually selecting one before cautiously opening it. The instant the ring was unsealed, a faint glimmer flickered, revealing several items before Lin Moyu's eyes. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a tattered scroll inscribed with the words Heavenly Grade Martial Technique. Ah, a Heavenly Grade Martial Technique. Quite impressive, Lu Changzhi remarked as he leaned in for a closer look. His eyes sparkled with surprise at this discovery, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his features. Subsequently, the four of them busied themselves with the meticulous sorting of the contents within the spatial rings. After a prolonged effort, they finally organized all the items, which included numerous martial arts techniques, invaluable medicinal pills, formidable artifacts, and a substantial array of spirit stones. Wow, we've truly struck it rich this time, Lin Moyu exclaimed, her eyes alight with joy as she beheld the bounty amassed in the spatial ring. Her face radiated exuberance, her eyes shimmering with excitement, as if she were ensconced in a delightful dream. While these treasures may seem trivial to us, we must still proceed with caution, Lin Jiuxiao cautioned with a grave expression. Indeed, junior brother Lin speaks wisely, Lu Changzhi nodded in agreement. It would be prudent for us to depart from this place swiftly, suggested Xiao Ranxian. Jiuxiao, please incinerate these spatial rings, he added. With that, the four of them followed Lu Changzhi as they exited the cave. Along the way, Lin Moyu, curious and trailing behind Lin Jiuxiao, inquired, Brother, how did you acquire these spatial rings? Xiaoyu, do not divulge what you've seen today, nor the contents of your spatial ring to anyone, Lin Jiuxiao replied gravely, his expression serious and his tone low, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Why, brother? Lin Moyu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, her eyes filled with profound bewilderment. Master, brother Lu, and I are all disciples of the Ta Ching heavenly sect. No one would dare to lay a hand on us. Moreover, we possess the sword decree bestowed by our ancestor, ensuring our safety. However, you are different. If anyone were to discover the treasures within your spatial ring, it would usher in endless calamity for you and the Lin family, Lin Jiuxiao explained earnestly. As a heavenly azure sword decree manifested in the hands of Lin Jiuxiao, Xiao Ranxian, and Lu Changzhi. I understand, brother, Lin Moyu replied, her gaze resolute as she absorbed the weight of the situation while observing the azure sword decrees held by the three. One more thing, Xiaoyu. Once we exit, do not reveal that you have encountered me, Lin Jiuxiao instructed solemnly. Why not, brother? Grandfather misses you dearly. Won't you go and see him? Lin Moyu implored, her voice tinged with a cry. Do you know? Grandfather was forced to expel you. Lin Jiuxiao attempted to explain, but Lin Moyu interrupted. I know. Lin Jiuxiao took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice calm, though the sorrow and reluctance were evident. Witnessing his sister's understanding demeanor pained him, and he gently stroked Lin Moyu's head. Lin Moyu looked up at Lin Jiuxiao, her eyes filled with concern. Brother, did you truly return solely for that 3-year pact? After a moment of silence, Lin Jiuxiao nodded. Brother, please promise me not to go. Feng Feier, that wretched girl, is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to martial sovereign. You are no match for her now, Lin Moyu urged, gripping Lin Jiuxiao's arm anxiously. Is she really that gifted? Lin Jiuxiao asked, his brows knitting in surprise. I don't know, but I heard she obtained the legacy of a martial saint, suddenly elevating her abilities and becoming the saintess of the Eastern Xian sect, Lin Moyu replied, her tone laden with helplessness and worry. But so what if she has acquired the legacy? The humiliation from before must be reclaimed. I shall honor the 3-year pact without fail, Lin Jiuxiao declared, his eyes gleaming with determination and resolve. Lin Moyu, anxious and distressed, clutched his sleeve, her voice laced with worry. Brother, please do not act recklessly. The legacy of a martial saint is not to be trifled with. However, Lin Jiuxiao interrupted her with unwavering confidence. Xiao Yu, rest assured, I have faith in my abilities. Even if she breaks through to martial sovereign, I will still possess the strength to contend. Lin Mayu bit her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. But brother, I am genuinely worried for you. If it becomes too perilous, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. After all, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Lin Jiuxiao gently caressed her hair, smiling reassuringly. Silly sister, do not worry about me. Trust in your brother's strength. I will emerge unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jiuxiao added, but you must take care of yourself within the family, understand? Lin Moyu nodded, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She clung to Lin Jiuxiao's hand, unwilling to let go. Lin Jiuxiao patted her shoulder gently, speaking softly, all right. No more tears. It is getting late. We must set off. With that, he resolutely turned, leading Lin Moyu towards Lu Changzhi and Xiao Ranxian. In the ensuing days, the four traversed the ancient battlefield, seeking out various precious and rare spiritual herbs and wondrous medicinal concoctions. During this period, filled with uncertainty and surprise, rumors spread like dandelion fluff across the vast battlefield. Among these, one particular piece of news captured the attention of cultivators far and wide. A female cultivator from the Central State's celestial domain had inherited the legacy of a sword Dao master. Furthermore, some fortunate individuals had obtained royal-grade martial techniques, while others had laid claim to coveted royal-grade spiritual weapons. Yet, amid the exhilarating and heart-stirring news, only the core region of the ancient battlefield, piled high with bones, remained shrouded in an enigmatic veil, rendering it a place of dread and trepidation. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and the days passed monotonously. Then, one fateful day, without warning, radiant beams of light erupted like heavenly omens, illuminating the figures of those present on the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, as these beams quietly dissipated, the individuals who had been standing there vanished in the blink of an eye, as if they had never existed. The ancient battlefield has begun to transmit, Xiao Ranxian murmured, her attention fixed on the disappearing figures, deep in thought. All right, cast off the robes. Let us don our own before we depart, Lu Changzhi commanded, his expression impassive and his tone calm. Brother Lu, what is the reason for this? Lin Jiuxiao questioned, his face a mask of skepticism. Previously, we feared no one would vie for us. Now, we are concerned that others may attempt to seize us. Lu Changzhi explained softly. Those martial sovereign cultivators unable to enter the battlefield will surely be waiting for us outside, Lu Changzhi added, his expression grave as he continued. Indeed, if we were to don azure robes and wield the imposing presence of Qingqing Peak, few would dare to challenge us. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. I see now, Lin Jiuxiao remarked, as if awakening from a dream. Xiao Yu, remember what I told you? He turned to Lin Moyu, his expression a mix of urgency and concern. I understand, brother, Lin Moyu replied with a nod. Outside the battlefield, silhouettes began to materialize. I have emerged, proclaimed a man clad in dark robes, surveying his surroundings. Surrender your storage rings, and I shall spare your lives. Suddenly, several figures emerged around the youth, encircling him. Fellow cultivators, do you wish to make enemies of the Dongxian sect? Just as the youth found himself at a loss, a deep, authoritative voice resonated, carrying an unseen pressure. The figures surrounding him hesitated momentarily upon hearing this voice, but then sneered in response. Wu Ming of the Dongxian sect, and what of it? This place is not your territory. Wu Ming, a robust figure with a stern visage, emanated a formidable aura. Disciple, pay your respects to Elder Wu, the youth said respectfully, hastily bowing to Wu Ming. Wu Ming's expression remained composed, his gaze sharp and penetrating, exuding an intangible pressure. He slightly nodded, his eyes swiftly scanning the figures encircling the youth, delivering a cold warning. If you wish to avoid trouble, leave this instant. Upon hearing this, the figures exchanged glances, their hesitation palpable. However, they did not depart immediately, as if weighing their options. Seeing this, Wu Ming's eyes grew icy, and in an instant, he flashed towards them. A gust of wind swept through, followed by a series of dull thuds as he struck down the assailants with lightning speed. Begone, Elder Wu bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The assailants fled in terror, scrambling away. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your assistance. The youth expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, do not engage too deeply. Simply reveal our sect's banner. Surely, they would not dare to provoke members of our sect. Wu Ming advised calmly. Yes, I understand, the youth replied, his tone resolute and unwavering. Fellow cultivators, heed my words. Elder Wu surveyed the surroundings, his eyes sharp as a hawk, locking onto the hidden strongmen. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on the disciples of the Dongxian sect, they shall be marked as our sworn enemies. We will pursue them relentlessly, showing no mercy. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, causing those present to wince. Yet, before his words could fully settle, another frigid voice interrupted. Those who dare to harm disciples of the Ice Sword sect shall meet the same fate. This proclamation felt as though it emanated from the depths of the abyss, chilling to the bone. Our apothecary valley shares the same stance, an elder added. So do I. From the lawn foam ridge, a middle-aged woman concurred. As more factions announced their solidarity, the previously greedy individuals began to retract their desires, while the weaker sects and rogue practitioners found themselves in dire straits. Chapter 82, The Enchanting Woman. At this moment, Lu Changzhi and his companions, along with other survivors, were teleported from the battlefield. They had witnessed the preceding events and were filled with profound reflections. With a sect as a formidable backing, it was indeed a different experience. As Lu Changzhi and his companions appeared, their azure robes immediately drew the gaze of countless onlookers. The robes billowed in the wind, resembling flowing azure clouds, emanating an aura of mystery and authority. You three do not seem to belong to the Dongxian domain. State your identities. A menacing old man with a wrinkled face cast a greedy gaze upon them. You are not worthy to know, Lu Changzhi responded fearlessly, his voice resonating with clarity and conviction, exuding an air of indomitable spirit. All resources within this ancient battlefield belong to us of the Dongxian domain. How can you outsiders take them at will? The old man pressed on with an unyielding tone. These resources of the Dongxian domain are not for outsiders to covet. As the old man finished, murmurs of agreement arose from the crowd, voices rising in support of the old man's claims. Hearing this, Lu Changzhi's gaze turned icy, his sharp eyes sweeping over those who had spoken, as if capable of piercing their very souls. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged from him, akin to a roaring tide, instilling an invisible pressure upon those around him. What? Do you intend to strike? The old man, undeterred, secretly channeled his inner energy, preparing for a confrontation, his hands trembling slightly as a faint glow emanated from him. In that instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension as onlookers gathered with eager anticipation, whispering amongst themselves, their faces alight with excitement. Just as both sides were on the brink of conflict, a brilliant beam of light descended from above, illuminating the space like a bolt of lightning piercing through darkness. Within the radiance, a figure gradually materialized, becoming clearer as the light receded. Lu Changzhi fixed his gaze upon a stunning, icy beauty. Her slender form was clad in a dress as white as snow, flowing gracefully with the wind, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her skin, delicate as jade, shimmered in the sunlight, radiating an enchanting allure. With every step she took, she moved with an elegance that seemed to blossom beneath her feet. Her long, cascading black hair fell effortlessly over her shoulders, silky and smooth, with strands dancing in the breeze like a graceful ballet, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her presence seemed to freeze the air around her, infused with an innate chill. The woman's white gown billowed like snowflakes, pure and untainted, as she appeared tall and ethereal, as if she might float away at any moment. Her exquisite visage bore an air of aloofness and nobility, dissuading any from daring to approach her lightly. Her eyes shone with a deep brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Lu Changzhi, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, the frostiness in her gaze softened slightly. Then, she parted her ruby lips, speaking with a voice as clear as a bell. The people of the Dongxian domain have grown quite bold, even daring to rob disciples of the northern wasteland. Her tone was melodious, yet authoritative, echoing like a divine decree from the heavens. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? These three are actually disciples of the northern wasteland? They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with sympathy for the old man. What is there to fear? This is our Dongxian domain. We cannot allow the northern wasteland to wreak havoc here. The old man retorted, maintaining his composure. The woman gazed at him with a frosty demeanor and remarked, Are you aware that the three of them are disciples from that sect in the northern wilderness? And yet you dare to speak so audaciously here? Her words were like ice blades and frost swords, piercing the elder with their sharpness. The elder's countenance soured at her words, yet he mustered a feeble retort. What if I do know? What if I do not? This is the Eastern Xin domain. The woman let out a cold laugh and replied, Humph, how eloquent. I perceive your covetousness for the treasures they possess, wishing to seize them for yourself. I have witnessed such things far too often. Young lady, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, lest you face the consequences. The elder's face darkened, his gaze fierce as it bore down on the woman, laden with warnings. However, the woman stood undeterred, her eyes resolute as she responded. Since I have encountered this matter, I shall see it through to the end. Her voice rang clear and firm, exuding a sense of determination. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, A clear voice suddenly resonated. I appreciate your goodwill, young lady, but allow me to handle this petty clown. Lu Changzhi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he directed his gaze towards the stunning woman. The woman momentarily paused, then broke into a smile, softly replying, very well. Upon hearing this, the elder was immediately consumed with rage. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Changzhi, he shouted, Humph! Do you look down upon us of the Eastern Xian? Lu Changzhi's lips curled into a smirk, a cold laugh escaping him. Ah, you are absolutely correct. I hold your Eastern Xian domain in utter disregard. His words dripped with disdain and contempt, as if he did not deem his opponent worthy of his concern. Arrogant. Kill him. This declaration reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, instantly igniting a tempest of fury. Shouts of indignation erupted from among the onlookers. Some were filled with righteous anger, while others displayed murderous intent. Even those powerful figures, typically aloof and reticent in their emotions, could no longer remain passive, their eyes sharpening with lethal intent as they turned their gazes towards Lu Changzhi. The elder trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lu Changzhi. Gritting his teeth, he spat, such an arrogant brat. Today, you shall learn the might of our Eastern Xian domain. With that, he summoned all his power, preparing to engage Lu Changzhi in battle. Yet, Lu Changzhi remained unperturbed. Stepping forward resolutely, he spoke, Fair maiden, I kindly ask you to step back a bit, so as not to be caught in the fray. I would not want to see such beauty marred by blood. You are truly intriguing, the woman remarked, a smile gracing her delicate features as she looked at Lu Changzhi. Her voice melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of a lark emerging from the valley, captivating all who heard. Fool, you seek death. The elder, witnessing the flirtation between the two, was beside himself with fury, his eyes bulging like copper bells, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Fists clenched as he charged towards Lu Changzhi and the woman. Lu Changzhi's gaze sharpened, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. As he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, the twin swords upon his back seemed to sense their master's peril, humming and vibrating, exuding a formidable sword aura. Meanwhile, Xiao Ranxian and Lin Jiuxiao observed the scene, shaking their heads in resignation, and each grasped the hilt of their swords, ready to support Lu Changzhi at a moment's notice. The stunning woman, too, moved with agility, swiftly drawing the spirit's sword from her waist, positioning herself alongside Lu Changzhi to confront the elder. Stop! Just as both sides were poised to engage in a fierce battle, a deep, authoritative voice suddenly echoed. The crowd turned towards the source, where Wu Ming stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an invisible pressure that commanded respect and awe. The elder's assault abruptly halted, his body propelled forward by momentum before he regained his footing. His expression darkened, shifting between anger, resentment, and a trace of fear as complex emotions flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner turmoil, and lowered his head to Wu Ming, asking, Elder Wu, what is your intent?